Twisted Tuesday. Made a few adjustments, worked on the clipping, some painting, and this is about the human cell, vibrations.
Lisa Lake. It was given to me, and I went and looked. They're trying to affiliate me. Okay, this is a community page of a Lisa Lake. It was given to me, and I went and looked. They're trying to affiliate me. They put hashtag YOLO on this. I have nothing to do with YOLO, and I'm not YOLO. Don't even go there. YOLO is a sock puppet that a lot of people's been accused of being. And I talked to somebody, and they told me it's the first letters of Our Lady of YouTube. So they're trying to pretty much say this is tacos. Well, they're not saying it, but it looks like this person that is a YOLO is trying to pretend to be tacos, I guess. I don't know who YOLO is, and I don't care. And it sure the hell ain't me. But now they're hashtagging it in a post that they did on their community page. So I believe YOLO is Lisa Lake. Lisa Lake is a sock puppet. I believe it's somebody we know and someone we don't trust. I challenge Lisa Lake to come on microphone, on cam. See, Tam's has already been on microphone. We all know what Tam sounds like. But Lisa Lake, we haven't heard you on microphone or nothing. And we're not going to believe who you are because, simple fact, you can't be trusted, but everyone's going to trust you. I don't trust you, never did from day one. But on your community page, and I've taken snapshots and stuff, you're sexually harassing women. Malibu. This chick Malibu, you're sexually harassing her. You're sexually harassing me. This other woman, Tacos. You're bringing out things on women. You're sick. You're a sick pup. And the only one I know has a sexual sick obsession about certain women on here, and you all know who she is. So you want to play around under a sock puppet, and I believe the sock puppet is Brenda. There, I'm going to say it. I'm sick of this shit. So you take something, and only one other person would take something so innocent. I posted this post to bring awareness to the children because they're being trafficked, they're being hunted down, they're being murdered, they're being molested, they're being stolen. Kids are suffering in this world. So I put that on there, and only someone else I know would be Brenda would take something so innocent and turn it so ugly. I believe you're Brenda. You want to prove it? Get on microphone. So, you have not proved who you are to anyone, and a lot of people snuggle up to you and trust you. And I don't see Brenda around nowhere. Now she'll bring up another explorer and come in as her around when Lisa Lake's around. It's so predictable. But you're sexually harassing women on your community page. So in a way, that's kind of rape. Cyber molestation. So I'm challenging you. I'm calling you out, Brenda. Lisa, aka Lisa Lake. And I believe that YOLO was a plant to try to see that it would be used. Oh, that's tacos. Because I talked to somebody and they said it looks like it's the first letters of Our Lady of YouTube, and everybody knows that's Tacos channel. So now and Tacos is not stupid enough to do something that stupid that would pull it back to her if it was her. I believe it's Brenda. And I challenge you to get on a microphone. No one's ever called you out. So, hey, Becky Dean, guess what? I know you hate me, but even you got to have a little brain. Who is this Lisa Lake? And how come she's around more and you don't see a couple other women that are around? But you see her. Ain't that something? I'm not saying it's Brenda. I'm just saying we don't know who the hell this person is. But it ain't no damn Lisa Lake. I can tell you that now. And the Lisa Lake, if I'm correct, someone told me they were going to enter my chat room under a sock puppet. This is back in early part between January and March of 2017. They sent me a message in Facebook, and I'm going to go back and look through all my archives. And they said, I'm going to enter your room under this sock, and it was Lisa Lake. And I've already told some people this. And when I find it, I'm going to oust you because I think I know who you are. As a matter of fact, I know who you are. So you guys chum up to this chick. Trust her. Believe me, you're stupid. Okay, I'm on the way to the doctor's, and my husband's driving, and we were talking. And we were talking about certain diseases and certain flus and things like that. And we were talking about what was it? I can't say it because they'll take more. No, we can't do it that way. If the seed was a flu or was it a bug? Because ivermectin would cure it. But ivermectin is made for a parasite. to get rid of parasites. So I asked the question, and this is what, and I said, yeah, but it's used for malaria and everything else. And he goes, and that's a bug. So I went on Google and I said, hold on. Let me see, tap the mic. Malaria is a parasite. Now watch this. Okay, now watch this. Relation of parasite worm infection and SARS-CoV-2. Boom. And look at the little parasite. So yeah, ain't that something, guys? So that tells me that was what? Where did they pull that from? Was it?
From a lot of things.
Mm-hmm.
SARS.
So it wasn't the influenza flu. It was a parasite.
SARS was
Wow.
the first of the parasites, and they had to have modified it to make it an airborne parasite.
Ain't that something? We live and learn. Handle something. All right.
I'm in the driver's seat, waiting for the crash. The jungle wood splits through the windshield. I'm counting my days in a flash.
Tonight,
Giant flashes of gas.
I'm going to hurry up with this because there is a storm coming in. I know I said I was going to be taking a vacation, and I am. We just ain't leaving until the Friday. But I have to address this. And the reason why I took away the chat is because I want no distractions. I don't want anyone's opinion. And I'm going to try to handle this the best I can. And answer the questions. Well, they're not really questions, but the answer to the allegations is from against me. Now, the reason why there's no chat is because also, this is for documentation reasons too. There's some people watching this tonight that are very important people. And they don't need to see a bunch of cheerleaders, shall we say, that goes on in all the chats. They need to see just the documentation, that's it. The video that I'm going to use.
There's a man sitting on a park bench. Mama jump, doesn't tell me anything.
I have my disclaimer at the bottom of the screen.
Standing in the sidewalk steam.
And there's some really bad things in this video.
People can't agree. What did he say?
I will also send a total
I don't think so.
video without interruptions along in an email after I'm done here. The reason why I didn't hand the raw video over to the people first is because I wanted to address it before they reached it, before they got it, so they'd understand what's being said, why it's being said, and the answer that I myself have to say about what was said in the video. So it's bad enough that I have to put videos on private because they're getting hit. Not even online, and they're getting hit. I already had one channel taken from me, which was growing very rapidly. So tonight I'm going to prove exactly what I've been saying is going on. So let me start this video. Okay. Let me bring it up here. I have a copy already made of this video that I will get in the email to the people that are listening. Okay. This is Rebecca Dean's channel. It's called Ratchet YouTube. This was sent to me. And as you can see, I am not subscribed, nor did I search it out. I'm not subscribed. And I'm not going to have any opinion on here. To the comment section, she's laughing. She calls me an ass several times, and now there's people in her chat room continuing to call me that. She's laughing so hard. Okay, so someone asked me, what did this mean here? I have trimmers from all the medications and stuff that I'm on. And to type, it's real hard for me because my hands are constantly shaking. I don't go out to eat hardly anymore because I never know when they're going to hit. And the trimmers get shaken so bad you can't even hold a fork. I have COPD, and I'm not looking for sympathy. I'm just explaining why things go the way they do. She's making fun of, someone asked me about the word, and I said, she's probably making fun of me. I speak into text. I hit the button with the microphone, and I speak in the text. If Google hears it a certain way, they're going to put it in there. I don't bother spell checking. I should. So Rebecca Dean don't have a reason to be ignorant as she's being. I believe Rebecca Dean had taken my story to court. There's a 3-hour there's a small conversation with an FBI agent in Wisconsin talking to Brenda Becker, who is public. Rebecca Dean took to court. On that conversation with the FBI, Brenda Becker says that Rebecca Dean took Clovis's story to court. We'll get into that subject in a little bit. Because Brenda Becker will come in under a sock puppet into the chat room. And there's someone in there that verifies it's her. This here was done on Easter, supposedly. Let me make sure I'm screen sharing correctly. Oh, sorry. Let's get this started. Okay. Now, she's got it titled Attempt to Get Drool Bish Boy to Communicate or whatever. That was, like I said, typo, because I have oxygen. If my voice cuts out sometimes, and you can hear it on a very bad day that I'm having a flare-up, my voice will go crackly, or it doesn't pronounce correctly when you're speaking into a microphone. Google's listening, and supposed, for a matter of fact, Google's going to hear what it hears, and it's going to put it there. And like I said, I should go back and recheck it, but that's another thing that Rebecca Dean has caught, and she's starting to work on me about. They're using mind control pressure. Rebecca Dean, everything you took to court was my story. What happened was when we went for the protection orders, well, we didn't go for them. Rebecca Dean wanted us to go for them. She called me, Kim Arnott, Mike Sherror, Kristen, it's a nurse, and Corinne Walker, and Rebecca Dean herself, into a hangout, a Google Hangout. It's like Zoom or something. Sort of like that kind of app. They don't have them no more, but that's how it was. We could all sit there and talk to one another. Get on cam and talk to each other if we want to, that kind of thing. She was telling us all to go for a protective order because 4 of our names were mentioned in there. And if we all went, she couldn't come and get every one of us because we'd all go at the same time. So one of us would get her. The only one that went to sign was Rebecca Dean. Before Rebecca Dean got her papers, she flew me in a hangout and she asked me, and I had not swayed from my story, Rebecca. She flew me in a hangout and she asked me, well, these papers, how do you fill them out? I mean, what would you say? How would you say what you're going through? I mean, how would you put it? I told her what I would say, of course, being true, how I felt. Rebecca Dean, for word, took it to court. I can't prove that, but it is what happened.
Wait a minute. First of all, what's up, everybody? Second of all, why does she have to go after people on a video production platform? When she used to do the news, doesn't do the news, not a journalist, but did the news. We're going to also play another video down the road of one of Taco's friends going over the Bundy Ranch situation a few days ago. It was pretty good, actually. As far as dillweeds, thinking they know what the Constitution really is.
Standing in the sidewalk, Steve. Standing in the sidewalk, Steve. My cells are vibrating in the sidewalk, Steve.
That's hilarious. This goes so good with the Clovis footage, the back road. Oh my gosh. It's way more entertaining to watch than listen to clips. This is great. I mean, great.
I don't record the hangouts like people say I do. So now, anyway, I'm going to play this and address it because this is getting out of hand and it's a constant. And if you look at Racet YouTuber's channel, you're going to see my name in there with the name ASS. My name is CLOVAS, not Clove Ass, as Rebecca Dean is doing. This is a woman who claims she was
Whoa, word crimes. Those were $2 not S's. If you really want to get down to it, lady.
Stalked to the point, and that's what I want to play first. This right here.
Wait a minute. What's up with all these shill bags that aren't here to produce out content? They're not journalists, but they're stalked with their anon avatars like Fellow Dork and finding bench warmers. They're stalked, all right. Oh, yeah. Oh, man. Looking for a court case from YouTube just because, I mean, what do they really have otherwise? Really? Not swapping titles with you like this is some type of, ghetto hoopty race there, Clovis.
Let me change over. Okay.
I just couldn't take it. I started closing up more and more. I started back into my bedroom, laying in my room, not leaving anymore. And February, it got really bad. Come March, I ended up in the hospital. I just had a total meltdown over the stress and fear of what I'm going through. By the way,
Rebecca Dean was so stressed out, she was talking to me on a cell phone, crying, saying she was afraid to open the door. She was that scared to go into the courthouse where Brenda Becker will be. And I talked her into going into the courthouse. Okay? She's that fearful for herself and can't sleep. But yet, you'll realize something is not right with this. Now, the reason why I'm playing this is because I will be brung into this, and there's timestamps. And I did do it, put it on a channel, and plus I also have it downloaded. And the timestamps in which she does talk about me. So since I'm sending the whole video entirely, this whole video uncut, to the people that are listening, I'm going to go ahead and skip through and try to get where she's speaking of me so I can address the matter. Because some of the things she says in here is totally just ratchet. But I'm going to let it play while I look for the copy that I made. Okay, I'm gonna stop it there. As you can tell, this is not my business. Scotty's is a YouTube channel that he runs at 24/7, has an open chat 24/7, and he shows the Eagles and yeah. So that's not my business. I'm trying to find where I took a copy of the video that I needed because I have it timestamped and I need to go to the timestamp. And that way, because she gets very rude, I guess that triggers her that I go into the chat room there. And that's when she starts. Let me see here. Okay. 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 Okay, 1624. Gotta be on this one. 1624 is when she starts calling out my family names. This is the second time she's done this. The first time got her channel taken down. Oh, this is me she's talking about. Oh, no. Now, mind you, I stopped it again to explain something. She's talking to people over in Scotty's chat. Rebecca Dean hops on her live stream and she actually watches other people's live streams and their chats, and she talks to them as she's live streaming them and mirroring their videos. I mean, their live stream. So she's talking to the people over there because there's only two that come here to her channel from over at Scotty's. And this is what she does to a lot of channels. Now, she can't exactly call him that unless he's proven to her he's doing it, but I don't know. I'm not around these people. I doubt very seriously. Not my business. But the name calling that's of someone that's been stalked and cyberbullied and cyber stalked and scared out of her wits. She's going to portray the same type of behavior.
Missing link on the brink. Ministers a sinner. Guardianship. High diver taking 5. 369.
Who she's saying Malapoo is Malibu. That's another YouTube channel.
On the shore that's going to shore.
The name calling again.
10-4. Flight recovery. Made to she's out of order. Dusty's in a dust storm.
Now, before this starts, because like I said, there are people watching that need to be watching it. Before this starts with these two, there's a history of these two fighting back and forth. And they both say some pretty awful things to one another. I mean, pretty crappy things. People do say some crappy things here on the internet. Rebecca Dean is not shy of never saying shocking things. People are mad at Rebecca Dean for her actions of hopping up on other panels and bringing our names into other pockets of YouTube that has nothing to do with us, that we're not even subscribed to, nor do we associate with. So she's making enemies, and people are going to fight. She made an enemy with Scotty, and Scotty's mad at her, and they both go at each other.
Missing link on the brink. Ministers a sinner. Guardianship. High diver taking 5. 369. On the shore that's going to shore. 10-4. Flight recovery. Made to she's out of order. Dusty's in a dust storm.
knowing,
You
they
don't
have a
let
hard time, the reason, place, walking outside.
Wow.
But you're going to talk over me, so why do I even
know
come up
about
here and try to
chihuahuas.
talk?
You train them to never.
Why
Ever,
do I come
ever
up here
kiss
to
the
talk
motherfucker
when you talk over me?
And in comes Clovis. Clovis Harmon, you are a sick bitch. You didn't even spend the day with Easter. You were in there all morning long. And now you're right back here. You are sick. You and Kim, go get a flipping room. How many times has Kim told you she's tired of being treated like a doormat by you and you wiping your feet all over her, just like you did to Corrine Walker? And there she is. Kim's kissing your ass again. Manipulative bitch.
Alright, you're gonna bring it home.
I'm not even trying to overtalk you. I'm just making sense right now. And you're here propagating bad dog ownership justifications for your nasty house.
See how you lie? See how you lie? I don't sit up there and bluntly lie about you. See how weak your game is? Your game is lying, over-talking people, and trashing people unnecessarily with false lies.
They have no idea what they're dealing with.
Wow.
Fellowship.
I'll tell you what. Hey, get Tom out of the bed with your girls, Clovis. Go put your fucking teeth
The
in.
owner of the universe. I'll come to test the waters.
Okay, no, I'll see. I got it. Thank you. Okay, I got a call. Okay. People say they didn't hear this, so I'm sorry. Should have. Okay, right in here, I wanted people to know that I'm gonna have to cut this video and fix it before I send it out. She says something. And I have to explain this to the people that are listening.
Over me?
And in comes Clovis.
Here we go.
Clovis Harmon, you are a sick bitch.
Here we go.
You didn't even spend the day with Easter.
Yes, I spent the day at Easter. My girls are teenagers. We spent Easter. We had a great dinner. I was at Scotty's that evening, not during the day. During the day, I was busy with my family, Rebecca.
You were in there all morning long.
Nope.
And now you're right back here.
Nope.
You are sick. You and Kim, go get a flipping room.
Me and Kim go get a flipping room. That's sick. Why would me and Kim want to go get a flipping room?
How many times has Kim told you she's tired of being treated like a doormat by you and you wiping your feet all over her, just like you did to Corrine Walker? And there she is. Kim's kissing your ass again.
Kim is my friend. Friends have it out. Friends have problems. And here on this internet, people like to get involved in people's friendships. But this is some of the harassment that you are pulling on me.
Manipulative bitch.
Wow. I'm manipulative. What? Okay.
I'm not even trying to overtalk you. I'm just making sense right now. And you're here propagating bad dog ownership justifications for your nasty house.
See how you lie? See how you lie? I don't sit up there and bluntly lie about you. See how weak your game is? Your game is lying, over-talking people, and trashing people unnecessarily with false lies. Wow. I'll tell you what. Hey, get Tom out of the bed with your girls.
That is why you're in trouble. So I want to explain to who's watching this video. Tom is my husband. She yells out,
being over-talking people
right here,
and trashing people unnecessarily.
She's fighting with Scotty, but then comes back at me. See, I had nothing to do with her and Scotty's fight.
No idea what they're dealing with.
Listen to this. That's Scotty she's talking to.
Fellowship.
With false lies.
Fingertip.
Wow. I'll tell you what. Hey, get Tom out of the bed with your girls, Clovis.
Why would her fight with Scotty make her turn around and say something like that?
And I question
Now I'm going to have to explain to the official people that's watching this what you meant by that.
what happened to the peace.
I have a court case against the Tamara Wolf,
Chocolate.
aka Tams. We're trying to find out who she is. Right now, Google will give up her information
Skinny dipping.
to my attorney, but by me requesting it, they're going to turn around and give her my information of the person who requested her information. I don't want her having where I'm at.
There's a bargaining chip.
So
Who are they to tell me?
here we are. The woman got online.
I'm the bagpipe.
She was mad at me, and I have a video to back this up, Rebecca Dean, and you know it. But I'm not going to talk to you. I'm going to talk to the officials that are watching this. I wasn't online. This Tams person
Rustling through the dust.
had got online. She was mad at me, and she decided to tell one of the most ungodly,
Trying to
sick,
blockbuster.
vile, disgusting stories you could ever make up about two little children and their dad. And she said she was going to solicit into what he was doing to them, and it made me so sick I was throwing up at the toilet. And the person that called me and told me to get online and listen, I had told that person, this has got to stop. You get online with Corrine, and you tell her she better fix this because this is wrong. And what it was is Corrine Walker came to my home, and we treated her as the best host I could be to her. Gave her bedding, gave her food, and just, it went bad. She had been molested as a child. When she opened the door to ask where the coffee was, my child was in the bed between me and father sleeping, a little bitty girl. There's nothing wrong with little girls running to their dad's room, or little boys, jumping into bed when the lightning or thunder strikes loud because they're scared. And that particular night, she slept in there with us because we had given her bed to Corrine Walker. And her sister had the couch. I wasn't putting my child on the floor. Not when she had to give up her own bed to a woman that caused this whole problem. Well, Tams heard about that, and Tams went live and said the most disgusting and vile story about my husband. She kept saying it over and over and over and over on live stream. She was threatening my life, and this is still in court. It's an ongoing case. It was dismissed without prejudice, means I can bring it back into court, and I'm going to. Right now, sitting in the courtroom in file is cyber molestation. It is a law. And yes, it does happen. When you talk vulgar and nasty like that, like she did, so seductively.
Since she wants to talk to law enforcement, okay, I'm not law enforcement, but they do listen. She is talking to law enforcement, right? What she's leaving out is that Corrine Walker, when she walked by, saw the husband in the bed with the little girls. There was a startle. This is per Corrine Walker's words. There was a startle and a hand moved real quick. Okay. That's what we got from Corrine Walker. Now, Corrine Walker isn't with us today because of aneurysms, and they trolled the shit out of her for her, well, telling what she saw. And it wasn't even she was like anything bad about it. She was just like, isn't really, you know, probably a good thing that grandpa's in the bed with little girls that have been molested. That's what Corrine Walker said. Just saying that those are her words. Why, you know, that's it. It's it. It's kind of, you know, strange to her. Oh my God. So troll the shit out of her so she dies from aneurysms. Having an aneurysm or aneurysms. That's the part that Clovinator leaves out for some reason. The part where she trolled the shit out of her. Ah, okay, all right. Here we go.
And sickly and slow.
I'm scattered.
And the most vile things you could say is happening to a child. You are molesting that child. The judge already accepted it as evidence. And this is in court.
Down the drugstore chain.
As soon as I get my eye on where this woman is, because I took a woman to court in which everybody thought was her. And I'm the one that said, call it off. She doesn't sound like the woman behind the screen, call it off. And they did. But the judge left it as without prejudice, means I can bring it back into court anytime. But with the threats and everything else on guns and threatening my life and still talking about the children, getting a hold of a predator to hurt these kids. Rebecca Dean decides she's going to use that to smack at me, which is more harassment. Now she's done no better. She's saying the same thing more or less when she says this.
Unnecessarily, with false lies. Wow. I'll tell you what. Hey, get Tom out of the bed with your girls, Clovis.
That's disgusting. This video was given to me this morning. I had no idea about the Easter video because I don't go to her channel. This is a woman that was on the news about being cyber stalked and harassed. She took my story to court. I told that reporter. I told the reporter that that story was mine. She took to court and it was. Word for word.
What happened to the peace line?
The stalker really is a stalker.
Chocolate chip comic strip.
She wasn't stalking Rebecca Dean.
Skinny
So now Rebecca Dean is screaming that out around pedophiles and pedophile
They tell me there's a
people who pretty much are friends with pedophiles. One of them is about to enter into her chat room. And they already know my girls' names thanks to Rebecca Dean posting them on her Google page and waving at them. Hello, and she gives their names and waving. They don't even know who Rebecca Dean is. That was another way to taunt and harass me. She stalks my channel. She stalks all of my social media.
Go put your fucking teeth in. What the hell is Tom laying in bed with your little girl? You tell me.
This is another sign of harassment. The same woman that was on the news talking about how it was so devastating for her. She couldn't sleep. She was put in the hospital.
I'm a recorder now. I'm a reporter.
Is throwing one of the worst things she could throw at somebody. This is the same woman that told a young man that says nothing about her niece, who lost a niece in a fire. Nick, I'm sorry, but I have to do this because there are a couple people, there's about 3 people listening to this show that needs to hear it. She told a young man who lost his niece, she's 15, she went back into the house to save her puppies. And she died in the house fire. Rebecca Dean gets mad, she's on a panel, fighting with a woman who you heard her say her name, Kim. She told Kim, which Kim had lost a really dear person to her. He died about a month before Kim did. Seth, whose name on the internet was the mechanic. She told Kim that she killed the mechanic. This is how hateful this person is that was on a news channel, talking about how she was having a very rough time. Her and Kim are having their dispute on a panel over at this Scotty channel that you're hearing her speak of. Nick gets up there to stand up with Kim for Kim. And she tells Nick, and Nick said nothing about her niece. Hey, Nick. Word for word verbatim. Hey, Nick, it's time to turn your niece over. She's getting mighty crispy. This is a woman who you guys put on the news.
Who the hell's living upstairs?
Keep on.
I don't have an upstairs.
As you got painful,
Hey.
minor attracted man. Even Scott said he saw the evidence that he was paying girls, sending money to minor girls in a gaming app. You sick bitch.
Now, I don't know anything about what this is going on, and I've asked people and they need to send me their proof because I want proof, just like I'm doing right now. And if I see any way, shape, or form, I will remove him from my site so fast you won't even bat an eye, and he'll be gone. Send me the proof. Any one of you out there, send me the proof, please. Not to be a smart ass, but if you're going to do this and say this about somebody, send me the proof. And Rebecca Dean, I don't want you sending me nothing. I want you to leave me alone, like I have asked you several times, hundreds of times.
Extorts her children on the internet. You are sick. You are demented. You need help. And those little girls need taken away from you.
Okay, I'm not allowed to brag about my children and how well they're doing in school because that's exploiting them. I'm not allowed to bring awareness to child molestation because that's extorting them. I'm not allowed to even say anything about my children. That's extorting them. But the same woman you put on the news that's up here saying these ungodly things to me about my children is not because she truly believes that should happen. She just wants to hurt Clovis, which is me. That's all it is. This is the same woman who claimed that she was so distraughted, she could not sleep. The same things that she claimed she was going through, which again, God is my witness. It was my story and my words that she walked into that courthouse with.
And it's getting fast. Has anybody noticed that? Has anybody noticed?
Is doing
Have you noticed?
exactly
Have you noticed?
what she claimed is being done to her.
Check this out. My
That is sick. Sick. He's not the father, Prince. He's not the father. Wow. And here she's got. Why did Bradley kill himself, Becky? Bradley didn't kill himself, Clovis. Another lie. Another lie.
I asked, why did Bradley kill himself? I didn't say I knew why. I asked why, because supposedly suicide. And I seen an obituary that was sent to me.
He didn't try to kill himself.
Okay, well, good for answering that.
Huh? You're straight lying. I was married to my now husband for numerous years. Numerous years. The dude to move to another state. When all that happened years later. You think you're gonna bother me by lying in the chat room and saying that he killed himself, and I'm screenshot it while your son's dad killed himself while married to you? Wow. Wow. You're a liar, Clovis. At least I talk the truth. At least I talk the truth. I don't have a dead husband.
She's correct. Steve's not dead.
Let's see here. We'll keep playing this as I pull something up.
Okay, now this will be the second time that she's done this. Okay? The first time she did it is why I smacked her channel. And she's getting ready to do it again. Then I'm going to explain to you something. She claims why she doxes people is because they brung up her niece to her. I asked a question, is it your niece or the husband's niece? That shouldn't warrant a dox, not a background check. And that's what she did. She did this doing a roll call. Boom, boom, boom. One name after another. She named off 100, not 100, but several names on my side of the family and on my husband's side. This is the second time she's doing this again. And it is to taunt at me and upset me. It has nothing to do with trying to prove any truth. As you can see the behavior.
You want to talk about family members, Clovis? I've got every single one of yours. I've got all of their names. Keep on going. Every single one of their names, their addresses, their phone numbers, everything. Keep getting triggered in there. Keep getting triggered in there. Because we got the live stream show and we're trying to set up hoax boards panel guests sexually too.
No, that there had to do with Jesse and them, had nothing to do with me. Jesse came over and told me about it. Rebecca, do not put me in that. Has nothing to do with it. And as far as the man that was up there, that's already been taken care of. See, this shows a pattern to you who is watching. She watches everybody. She stalks the channels in the chat rooms. She hops up on their panel and then watches their chat room and fights with the people in the chat rooms. This is what she does.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Here, let's keep playing this while I look something up.
House probably smells like piss, and so do you. So good job.
The house is extremely clean.
I bet it doesn't smell like clean to me.
This would be Scotty over in Scotty's channel, and she's on the panel with Scotty, and she's playing it. A video of, I guess, the past of when they were on a, she was on a panel. It's nothing to do with me.
I would smell that dog piss. I can barely smell. I can smell your dog piss.
Oh my God, Scotty, calm down for a fucking moment.
I'm not even outraged.
Instead of just reeling into me.
Reeling into you? Well, why were you so obsessed that you
Why
couldn't
can't
get
we
your
come
dogs
up here and just start off a conversation
make
without
your
you fucking going
motherfucking
off like
dogs
a
out.
fucking nuthead?
You had to make goddamn videos. I was in bed before
Exactly,
you.
Scotty. If you shut up, I talk to you
Fucking
about.
on YouTube up past midnight.
Thomas Dean Hormone.
She just named off my husband's name. Here it goes.
Thomas Dean. Hey, Thomas Dean.
That video
How
was
the
done
fuck are
10:30
you letting
at night. I went
My husband don't have no social media. He does not go into YouTube. He don't have no Facebook. He don't have no X. He don't have TikTok. And she's naming off his name.
to bed.
I saw
3 hours ahead of
So after putting a target on my husband's back and my little girls and making the innuendo that, you know, get him out of the bed, blah, 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 she gives my husband's full name. Wow.
you.
I saw
I'm
the
3
comment.
hours ahead of you. Fucking
12
kill
hours ago at 9 a.m. is still 9 p.m. plus 3 hours is what?
You're so stupid. I wasn't up
What's
at
9
midnight
p.m.
doing
plus
this
3 hours? Dumbass. Midnight.
Dumbass.
You're up past
I can
midnight.
tell you on my screen exactly what time I put it up. It's stupid.
Okay, document.
P.O. Box 28. What's that?
How come at 9 a.m.?
Wow. She just gave my mailing address out. Rebecca Dean just gave my mailing address and she knows what she's doing.
Yeah, they said 12 hours.
That night you were drunk.
Which would be
Tonight I'm going to have to do a little doxing on myself because of who I'm giving this video to. But it is documented.
Get
9
off
p.m. my time.
2653. What's that?
She just named off the numbers of where my son and his children live on Rittenhouse too. Where I used to live. This is what Rebecca Dean does. This is a woman who is on the news claiming her life was so torn up and turned upside down. And yet this is what she's doing. Can't make this up.
I haven't done any. So good job lying. You are just a fucking moron.
You're just fucking triggered.
Tell
You just put my children, my grandchildren, and my son in danger. Giving up that address, Rebecca.
me how.
Bessie. Oh, Bessie.
Bessie is my husband's dead wife. She is the mother of someone she's about to name again. There is another young man she's going to name. That is his mother. Bessie is deceased.
Michael Dwayne.
My husband's adopted son. See, Rebecca Dean, you pushed me to this point. I'm not kidding no more. I'm having to give up information just to document what you're doing. And there are certain people listening to this video.
You're the one that triggered making fucking videos, making nonsensical statements.
I tried
You don't even know what the fuck is going on.
after I let you guys have
Brian.
She's playing a video of a live stream she was on arguing with another man at another channel while she's doxing Clovis's information. Brian, young man, 3 small sons, not even in 5th grade yet, and a wife he left behind when he couldn't fight his depression no more. And I got permission from my husband to talk about this. He's my husband's stepson. He was in a garage. He turned on his car with the shut and closed in garage and gave himself over to suicide and left behind 3 sons and a wife. And he did it at his aunt's garage, not even at his home garage. And we buried him 2016. No, 2017. I'm sure you can look them records up and find it in McDonald County, Missouri. Brian Harmon. So you go around smacking everyone about your dead niece when they just asked the question, whose niece was she, that you claim triggered to do these background checks and call out all these names, and you called out a heck of a lot more the first time than you do now. And you bring up a dead stepson and his dead mother. But I'm sure you'll have reasoning.
Taylor. Justin.
Taylor, how that name got in there, I have no clue. 16 years old, still a minor. My husband's nephew's son. How Taylor's name got in there, and these are all on Tom's side. Have no clue. So what vindictive, malicious reason was you to do this? What was it supposed to do to me for you to call out these names off a background check? Why? And this is a woman who, again, was on the news crying about what was being done to her with my story.
You want me to keep going? Tracy.
Again, Tracy died 3 years ago on Tom's side again.
Not goddamn true. You have no fucking regard for
boy, and this is why I
all that you're gonna get, and I'm just you're gonna fucking go back to the hospital. You're gonna have another stroke.
Jason Michael.
Jason, another nephew. Michael, my son. Who she's already put his full name out there and said he was the biological father of these girls. See, she doesn't, and I'm talking to the person that I invited to watch his show. You've talked to her. You know her. But you also know the law. You're a very educated person, so I can understand that you would understand this. I intervened my child's my son's divorce to take custody of these children because they were being abused by the grandfather on the mother's side. And I wasn't tolerating that. My son asked me to do so. Because even shared custody, they still would have been around that man. I did what I had to do as a grandmother, and now I'm their mother. And it's hurt the relationship with me and my son, but it made it better for the girls, and that's what counts. And she's been using my girls against me from the day she's known me. And she put on her Google Plus page, and I got the information, I'll send that to you too. The Google Plus page, where she says the biological father's name, and that's the father. By law, in the law of Missouri, and of the United States of America, these girls are my children. Their birth certificates say, I'm their mother. So she uses my children to attack me as well.
You're not ready for this shit, bitch. Go finish it down. Finish it down. I want you to get the fucking how long?
Mariah Joy.
Mariah Joy? Wow.
How long?
Oh, Mariah Joe.
Mariah Joe is my husband's ex-daughter-in-law, who was divorced from his son due to the Brenda Becker that you heard about. And that's on the court papers, making calls to their home and causing conflict to where they got to where they were fighting all the time now. They got to the point they were fighting so much that there was no turning back. And they've been divorced now. Again, like I keep saying, Brenda Becker stalked me. Brenda Becker climbed into my real world. Rebecca Dean took my story to court. Now you see the picture here. I'm talking to the people that I invited to watch the show. That's not of YouTube. So that's an ex-daughter-in-law. We no longer see or talk to.
You might need a little bit more because you're so fat. Make sure you put it on a good strong tree. Don't put
But what I don't understand is if this is about attempt to get Scotty to talk to her, as you see the title, and she's playing the show from her and Scott fighting, why am I being involved in this? Because I was in that chat.
You're on a weak bread. I'm breaking. You fat fucking sap.
Hey, Scotty, in my next video, you can see the reflection of me. I'm not fat. You can see my blonde hair. You can see my tank top I got on. Yeah. Well, Clovis is finger fucking the chat again. Oh.
I guess that's I'm typing in the chat again. Disgusting.
Oh, what's good for thee is not good for me, right, Clovis? Right, Clovis?
Now, you're used to doing research. You know a lot of people. You asked a psychologist to listen to this video. And you asked that psychologist what he reads in this person talking. The one that's doing the video. You asked the psychologist what he thinks about this person, the way she's sounding, the way she's acting. And then you take it from there, what I'm trying to tell you, and you'll see what I mean.
Right, Clovis. I got much more. I got it all on each and every one of you, Clovis. All of them of yours. All the family members of each one of you. And I got them. You want to dig into my loved ones? Trying to ask me if the niece that killed herself was my niece or my husband's niece?
Okay, now let me ask a question. What's wrong with that question? Curious minds want to know, was it your husband's niece or was it your niece? That didn't warrant her doing a background check and bringing innocent people that have nothing to do with me and her out here on the internet, especially when she's trying to make people think that my husband is hurting these children. And then she puts his real name out there with other names so they can track him down. Do you see the danger in which this woman's done now? The one that's set on a newscast, your newscast, and claimed how she was being stalked and she couldn't live the way she needed to live comfortably and feel safe. But she's putting this family in danger right now, as of Easter looked like. Get a hold of the psychologist before you answer that question.
Scotty trying to ask me if it was my biracial niece. Hey, Detective Gomez. He says, Becky, feel free to mirror the last upload I did, putting these idiots' best buddy, Predward, on blast. Oh, I saw that. I was watching the Cap one. Yeah, I saw Cap the first time he did it. Isn't that sick?
Detective Gomez is a person who befriended someone. I don't think he's friends with them anymore. I don't know. It's not my business to find. I don't care. I just know what I was told. He befriended a pedophile, a known registered pedophile, and helped him out a little bit. And Aaron ain't heard the end of it since. But he's also been around people, MNC, who I don't know his real name, that has said some very disgusting things about raping people's grandchildren. And this is who she flocks around. Lisa Lake, who's always got sexual innuendos towards me, and I'm a victim myself of child molestation. So therefore, I'm going to, there ain't no way anyone's going to hurt.
You know, what about all those sickos that Clovis was working in her Yahoo days where she's got no convictions, nor no case record, no arrests from all these sickos she's gotten off the internet? At least we got that rodent on record in Colorado that a judge overturned him complaining about being called a pedo. That's what Clovis can't do.
These girls. And she's saying their names and talking about them around shady characters, and that scares me. And it puts out my husband's full name and a bunch of his family members where he can be traced. And God only knows what's going to happen here. Brenda Becker almost had a young man talked into coming here in a Kevlar vest and having it out with me. And he said, and I got the videos on that to prove to you too, that he would die in the hands of his bully because she had him believing I'm his bully. But yet, Rebecca Dean takes her to court with my story.
Closest friend, Predward.
Edward Stairs has a channel also. Supposedly there was an arrest. There's been no conviction. There was something to do with dope, drugs, child porn on a computer. He has not been charged with it. There's no, they can explain it a lot better than I can. I'll give you that channel and give you a couple of names and you can go talk to them yourself. I don't think, no, I'm going to say I know for a fact Edward is not a pedophile.
Teeth missing, high on meth, getting off.
This is how she body shames.
Where they had to even, he's jerking his stuff, getting off to himself on a camera. And this is Clovis and Taco's friend and Scotty's friend. Wow. And then Taco's lied to her and said there's no charges on Painful. Well, Taco's, you could show her where he got in trouble for sending kids money, underage girls, but you keep him wrenched up and then pretend like you guys don't all support chomos, right? That's right. Oh, but guess what? I know I don't have to be anyone's witness, Clovis. You done screwed that up so flippin' much. You can't go to court. You can't go to court because you did worse.
I have an open court case. No, I did not do worse. I stay in contact with my attorney. This is what Rebecca Dean does. This is what I wanted to show you guys. I'm not talking to my viewers or anyone out there listening. I'm talking to the people that I invited to watch this. Right now, the state of Missouri is trying to bring in stiffer cyber crimes. They're trying to bring in stiffer cyber, how can I put this? Stiffer laws against cyber attacks, cyber harassment, cyber stalking. And I'm trying to help push that along. We need our police officers to be more educated on what cyber stalking and cyber crimes are, so they can take the cause a little more seriously than they do. All over the United States needs that. Lawyers are starting to learn about cyber crimes. I think our police officers and our sheriffs and police captains should too.
The message is getting clear and it's gathering energy.
My Lord, you had to bring that cyber molestation.
Turning lights to niceness.
What about the cyber molestation that your husband does every time to your child, live on air, every single time you repeat the crap?
Repeat the crap. Because it's awareness that I'm trying to bring. This woman went far and beyond of being disgusting. But then here Rebecca Dean is going to bring it up herself and scream for me to get my girls out of that bed with my husband, who's done the same thing. Now you're no better than they are. This is what I'm talking about. This is the harassment. The bed is yet to come.
Huh? Tell me about it. You want me to tell him which child it was, too? Or do you want me to talk about how you came live on air and talked about the urinary tract infection?
Wow, she's going to go there. I'm going to skip that because I'm going to send that to you entirely. I'm not going to play her game with that's disgusting.
Uncle Mike. Mike had to say.
No, she can't speak for Mike. What it is Pat and I, and his wife and my husband, us four, very close. Me and her had politics in common. We love to sit and talk about politics and current affairs. And we were very, very compassionate about what we spoke about because we truly believed in what we felt. And they doted on my girls. I mean, they spoiled my girls rotten. They treat them as if they were their own grandchildren. And they call him Uncle Pat. And they're making that a sick crime. And that's what Rebecca Dean's doing here. Same thing.
Yeah. Disgusting. And then Clovis saying, what, Clovis, do you make them call him Uncle Edward like you did Pat?
No, don't. See how she is? This is what I'm talking about. The harassment. And she stalks my channel. She stalks anywhere I'm at. She stalks it. She's already done a background check on me and my husband.
And like you did Mike. 2 YouTubers. This woman's like.
Pat and I met in person. We were friends. Wasn't off the internet. We were friends.
A truck driver.
He's the same thing that Tam's used.
No relationship, just a YouTuber. She made her babies call him Uncle Pat.
You hear the
another
YouTuber voice?
Mike, the dark one. She made her babies call him Uncle Mike.
I didn't make my babies call him Uncle Mike. And I'm going to get through this because I'm going to send this whole thing into you guys entirely. I want to get to the part where the reason why I'm showing you. You see.
Exactly. Neither was I.
Here we go.
That's what the suicide troll does.
No.
What are you gonna say now, Becky? No, you're gonna fucking try to victim yourself now. You're a troll, bitch. You got the troll army at Easter. I will fucking milk you. I will put you on a fucking tray. I will get Steve to put you on the tray himself. There'll be a horse that fucks you in the ass while.
Okay, you don't need to hear that because you're going to hear that when you get it. But Brenda come into the room in her sock puppet. She comes into the room.
Put you on the tray himself. There'll be a horse that fucks you in the ass while after you're dead body.
Me raped again and killed, murdered. After he has me raped in my dead body.
Yeah. Here's Brenda, comes into the room. She was live. I didn't record her in private because we were not a friendly term at the time. Yes, we were, Brenda. Yes, we were. And even if I was live, that proves you record me. That proves you stalk me. This is my stalker right here, Brenda Becker, under a sock puppet name. She will then start talking with the woman in which took her to court that again, where's it at? Right here.
That's what the suicide troll does. Tell him your last name, Scotty. It's already out there. Tell him how you worked with kids before. Tell him the pictures I saw of you with your arms around little boys. What is that?
Now, so you will learn what the internet's about. When they don't like you, they automatically pin you down and peg you as a pedophile. They sure do.
Up with that. Oh, well, hi, Black Curtains. It's the first I've seen or heard from you. Okay, we've got Brenda in the chat room here.
There you go. They have Brenda in the chat room. A woman who she could not. Just a second. You can't make this up. Okay. I just went right here. Right here. This Brenda just came into her chat room. The woman she's talking about right here.
I just couldn't take it. I started closing up more and more. I started back into my bedroom, laying in my room, not leaving anymore. And February, it got really bad. Come March, I ended up in the hospital. I just had a total meltdown over the stress and fear of what I'm going through.
4 a.m. I wake up at 4 a.m. every 4 a.m. Waking up at 4 a.m. for a long time. Anyway, 528 frequencies is wrapping around the planet Earth.
Okay.
You'll hear it. It's time.
Oh, crap, it's Clovis.
Listen to her laugh.
Okay, hold on a second.
Let's hurry it up.
Exactly. Neither was I on friendly terms with her at the time. Thank you for confirming that. That's why I have it recorded.
We know Brenda gave it to you.
Oh, now Clovis is having trouble with her oxygen. We must have upset her. She's going to use that as an excuse.
Well, to be honest, I am at 4-stage COPD, and I do have a lot of problems with my oxygen. Sometimes when I have flare-ups, and of course, and you do not upset me, Rebecca Dean. You make me mad that you actually used everything at your arsenal to take a woman to court over my story you stole. Because Brenda Becker's my stalker, not yours. Never was yours. Phone call to an FBI agent. Brenda even says
it. Yeah. Clovis is talking about ignorance. Tell us about the brain connectors again, Clovis.
So this is a woman who tells truth, but she's laughing. And he has Brenda in here. She says, here's Brenda. So Brenda and this woman was in court. And this woman went to court there in Ohio twice. Once to stop from having, but she went to trial the first time to stop from having the protective order brought against her. The second time, she went as far as trying to have it overturned. She should have got that. They should have granted it.
Do you know anything about synapses, neurons? Do you know anything about the nervous system to even talk on it? Don't try and show your ignorance. I'm telling you. Yeah, she knows it was live. That's why she's crapping in there right now.
Now let's start with Lisa Lake. Lisa Lake's in here saying all kinds of things. Let me inform you of who Lisa Lake is. That way, when you know the story and you start hearing it, you'll know all the players here in this. Let me find it. Okay. This is Lisa Lake's YouTube. This person is, I believe, to be Brenda Becker. She's got tons and tons of stuff in here on me. Makes fun of me and a lot of sexual innuendos in here concerning me. And that's a little creepy. But she does. There are tons and tons of videos about me in here. Tons. And if you look at the videos of sexual innuendos, yeah. And this looks like Brenda Becker's work. And there's always got to be some sex crap within the videos. So that is sexual harassment. But yeah, I'm sure they're going to clean it all up before anyone can get to it. But I have the videos to prove what I'm talking about. So yeah. And this is who Rebecca Dean has in her chat room and that is friends with. Yeah. They call Colleen Kokar Twitter pig, which is done by an artist who uses his art to harass a woman, which is also friends with Rebecca Dean. So this is the woman who was given a chance to tell her story on the news. And lo and behold, she used it for her arsenal.
Uncle Eddie, I'm telling you.
And there's the clove ass again. Right here. Using my name to put me down.
Oh, there's Lady Scorpio. Is Brenda up on her panel?
So if this woman, and this is what I want to know, you can maybe answer this when we talk on the phone again. If this woman is so afraid of this other woman and took her to court and acted the way she did, why is she laughing and chastising and harassing another YouTuber? And why is she laughing and enjoying herself? And this ain't the first time these two have talked, because there's a Terry Joyce, and I'll send that to you too, where they're in a chat room together, backing each other. We're up on Smacking on Clovis again. So not only did this woman, Rebecca Dean, take my story to court and stole my story from me and my words from me, she's teamed up with the stalker in which I have. And I can prove every bit of what I'm saying. Brenda Becker also teamed up with the Tams. And she would tell Tam things to where only she could have got it from Brenda Becker. And Tams would use it on me. And this is who I'm asking. Why was she given? Wow.
You know, no, Lady Scorpio. Barbara.
She's doxing Lady Scorpio's name. Lady Scorpio never used her name in YouTube before, and now she's saying her real name. That's called doxing. So people know your name, they can look you up. That's all that's intended for. When someone says they dox you and they put your real name out there, they're looking you up. Or no, they're going to cause people to look you up. It's vicious intent. Malicious intent is what it's called.
Barbara. No, Brenda just came in my chat. You guys have said we're all together. As she's... Yes, they're wanting to know, Brenda, they think you're up on the panel with me. They're all tripping out now because you typed in here. Yep, Detective Gomez, they're all triggered over there, and all Scotty can do is spell cast like a low-level warlock. Like Vinny, no wonder they are buddies. Laying wads, doing it all on Easter. They are. Bunch of ding-dongs. Biggest dimwits. I have never seen someone more stupid than Clovis. I really haven't. I truly haven't. She tries to talk about brain connectors.
And if she would have listened to the one show I did before all that, I did talk about it. And I said the correct terms and everything. See, they find things, the littlest little things they can do to jab at you to make you feel stupid, but I'm not feeling stupid right now because I know what I'm doing right at this moment and why I'm doing what I'm doing. I've asked this woman to leave me alone. I will send this whole video entirely to you, but I asked this woman to leave me alone. And she sits here and laughs. It's funny to her, and how she puts ass in Clovis capital letters. If you know anything about cyber stalking, you'll know that's exactly what this is. Cyber bullying, harassing, and cyber stalking, and sexual innuendos is pretty much sexual abuse.
Now that I've got your attention.
And then bringing up my daughters the way she did.
Now the human race.
And she calls me disgusting because I brag about my daughters and how well they're doing in school and how they're succeeding in life.
Now we're vibrating.
And when I talk about certain things, it was to bring awareness. But no, to these women, it's disgusting and they make it dirty.
Now that we've got your attention.
I had every right to talk about my daughter's sickness. A lot of parents do online. It's not this woman's right, Rebecca Dean's right, to attack me and harass me over my own family. So the woman that was given time on the news to tell her fake story that she stole from me. And I will send you that recording of Brenda Becker and the FBI agent, because I plan on sending it to him. They don't like to be recorded. When the FBI agent got a hold of me and asked me why I was speaking to Brenda Becker, I said, I'm pulling her close. Because frankly, it scares the living crap out of me 1 minute from the next if she's ever going to get here. And you guys are taking too long. It's exactly what I said to him. Word for word, verbatim. I've asked you to leave me alone, Rebecca. I've asked you to walk away. Just leave me alone. And you couldn't do it. So there you go. And I will send everything that I have. Everything. I'm done. So the humiliation continued. And it just continues and continues. And this was 41 minutes and 53 that she discussed me more than anything. And Rebecca Dean, let me inform you of something. Brian Harmon is dead. Suicide. And it was the hardest thing for me to see my husband choke down when he died. I was at his funeral. Tom used to be married to his mother. And he died horribly, and he left 3 little babies behind. I watched cry at that funeral. How damn dare you be so self-righteous? And how damn dare you call out names that you don't even know who they are? You're not out to prove a point. You're out to smack at me because you're very jealous of who I am and what I am, Rebecca Dean. And I've asked you to walk away from me and you couldn't. So now you're going to have to deal with whatever happens.
Another thing too, this channel's got no moderators. This channel's got no moderators. This channel doesn't.
They're very happy and good time in their life. I mean, this is.
You put yourself out. You put yourself out there.
That's who you're talking to, folks.
Realize that as she
let's
becomes,
get rid of that fucktard's voice. It's her.
Yeah.
It's her without the filters and shit. Shows you what filters can do.
Pretty good with your help.
Right there.
Pretty good with your help, and it's making a lot of
And we will stop that at 22 seconds because if we go.
Stood there, a black robe regiment from his pulpit, and preached to several hundred one Sunday morning when he took off the black robe that signified that he was a preacher. And he said, there is a time for peace and there is a time for war, and now it is time for war. And so today I stand with the Black Robe Regiment, and I am one preacher declaring to patriots, it is time for war. Let us stop the steal.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Hope you're having a good holiday. I've been working on a series or an expose trying to explain what happened leading up to and on January 6th. And so what I did here was put together a bit about the 5th and a bit about the 6th. And pretty much everybody that you see in this video, other than, you know, the attack, these are religious leaders. These are fake leaders. These are people that are actually rallying up this patriotic fervor in the name of Jesus. And so I put this together because I wanted you guys to see how reality versus the messaging is actually happening, some of which is in real time. If you like what we do here, please subscribe to the channel, hit the little bell, like the video, leave some comments. Please consider sharing this with your friends and family so that we can wake everybody up and get back to being America. Love you guys, and please enjoy the video.
The mainstream media now is basically calling anybody who associated with them a radical. Given what happened on January 6th, I guess you were, of course, there for a bit. What's your take on what really happened?
Sure. Well, I was there on the 5th and organized a rally where we led prayer. Multiple pastors prayed, and we're praying for the city, for the future of America, preached the gospel, had thousands of people respond. So the 5th was like revival for us, for what I do, right?
And I'm telling you, the early revolution didn't just start in the bars. It didn't just start in the Boston harbors. It was sparked in the pulpits of America. There were a group of preachers called the Black Robe Regiment that started this nation. It's time for God to raise up a brand new generation of black robe preachers that love Jesus, that love the Word of God, but love America and love freedom. Amen? So I received my responsibility. And I will never wear a yellow robe.
I will only wear the black robe. And now as a minister, I lead sheep, I feed sheep, and I kill wolves.
Hello, fellow deplorables! We have a nation at risk, and it's time for a revolution. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? Are you ready to start a revolution? You see, because our founding fathers, when they signed the Declaration of Independence that day, they weren't just signing a document. They were signing a death warrant. Because they knew when they signed that document that not only them, but their families were at risk for death. Are you guys willing to fight for this nation?
What's up, Patriots? How you doing? We're Bikers for Trump, and we exist for the sole purpose of seeing Donald Trump elected in 2020. We've got his back, and we got your back. Folks, we're on the brink of socialism, which is the Venus flytrap for any democracy, for which it stands. One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And if any of those things ring true to you, then you better step up right now, because we're on the brink of a revolution. And I, for one, will take the first bullet. If there's anybody out there from Antifa or Black Lives Matters, spin your first fucking bullet in my chest, okay? And I, for one, will stand up. And again, Antifa, if you're out here and you're hiding, Black Lives Matters if you're hiding, start with me, Chris Cox, Bikers for Trump. Thanks, everybody. Hats off. Donald Trump, 2020.
The enemy to destroy this beautiful and great land that our forefathers gave to us. We will rise up in this time and say, like Paul Revere, the leftists are coming. The leftists are coming. The leftists are coming. God bless you, and God bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Bible declares that the thief and the enemy has come but to kill, to steal, and to destroy. For the last 40 years, the liberals have tried to kill our unborn babies, steal elections, and destroy the Constitution. But patriots have come to Washington, D.C. to make their voices heard that we will not allow them to steal this election. And now it is time for war. And so today I stand with the Black Robe Regiment, and I am one preacher declaring to patriots, it is time for war. Let us stop the steal.
And then the 6th rolls around. So we think the 6th is going to be a normal day.
At ahead of January 6th, some supporters call for violence.
The president said nothing violent, incited no violence. I heard the whole speech. As a matter of fact, it was a typical Trump speech. I wanted to hear something, we were looking for something, not something, radical, but some sort of plan. What's up?
We're going to walk down to the Capitol.
Some hear his words as a call to action.
You'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength, and you have to be strong.
Invade the Capitol building.
Do the right thing.
Take the Capitol. Take the Capitol. Take the Capitol right now.
So then they say, let's walk to the Capitol. Now, what I saw up there, a lot of the people, I'll use a line from the left, they were mostly peaceful, right? It was a mostly peaceful protest. It's the only place I've ever been before. Earlier, you're walking through 1 million people. Somebody steps on your toes. They apologize to you. Please excuse me. Forgive me. I mean, and that's been the nature of that movement from day one.
You know the kind of people that we were with, the nicest, friendliest, happiest people. It was like a family reunion out there. It was incredible. It was wonderful.
Who street? Our street! 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 We're gonna storm the fucking Capitol! Fuck you fuckers!
You know, when I got got there, I was outside the Capitol building, and it was very peaceful.
Yeah.
And the people could see people on the building, and the people in the outside of the building were shouting at them, calling them traitors. They were actually very unhappy with those individuals.
DC is a motherfucking war zone! Fucking war! Forward!
Police retreat to the Capitol building, where it's becoming more threatening.
They're going to tell you what, when you see them all tattooed and all paramilitary, you're gonna find out they're on the left-wing payroll.
Yeah, I feel like the tone was peaceful, and I feel like there's a total media spin that's trying to take everyone associated that like President Trump, that are still committed to the Constitution in a strong way and still have traditional American values, and label them now as terrorists.
We have a good group. We got about 30, 40 of us. We're sticking together and sticking to the plan. Y'all, we're 1 block away from the Capitol now. I'm probably going to go silent when I get there because I'm going to be a little busy.
And in addition to this, the media is essentially calling them terrorists.
Sure.
And then all of a sudden this happens. And it reminded me of Moscow in 1917 with the Bolsheviks, where there were rabble-rousers who dressed up in the opposition's clothing and had a violent event in the streets. And we saw what happened to Russia.
Proud boys,
stand back and stand by.
And that's what they did.
Proud boys!
And I guarantee where there's escalation, you've got Antifa, because I want these guys arrested. I pray to God they arrest them because they never do.
Proud boys! Where's Antifa?
But there are moments that suggest another motive.
Take the fucking Capitol! Come on, tighten up! Come on, boys! Let's not fucking yell that, all right?
And I heard, I don't know how many actually went inside, but it was a small amount. And then I know President Trump quickly condemned it. I think he sent 3 tweets out. 2 of them were censored and taken down. And then if you watch what he told the Americans to do was to calm down and go home, right? Calm down, stop this action, and go home.
As this is happening, and as thousands more swell outside, Trump composes a tweet, not to calm his supporters, but to blame his vice president. He writes, Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution.
Anyway, this is not a protest. This is a rally that we had to call a protest in order to meet. And the people are not violent.
I need a command official from Capitol so we can coordinate where they want us to pull back to. We cannot hold this without...
Another thing too, Dick Channel's got no moderators. Dick Channel's got no moderators. Dick Channel doesn't.
They're very happy and get out in their life.
You put yourself out. You put yourself out there.
That's who you're talking to, folks.
Realize that as she
Let's get rid of that fucktard place. Without filtering, you do. Those are the filters we do.
Pretty good with your help.
Right there.
Pretty good with your help, and it's looking like a chimney.
And we will stop that at 22 seconds because we go.
We cannot hold this without more munitions and more manpower.
Let win. Not pro-life Catholics and nuns.
This wasn't the Trump crowd. This didn't look anything like the Trump crowd with the prayer warriors.
I need to know together where do they want to go back to?
Then the police moved the line.
Mr. Pickett, we lost the line. We lost the line. All MPD, get back.
There may be some broken down windows. Yeah, there may be some activity, Charlie Kirk's place. But I'm telling you, it's not our group. It's not our people. It's not this crowd.
1033, I repeat, 1033, west part of the Capitol. We've been pranked and we've lost the line.
On the 1033, have all units responsive and do what we're trained to do.
The mob heaves in a coordinated scrum.
And so what you have is you have a peaceful showing up, and so this is going to go the way the news media manipulates it. You need to hear it from me.
They are tased, gassed, and robbed of their equipment. They're beaten with a crutch, a hockey stick, and even an American flag. At least 4 officers are pulled into the crowd. One dragged by his own helmet, face down. And again, the frenzy turns fatal.
This is a peaceful gathering of frustrated citizens who are watching their president get ripped off, and they see more clearly than the left-wing media knuckleheads the economy going down, the race battles intensifying because there's money in division.
Roseanne Boylan, a Trump supporter who has been swept up by QAnon conspiracies, is moving toward the door. But amid the scrum, she collapses and is lying unconscious beneath the mob. As the crowd sarcastically chants a Black Lives Matter slogan, Boylan's friend, Justin Winchell, tries to pull her to safety. He screams for help. But instead, fellow rioters trample over Boylan and charge at the police again. Boylan will be pronounced dead at a local hospital in the evening. The president tweets again. He repeats that the election had been stripped away, calls his supporters great patriots, and says, "Remember this day forever."
Don't think for a minute that these were nasty, naughty, ridiculous, hillbilly Trump people. That is not what you saw today. These were paid rabble-rousers.
Dude, hey, you can't touch us. We are one of you. We are one of you. Come on, Americans.
Just as elsewhere, this crowd is a mix of die-hard Trump supporters, but also more organized groups like the Oath Keepers, who move in formation here toward that east side entrance. The Oath Keepers and their supporters continue to update each other on the Zello chat app.
The House is in recess. We're going to yank them out of their seats.
So maybe the populist movement is arising out of those that actually see reality, see the world as it is. Remember, 1/3 of the revolution was fought by patriots who cared about what created America.
Group enters the Capitol together. The Proud Boys are near them, including Joe Biggs, the organizer we saw earlier. Huddled together under a table, Pelosi staff report what's happening.
If I do masks under your seats, please grab a mask, place it in your lap, and be prepared to don your mask in the event that you get COVID.
Just outside, a mob of 100 or more is baying to get into them.
Well, the vote came this far. What do you say?
And now they want to finish the job. And they want the coup to be done today on January 6th so they can seal the deal with Joe Biden as the next president of the United States. Today was the day to have the coup, to put it all in process and have it come to the head. That's what this was. This is a coup.
Going. Yeah, I would just stop. Bro.
And in moments are pushing against the doors into the House. On the other side, Capitol Police erect a barricade and draw their guns.
You're a traitor.
On the floor, lawmakers are evacuated to the rear of the chamber, where in a few minutes, a rioter will be shot and killed. Part of the mob outside now peels off in that direction to find a different way in. Ashley Babbitt, an Air Force veteran and QAnon supporter, is among the first to arrive at the rear of the House. They see the lawmakers escaping. That lobby might have been clear had the House been evacuated sooner, but the rioters now become incensed. Zachary Allen, a Trump supporter from Pennsylvania, punches in the glass panels with his bare fists. Police are stretched extremely thin. Just 3 officers and a security staffer stand guard. None are wearing riot gear, and they keep their weapons holstered.
Going back and exposing the forensic crime scene data that shows, oh my gosh, maybe the FBI and maybe the Democratic Party and maybe political operatives in D.C. were working together to create a narrative that would shut down the certification resistance movement in its tracks and turn over power to the machine that took the election by force.
When a team of heavily armed police now arrives, the 3 officers step aside. This creates a crucial gap that allows rioters to smash in the glass. A warning, what happens next is graphic. It's 2:44 p.m. and behind the door, a police officer draws his handgun. Babbitt vaults into the window, and the officer shoots her once. It's a fatal wound through the upper chest.
Everybody stay down! Get down!
Yeah. The fuck?
Take your pins off.
Pins off. The Bible says that the shepherd David was on the backside of a Judean hill tending the flock when a lion and a bear came to steal the little lambs. Why did God put David there? He put him there to stop the steal. The Bible declares that it was David that defeated the lion and the bear. Unfortunately, today, we don't fight lions and bears. We fight liberals and rhinos. And let me speak to Right Side Broadcasting, to every cowardly congressman or limp-wristed, weak-kneed, sissified senator like Ben Sass and little Mitt Romney and son of a Mitch McConnell. We say, you cowardly congressmen and sissified senators better stand up tomorrow like shepherds and stop the steal.
And so what you have is You have a peaceful showing up, and so this, if this is going to go the way the news media manipulates it, you need to hear it from me.
That's right. You better hear it from me. If you're gonna believe anything, you better hear it from me. Only I tell the truth. I'm more disorganized than I'm used to. What's going on, y'all? I woke up late, missed my dentist appointment, went out and hit some golf balls today. Got home later than I expected. But that's okay. We're all good. What up, Lurking? What up, Abattoir? What up, Corny? What up, Aiken? I think that's everybody. Yeah, if I missed anybody, let me know. So we're gonna hop back into the Bundy thing, and just to remind you, the reason we're looking at this old Bundy episode is because the way the Bundys talk about America, which used to be a fringe ideology, is now the generally accepted ideology of the Republican Party. And I think we have walked across this bridge of radicalization, and when you're a part of it, and all you're seeing is the deltas, meaning the change between the last thing and the new thing. And the reason why no accountability ever happens, if you left America 8 years ago and you came back, the way you would see America is so different than even what we see, because you would have only had the old one to the new one. But what became acceptable to grab them by the pussy, now it's acceptable that mainstream Republicans openly say they're not going to accept elections. They openly want to violate the law. They're openly threatening witnesses and jurors. They threaten all district attorneys and anybody that comes after them. And they literally will not state that they will follow the law. Watch this. Here's a good example.
On day one of my new administration, I will direct the Department of Justice to investigate every radical DA, Attorney General, for their illegal, racist enforcement of the law. Is that lawfare?
Yes.
Do you know who made those statements? Let me tell you. Those are direct quotes from the new wannabe president, former President Trump. Apparently he wants to use his power as president to weaponize the Department of Justice and every other federal agency to go after his enemies, political or otherwise. One of these quotes might be his business interest. Would that be inappropriate for a president or a wannabe president to make these statements, and even more so to...
Seems like a pretty easy thing to answer, right? Is it fucked up that a president wants to jail and investigate his perceived American enemies? Seems like a pretty fucking easy question to answer 8 years ago, right? Would it be okay to use the Department of Justice to go after people you don't like? Everybody in America could have answered, that's not okay. Where are we today?
Do that, should that person become president.
It would be.
Do any of you gentlemen disagree that that would be inappropriate for a president to do any of those three things?
Yeah, true.
Gentlemen, yes or no? It's appropriate or inappropriate?
I don't accept the premises fully, so I'm having
Oops. Damn it.
a hard time with yes or no.
These three Republican witnesses are being asked, is it appropriate for a president to use government agencies to go after his perceived political opponents?
Business. The question is, those are statements made by the former president of the United States as he prepares to become the next president. Are those appropriate actions by any president? Yes or no?
I don't have an answer for you, sir.
I thought you might not.
Chicken shit.
Mr. Costello, are those appropriate things for any president to do? Yes or no?
I don't think that's a yes or no question.
Thank you. I knew you would not answer the question. But I'll ask it one more time. These statements, are they appropriate action by any president? Yes or no?
I would say they're not appropriate.
Thank you.
I mean, don't forget, this is a party that argued to the Supreme Court it may be a presidential act to kill your political opponents. And here's Ivan Raiklin.
Target list, and I'm coming for all of them. And what does that mean when I say coming for all of them? It means the most legal, moral, and ethical consequences to the maximum, to include the maximum punishment for treason. I personally guarantee that they're going to face those consequences. And you can take a look at that list. Expect to see live swatting raids.
They do want to round us up.
Single individual on that deep state target list, because the precedence has already been set. There's 80,000 of us that are ready, willing, and able in order to be deputized by appropriate sheriffs throughout the country to be participatory.
Listen to the phrase. Did you hear the phrase? I haven't watched this. What's up, tacos? I haven't watched this, but listen to the phrase he just used.
By appropriate sheriffs throughout the
appropriate sheriffs. Remember how Bundy wanted his sheriff because he believes his sheriff outranks the state government and the federal government. Now, what leads him to believe that? Was it a court ruling? Was it oh no, it's the little pocket constitution that he misinterprets for all of his values, even though the courts, the lawyers, and everybody else in America points out where he's fucking wrong. Doesn't matter, because there's no learning with Nazis. Nazis want what they want, and that's it. That's where it ends.
To be participants as lawful deputies to conduct a live stream swatting raids of every single person that we can identify that conducted the necessary unlawful activity by county on my deep state target list.
My deep state target list. Literally talking about fellow American citizens as the enemy, and we're coming for you. They're Nazis. Selling deputy status? These are Nazis.
Maximally. And how we're coming for them is because we are engaging with counties and states in order to crush them. It's legal, moral, ethical. I said it was peaceful.
We're going to peacefully crush them out of existence. I said peaceful. Guys, never mind. He said peaceful. I didn't realize he said peaceful. So, I'm going to go after the 80,000 deep state targets, get them for treason, but, peacefully. Peacefully get them for treason. So, let's get back into this Bundy video that we were watching. We'll get through as much as we can. Uninformed starts at 8 p.m. Eastern. We have almost an hour and a half of this video left.
Emin hopped onto an ATV to investigate. Before he got there, protesters on Riverside Road met with the BLM convoy as it was exiting a trail. This broke out into an altercation between protesters and the BLM. First, Blackman's sister Margaret Bundy Houston was tackled to the ground by a BLM agent. Following that, Emin approached on an ATV. Then he tried to get a better look inside of the dump truck to see if it contained dead cattle. When BLM agents noticed what he was doing, they charged towards him, drawing tasers. As Ammon got closer, a German Shepherd leapt at his legs, so Ammon kicked the German Shepherd. Once again, the German Shepherd got close.
This tacos. Yep.
And Ammon kicked it again. In retaliation, BLM agents tased Ammon Bundy 3 times, but remarkably, Ammon remained on his feet. It was at this moment that Ammon Bundy emerged as a leader in the Bundy movement.
That's right, baby. That's right. BLM, go away.
These are domestic terrorists. And now this is the Republican Party.
That's how we got what I'm talking about.
That's what I'm talking about. Yes! You ever seen anyone else take 3 tasings and not go down?
Were you proud of?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, he's tough.
Yeah.
Who else is that tough?
As the video of Ammon's confrontation with the feds went viral, support for the Bundy skyrocketed. Over 2,000 people traveled
Because the cops are them also.
from across the country to join the protest, including militia groups.
The cops are just a government version of these guys. That's why.
Such as the OP.
Right. See, the thing is, this left-wing dork like Tacos that's up in his chat. The thing about this is, well, he's calling ranchers that are defending their property. You know, whether you think it's a psyop or not. I think what they're teaching people is the overreach of the government, the BLM, Bureau of Land Management, isn't supposed to be a weaponized force. That's what this idiot's not going to bring up. I'd debate this guy any day. I mean, if he could actually provide a debate and not go to ad hom real quick, like Scotty Cuckarati, fellow dork, finding bench warmers, all these other little minion dorks. Looks like for the Muffin Man. But anyways, yeah, this dork doesn't realize that the BLM, Bureau of Land Management, shouldn't be a militarized, weaponized force. They should be there scheduling and grazing, scheduling, opening fences, gates, making sure fences are standing tall, right? Certain pastures aren't getting overgrazed. Not sitting there with fucking heavy machinery, dogs, like you're Nazi Germany. But he's calling the ranchers Nazis, but the Nazis are the ones that got the German Shepherds. But that's okay, because this guy's Taco's buddy. All right, let's continue on.
And Idaho 3%ers. But among the militia groups, one man from Montana named Ryan Payne stood out.
My name's Ryan Payne. I'm an advisor and organizer for Operation Mutual Aid, a national organization of militia and patriotic citizens who have taken a pledge to stand between...
Does it sound familiar, guys? This is the Republican Congress now. This is literally the same verbiage that comes out of the Republican-led Congress.
One man.
Man, you know what? That congressional judiciary meeting that we were playing last night, man, there were some great points by the Republicans in that for some reason. Does he not like that? Does he need the ad hom and call other people like what? White lesbian Amazons or something like that? That's what his side does. Just for somebody saying, for some, was it Major Green or Green was, what did she say, batting her eyelashes or something like that, or fake eyelashes. It comes back white lesbian Amazon or something. See, that's stupid. This guy thinks he knows constitutional value and lawfare, what lawfare is. Man, what a cock, though. That's all I gotta say. This guy's such a dork.
My name's Ryan Payne. I'm an advisor and organizer for Operation Mutual Aid, a national organization of militia and patriotic citizens who have taken a pledge to stand between tyrants and the oppressed. And I've also been designated by Cliven Bundy as his representative to the militias.
I really like Ryan Payne. He's one of my favorite people, actually. He straightway drove clear down here from Montana to help support us in our time of need. And it was by his efforts that pretty much most of those militias...
So what you're saying is these are outside agitators. See, they're patriots when they're right-wing assholes. They're outside agitators when lefty college students are protesting. When people drive across state lines to come fuck with the cops, those are just, patriots. College students, outside agitators.
Showed up and helped us in 2014. And, as far as those militias go, I believe that they saved our lives.
The citizens are the sovereign in America. The state is not the sovereign. The federal government is not the sovereign. The citizen is the sovereign. You can't trespass on the citizen.
As more militia members poured in, the atmosphere of the Bundy camp started to feel warlike.
Why the gun? Well, they have guns. We need guns to protect ourselves from a tyrannical government.
Restaurant owner Judy Metz says adding guns in...
Well, we saw that. They showed the snipers. We saw that part, Abattoir. They were showing Bundy as snipers up on the ridge.
Militiamen could lead to lives lost.
That absolutely frightens me. If somebody does something or says something and these guys pull a gun, that's going to be all. That's going to be it.
Ryan Payne told the Bundys that they were in good hands. With his help, everybody would be safe, even the BLM. He told Cliven that by the end of this, the BLM would return his cattle and water infrastructure back to him. After that, Cliven was followed by a security detail wherever he went.
Rancher Cliven Bundy took the stage with what looked like his own secret service.
Ryan Payne appointed a tattoo artist from Arizona named Brian Buddha Cavalier as Cliven.
See, Tacos leaves out certain details like this also. the left-wing stupid agenda. That there were government agents that were actually posted out as snipers, not Bundys. That's why one of the Bundy boys stopped off the side of the highway, started filming one of the government snipers on top of a knoll, and he started filming and then got arrested and actually not even prosecuted. They just took him down into Vegas, drove him around for a while, interrogated him, and then let him out on the street somewhere. This guy's going to leave out that detail.
No bodyguard. Like, they're worried about assassination.
I mean, some of these people are they have new charges, there's new warrants, and they won't do anything about it.
Well, what's interesting is he won't bring up that the only people that really got charged and took plea deals were the informants. The rest of the defendants actually got off. I think with prejudice. Isn't that interesting? They all got off. They're all exonerated. For some reason, well, the actual core. It seems like the informants were the ones that took the plea deals. Just saying.
Attempts.
They know where the fuck he is.
Nutcase coming on the property and trying to do harm to the women and children that are here on the property.
He says he's from Arizona, runs a fabrication business, and has security experience.
Buddha Cavalier claimed that he served in the U.S. Marine Corps as a scout sniper, but it was later revealed that he did not.
O'Brien Cavalier.
I mean, all these people are just shitbags. I'm a good patriot. I serve my country. Okay, well, you didn't actually serve your country the way you said, which also means you're a shit patriot, just like the rest of you photriots.
He came here in 2014. He said he was in support, and he stayed here for quite a few months even after the refuge. More talk than action, and eventually he became an informant too. And he might have been an informant much longer than what we realized.
By April 10th, millions had learned of the Nevada rancher fighting against the feds. The BLM was losing the PR war on social media, where they were portrayed as land grabbers.
Yeah, but I don't...
Oh my God, what a whiny little bitch. What's interesting is I'm getting sick of these dillweeds that didn't serve their country, trying to pick apart lives of people that did. See where I'm coming from? Let's see what he's going to whine about here.
The thing is, Tacos. People say that about Trump, too. I don't give a fuck. We have laws, and if we're going to have laws, we do the laws no matter what the consequences are or how popular or big of a martyr it makes somebody. What is the benefit of not locking somebody up that's breaking the law because you're afraid of locking them up? What do you think they're going to do? Are they going to get less powerful? At what point are they going to be so powerful that you're going to lock them up? Is it then going to not get worse? Like,
is that why Hillary Clinton was saying lock up these vermin or viruses?
We're so fucking dumb here as a country. The reason Trump...
It's because of dudes like this, Tacos, Colts, and Cats, OG Juan Cannoli, outside influences, having influence on dillweeds like Scotty Cuckarati, fellow dork. That's what's wrong with our country. The pussification has worked. So this little dillweed here can sit with his head bobbling around ad hom, and he doesn't know shit really about the Constitution and law. He thinks he does, but he doesn't.
Hasn't been put in jail yet because they're afraid of the backlash. But he's breaking the law, and he needs to be put in fucking jail. Had a fake film crew.
And as agents of Agenda 21,
I think I remember
Fox News
you
pundit Sean Hannity
doing something
grabbed onto
about
the Bundy story during the first days of the...
It's interesting. He says he knows about Longbow Productions, but doesn't really go into it for some reason.
And didn't let up. And you can probably guess the direction Hannity's spin on the story took.
You know, that kind of thing.
I don't understand one thing. This is state property, right? This isn't federal land.
No federal land. This
so
is
state
Clark
property.
County state land.
And the
No, it's federal property. You guys are all lying for a narrative. Because why? Because you're lying Nazis.
tortoise is thriving and the government's killing them because there's too many of them?
Pete Santilli, a former Marine who ran a political talk show on YouTube, decided that he would document the true story.
Government federal land that still belongs to the people for the people to utilize, but the government is supposed to maintain it. Not lock it down. But that's happening, but this guy will not address that point.
What was transpiring?
If you're in Nevada and you can legally carry, get weapons out there, okay? We're going to stand...
They're literally threatening the cops. But that's fine. It's their First Amendment.
and fight in Clark County, Nevada. They will leave or else.
Armed with an iPad and a microphone, he set off for Bundy Ranch. When he got there, he pulled Dan Love aside for a chat, which he recorded.
If you choose to go face-to-face, if people get hurt, we're going to hold you personally accountable. And I will hold you legally accountable. And I guarantee that the Constitution is on my side, not that side. That's not a guarantee. I guarantee it. We're lawfully here. Look, if you see all these signs, you're in a closed area, you're on federal land. You don't have to like it. It is the law. It is not federal land. It is federal land. You think so? I am positive. I'll bet you lunch.
I mean, why are they talking to these people? Here's Santilli as it is. I'll go back.
They will leave, or else.
Armed with an iPad and a microphone, he set off for Bundy Ranch. When he got there, he pulled Dan Love aside for a chat, which he recorded.
If you choose to go face-to-face, if people get hurt, we're going to hold you personally accountable. And I will hold you legally accountable. And I guarantee that the Constitution is on my side, not that side. That's not a guarantee. I guarantee it. We're lawfully here. Look, if you see all these signs, you're in a closed area, you're on federal land. You don't have to like it. It is the law. It is not federal land. It is federal land. You think so? I am positive. I'll bet you lunch. Mr. Santilli, if you were right, I wouldn't have a dog. I've seen your numbers right now. You better hope the 10,000 show up.
Despite Dan Love's bravado, the arrival of heavily armed militia groups was exactly what the BLM had dreaded would happen. By then, over a dozen angry Bundy supporters had called in death threats to the hotel that BLM and contract cowboys were
So
saying.
arrest them all! They called in death threats. Then arrest them.
The hotel received at least 9 threatening phone calls in April after they allowed BLM Rangers to stay in the hotel. Workers were told to kick out the BLM or they would not be standing in the morning. One Mesquite hotel worker who didn't want to go on camera said he was told by an anonymous militia member that he would be, quote, dragged out in the parking lot and shot.
These are terroristic threats. And our government does absolutely fuck all.
That same day, Dan Love and his superiors attended a conference call with the Deputy Assistant Director of the FBI. The FBI stated that the armed militia gathering was unprecedented. The FBI
But now you see, Republicans in Congress make these same threats.
recommended that the BLM extend an olive branch to the Bundys. They should come to an agreement before they made any attempt to retreat. Although Dan Love agreed to end the roundup, he refused to let go of the 377 cattle that the BLM had seized. Dan Love's ego wouldn't let him accept defeat. On April 12th, the Bundys held a rally. Coincidentally,
I mean, this is what I'm saying. You got shit dirtbag redneck pieces of shit, and then you got shit dirtbag pieces of shit cops.
rally took place at the same time that the BLM put out a press release announcing that they would end
What
the
up,
cattle
Michael?
operation. Sheriff Gillespie attended the
All
rally
the
to tell the
oppressed
Bundys and their
white
supporters
males?
that the BLM
Yeah.
were pulling out. Gillespie wanted to discuss a compromise with.
This is all over wanting free access to government land that other people spend their tax dollars on. This is all rooted in white people wanting special treatment that nobody else gets to give them a free advantage that they deserve as white people.
Cliven in private. But Cliven told the sheriff that he'd only speak to him in front of the people. In Sheriff Gillespie's mind, he was there to share good news, which would surely ease tensions.
Interesting.
Little did the sheriff know that Cliven had prepared a list of demands.
There's another good dillweed comment. Wasn't it proven that Cliven Bundy was trying to send his grazing fees to the county instead of the government? That's the way it should work. BLM gets federally funded, and the grazing fee should go to the county or the state. That's something this dillweed isn't going to figure out. That's why he's buddies with Tacos and Aiken. Tweets. I'm surprised Tweety isn't up in there.
Asking this morning, disarm the Park Service. Take your county
Why don't you disarm?
bulldozers and tear down the entrance places. Why are they taking it?
There it is. He wants ranchers to disarm and the government to have more weapons. That's why the pussification of America has worked.
We want those arms delivered right here under these flags in 1 hour. 1 hour. If they're not,
They're literally making demands of the cops like the cops are a bunch of bitches.
done, then we'll decide what we're going to do from this point on.
These are threats. They're literal.
I think when you're a property owner and your taxes go to employees of either the state or the county, you should be able to make some demands. Just saying. Especially when a sheriff's getting put in check.
Do your job, Sheriff. Do your job.
What Cliven was demanding was impossible. Essentially, he was telling Sheriff Gillespie to go to war with the federal government on his behalf. Cliven gave the sheriff 1 hour to not only destroy federal infrastructure, but also to disarm the feds and to pile their weapons on the protest stage. Sheriff
Can we just think about what we're listening to right now?
Gillespie had no intentions of doing what Cliven wanted. Instead, he drove straight to the BLM command post to speak to Dan Love. Sheriff Gillespie told Dan Love that the situation was dangerous and he should release Cliven's cattle. Dan Love wouldn't budge. Dan Love said that the cattle were
The
federal
whites.
property and what would happen to them would be his decision. Sheriff Gillespie wanted the situation to end peacefully, but the stubbornness of both Cliven Bundy and Dan Love made achieving peace seem impossible. Therefore, Gillespie drove to Las Vegas to speak to the governor, leaving Assistant Sheriff Joe Lombardo in charge. By 11:15 a.m., the 1 hour deadline that Cliven set for Sheriff Gillespie had passed. Cliven didn't see any stockpiling of federal weapons, and
Hannah Montana and Miley Cyrus in the same room. That was fucking
he
great.
didn't hear about toll booths being bulldozed down. So he directed his supporters to do the following.
Sucks.
We're going to go up the freeway. We're going to block the freeway. These horse people are going to go up the...
If people that care about the climate block the freeway, shoot them. If white supremacists block the freeway, they're just the friends and family of the cops.
Power Line Road, and they're going to meet us at the Doak Bridge, underneath the Doak Bridge. Get it going, cowboys. Let's go get it done.
Let's go!
They're terrorists masquerading as patriots. These are Confederates masquerading as patriots. Still the same people. Oh, but the Democrats are the real Nazis.
Soon, a mass of Bundy supporters traveled towards the BLM compound. There were 40 men riding on horseback down a dirt road through the backcountry. Others drove in their vehicles, causing a traffic jam on part of Interstate 15. Their destination was Tokop Wash, where the BLM command post was guarded by a temporary fence. Behind the fence was where the impounded cattle were being held. When the mob got closer, BLM agents positioned themselves, crouching behind white pickups. As the BLM reacted to the sudden torrent of Bundy supporters, so did the Las Vegas Metro Police. Soon, Nevada Highway Patrol, the National Park Service, and the FBI were also on the scene. There was a momentary standstill as protesters regrouped underneath the southbound I-15 bridge. This gave them time to kneel down and pray.
God, please give us the strength to kill all our fellow Americans that won't agree with us. Lord, please help us to shed as much blood as possible on this day today.
Amen. Soon, the Bundy supporters on horseback joined Ammon Bundy and other protesters in the wash. They rode halfway between the I-15 bridges and formed a line of defense. Then, Ammon Bundy led supporters on foot towards the gate. Several protesters in the wash were unarmed women and children. At one point, someone said to put them in the front.
But what do you think about the children? Do you think the children should be down there right now?
Yeah, I think it's fine.
Would you think that if one of them gets killed?
No, because that isn't our fault. That's not their parents' fault.
It's clearly...
It's not our fault if our actions lead to one of us getting killed. All we were doing was what we were doing. If they kill us, it's their fault. We were just trying to attack them, and they shot us.
A dangerous situation. Would you admit that it's a dangerous situation?
Because the government has made it such. Yeah, right.
Later, a constitution...
We descended upon the government, and they're the reason things are dangerous. These are just white supremacist domestic terrorists that are now the modern-day Republican Party.
Colonel Sheriff named Richard Mack took credit for the idea of women being positioned at the front.
We were actually strategizing to put all the women up at the front. If they're going to start shooting, it's going to be women that are going to be televised all across the world getting shot by these rogue federal officers.
We didn't put children up front. That's a lie. Yeah. That's a lie. There may have been a few children there, but...
we didn't put children up front as human shields. Now, there may have been a few of them up there, but, like...
It was a lie put forth by somebody, and that never took place.
Over the radio, Dan Love gave BLM agents permission to launch pepper spray into the crowd, but agents in the wash decided against it since it would be too dangerous.
Oh my God, they're not on college campuses or supporting civil rights. They wouldn't shoot pepper spray into the white crowd, but they will shoot pepper spray into the please don't kill innocent babies crowd. Guess it would be bad to shoot pepper spray at your family.
At least 200 protesters were in the wash, and even more were on top of both bridges. The BLM agents knew that they were fish in a barrel. One of the most notable photographs from that day was of a man named Eric Parker laid prone on the highway and pointing a Sega 223. There were several other protesters positioned like Parker was on the bridge. Although the BLM had snipers...
Can you imagine if somebody that was black pointed a rifle at cops?
On top of messes above, it was clear that if a car backfired, the situation would erupt into a bloodbath.
These people who were here, they're not under our direction. We're not telling them what to do. And yes, there were several of them who stood up and were pointing rifles back, which was the best thing that could have happened. Because the BLM knew they're not going to...
We fully support threatening the cops with lethal force. No problem here. No problem here.
Just get away with any cold crap now.
While all of this transpired, Cliven Bundy, the man who the entire situation...
That guy is a genetic freak because his parents are cousins and brothers.
...was not present. Cliven was heading toward the bulldozer to run over National Park Service toll booths. Cliven fired up the bulldozer and drove it, but then it stalled. Unsure of what to do, he prayed, and God spoke to him.
This is not your job. This is their job.
God's words convinced Cliven to leave the fight to his supporters. Would you say that God...
God told him to let other people be at risk. Got it. Man, that God is wonderful.
Was on your side?
Absolutely. There was no question. I mean, the Spirit of the Lord was here so strong.
The Spirit of the Lord was on my side. God is on my side. I am allowed to point. God told me, grab your guns and threaten law enforcement. These people use every fucking tool as a weapon.
On that day, you ask anybody that was here, they will tell you how spiritual and special it was. It was a very special feeling. I was seeking guidance. And because I was seeking guidance, and direction, what do we do? What do we do?
What do? We put straitjackets on all of you. We open the asylums back up, and we give you all a place to have your ethno-state.
How do we contend against this? And so, yes, I fasted to gain spiritual knowledge and understanding of what to do. I fasted for 4 days. And at the end of that 4th day, yes, I received some inspiration. And I received inspiration to know what was going to happen. This was like on Tuesday. I knew what was going to happen Saturday. I seen it all in my head, so to speak. I knew what was going to take place. I knew where it was going to take place. And I knew what the outcome was going to be.
Yes, because you planned it.
During the standoff, Ryan Bundy spoke to Assistant Sheriff Joe Lombardo. Ryan wanted him to put a stop to the tense situation. People would die, he said. The Assistant Sheriff agreed. Lombardo knew that the only way things would end peacefully was if Dan Love released the cattle.
Shuttling back and forth.
The only way this will end peacefully is if you acquiesce to the demands of the terrorists.
Between the Bundy.
That's what the sheriff wanted to negotiate. Give in to the demands of the domestic terrorists who are breaking the law.
Forces and BLM was Assistant Sheriff Joe Lombardo, who'd been left in charge by Sheriff Doug.
He's not going over through the grandfathering in of land. And when you set up water supply with tanks and pipes and so forth to water your cattle, and then the BLM comes in and takes that out, so you can't be grandfathered in. So Senator Reid, may burn in hell, can make deals with the Chinese for uranium and solar for that land to be used for mined and getting mined and have a solar plant there. What's interesting, the solar might have been actually good shade for the cows. They could have worked together. But this guy, the way he's throwing around the domestic terrorist, when the property owner stands up against the government that's trying to take their water supply and holding tanks, and they destroy that, so you can't be grandfathered into that land anymore, what do you do, right? What do you do? Well, you hope that your sheriff backs you up. I want to hear what he has to say.
Give in to the demands of the domestic terrorists who are breaking the law.
What about the government breaking the law? What about you saying that, that they weren't paying their grazing fees to the government when he was actually, Clive and Bundy was paying it to the county? What about that? You're going to go through that detail? This soy boy looks like he is a rager, just like Tacos, Krusty Cat, a few others that want the ranchers gone so they can bring in their lab-grown beef through their influencing show streams.
And BLM was Assistant Sheriff Joe Lombardo, who'd been left in charge by Sheriff Doug Gillespie.
The bottom line is bloodshed over cattle, unacceptable. Nobody wanted to go that direction.
And it was the sheriff, or at least the undersheriff at the time, that did finally bring a stop to the roundup.
No, you got to lock these
Assistant
fucks
Sheriff
up.
Joe Lombardo did tell Dan Love to release the cattle. To Ryan Bundy, it was a clear example of a county sheriff assuming his role as the preeminent law authority in the land. However, that wasn't actually what occurred. Before Lombardo told Dan Love to release the cattle, BLM Acting Deputy Director Steve Ellis had already given the order for BLM personnel to retreat. So it wasn't a county sheriff who ended the standoff. It was the feds.
Wait, you mean their entire ideology and story is based on bullshit? Who would have ever imagined that the base of these guys' beliefs is all bullshit?
That the Bundys had won. Hammond cut down a closed area sign on the gate.
Destruction of government property.
And Ryan yelled,
"The South will rise again!" Dude, there are few things that speak more volumes about who these people are than this retarded looking motherfucker right here. Sorry, corny. Like, there are few things that define these people better than this. I'm one of the good guys.
Bundy supporters on horseback rode to the BLM's corrals to release the cattle. As the cattle made their way through Tokop Wash, Bundy supporters were instructed to stay absolutely silent so as to not spook.
Somebody that the Nazis and their type would kill because of their deformity thinks he's fucking special.
I am so happy. I get to open the gates. I get to open the gates and let our babies out, our calves. They get to go back home. They get to go home to the
Shut the fuck up, cunt.
river.
We just took one hill. We're going to take Capitol Hill next.
We're gonna take Capitol Hill. You're domestic terrorists, and you did take Capitol Hill because you guys are now in power.
And to see those people with the feds with their guns trained on them saying,
Full-size cutout of Alex Jones that he sleeps with? Yeah.
we'll shoot you, keeping their guns at their side, and marching saying, go ahead and shoot us. And when it does, we're going to shoot back, but only after you pull the trigger first. It was literally Lexington and Concord Part 2, but the globalists backed off this time. And let me tell you something, they backed off because they're smart, and they know humanity's got the power. And they know when the breast of every man, woman, child out there beats that idea of liberty.
Dude, what the fuck is wrong with this piece of shit?
It is such a small cadre of evil people that want to control our civilization.
The standoff lasted around 3 hours. Remarkably, the Bundys led their supporters to the gates of the BLM compound to get their cattle back without a single person being arrested or being killed. I wanted to understand how the BLM...
Nobody got arrested. Nobody broke the law. Nobody broke the law. Nobody.
BLM screwed up so badly, and why the Bundys got away with what they did. But the BLM wouldn't talk to me, so I spoke to Richard Spots, an ex-BLM employee, instead.
Much of the Bundy nonsense could have been averted if BLM had been paying attention. One of my great frustrations, among many, working at BLM, was how BLM ignored the history of how it successfully handled a chronic trespass grazing situation with the Clump family in the 1990s leading up to about 2004.
Wally Clump was a rancher from Arizona who refused to remove his cattle from BLM land. Just like Clive and Bundy, Clump's bitter war with the BLM went on for decades. Wally Clump lost in court several times. The BLM seized his cattle, they revoked his grazing permit, and they took away his water rights. After threatening to kill government officials, Wally Clump continued to defy a court order to remove his cattle from BLM land. As a result, he was thrown in jail. But the judge overseeing his case did something unusual. He told Wally that he would be detained until he agreed to remove his trespassing cattle from federal land. The months went by. Wally turned 70 in federal detention as his family continued to operate his ranch. But after 388 days in Central Arizona Detention Center, Wally Clump finally removed his cattle from federal land and returned home. And he never trespassed.
Why didn't you do this to everybody?
On federal land.
Oh, but they pointed guns at us and threatened us, so we're just gonna let them go.
With his cattle again.
In the Clump situation, BLM did
three
key things in how they went about it. The judge was asked to issue a bench warrant, where U.S. Marshals then did arrest Mr. Clump and put him in jail, where he stayed for, I think, a little over 1 year before he and his family relented and agreed to remove the trespass livestock. The second tool was that they got a civil judgment for the past due grazing fees and fines for trespass. And when there was failure to pay, then they could place liens on the real and personal property of the Clump family. The third thing that BLM did was they had successful clandestine roundups where they could incrementally go out and just round up some of the trespass cattle when no one from the Clump family was around and kind of chip away at the trespass herd that way. And BLM didn't learn from that for a whole decade, and you had the Bunkerville standoff in 2014. I believe that if BLM management was competent and paid attention and had used the tools to resolve the Clump trespass in resolving the Bundy trespass, the Bunkerville standoff need never have happened. And the Bunkerville standoff, in my opinion, was seen as such a profound victory by the sovereign citizens and the other militia groups that supported Bundy, that 2 years later, they occupied the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge.
Oh, great.
And so it's clear that the rule of law and democracy is under siege from two sides. It's under siege from the people like the Bundys and Clumps that believe that they're above the law and they can do whatever they want and that public lands can really be treated like their private ranches. And the other being the incompetent, corrupt, cowardly federal officials who let that happen. And when there's no adverse consequences for illegal behavior, you embolden the lawbreakers.
Yeah.
After the feds retreated from Tokop Wash, Patriot circles lauded Bunkerville as the freest place in the country. Thousands flocked to Bundy Ranch to enjoy music and dancing. One couple even got married there.
The groom dressed in camouflage. The guests had guns, and the bride, she wore white.
He's the love of my life. He's a man. He's a patriot. He loves his country. He's out here willing to die for his country.
Nothing says patriot more than pointing guns at cops. He's willing to die to kill cops. True patriots. You guys are fucking Nazis.
If he had to.
Alex Benecke's been guarding the ranch of Clive and Bundy. He went back to New Hampshire for Ashley, and they decided to tie the knot at the
What happened to defending both domestic, foreign, and domestic? This guy, what type of a shill or troll constitution did he give his oath to?
Camp in Bunkerville.
I want this. I want this as much as I want our country. She's one of a kind.
But the Bundys knew the war was not over.
So these people who hold themselves out to be patriots are not. They're nothing more than domestic terrorists.
Rumors spread that Clive would be targeted by a drone strike or another raid. So protected by his paramilitary army, Clive maintained a defensive position. The security detail, led by Buddha Cavalier, continued to follow
Punched
him
in the
wherever he
eye.
went. Right.
She probably makes lumpy mashed potatoes. I mean, when you think about it, those kind are prone to be making lumpy mashed potatoes.
Campaign assigned teams to patrol.
What up, brother?
State Route 170 to question drivers who they found suspicious. They performed combat training drills in the desert backcountry.
You put the lurk command in there, and all that did was remind me of how unlike other communities we are here.
Then Cliven Bundy said something that made the news and shocked many, many people.
I want to tell you one more thing I know about the Negro. Are they better off as slaves picking cotton, or are they better off under government subsidy?
Yo, there we go. There we go. Now we know who gets extra rights and freedoms.
Then Cliven Bundy said something that made the news and shocked many, many people.
I want to tell you one more thing I know about the Negro. Are they better off as slaves picking cotton, or are they better off under government subsidy?
That middle R, is that a hard R?
Make myself abundantly clear. I believe those comments are downright racist, they are repugnant, they are bigoted, and it's beyond disturbing.
After asking forgiveness, Cliven
Yes, he needs to use coded language like I do.
Not a racist. Possibly to make good on those words, Ryan Bundy ran up to shake the hand of the only African American to turn up to their
Token motherfucker right there, baby. Is that Leo Terrell? Is that Dinesh D'Souza? Is that Tim Scott?
barbecue.
Later, the Bundys attempted
Oh my
to
God, is that Clarence Thomas?
damage control by posing for photographs with black people who they invited to the ranch.
Dude, you fucking morons.
Let's hold off on that. He may be at the location. Cliven's militia hunkered down on a pocket of land that they named Camp Liberty. But nothing lasts forever, and time slowly chipped away at the ranks of Cliven's paramilitary army. Some left because
Sounds
of their
about
families and
white,
job obligations. Others because of drama between Ryan Payne's militia and the Oath Keepers, a beef that could be summed up as a lot of accusations about each other being feds.
This is a new issue. Buddha, myself, and Jerry have been asked by a Stuart Rhodes lovemaking crew that came onto me very strongly last night, and I had, well, anyway, there's one in here, so let me go into
There were no Reaper drones deploying Hellfire missiles on Bundy Ranch. The only struggle that patriots at Camp Liberty faced came from trying to endure the Mojave Desert's intense daytime summer heat and below freezing temperatures at night. So one by one, the militants left. The Bundy standoff had breathed life into the militia movement, but there were more exciting things going on in the domestic fight for America. Militia
feds?
rallies at the U.S.-Mexico border, a clash with the BLM at Sugar Pine Mine, an ATV protest at Recapture Canyon. Eventually, the only patriot who remained at Bundy Ranch was Cliven's bodyguard, Buddha Cavalier, who stuck around attending to Cliven's every personal need for the next year and a half. During that time, he became a Mormon, and Cliven was the one who baptized him.
This is the Glenn Beck program.
That backfired, didn't it?
I've often wondered, are they better off as slaves? End quote, Cliven Bundy last week. Just that shows you how unhinged from reality this guy is. You were...
Yes, but now that's the main Republican platform.
Paying grazing fees, and I have cattle. There is national land behind my ranch, and I know if anybody runs cattle on that, they also have to pay for grazing fees. So grazing fees are normal.
I have no contract. I do not graze my cattle on United States property, and I would pay my grazing fee to the proper farmer.
But wait a minute, hang on just a second. Cliven, you do graze it in the Nevada state constitution. In the constitution of your state, that land was given to the federal government.
In the days following the Bureau of Land Management's retreat, conservative pundit Glenn Beck took to the airwaves to lambast Cliven Bundy. Unlike the liberal elites criticizing Cliven on CNN, Glenn Beck was a member of the LDS Church and was a rancher himself. So a micro battle between people who on the surface seemed to be members of the same team began to stew.
Hello everyone, my name is Lavoy Finchem. I'm a neighboring rancher to Cliven Bundy on the Arizona side of the border.
Here's Lavoy, and at this moment, Lavoy's torn. Not only was he a great fan of Glenn Beck, but he had also been at the standoff to support Cliven Bundy. Lavoy Finicum was a Mormon public land
Man, I don't know which white supremacist to choose. You know, there's the well-refined, well-spoken Glenn Beck white supremacist, and then there's the twisted face, my kind of deep-down redneck.
Who was one of the cowboys on horseback during the Bundy standoff.
They're all Mormons. This is like LDS shit. These, Jungler, these people do what they do because they believe they are divined from God to outrule the federal government.
On the Arizona side of the border. And I feel I'd like to make this video to maybe offset some very powerful voices, such as Glenn Beck, where I believe that we've been misrepresented.
My husband was upset about that, and I can't remember if it was 1 or 2 days after he'd been home from...
My husband was upset that they spoke against Cliven Bundy's speaking about the black people who were better than slavery. I can't believe he would say that was racist.
But Glenn was on the television talking, and he says, that makes me so mad. He says, I'm going to call Glenn back. And I'm going, right. You're going to call Glenn back. Okay, whatever.
Hello, Lavoy.
Hello, Glenn. How are you?
I'm very good, sir.
I was there. I rode all day with the bunch of boys. I hope I can say just a few words for him.
Well, welcome in, Evans.
It might soften your heart. We weren't there to...
Matt, also. I don't want to leave out Matt.
He knew that if we didn't ride up there with the intent that we were coming to get our cows, even at the cost of our lives, that we were going to stand for our personal property rights,
And then when federal agents finally pulled back, we said, boys,
we are going to stand for our personal property rights that don't abide by state or federal law. About why Palestine should be free. Dude, you guys are all so funny. I'm curious, what made you come in here and talk about Palestine? I'm just curious, like, what was it about this stream specifically that made you come in and talk about Palestine? What was it? What was it? I'm just curious. What was it that drew you in here to discuss a topic that has nothing to do with what we're doing, and you followed so that you can make the comment? Nobody's talking about communists and nobody's talking about Palestine. So what was the reason you picked this stream to come in here and say what you said? Just don't hide. Just say what you want to say.
Do not be flipping the birds. Do not be catcalling at those federal agents.
The difference is...
No, we know. We already know because we see this every week.
You were willing to be shot and lose your life for what you believed in, but you were not willing to shoot.
No.
Right. There's the huge difference. There is nothing to be gained. And Lavoie, you know this. You just reflected this, and I thank you for your call. It doesn't mean you don't stand your ground. Martin Luther King, Rosa Parks...
Corny, you're on one tonight.
Stood their ground. It's how you stand your ground that makes all of the difference in the world.
Now you see why I'm yelling all the time. You were just banned and wanted some attention. Okay, that's fair. I haven't banned you yet. I know you are. I know you are. I know you are. I can see it.
He tried to tell Glenn his side of it, and as he was telling me, he got a few.
All right, well, you're welcome here. We don't ban people for opinions. We ban people who won't participate in discussions. People can have whatever opinion they want here, but they have to be able to participate in the conversation, and that means when a question is asked that they don't want to answer, they don't get to just change the subject.
Sentences out, but then the interview was over and it was done. It was quick and over with. Then after the Bundy thing, that's when he said, I don't care to listen to Glenn anymore. He's too close-minded.
So I have strong feelings about that, about how you were
I mean, I look, as a Jew who hasn't been a fan of Israel for a long time, I think Jews have a right to exist. I think ethno-states are bad. So what do I want to see happen? I want the least amount of innocent people to be slaughtered, no matter who they are. And if you can't get along with that, what? Like, imagine what you're saying if your goals aren't, I want the most amount of innocent people not to be killed. I don't care what name, I don't care what line of where on an imaginary line they are, on what side of a fence they built on that imaginary line. I want non-combatants to not be slaughtered. Should be pretty simple, but that's not even the national discussion. National discussion is who has a right to kill the other.
Powerful voice. Nobody could have hurt us more than you, Glenn Beck. You owe them an apology.
What up, T-minus?
After the Bundys won their battle against the BLM, Lavoie returned home.
Corny for mod. To be frank, I'm glad we haven't had a need for him. I haven't had a mod in like a year. I have one mod, Jenny, and she's only a mod because I needed help deleting something and never demodded her.
Went back to normal. He and his wife.
I don't ask for free labor.
Jeanette looked after foster children. It was their main gig. Ranching alone didn't pay the bills, but being a rancher was Lavoie's dream.
Everything I have is tied up into this. My home, my life. I spent my lifetime trying to obtain a ranch. I loved as a
This sounds like a personal skill issue.
young boy riding with my dad.
I spent my whole life trying to have a business that was likely not profitable. It was my dream. Capitalism says, get fucked, bitch.
Some cows on the weekend. I always wanted to raise my family out here.
Lavoie followed the rules all of his life. He was clean cut, didn't smoke or drink.
That's the thing. Like, if I have a mod, I pay the mod because I need them to behave certain ways while they're here, and they should be compensated for that shit.
Never even got a speeding ticket. However, witnessing the Bundy standoff left a profound impression on his psyche, the likes of which he couldn't shake.
He wasn't actively engaged in politics in any way until the BLM Bundy thing came up. He was searching for answers.
Yeah. I had a mod and somebody that I paid to help me with some other stuff who was also a mod. And it's like, you got to be here. Every time somebody new comes in, you have to say hi, make them feel welcome. People that follow are like 10 times more likely to come back if they chat the first time they're there. So there's all these little things because I don't want money. The easiest way to build a community is to get them financially invested and to gamify it. And I don't want the money. Like, I don't even monetize until I hired somebody, and then I wanted the stream to pay for them. But this isn't for money. So without gamifying it, the only people that are here because they want to be here, not because they've been like groomed into it.
Because he wanted to understand. Then he kept going to see Ryan and talk to Ryan.
I got to know Lavoy more and more. He also had a ranch.
More and more people to support Israel as well. Here's the thing. What is it about Israel that you want people to support?
He had studied the constitutional, rights and the land ownership issues and came to a realization that what we were telling him was true.
The more Lavoy learned, the more he sought out ways to teach others. He started uploading YouTube videos about the Constitution, property rights, and a guide to prepping for the collapse. Soon...
Corny, you know how I operate. Calm down. No. You got, look. I operate where I allow people to make their own choices. It's my job to ask the questions that give them the opportunity to make their choices. No, you're good. I'm just trying to keep you. Look, you yelled at me yesterday. I'm just trying to keep you in line.
Lavoy became more vocal about the Bureau of Land Management in his YouTube videos. One day he appeared irate, claiming that the BLM was stealing his water.
There's been a few fires here in the area.
BLM is stealing my water with fire. Goddamn Avatar.
BLM came in here, set up a tank, and they drained it.
Fucking hang in here. I belong from Israel, and I'm surprised that these people are losing the culture and heritage. Ooh, we're getting to some interesting words here. As a Jew here in America, I was recruited every year to go to Israel. Is it part of my heritage and culture? Every year, B'nai B'rith would come and try to get me to go to Israel. They'd pay for the trip. So they wanted me to go to Israel. So is it part of my culture and heritage?
To use their own fires to put them out without so much as a hi-ho or to please or we're going to use it. They just set up and they took it. They stole it.
Then in August 2015, Lavoy Finicum decided to follow in Cliven Bundy's footsteps and cancel his grazing permit.
So what I've done, I sent a letter to BLM saying thank you so much for your help in managing my ranch, but I shall no longer need your help. I shall manage it myself. And I'm telling the BLM right now.
So it's not part of my heritage. Why not?
I'm saying to you, this isn't yours. It's mine. Leave me alone.
He had conviction, and I respect him for that. I know that he was not going into any of this ignorantly. He understood the choice that he made by standing up. He knew that it could put a target on our backs.
As Lavoy became more vocal, he started to attract attention from the FBI.
We started to receive calls from other ranchers. Why is the FBI out asking us questions out on our ranch? Why are they stopping my trucks? We had drones flying over our house. So he calls a friend that we met selling his book and says, hey, I know you've dealt with security before. Do you think you could come and talk to me about how I can, keep my ranch safe? One of the gentlemen.
I'm an American citizen and raised in America. But I'm Jewish, so that means Israel and Jewish are separate things, correct? Israel and Jewish are separate things.
Was a militia member from Utah, and he had FBI infiltrate his group, and he brought 2 FBI.
Okay, so Israel is just a country, and that country was attacked by a group of terrorists. Now, just like I, as a Jew, am not tied to the Israeli government, does a child or a non-combatant in Palestine or Gaza, are they part of the organization that attacked Israel?
Agents with him, and we find out through the Bundy trial that our house was bugged. I fed him burritos.
Around this time, the FBI was also running a separate investigation on the Bundys. Posing as a documentary crew, the FBI approached the Bundys and asked them to participate in a film called American Reloaded.
Longbow Productions is what they called themselves. I was kind of suspicious of them from the get-go. They had a hotel room rented in Las Vegas, so we went up to their room one at a time, and they would go down through a line of questioning, kind of like what you're doing here, trying to get, supposedly an understanding of what's going on, but it wasn't real. It was all fake. It was basically FBI agents who were posing as a film crew and trying to get...
Okay, wait. We know about this. Hold on. I got distracted. Sorry.
And cancel his grazing permit.
So what I've done, I sent a letter to Bill.
It began when Hamas gunmen launched. So this all began on October 7th. If this began on October 7th, right? So if the first salvo was October 7th, then what do the rest of the people in Gaza that aren't Hamas have to do with October 7th? What do the rest of people in Gaza have to do with October 7th if that's when the opening salvo occurred?
I am saying thank you so much for your help in managing my ranch, but I shall no longer need your help. I shall manage it myself. And I'm telling the BLM right now, I'm saying to you, this isn't yours. It's mine. Leave me alone.
He had conviction, and I respect him for that. I know that he was not going into any of this ignorantly. He understood the choice that he made by standing up. He knew that it could put a target on our backs.
As Lavoie became more vocal, he started to attract attention from the FBI.
We started to receive calls from other ranchers. Why is the FBI out asking us questions out on our ranch? Why are they stopping my trucks? We had drones flying over our house. So he calls a friend that we met selling his book and says, hey, I know you've dealt with security before. Do you think you could come and talk to me about how I can, keep my ranch safe? One of the gentlemen was...
Just find safety? What is... We're going to have to try that again. What do the innocent women and children in Gaza, and men, innocent men, women, and children who aren't Hamas, what role do they have in the attack on Israel?
Was a militia member from Utah, and he had FBI infiltrate his group, and he brought 2 FBI agents with him. And we find out through the Bundy trial that our house was bugged. I fed him burritos.
They have no role. So, right now, Israel has destroyed over 50% of the homes in Gaza. Do you support Israel's right to kill and destroy the homes of people that were not involved in October 7th, when all of this madness started, for the very beginning of all issues between Gaza and Israel?
Around this time, the FBI was also running a separate investigation on the Bundys. Posing as a documentary crew, the FBI approached the Bundys and asked them to participate in a film called American Reloaded.
Longbow Productions is what they called themselves. I was kind of suspicious of them from the get-go. They had a hotel room rented in Las Vegas, so we went up to their room one at a time, and they would go down through a line of questioning, kind of like what you're doing here, trying to get, supposedly an understanding of what's going on, but it wasn't real. It was all fake. It was basically FBI agents who were posing as a film crew and trying to get confessions, I guess. They were asking questions about guns. They were asking questions about, would you kill a federal officer, different things like that. When they started asking questions that I felt were inappropriate, then I just stopped.
That is what this makes me feel the Wes Clark Jr. thing was all bullshit too.
The problem is they were offering alcohol, they were offering payment. Of course, I don't.
I believe Israel is using that thing which the Russians use to do whenever they go in a war. So, what you're saying is, what Israel is doing is the same. Oh, fuck.
Drink alcohol, so that didn't influence me. But, one of the fellows who was here that day,
I don't know if you're on a commercial.
He accepted their alcohol and then got loose with his tongue and said things that, he shouldn't have said. And he was convicted not because of what he did, because he didn't do anything different than anyone else did, but he got convicted because of what he said.
Yeah, you gave that. Didn't you give me that one yesterday? Oh, you're giving that to Lurking.
Dead bodies. No matter if we're up at the Bundy Ranch or if we're out in the southern deserts. If it comes into our perimeter, if it's not a friendly, it dies.
Hello, everyone. This is Lavoie. I think I'm pretty upset this evening.
One day, Lavoie uploaded a video where he appeared agitated.
But I've been following what's happening over in Bend, Oregon with that ranching family over there, the Hammond family. And I'm pretty upset with what the BLM has done to them. Actually, I'm really angry.
In the video, he spoke about a pair of cattle ranchers named Dwight and Stephen Hammond, who he believed were being railroaded by the feds.
They had a prescribed burn that was allowed, got off onto 100 acres, burned 100 acres of BLM. They threw them in jail, and now it looks like they're facing 5 more years in prison. But dadgummit, it's got to stop.
Dadgummit, holding them responsible for destroying federal property. This will not stand, and the South will rise again.
Were father and son ranchers from eastern Oregon who were charged with arson after sparking 2 controlled burns on federal land. The Hammond said that they set the first fire to clear out invasive plant species, and the second to ward off a wild...
Yes, but it's not their land. It's not their land. It's not their fucking land. Okay, are you back from a commercial?
...fire which threatened to destroy their winter feed. Federal prosecutors disagreed. They said that the Hammonds were covering up evidence of poaching and had put the lives of federal firefighters in danger. They served a year in prison and returned home, but they were once again sent back to prison after prosecutors successfully argued that they were required to serve out 5 years according to mandatory minimum sentencing laws. The Hammonds Ranch was surrounded by the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge, a vitally important pit stop for millions of migratory birds traveling along the Pacific Flyway. The nearly 190,000-acre refuge was created by President Roosevelt in 1908 in order...
I thought the Wes Clark Jr. thing... No, I'm talking about Wes Clark Jr.
...in order to protect birds from the plume hat trade. Since the early 1990s, the refuge has been the stage of a battle between the Hammonds and the Fish and Wildlife Service.
The conflict is over the use of federal land, including the spectacular...
Oh, okay, maybe I just read that wrong.
...wildlife refuge, which almost surrounds the Hammond property.
I just read that wrong.
Mountain where you see the snow, that's where our cattle are at. We have to cross the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service ground to get there.
When the Fish and Wildlife Service canceled the Hammonds' grazing permit, the Hammonds argued that they had ancestral rights to the forage and water on the land since 1871. They also said that they were willing to die fighting the feds for their rights. Sound familiar?
The cancellation provoked a confrontation. It was going to get nasty.
They changed the law, which forced us to attack them. These people are never responsible for anything they do.
Immediately. The Hammonds placed this piece of farm equipment in the way of a new fence the government was building.
Matt, where'd you go? Where'd you go, Matt? We were almost done. We were almost there.
When they said that they were going to arrest me if I didn't move, I said, well, arrest me. Hammond was arrested, handcuffed, and taken away. He and his son Steve now face federal criminal charges for their actions that day.
Enter Chuck Cushman, one of the leaders of the Wise Use movement.
You want to know who's running the government? It's the environmental groups. Chuck Cushman is one of the key players in a new movement called Wise Use.
Dude, they're literally the victim of everything. I've never met a group of people that are bigger fucking chicken shit pussies that act tough. I'm real tough. Also, the government's coming after me. They're going to get me with a drone, and I'm a front.
Its goal to protect individual landowners from excessive government regulation and environmental extremism.
You'll come into these rural towns where you do have a lot of economic and social stress. Cushman comes in and puts a target on environmentalists and puts a target on Forest Service workers and says, that's your enemy.
When Cushman heard about the Hammond story, he rallied together 500 protesters to bombard the Fish and Wildlife Service with phone calls.
I put signs up on the wall with the names of each of the officers that were involved. It was called the Wall of Shame. And Cushman handed out a flyer that had the...
Matt, where'd you go? Matt, we were almost done. Matt, where'd you go? Corny. See what I'm doing?
Phone numbers of the Fish and Wildlife Service employees. A lot of them left immediately, got on the phone and started using those numbers and calling and threatening people on that list.
Terroristic threats by fucking white people.
The Hammonds' troubles with the law disappeared. 21 years later, the Hammonds were set to return to prison, and the Bundys wanted to stop that from happening, just like Chuck Cushman did in 1994. It was Clive and Son.
The problem is, Corny, revenge has to be taken out on the people that wronged you. That's the problem. Like, that's what I try to always remind myself. That person wasn't the one that wronged us. That person is lost in the sauce and has an agenda. Now, do they have an agenda because they're a piece of shit? Or is it more like Jungler, where they just have an ideology because it's been fed to them? I get it. But humanity, to me, will always be the better option until it's not an option. But I also treat Christianity the way you feel right now, so.
Ammon Bundy, who was tased by the BLM 3 times during 2014, that decided to...
They need re-education camps is what they need, or Terry.
...to do something to help the Hammonds.
This overwhelming urge came upon me to find out about the Hammonds, and I could not sleep, so I studied all through the night. I read every article I could read.
What was the highest grade you finished? I love how the people that don't get anywhere are the ones that think they know everything. They misinterpret everything. Justice Alito had a stop the steal symbol. Jesus Christ. The entire purpose of this stream is to show you that what used to be the radical right is now just the GOP.
Part of the court proceedings and everything I could get my hands on.
Ammon Bundy learned that the Hammonds lived in Harney County, Oregon, a place where cattle outnumbered locals 14-1, and 70% of the land was owned by the federal government. In the 1970s, when Harney County's economy was centered on its logging industry, it was one of the wealthier counties in Oregon. These days, it's one of the poorest. In the 1920s, the Heinz Lumber Company struck a deal with the federal government, giving the company access to acres of old-growth ponderosa pine trees in the Malheur National Forest.
Wow, they did things via the law.
Over the next 50 years, Heinz Lumber stripped the forest of centuries-old trees until there were hardly any left.
Let it go, take a break. No, I get it. We get it. We get it, Courtney.
In the 1990s, new environmental regulations...
I'm just trying to help you through a bad day.
...to protect Malheur National Forest forced the company to shut down.
Countryman.
With that, Harney County's economy plummeted and never recovered. After the lumber mill shut down, most people in Harney County...
Why is it taking so long?
Do it. He's in Hey, good day. Welcome to the Great White North. I'm Bob McKenzie. This is my brother Doug.
Either worked for the government, lived on public assistance, or ranched cattle like Dwight and Stephen Hammond. To Ammon Bundy, the stories of Harney County and the Hammonds perfectly represented a cause to throw his family's name behind. Ammon had a grand nation-changing vision of what he could accomplish in Harney County. He envisioned a movement that would spread across the western United States of ranchers, miners, and loggers, seizing control of public lands from the federal government. Ammon said that 3 angels paid him a visit in the middle of the night to tell him...
These people are certifiably mentally disturbed.
...what to do. First, shield the Hammonds from returning to federal prison with the help of a well-armed militia. Second, get the Harney County Sheriff...
God said, get your guns and get your guys. Get up there. Get going.
...to tell the feds to go home. Third, inspire the people of Harney County, and by extension, the rest of the western United States, to seize land back from the feds, restoring Harney County's industries to their glory days. Unfortunately for Ammon, when he visited Dwight and Stephen Hammond, they rejected his help and told him that they planned to return to prison in hopes of receiving a presidential pardon. Despite trying, Ammon couldn't get the Hammonds to accept his help, so next he went to visit the Harney County Sheriff, Dave Ward. Sheriff Ward knew about the Bundys and said that Ammon's visit worried him. His worries were confirmed when Ammon began to tell him that as county sheriff, he was the highest legal authority of the land, and it was his duty to stop federal marshals...
Yeah, I love how the Bundys are the one trying to tell all law enforcement what their rights and powers are. No, you don't understand, Sheriff. You outweigh the federal government and even the president. You don't understand.
...from taking the Hammonds back to prison. Sheriff
All
Ward,
right,
like
brother,
most people in Harney
take it
County,
easy.
didn't think what was happening to the Hammonds was right. Ammon's talk of constitutional sheriffs and county supremacy didn't sit right with him. A couple weeks later, Ammon returned to Sheriff Ward's office with Ryan Payne, who helped gather the militia during the 2014 standoff. Ryan Payne warned the sheriff that if he didn't shield the Hammonds from returning to prison, thousands of people would come do his job for him. Before they left, they warned him that unless he did what they wanted, his inaction could cause civil unrest and perhaps bloodshed. Following the visit, Ammon directed his
If you
supporters...
don't acquiesce to our terroristic demands, there may be problems, is what was just said.
...to bombard Sheriff Ward's office with thousands of phone calls, emails, and letters.
Act like terrorists.
Many of them death threats.
Like terrorists.
During the final months of 2015, over 45 Bundy supporters poured into Harney County's largest city, Burns. One was named John Ritzheimer, a volatile
I
former
believe
Marine,
we call these outside agitators, right?
who made this video, which he addressed to his children.
Your daddy swore an oath.
Your daddy's a fucking degenerate piece of shit. To this Constitution, I've never actually read this thing, but it's in my hands.
The Constitution.
I don't like identity politics, which is why I, as a great Christian patriot, is holding up this Constitution, because it's the other woke people that are always using their identity and forcing it on you, which is why we're going down to the government and we're telling them we're in charge. You authoritarian, overreaching government, you now acquiesce and listen to us because we're patriots.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
You are the domestic enemy.
And that's why you couldn't be with you on Christmas.
Some Harney County...
Oh, they made me skip Christmas. I didn't want to skip Christmas. Bald Titus Ross. I didn't want to skip Christmas. God made me skip Christmas. And also not buy you Christmas presents. And sleep with your mom's cousin.
Residents put up Go Home Bundy signs. Locals started to refer to the Bundys and the militia as the outsiders.
I don't necessarily disagree.
What do you got a bag of dicks?
It's the manner in which you're doing it.
Dude, you guys, they're just angry white men.
And the attitude which you don't hear. I think you guys hear one rat shit about the Hammonds. I think you're here. No, you're right. I don't care about the Hammonds.
You're right. I don't care about the Hammonds. I care about all of us. God sent me to care about all of us, not just the Hammonds.
You care about Harney County in America. No, you're here to pump your own agenda, buddy. Okay, so
Most people in the county didn't like the feds and were enraged by the government's treatment of the Hammonds. But they also didn't like Ammon Bundy coming into their community and stirring things up. Without support from the citizens of Harney County, Ammon Bundy knew that he had nothing. Militia groups in town made it clear to him that they wouldn't do anything risky unless the Hammonds or the people of Harney County wanted them to come to their aid. So Ammon decided to organize a community meeting of around 22 locals.
I mean, I'm not going to dance around what we're talking about here. We're talking about removing these unconstitutional agencies from Harney County. But the people have to, you have to exhibit enough organization to form these committees of safety so that...
Committees of safety. Violent police threatening armed militia. Like, this is what Nazis do. What up, Mulder? This is what Nazis do. This is what Nazis have always done. They co-op. We're the National Socialist Party. Ugh, people still nowadays. Well, Nazis were socialists. They just lie. Every single thing about them is a lie. So they can lie about their religion because they're fucking homicidal maniacs.
That you can charge and be in charge of the militia.
Prior to the Revolutionary War, that's what was formed. It was a Committee of Safety. A Committee of Safety.
Prior to us becoming a country, we had something else. Also, why do you guys always bring up inequality in black people? I mean, we have civil rights now, but also, back when the Constitution was written, my rights...
is just that. It's a committee to help provide for the safety and the security of the people, especially when the government isn't doing it.
7 people were elected to the Committee of Safety: a fire chief, some ranchers, and an accountant. The fire chief said that he felt pushed too hard by Ammon Bundy. One of the ranchers said that they weren't interested in taking up arms and overthrowing the government. On January 2nd, 2016, around 300 people attended a rally organized in support of the Hammonds, who were set to return to prison in 2 days. Protesters made their way through the largest city in Harney County, Burns. Then they delivered flowers to the Hammonds' home and threw pennies at the sheriff's office.
The Hammonds themselves said, don't do this.
To symbolize that he sold out to the feds. Before the rally started, Ammon Bundy...
Is the fucking dude Jewish by any chance?
Bundy invited his closest supporters to meet in the back room of a local restaurant. There he told them of his plans, which were to seize the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge. Lavoy Finicum, Ryan Bundy,
This is domestic terrorism.
Payne, Buddha Cavalier, and other familiar faces agreed to follow him to the refuge. Eric Parker, dubbed the Bundy Sniper during the 2014 standoff, was the only one who did not.
For those that understand that they came to make a hard stand, those that know what's going on here and have seen it for many, 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 many years, those who are ready to actually do something about it, I'm asking you to follow me and go to the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge, and we're going to make a hard stand.
When Ammon Bundy announced the plan to take over the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge, he wasn't talking about the whole thing. He meant the refuge headquarters, 13 buildings and a lookout tower tucked against a giant marsh. Ammon chose the refuge headquarters because it was the most ideal place in Harney County to stage an armed uprising. It was isolated and around 32 minutes south of the nearest city, Burns. It was also well defended. A wildfire watchtower loomed over the only road leading in. It was cozy with its bunk beds, kitchen, and air conditioning. If need be, Ammon believed that they could remain living there for as long as it would take for them to claim it through squatters' rights. Usually, Malheur was occupied by employees of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, but they were told to stay home indefinitely by their supervisor during the holidays. Days before, Ryan Payne had showed up at the refuge to check it out. Someone recognized Payne, putting the refuge's employees on high alert. Ammon described his decision to take over the refuge as a hard stand, a last-ditch effort to have their political message taken seriously. When Ammon led a convoy of around 20 men in vehicles to the wildlife refuge, they were expecting a shootout. Instead, they were able to take it without any resistance, saying that they found a set of keys which gave them access to all of the buildings on the compound.
It was completely unoccupied. We never kicked anybody out. We never saw anybody. We never spoke to anybody.
We took over unoccupied government territory. So what?
We just simply went there and we did take it over.
Now, tell me about when people in Seattle took over the police station. Was that okay? No, they were violating the law. That's what I thought.
We did.
We have taken over the refuge. We have made a hard stand. We have done this because this refuge has been a tool that has been used to destroy ranchers, destroy loggers, and to oppress the people here in Harney County.
We'll uphold the Constitution. We'll return these resources to the people. It belongs to the people of Harney County, these good folks. So I'll stand here with my friends.
There's already people here from all walks of life. I don't know the first thing about ranching. I'm a city boy myself.
All walks of white life.
11 years in the Marine Corps. Now I'm serving my country.
Ammon's impulsive decision to occupy the wildlife refuge alienated almost everyone other than the 20 or so men who helped him do it.
You've got a situation where you've got people who don't want this, and you've got outsiders trying to force it on them. So I think we need to stay out of it. If it's only a matter of peaceful protest, of course, that'd be fine. That's righteous and good to go. But you cannot go there and force a confrontation with rifles in hand when the family does not want the assistance. So I think those people should just stay the hell out of it.
The Hammonds condemned occupation and said that the Bundys didn't speak for them. 2 days later, they voluntarily returned to federal prison. The Mormon Church put out a statement criticizing occupiers.
I've heard that.
And so did Ted Cruz. The Oregon Three Percenters put out an article called Oregon Standoff, Federal Provocateurs, Sociopaths, and Idiots. The Committee of Safety, a.k.a. the shadow government Ammon set up with Harney County locals, also...
Because of the way Ted Cruz is, people don't realize he's like a devout, radical, fucking racist piece of shit.
Condemned occupation. Even Cliven Bundy said that he didn't, quote, quite understand how much they were going to accomplish. I think of it this way. What business does the Bundy family have in Harney County, Oregon? The occupiers were completely unprepared.
State.
They called for more patriots to join them.
We need you to get here and stand with us, whether you're armed or
They sound like the convoy, don't they?
unarmed. You get up here.
Pete Santilli kept saying that 10,000 patriots would show up, even though there were only around
10,000 trucks are coming! Everybody's coming!
20 people staying at the wildlife refuge. Santilli stayed at a nearby motel and said on his YouTube show that he wanted to keep himself at a distance because he thought that the occupation was illegal. The occupation of Malheur National Wildlife Refuge was nothing like the Buddy standoff of 2014. Cliven's battle against the BLM inspired people because they saw him as an underdog fighting for his livelihood and heritage against corrupt feds. The Malheur occupation, on the other hand, was simply perplexing. A bunch of guys with guns rolled into a county that didn't want them there to support ranchers who rejected their help, and they took over a federal compound in a way that
Everybody in America that says they're fighting for their heritage considers the Confederate flag part of their heritage. What up, Cockring? Paul's coming!
practically hurt their cause. So much so that Patriot circles entertained the thought that the occupiers were feds engaging in a false flag operation. As one of the founders of the 3 Percenter movement wrote, when Obama meets his attorney general on the subject of citizen disarmament, you can bet the farm that this will play right into that narrative. Perfect timing. You gotta give the federal handlers of these pukes credit. This is precisely the sort of offensive action on the part of these militia terrorists that they needed. Regardless, Ammon remained steadfast. He believed that eventually, people would come to understand and support the occupation. At a press conference held in front of the refuge, they announced that the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge was no more, and that from then on, it was called the Harney County Resource Center. They also announced the name of their group, Citizens for Constitutional Freedom.
We intend on...
It is always... Their recent bills are like Liberty for Washing Machine Acts, Freedom for Coffee Makers.
Going to work.
It is 100% virtue signal, guising it in rhetoric so that they can do their Nazi shit under the guise of patriotism.
And assisting the people of Harney County in claiming their rights, using their rights as free people.
Ammon said that they were prepared to stay at the refuge for years, or for however long it would take to see their goals fulfilled. They let it be known that they were willing to kill or be killed if law enforcement attempted a raid. However, they called it a peaceful protest nevertheless. They said that...
Wow, they called January 6th a peaceful protest too. It's almost like the way Republicans behave is identical to the way these radical pieces of shit behave. Now, just to remind you, this is the video I played to start stream. Show me the difference.
It was sparked in the pulpits of America. There were a group of preachers called the Black Robe Regiment that started this nation. It's time for God to raise up a brand new generation of black robe preachers that love Jesus, that love the Word of God, but love America and love freedom. Amen? So I receive my responsibility. And I will never wear a yellow robe. I will only wear the black robe. And now as a minister, I lead sheep, I feed sheep, and I kill wolves.
Hello, fellow deplorables! We have a nation at risk, and it's time for a revolution. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready?
This is January 5th, preparing for a peaceful protest of a violent revolution. This is our 1776 moment. We the people, constitutional patriots, will rise up and end the bureaucracy of the deep state.
That they carried guns because their Second Amendment right defended their First Amendment right.
Federal officials tell us they are developing a plan to end the standoff situation.
I miss Lenny. I miss Lenny because every time I play this video, he says the dude right here in front of the Cash App sign is Bill Murray.
Your wildlife refuge.
Resolve what? A bunch of people at a camp? We're camping
Oh,
out.
whatever.
I shared law enforcement's stated intentions with some members of the armed group tonight as they stood watch at the entrance to the refuge. Their reaction?
The FBI are terrorists.
We're not the terrorists. The deep state and the FBI are terrorists. That's why now the modern GOP wants to defund the FBI, because they're also holding Republicans accountable. South of Boston.
They're terrorists. So you don't think they'll negotiate? The FBI are bad guys. They're not good guys.
There are no law enforcement checkpoints outside of the refuge, or even on the...
The American law, as a true patriot, the American government are the bad guys.
...road leading in. Burns, a small city that was a 30-minute drive from the refuge,
yeah,
was turned
into
a logistics camp for law enforcement officers representing 3 levels of government. State police built a staging area in the school district's administration building. The FBI set up a command post at Burns Municipal Airport. When they received intel that occupiers might try and storm the courthouse, they fenced it off and posted armed guards in front of it to protect it. Occupiers were allowed to come and go as they pleased. Ammon Bundy got his haircut in town. On 3 occasions, he drove home to Idaho to see his wife and kids. People visited, bringing along supplies and food. Some Harney County locals were curious about what the Bundys had to say and stuck around to receive lessons on the Constitution.
Yes, lurking. The military, the FBI, the CIA, the NSA, they're 80% Republicans. And they need to be destroyed because the 20% won't get on board.
Named Dwayne held an American flag and rode around on his horse in front of the refuge. Motels in Burns filled up with militia guys and journalists. Businesses experienced a spike in revenue.
If you didn't know any better, you'd think Ammon Bundy was just another local resident. We even spotted him just hanging out with his fellow militiamen at a nearby restaurant. Many are wondering why the feds don't just arrest him already, when he's presumably unarmed and vulnerable in the city.
Rather than going in guns blazing, law enforcement opted to maintain a hands-off approach. Let the occupation fizzle out. There was no need to...
Dude, just whatever we do, never fucking hold white racists accountable. Got it. Give the slavers extra money as reparations.
Beat the mistakes at the 2014 Bundy Ranch standoff. Instead, the FBI sent in several informants to spy on what the occupiers were doing and saying. They kept track of the occupiers' movements through cellular ping information. They flew drones over the refuge and set up surveillance cameras to collect license plates. Some cameras were taken down by the occupiers.
Does that look like you? Surveillance cameras? With no network! This is United States federal government surveillance! Woo!
That means you're up there destroying federal property again. But, you know, you have a right to. You're white.
You take this MAC address, you're going to find it's Department of Homeland Security or the FBI or some entity as such in your community mounting surveillance cameras without your knowledge.
Yeah, yeah. There's a lot of sub-bullshit.
Although the FBI were in charge of...
Yeah, where they just were clandestine, unmarked vehicles in uniforms with no markings, no ID markings.
Law enforcement efforts against the occupation. They didn't talk to the media, and they rarely spoke to the occupiers. One of the only times that they did was when Ryan Bundy sat next to a few FBI agents at church. The FBI recruits heavily from Mormon communities, since Mormons often live clean lifestyles and are bilingual due to their mission.
Mormons often lead clean lifestyles. Except, you know, for the illegal polygamy and child fucking. You know, that. Other than that.
Missionary work. While the FBI remains...
No ID markings.
Law enforcement efforts against the occupation.
Yeah, there's a lot of sub-bullshit.
Although the FBI were in charge of...
Yeah, where they just were clandestine, unmarked vehicles in uniforms with no markings, no ID markings.
Law enforcement efforts against the occupation. They didn't talk to the media, and they rarely spoke to the occupiers. One of the only times that they did was when Ryan Bundy sat next to a few FBI agents at church. The FBI recruits heavily from Mormon communities, since Mormons often live clean lifestyles and are bilingual due to their mission.
Mormons often lead clean lifestyles. Except, you know, for the illegal polygamy and child fucking. And they need to be destroyed because the 20% won't get on board.
Named Dwayne held an American flag and rode around on his horse in front of the refuge. Motels in Burns filled up with militia guys and journalists. Businesses experienced a spike in revenue.
If you didn't know any better, you'd think Ammon Bundy was just another local resident. We even spotted him just hanging out with his fellow militiamen at a nearby restaurant. Many are wondering why the feds don't just arrest him already when he's presumably unarmed and vulnerable in the city.
Rather than going in guns blazing, law enforcement opted to maintain a hands-off approach. Let the occupation fizzle out. There was no need to...
Dude, just whatever we do, never fucking hold white racists accountable. Got it. Give the slavers extra money as reparations.
Repeat the mistakes at the 2014 Bundy Ranch standoff. Instead, the FBI sent in several informants to spy on what the occupiers were doing and saying. They kept track of the occupiers' movements through cellular ping information. They flew drones over the refuge and set up surveillance cameras to collect license plates. Some cameras were taken down by the occupiers.
That look like surveillance cameras with no network. This is United States federal government surveillance. Woo!
That means you're up there destroying federal property again.
Through cellular ping information. They flew drones over the refuge and set up surveillance cameras to collect license plates. Some cameras were taken down by the occupiers.
That look like surveillance cameras with no network. This is United States federal government surveillance. Woo!
That means you're up there destroying federal property again. But, you know, you have a right to. You're white.
You take this MAC address, you're going to find it's Department of Homeland Security or the FBI or some entity as such in your community mounting surveillance cameras without your knowledge.
Yeah, yeah. There's a lot of bullshit.
Although the FBI were in charge of...
Yeah, where they just were clandestine, unmarked vehicles in uniforms with no markings, no ID markings.
Law enforcement efforts against the occupation. They didn't talk to the media, and they rarely spoke to the occupiers. One of the only times that they did was when Ryan Bundy sat next to a few FBI agents at church. The FBI recruits heavily from Mormon communities, since Mormons often live clean lifestyles and are bilingual due to their...
Mormons often lead clean lifestyles. Except, you know, for the illegal polygamy and child fucking. You know, that. Other than that.
Missionary work. While the FBI remained quietly behind the scenes...
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier, Ricky Bobby.
Who became the face of law enforcement. Unlike Sheriff Gillespie in Clark County, Nevada, Dave Ward wasn't used to navigating a media circus. There's only a single lieutenant and 3 officers under his command. He was used to dealing with petty crime, drunks, and domestic disputes. When he spoke to the cameras, he was doe-eyed, soft-spoken, and sometimes sounded like he was on the verge of tears. But despite his soft nature, he felt a duty to see the situation come to a peaceful resolution.
Good afternoon, I'm Sheriff Dave Ward. Apologize, I've been feeling a little emotional today. I'm proud of this community. I'm proud of my friends and neighbors. I'm proud of the way that you stood up for this stuff.
5 days into the occupation, Sheriff Ward ignored the wishes of the FBI and met with Ammon Bundy and Ryan Payne and offered them a safe escort out of the state, which they rejected.
It only takes one unstable person to show up, and we know that.
That could happen even if we allow.
I'm here to offer safe escort out. Go back, kick it around with your folks, and I'll give you a call tomorrow and ask you what you decided.
I do.
Thanks for coming out.
Will you consider the safe escort out of the state?
I'm not afraid to go out of the state. I don't need an escort.
We're talking about Dave Ward here, biggest coward in the country. Okay, he sold out to the.
Everybody's an enemy. He sold out. He wouldn't give us what we wanted. He's deep state. Our sheriff wouldn't attack the federal government. He's deep state. Now, have you ever heard those words come from the White House, from the cabinet, from the Supreme Court, from the DOJ, from the Republican leadership?
Feds. We had plenty of discussions with him, talking to him about the situation, trying to get him to realize the atrocities that's going on here and help him to stand up for the Hammonds. He caved to the pressures of the federal government, which have no authority over him.
He won't attack the federal government, therefore he's my enemy. Jimmy Carter's fault.
He's a coward, and he should have never been in that position as sheriff.
When Ryan Bundy told the media that they would leave if people of Harney County asked them to, Sheriff Ward held a community meeting and asked the nearly 400 locals in attendance.
How many citizens of Harney County do we have in here? Now I'm going to ask for the same show of hands of how many people want to work this out peacefully and would like these folks to go home. God bless you, Harney County.
There were around 7,200 people living in Harney County at the time, and nearly 28% of them worked for the government. Also, while there were plenty of cattle ranchers, sentiment towards the federal land agencies was relatively positive compared to most rural Western communities.
The community, including the ranchers, worked really hard to come up with this thing called the Malheur Comprehensive Conservation Plan, which is policies for land management. I said, how did you reconcile your argument that things were so bad that the ranchers needed to overthrow the federal government when they had just spent 8 years coming up with this?
It had nothing to do with the ranchers. These militia, domestic terrorists, white supremacists just want to overthrow the government, like neo-Nazis have wanted to do for a very, very long time. Neo-Nazis want a race war so that they can turn America into their white version of Israel.
Collaborative agreement.
What up, Glitch?
How did the Malheur Comprehensive Conservation Plan fit into your view about the federal tyranny and oppression of the wildlife refuge? Because that's not the way the ranching community seemed to see it. And he said, oh, well, I never heard about that. It's like the main policy, set of policies that guides the management of the wildlife refuge.
Yes, but if it's not in the Constitution that he has in his pocket, it doesn't exist.
So you're saying you had an armed revolution against the federal government to overthrow federal land use policy, but you have no idea what the federal land use policy is.
And that sums up the entire Republican federal leadership.
Is?
It was because of moments like these that Lavoy Finicum, the only cattle rancher amongst the occupiers, became the go-to spokesman for the group. He reached out to the Burns Paiute tribe and asked them to join the occupation. He explained that he grew up on a Navajo reservation and understood their concerns. When the tribe said that the occupiers were desecrating their ancestral land, Lavoy offered to return their ancient artifacts stored in the refuge.
BLM or whoever was in charge of these native artifacts just kind of boxed them up and let them just rot down here.
Yes. Why are
I love how these fucking white supremacist shitbags who are happy to displace natives then claim they're the new natives will use natives for their propaganda. Because this is all Nazis do.
The way here for nobody but for them to look at whenever they come down here. This needs to be taken care of. And so we're reaching out to the Paiute people.
This is exactly the same thing fascist, anti-Semitic Republicans are doing with college campuses by claiming they're standing up against anti-Semitism alongside of their neo-Nazi brethren. And they're calling Jews like me anti-Semitic because it serves a purpose for them. They will claim we need to shut down anti-Semitism, but then also claim we have to give free speech to neo-Nazis even though they're anti-Semitic.
In as serious manner as I can. Please let's open up a dialogue. Come get a representative. Come here and let's start talking face to face, and let's make sure that we take care of the heritage of the Native American people.
We spoke with Tribal Chair Charlotte Rodriguez. She says through their tribal archaeologists, they already understood how many artifacts were there and how they were stored.
It doesn't really bother me.
As for the condition of the items, she pointed out that Eastern Oregon is high and dry, meaning the climate won't impact what was shown in those boxes.
The things that we're worried about are the things that are defenseless. The animals, plants, all the...
The natives are saying, we don't really care about what those white people are making us think about. So the town didn't want them. The other rancher didn't want them. The natives don't want them.
archaeology and the history in the land. You know, it's not about having possession of something.
For some reason, they don't want to have a dialogue.
One day, Lavoie's daughters visited the
I don't know why these natives won't just let us do what we want.
refuge to see him. The topic of children visiting the refuge was controversial, even among the occupiers, but Lavoie thought it showed the world a softer image, that they were just family men engaging in civil disobedience.
Yes, it was all propaganda, as everything these assholes do is.
He had prepared a place for them to sleep and everything like that, but there was a rumor.
Remember how in, where was it? Where was it Ontario? Where the truckers brought their families and bouncy houses to make it look like it was a family-based thing? Wow.
That had come, that the FBI was going to raid that night. And so my husband was worried for the kids. And he says, you guys are going to have to leave. And so he...
Is this the Wesley Clark Refuge?
Made them leave.
Armed with a rifle, he explained to curious members of the media that he was sitting outside in the freezing temperatures to show that he wasn't going to hide from the FBI.
I have been raised in the country all my life. I love dearly to feel.
I mean, I don't imagine the news constantly asking the opinion of domestic terrorists on the American government. So, Mr. Domestic Terrorist Ted Kaczynski, I'd like to know what your thoughts are on the new land management policy.
The wind on my face, to see the sunrise, to see the moon in the night.
We're gonna imagine trying to get the perspective of sovereign citizens and treating it like it's real.
I have no intention of spending any of my days.
It's in Ontario.
Afterwards, his face was shown repeatedly on news stations nationwide. As a result, Lavoie and his wife Jeanette lost custody of 4 foster children.
Good.
I started getting calls from the agency I worked for about our foster care.
That's what God wanted.
Because we had 4 boys here, and they said, you know, if he's home by Saturday, you know, you'll be fine. But if he's not home by Saturday, they're going to want to take the boys and take your license. They did come and
that just means the deep state is after. It's not that they're worried about child's welfare. They just want to hurt us.
And they took 2 of the boys, and then the other 2 boys left a couple days later.
So you're prepared to die. Better dead than in a cell.
Absolutely. Dude, would you like to be in a cell?
Have FBI who's infiltrated, pretending to be media. We've got pictures of them out at the FBI compound getting ready to shoot people, and they're infiltrating. Okay, they're spying, they're listening. This is not freaking Nazi Germany. Okay, we're not Nazi Germany, and we're going to expose the freaking Nazis. Okay.
The longer the
That's you, Pete. You're one of the Nazis. You're one of the Nazis. We're devout right-wing nationalists, not Nazis.
Occupation went, the sillier it seemed to get. One of the occupiers, named Kenneth Medenbach, who liked to protest federal land ownership by building shelters on public land and rigging them with explosives, was arrested after driving a
All the best people. I like to build booby traps to kill people on federal land, you know, because I'm a patriot.
Malheur Wildlife Refuge truck into Burns.
Sometimes we make dumb choices, don't we?
You saying Kenneth's choices were dumb?
He has been such a great support to us to take a truck and drive it in.
Oh, really?
That
That's
not
interesting.
Registered and licensed yet to Harney County, which we hope soon will be. Could have been a better choice.
Another occupier made news after he challenged Governor Chris Christie to 10 sumo matches.
Governor Christie, bring that big old belly over here and let's slap bellies.
There was one guy who walked around with an English broadsword, another guy named Brand New Thornton who liked to make a show of blowing a ritualistic...
These people are mentally ill. Lock these motherfuckers up.
Horn.
Dude. That is so fucking insulting to me. A fucking ram's horn from these fucking white supremacist assholes.
People made homoerotic fiction starring Ammon Bundy, and when the unprepared occupiers asked supporters to send snacks on Facebook, they received a box of dildos in the mail.
Box of dicks.
It's really ridiculous. Even this one's really funny. It's a bag of dicks. So we're gonna
a bag of dicks.
And we're gonna continue to do work and do good for our country.
They literally did get a bag of dicks. God damn, that's awesome. That is fucking awesome. Yep. Were they black dildos? They literally were, what up, Carpet? They were literally sent a bag of dicks. I mean, that is fucking golden. They literally sent them Ram Ranch. Here's Ram Ranch, guys.
The first 2 weeks of the occupation were eventful enough to keep them in the news cycle. The Daily Mail put out an article exposing Cliven's bodyguard, Uda Cavalier, for stolen valor. A 26-year-old half-Japanese guy named David Fry, who helped the occupiers with their computers, was exposed for having pro-Nazi...
Oh, no way. No way. What am I... Well, that's... No way, dude. No way. The Asian guy, the guy was good at computers. No fucking way. No fucking way, dude. No fucking way. Yeah, there you go. Bag of dicks. 55-gallon drum of lube. Bag of dicks mysteriously disappeared. Yeah, they each went in hiding. Internal storage.
Valor.
In their prison wallet.
26-year-old half-Japanese guy named David Fry, who helped the occupiers with their computers...
Dude, that's... You can't write that shit. You can't write that fucking shit right there. The Asian guy helped them with their computers.
Exposed for having pro-Nazi and ISIS sympathies. Then it was revealed that another occupier named Neil Wampler had murdered his own father in a drunken rage in the 1970s.
There's God-fearing people in that building right now, and I know in my heart they think they're doing the right thing. Part of me believes they are. They're not doing it the right way.
You guys are all mentally ill. Lock them up. Put them in a padded room.
Americans don't need to be fighting Americans right now. You need to stop what you're doing.
There was a fight between a man named Louis Arthur, the leader of a group called Veterans on Patrol, and some of the occupiers. Before the brawl, Louis Arthur had camped in front of the wildlife refuge for days.
So they used to be radicals and few and far between. And now... they are just all family.
From day one.
You know the kind of people that we were with. The nicest, friendliest, happiest people. It was like a family reunion out there. It was incredible. It was wonderful.
Who's street? Our street! 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 We're gonna storm the fucking Capitol! Fuck you fuckers!
You know, when I got there,
I need a command official from Capitol so we can coordinate where they want us to pull back to. We cannot hold this without more munitions and more air power.
You want to know how we got here?
Criticizing the occupation.
We came up here to de-escalate the situation and try to convince someone that having the federal government killing you is not going to make you a martyr, and the majority of the patriots are pounding on their keyboards. They're not going to rise up. But we also want the women and children removed from the compound. When the founding fathers marched on tyranny, they didn't take their wives and children with them in the battle. Yet we see American patriots out here taking their wives and children.
The bars, it didn't just start in the Boston harbors. It was sparked in the pulpits of America. There were a group of preachers called the Black Robe Regiment that started this nation. It's time for God to raise up a brand new generation of black robe preachers that love Jesus, that love the Word of God, but love America and love freedom. Amen? So I received my responsibility. And I will never wear a yellow robe. I will only wear the black robe. And now as a minister, I lead sheep, I feed sheep, and I kill wolves.
Children with them into battle, knowing that this could end up being a Waco or Ruby Ridge.
Lewis said he was punched in the face by one of the occupiers while trying to get women and children inside to safely leave with him.
I got punched in the back of the head by Blaine Cooper, and then two other guys came at me, and they had one of the guys had his hand on his gun standing back. We're unarmed. I go towards those guys. Blaine sucker punches me again. He moves in. Blaine punches him in the face and busts his face open. So I ordered my team to eat back. We don't return violence with violence.
Some of the women and children at the refuge were named the Sharp Family Singers. They were a family of singers who had spent time at Camp Liberty in Bunkerville after the 2014 standoff. Some people felt uncomfortable with the Sharp family's presence.
Good luck, Carolina.
Especially since they were all anticipating an FBI raid. Lieutenant Sharp said that she planned to raise her 7 children at the refuge. In 2011,
love to see Jordan Stahl and Gitzel get somewhere.
One of her children were taken by child services after reports of neglect and abuse. Eventually, the media started to lose interest in the occupation. Law enforcement's hands-off approach and the occupiers' inactivity didn't tell stories. Also, the occupation was overshadowed when North Korea began a show of force by testing their nukes. There were much juicier events to cover than a bumbling group of patriots taking over a smattering of federal buildings in the middle of nowhere. Ammon was attempting to spark a nationwide movement without the press there to cover what they were doing.
Well, they couldn't ignore them taking over this federal building, could they?
I need a command official from Capitol.
If maybe you gave a fuck when they took ancillary buildings, this wouldn't have happened.
Their work would be for nothing. Therefore, Ammon brainstormed ways to elicit attention from the media. In a stunt described as their boldest move since overtaking the refuge, the occupiers cut down 20 yards of barbed wire fence put up by the fishermen.
They destroyed federal property again. Why hold them accountable for that?
Wildlife Service. They said that they were acting on behalf of a local rancher named Tim Puckett, whose ranch bordered the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge. Later, Tim Puckett said that he never spoke to the occupiers and that his ranch hands had to repair the fence.
So they're just lying domestic terrorists who cost the guy that they lied about actual money and time, so that they can promote their agenda because they're patriots.
Quote, I'm very upset. I have no grievances with the refuge or the BLM. I have BLM grazing permits that I use each year, and I am a good steward of the land. I do not depend on the federal government to raise my cattle. In no way do I feel entitled to the refuge for grazing. I was informed of the fence last fall prior to its construction, and it has not, nor will it, affect my cattle operation. The occupiers slipped into a steady pattern. As the days went by, their guard began to drop. Children visited the refuge to interview the Bundys for school assignments. Anti-public lands politicians visited to meet with the Bundys. The occupiers did military training in clear view of cameras.
And this is how it happens. And if we don't understand this, and we don't understand the leap of how this is now the entire Republican movement, you don't see the vast change from then till now because you've been part of it. These people are in Congress. They're in the Senate. They're on benches in the court system, in the Fifth Circuit, in the Supreme Court. They're in the DOJ. They're in our military. These people are half of the country now.
I began to feel like they might be able to remain there long enough to finally claim squatters' rights of the refuge.
Militants tried to shut down environmentalists from the Center for Biological Diversity this weekend.
Well, now you will not shout me down, I'll tell you that. I was there.
No, you're doing the shouting down.
I was there when... Excuse me?
You're doing the shouting.
No, I'm crossing the line.
You allow freedom to speak.
I'm crossing the line. You have freedom of speech.
Run media.
Throughout the occupation, YouTube shock jock Pete Santilli live streamed what was happening in Burns and the wildlife refuge.
Pete Santilli, spokesman for the ranchers in the Oregon standoff.
Hey, can I finish my point? I want to call upon all of the grassroots Black Lives Matter people to come out here because there's more jobs.
So co-opting another group that they hate
out here than there are in the inner city selling heroin on behalf of Barack Obama's trafficking network.
Even though
Barack Obama's trafficking network.
Santilli never stayed at the refuge overnight. He said he'd stick around to provide the occupiers protection by being a truthful and independent reporter. And dressed in desert camo,
these people are illegals.
About proving that.
FBI, you can bring your freaking guns and put a freaking bullet right here. Put a bullet right here. I'll take that first bullet, you disgusting, filthy, freaking... Oh!
We're at risk for death. Are you guys willing to...
We're bikers for Trump, and we exist for the sole purpose of seeing Donald Trump elected in 2020. We got his back, and we got your back. Folks, we're on the brink of socialism, which is the Venus flytrap for any democracy, for which it stands. One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And if any of those things ring true to you, then you better step up right now because we're on the brink of a revolution. And I, for one, will take the first bullet. If there's anybody out there from Antifa or Black Lives Matters, spin your first fucking bullet at my chest, okay? And I, for one, will stand up. And again, Antifa, if you're out here and you're hiding, Black Lives Matters if you're hiding, start with me, Chris Cox, Bikers for Trump. Thanks, everybody.
By being a truthful and independent reporter. And dressed in desert camo, he said about proving that.
FBI, you can bring your freaking guns and put a freaking bullet right here. Put a bullet right here. I'll take that.
They're sheep. They sound exactly the same. They're all just the same terrorists.
First bullet, you disgusting, filthy, freaking... Oh my God.
Yeah, tacos.
You pissed me off so bad. Fear and intimidation upon this community is intolerable. We will not cower to your tyranny, you jackbooted thugs. We will surround you with unarmed people, and we will crush you with constitutionality.
11 days into the...
Well, how come everybody is armed then?
Standoff, Pete Santilli entered a Harney County community meeting, and when he started to interrupt Sheriff Ward, the people of Harney County made it clear that he was not welcome.
Oh my God, what are we going to do? There's people out there wanting to enforce the Constitution. How will we save the children? Oh my God, we should take away all their guns. Oh, gotta go. Meeting's starting. Bye.
Welcome, everybody. Good evening. Thank you. And while I love having them here, I'd like to see them go home.
How about the feds?
But we can't get them to go home. They're not going home either until we get this resolved.
They're causing the problem, Sheriff, and you know
It's
it.
not us occupying the town. Remember when I said they create a problem, then when people respond to the problem, they cry victim. And being the victim justifies their murders, their violence, their unlawful possession, their destruction of property. The exact same way Israel uses October 7th as justification for ethnic cleansing and genocide. You don't want to call it genocide? The mass slaughter of innocent people. Fine. The systemic and mass slaughter of innocent people by a government. You don't want to call it a genocide. But they start some shit, then October 7th happens, and that is the excuse of why they get to kill people. We make up lies about the election, and then when you don't rule in our favor, that's justification for us to give you death threats and kill you. It's just self-defense of our country. Get out! Go and get! Go and get! Go and get, Pete! Go and get! Go and get!
I'm being escorted out for disruption. Yes.
Okay. Look at that. Pete Santilli speaking out, using his First Amendment. Let's throw spitballs at him. Boy, oh boy, I wonder why we're calling this place a communist
This guy thinks he's Doc Holliday. He's more like Dick Holliday.
community, because we got some commies running around town that want to shut down my First Amendment.
Throughout the occupation, Ryan Bundy and Lavoy Finicum drove to different counties to encourage ranchers to tear up their grazing permits. When they tried to get ranchers in Harney County to cancel their grazing permits at a ceremony, they were surprised to find out that no one wanted to. The grazing permit cancellation ceremony.
These are just deep state people that hate us and love to be oppressed by the federal government. Like, look at the victim. Everywhere they went, people said, fuck off.
Ceremony was a major part of Ammon's plan.
And now they are the entire Republican Party.
And to spark a revolution in the western states. And when it didn't work out, it was the ultimate blow to the occupation, marking its end.
Ryan Bundy had tried to coordinate this ceremony where local ranchers would come and symbolically tear up their lease and symbolically, in a sense, start the Second American Revolution, overthrowing federal government power.
Oh, they want a revolution. We the people, 1776.
They couldn't.
Now, how many Congress people said this is our 1776 moment?
Get a single rancher from Harney County. They had to get somebody from New Mexico. It turned out this guy from New Mexico, after the occupation, renewed his grazing lease.
So the only thing that happened was some performative bullshit. Because you guys are LARPers, you're actors, you're just pansy-ass bitches role-playing as tough guys that say you're following the law, but every other American other than you thinks you're fucking assholes.
Later, the occupiers showed up unannounced at a Harney County community meeting, where locals in attendance made it clear that they wanted them gone.
Do you know who Clay Higgins is? Do you guys know who Clay Higgins is?
Around 20 days into the occupation, Ammon and the others started to plan their next move. It had become clear to them that the revolution wouldn't kick off in Harney County, but they believed that they had a better chance around 90 miles north in Grant County. There was a constitutional sheriff in Grant County called Glenn Palmer who supported their movement. So on January 26, 2016, they left in 2 vehicles to go see him. Prior to their departure, the FBI and Oregon State Police were tipped off that all of the occupation's leaders were driving to Grant County. The authorities stopped Ammon's Jeep around 20 miles from the refuge and arrested him along with Buddha Cavalier and an FBI informant named Mark McConnell. Lavoy Finicum, Ryan Bundy, Ryan Payne, and 2 women named Shauna Cox and Victoria Sharp were behind them in another vehicle.
I'm going to meet the sheriff. The sheriff is waiting for us. So you do as you damn well please. But I'm not going anywhere. Here I am, right there. Right there, put a bullet through it. You understand? I'm going to go meet the sheriff. You back down or you kill me now. Go ahead, put the bullet through me.
Okay. You need to get Ryan back. Shoot your tires out.
That's what
Hey, Ryan Ammon?
Where's
Why did they pull you over? There's no service here.
Just because. Well, where's the gun?
I'm going to go. You guys ready?
Get down.
Then you duck down. Give me that camera. Okay, give me this camera. Go. Are they shooting?
He should have complied.
Okay, stay down. Stay down. So I can call as soon as I get service. Wait up here. Keep watching the phone. Hang on. Okay.
Are those children in there?
Hang on.
Okay, we're here.
Go ahead and shoot me.
Shoot me. Stay down. Stay down. Stay down. Stay down. Stay down. Stay down.
Are those kids?
Are they shooting him? Did they shoot him? You asshole. Oh my God!
You assholes! Should have complied, right? Every black person shot in the back by cops, they should have just complied, right?
Stay down.
You know, they kill people who oppose them. That's what they do.
The law enforcement kills people that threaten and violate. Yeah, okay.
They're murderers.
Did you realize immediately that Lavoie was shot and killed, or?
I did, yes.
Mm. And how did you feel in that situation when that was all going down?
Well, I'm not going to share those feelings on camera.
And that's when I received the call from Ammon's wife, Lisa, and she's hysterical, screaming into the phone that they...
So here's Clay Higgins.
If you are asking whether the violence at the Capitol on January 6th was part of some operation orchestrated by FBI sources and/or agents, the answer is emphatically
You're saying no?
No.
You're saying no?
Not
Okay.
violence orchestrated by FBI sources or agents.
Are you familiar with you know what a ghost vehicle is? Director of the FBI certainly should. You know what a ghost bus is?
A ghost bus?
Ghost bus.
I'm not sure I've used that term before.
Okay. Well, it's pretty common in law enforcement. It's a vehicle that's used for...
This guy is interviewing the director of the FBI.
Purposes. It's painted over. These two buses in the middle here, they were the first to arrive at Union Station on January 6th, 0500. I have all this evidence.
I got all this evidence. You filled these buses with Trump supporting FBI. Well, they're not real Trump supporters.
The tip of this iceberg.
Mr. Chairman.
These two buses are painted completely white.
Point of order.
This is a very significant hearing, Mr. Chairman, and these buses are nefarious in nature and were filled with FBI informants dressed as Trump supporters.
Now, why do I bring him up? Why is he important? He's important because this was his job beforehand. He was one of them constitutional sheriffs that the Bundys believe have more power than the federal government. So this white supremacist piece of absolute scumfuck turd, right? He was a constitutional sheriff who believed he had more power than the state and the federal government. And now he's in the federal government.
The Gremlin Street Gang is responsible for hundreds of violent crimes, murders, armed robberies, witness intimidation, burglaries, drug trafficking, extortion, and brutal beatings. We've arrested 10 of these thugs and have warrants on 7 more. Every one of these animals is most definitely armed and dangerous. Darren Carter, Aaron Carter, Travis Cooper, Cody Guidry, Jaron Diggs, Kirkland Dest. You will be hunted. You will be tracked. And if you raise your weapon to a man like me, we'll return fire with superior fire. Darren Carter, you think men like these are afraid of an uneducated, 125-pound punk like you that's never won a fair fight in your life and holds your gun sideways? Young man, I'll meet you on solid ground anytime, anywhere, light or heavy. Makes no difference to me. You won't walk away. Look at you. Men like us, son, we do dumbbell presses with weights bigger than you. And the convicts in jail, most of those men are good people who just found themselves crossed with the law. They're not evil, and they don't respect you or any punk like you. They'll toss you around like a rag doll. I encourage every citizen watching this to look into your own heart and find the American courage that conquers all evil. I implore you to listen to this message and stand up. Take back your streets. Take back your country. Come forward with information about these heathens that have terrorized your community. And for those who would use this message as a way to create false racial division in our country, take a close look behind me. Standing next to every cop is a...
I'm doing a photo shoot with a bunch of black people. We're not racist. Look at the blacks behind me. You think we're racist? We've been able to trot out for this photo shoot as many black people as you can imagine.
The leader of our black community. This is not about race. It's about right versus wrong. One last message to the gremlins. You don't like the things I've told you tonight? I got one thing to say. I'm easy to find. On behalf of the St. Landry Parish Sheriff's, is dangerous in my life. I have lived a life that I've stared danger in the eye many, many times.
Let me show you that whole clip.
I'm Ben Mycelis from the Mighty Close. Not a play this.
Might be quite different.
Whether you think COVID-19 is serious.
Clay Higgins says, play this clip.
Question that you just posed back. Whether you think COVID-19 is serious or dangerous.
I believe that.
Cancel the raid and do it again.
The gentleman's definition of danger might be quite different from mine.
Okay. So is that a no? Or I'm trying to understand.
Oh, okay, my bad. That's because it's blocked by the other video.
There obviously.
Is it dangerous to you by your definition? I don't.
You know, as levels of danger concern, I would put a virus along the lines of the flu far down my list of priorities that I would consider as dangerous.
Okay, so COVID, not dangerous, not a threat to anybody's
life. I have lived a life that I've stared danger in the eye many, many times, and it never resembled COVID.
Welcome. You want to know something about Jungler you probably didn't know?
Well, like you heard he fucked an ostrich, right?
He what?
He fucked an ostrich.
Oh, that's greasy. That's real.
Yeah, it's fucking greasy.
Greasy.
Allegedly.
Well, I'll enter into the record. I appreciate your answer. This is an article from August 13th of 2021 from a newspaper titled The Advocate.
Okay, so if you missed it, let me just replay this clip, and I'll get some coffee while the clip's playing. Because I don't want you to miss this.
This clip.
Question that you just posed back, whether you think COVID-19 is serious or dangerous.
I believe that perhaps the gentleman's definition of danger might be quite different from mine.
Okay. So is that a no? Or I'm trying to understand.
Well, there obviously.
Is it dangerous to you by your definition? I don't.
You know, as levels of danger concern, I would put a virus along the lines of the flu far down my list of priorities that I would consider as dangerous in my life. I have lived a life that I've stared danger in the eye many, many times, and it never resembled COVID.
Got it. Well, I'll enter into the record. I appreciate your answer. This is an article from August 13th of 2021 from a newspaper titled The Advocate. I think it's a Louisiana newspaper. The headline is Clay Higgins says COVID, quote, almost killed me, remains opposed to mandates. And there's a paragraph here, I'll quote from it just so that we're clear. It says, regarding COVID-19, Higgins, Representative Higgins, of course, told the audience of several dozen residents at the event organized by the African American Chamber of Commerce that the disease, quote, almost killed me, end quote. Quote, there was a day there when I wasn't sure y'all were going to have to tolerate me much longer, end quote, he said. Quote, my wife, my son, and I got COVID about a month ago, the Delta variant, and I've never been knocked down that hard in my life. I'm fully recovered now. My suits fit better, end quote. So
that is an accurate assessment of yes, sir. I faced death's door from the Delta variant of COVID, and I remain very heavily inoculated, having gained natural immunity and lived through that experience because I'm a healthy American and I remain unvaccinated by the experimental vaccine, which I'm sure you got. Good luck with that. But I battled COVID a couple of times. One time brought me to death's door, but here I am.
Well, so even when confronted with the fact that COVID almost killed him because he was not vaccinated, that he almost died, he sits there and he goes, well, good luck with your vaccine. And by the way, this just reminded me of some other clips of Clay Higgins. This, for example, from another committee hearing, this is Clay Higgins threatening ex-Twitter employees that he was going to arrest them for unspecified crimes based on nothing. Play this clip.
Just think about that. More House rules have failed in the last 5 days than in the last 20 years in the House of Representatives. That is House Republican control. Dysfunction. Now, most Americans might wonder, how did we get here? And I suppose, what legislative strategy has the House Republican caucus devised or developed to avoid a government shutdown? Apparently that strategy is waste an entire summer debating bills on protecting gas stoves and the like. Wait 8 days before government funding runs out, and then bring before this committee and the full House a series of partisan bills that stand no chance of passing in the Senate, much less being signed into law by the president.
Okay, wait a second. Oh my fucking God. We are literally in a time loop. What up, Roxfist? We are literally in a fucking time loop, right? They're talking about fucking gas stoves and appliances 7 months ago.
One thing we all have come to expect from this administration is the persistent attacks on American energy and consumer choice. This legislation is another attempt by our Republican majority to defend against the latest attack, as the focus of congressional Democrats has now turned inside every American's home. The Biden administration
This video is from today.
Is now willing to reduce the affordability and reliability of everyday household appliances in pursuit of an out-of-touch, unrealistic, and unaffordable green agenda.
Unfucking
Under the guise of increased efficiency, the administration has offered new rules on home appliances that will raise costs, thus making these household necessities less available, especially to people of modest means.
Madam Speaker, today is a serious day, a serious moment for this institution. Apparently, according to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, House Republicans, we're gathered here today to discuss a very consequential question, a consequential issue facing the country, Madam Speaker. Home appliances, toasters, microwaves, refrigerators. Those are the topics, Madam Speaker, that House Republicans
are still fucking talking about. They're still talking about it.
Chosen to waste this institution's time on. This isn't the only appliance bill that Republicans have noticed for this body to consider. The Liberty and Laundry Act. This is the real title of the bill that House Republicans would like this body to consider. The Refrigerator Freedom Act. The Clothes Dryers Reliability Act, the Affordable Air Conditioning Act, the Stop Unaffordable Dishwasher Standards Act. Those bills, I guess, didn't make the cut for this particular rules debate. I suppose we'll take those up next week. Madam Speaker.
Shout out to Boulder, Colorado, and Joe Nagoose.
This House should be focused on addressing the consequential challenges of our time. Not on political games, messaging bills. Of all the challenges facing the country, of all of the issues facing our community. Apparently, their top priority is the so-called hands-off Home Appliances Act.
Hands-off Home Appliances Act. Stop making M&Ms androgynous. If I don't want to fuck my M&M, what is even the point? Oh, fuck. I can't with these guys. Imagine. They wanted to go after Obama for mustard, but they're gonna protect our appliances, thank fucking God. I mean, I don't know what we would do without that. Let me just make sure my inputs are right. Yep. What's going on, brother?
What's going on?
How you been?
Good.
Oh,
I got a job as a fucking forklift certified son of a bitch.
That's what's up.
So, you know what? It's a 30-minute drive out into the country, but it's a full-time job, and it's one of those jobs where you start early in the morning and you're done at 1:30 or 3:30 every day, so that's nice.
I'll tell you, I always loved that. Like,
yeah,
you get used. I don't want to work overnight, but if you go in at like 5 o'clock in the morning, and you're done at like what, 2, that shit is so much better.
Nice.
Stuff's still open. You can still do stuff.
They were like, oh, the warehouse gets really hot in the summer, so we all come in an hour early. So we'll be done at like 12:30. And I'm like, that sounds amazing.
Yeah.
And I was just thinking all the heat waves we've had since I've moved here, and I was like, yeah, that sounds amazing.
Heat waves, that would mean climate change, probably. Is climate change real or not? We'll start off with an easy one. A softball. Fucking,
is climate change real? It's like, is the climate changing? Well, I can tell you anecdotally, I remember much colder winters where I grew up, but I haven't been there since 2014. So all of the experience I have in the West, whether it's Utah, Northern California, or Pacific Northwest here in Oregon and Washington, it's all anecdotal because I haven't really spent like much time here.
Well, okay, so
me comparing it to anything is very relative.
Okay, so your personal experience is like just anecdotal.
Yeah.
My question, I guess, would be, do you have an opinion on whether man affects climate?
I want to say we do. There's enough of us. Isn't there parts in China that if the pollution's so bad, like being exposed to the air is like smoking like 2 packs or something? Like,
well, we can get even easier. Do you know anything about Pittsburgh in the 70s and in the 60s?
Drop knowledge on me, dude.
Let me look. I had no plan other than the article I sent you that we'll get to in a bit.
Okay.
But look
I'm
at
gonna
this.
put that we're live on Twitter while I'm looking at this.
Okay, watch this.
Okay.
Pittsburgh. Steel mill pollution. Let's see. Shout out to Pittsburgh. Shitty at bridges. I haven't watched this. So It says detours Pittsburgh recovery from 20th century pollution. Go Steelers.
I think if you grow up in Clairton, it's a different kind of
Clairton.
So I'm going down River Road down here, and I see where the kids are like, look, a cloud maker.
Yo, how have we heard 2 people without a thick Pittsburgh accent?
It ain't a cloud maker, it's just this purge oven, I guess you want to.
So you's going down the street, and we see the clouds coming out the stacks.
Call it. We knew that we really should.
And we were like, we should wash our car because it's real dirty and that.
I'm not gonna lie. People in Corning, New York, yeah, they're just as fucking hicky, dude.
Well, everybody has their.
Rural.
A lot of places have their thick bullshit accents, but like Yinzers in Pittsburgh is one of. It's almost like Creole for the North.
Yeah.
Comparatively speaking, pretty polluted. People that have been here since the 50s and 60s that used to see the sky dark at noontime think that, it can't get any better than this.
The sky was dark at noon from pollution.
Can't get any better than this, dude. Nightlife starts early, dude.
So if we made the pollution, and then the changes we made reduced the pollution, I'm going to say we affect shit.
Yeah, hell yeah, I agree.
I mean, it seems kind of absurd
to suggest that
we have no effect, and it's just normal.
Just dumping CO2. Yeah, no.
I mean, forget even just CO2. How about all the trees we've cut down for development? And, like, we have manually altered the course of nature. And then we're like, no, we didn't do nothing.
Yeah, no, dude. What are you talking about, bro? Chill.
Have you ever heard Jordan Peterson explain to Rogan about climate?
Oh, my. First of all...
It's one of the best. It's one of the best pieces of dumbery I've ever seen.
With all respect to the good doctor, dude, I don't think I want to hear climate stuff from a psychologist.
I don't want to hear anything from him. Period. Like, if I'm not paying him, I don't want to hear it.
And the kids think,
I do not like this man, Sam I Am. I do not like him. I do not like him in a coat. I do not like him in a boat. I do not like him here or there. I do not like him now and again. I do not like him on Joe Rogan.
Well, I'd like to know something important.
Should I smoke a joint or should I smoke a fucking bowl?
I believe if I was in your chat, I would do both.
Ooh.
Put the joint in the bowl. I used to do that.
Oh my God, that takes me back to like high school.
Yeah, I have some. Hold on, I'll grab it. Hold on, I'll show you real quick. Hold on. You listen to Jordan Peterson's brilliance on climate for a second.
Oh, jeez. Buckle up.
And so they're just caught into that immediately. But because it's a one-sided story, a one-sided religious story is an ideology.
And a great representation of that is what they've done with Greta Thunberg.
Yeah, exactly. It's so funny, because I thought 10 years ago, we live in the delusion of a disturbed 13-year-old girl. How did that happen? And then, Greta Thunberg showed up, and I thought, oh, well, there we go. Now we've got the 13-year-old. I feel sorry for her, because she was chased into this apocalyptic terror that we're trying to enforce on all our kids. And then you think about her position, so now she's all afraid, and her mother's facilitating that like mad. And then, she announces her fear, her neurotic fear, essentially. It's driven by negative emotion. And, Macron says to her, oh, my God, Greta, you're absolutely right, and bows. It's like, what the hell's a girl to think? Because what she really wants is to freak out a bit and for someone calm and reasonable to say, hey, look, kid,
How dare you?
I've always been honest.
I am the only one to be outrageous as Willy Wonka of therapy.
It's always the case that the future has the possibility of being dreadful, but
I like how he has a suit for each one of his personalities on.
Conquered terrible things in the past and overcome massive obstacles, and there's no reason at all not to assume that we can do the same thing.
That's a very important point.
Well, yeah.
It's such an important point because there's never been a time ever where everything was perfect.
Well, that's for sure.
Bro.
Very profound, Joe. There's never been a time where everything was perfect. He's got the Tucker Carlson squint, too. Joe Rogan is a fucking thumb moron. I can't believe people look at Joe Rogan and they're like, obviously he was right. About what? What was he right about? The kitty litter? The fucking, like, what the fuck? He's so dumb.
Sure. There's never been a time ever environmentally where the Earth was stable.
I mean, duh. So that means we don't do anything.
No. If you go, I mean, stable, currently you can kind of like guess what the weather's going to be. But if you look.
Weather versus climate. Do you know what the difference is? Weather is like
regional.
The day forecast. No.
You're describing
the weather is daily forecast in your area. Climate change. Climate change. Once in 100-year floods every year. Fires in places that didn't used to have fires. Fucking tornadoes earlier than they should be, and more of them, and more violent, more Category 5 hurricanes than we've ever had. That's fucking climate change. That's not the weather. Well, it's going to rain. Yeah, but that rain is a goddamn cyclone tearing up neighborhoods.
And meanwhile, bro, I'm just staring at Yellowstone like, that's gonna blow, dude?
Right?
That thing's gonna fucking blow, bro? Because I gotta know, dude. I gotta get some shit in order, bro.
It is so fucking wild. What up, Fort Walton?
My goal right now isn't even to get like $5,000 together to cover my own funeral expenses. Right now, it's like get $5,000 together so I can bury a fucking storage container as like a bunker.
So like, I didn't get to the part I wanted.
Look at like modern Earth with times and
Sure.
Right.
It's like, yeah, a bit, but no, not really.
I thought that was
There's a lot of variability. Paradisal that is to.
And then this can happen.
See, the antithesis to that is to believe in something like the intrinsic paradisal stability of well-balanced Mother Nature.
Fuck did you just say?
The intrinsic balance of Mother Nature.
There were more words than that.
Yeah,
to that is to believe in something like the intrinsic paradisal stability of well-balanced Mother Nature.
Right.
It's like, yeah, a bit.
So what they're doing right now is they're setting up the choices you're allowed to make. Instead of saying we don't know, right? Instead of saying we don't really know, what they're doing is they're setting up a binary, meaning they're creating a false choice of two. Either you believe that climate change is something that happens, period. Like, whether we do anything or not, climate changes. That's always been that way. It's never been in balance, Rogan says, right? So that's step one. The other choice is, do you really think it was like perfect eco-harmony? So your choices are, do you really think there's perfect harmony, or does it just change all the time? That's not the question.
Right.
The question is man affecting climate? And they're not even addressing the question. They're creating a question that isn't the question so that they can talk about something sounding like they're discussing man-made climate change, but it has nothing to do with it.
But no, not really. There's a lot of variability, a lot. And of course, that kind of variability, that's hard on people because you want a certain amount of stability so you don't die.
Right, but it doesn't deny that human beings have an impact on this either.
So there's also a formula that Joe follows that you'll see if you understand what I'm about to say.
Okay.
The way propaganda through Rogan works is outrageous statement met with Rogan going, yes, but I mean, are you really going to say that man doesn't affect climate? Followed by batshit crazy answer. Then Rogan responds with, well, I guess that makes sense. So he makes it look like he's giving pushback, but the pushback is just to further the conversation that he's going to agree with. I don't think he agrees with this one because it's like a little too much, but I can't remember.
Well, this is why I really respect Bjorn Lomborg, because Lomborg's hard to grasp because he forces you to think complexly. He says, well, we don't have one problem, carbon dioxide, which is, I don't even think it's clear that carbon dioxide is actually a problem, but we can leave that aside. That'll get me in trouble with the College of Psychologists again. But, Lomborg says,
It's
look,
a factor.
Yeah, it's a factor. Yeah. But there's lots of factors, and God only knows what the most pressing problems that confront us truly are. When I wandered through the ecological sustainability literature about 10 years ago, and, I concluded a couple of things. One was that the best way forward to a sustainable planet is to make everyone who's poor rich as fast as you possibly can.
And that's Lomborg's position,
not
too.
to put limits
Yeah.
to growth on, because turns out if you get people above about $5,000 a year in average GDP, they start taking a long-term view of the future instead of scrabbling around in the dirt trying to get lunch, and you're going to burn everything up around you to stay alive if you have to.
Right.
But if you got a bit of wealth, and now you can think over maybe a 20-year period, which is...
So we're going to solve climate by making everybody wealthy, not by addressing the climate.
And then those people can figure it out over a 20-year period.
But also, we don't
By the way, we could figure this all out, sorry to be an interview, but by the way, we could just figure this all out, the wealthy people.
We'll just get everybody
according to this guy.
We hate socialism, but we're just going to make everybody wealthy.
And in 20 years, we can fix this. What an audacious claim.
I mean, this is rooted in nonsense.
Then you actually start being concerned about, the quality, the aesthetic quality of the local environment.
Hey, Cyber Avenue.
What up, Cyber?
What up?
Welcome.
One of my space pirating buddies.
Dude, I'm too in other games now.
You're good.
I've been doing the racing on Fortnite because I'm like 8 years old, so I like Fortnite. And
dude.
But I'm at Plat 3 in racing.
That's what's up, bro. That's hilarious.
I can race. I'm just not as good at killing people.
So I was so excited when I found that data because I thought, oh, this is so cool. It means that we could have our cake and eat it too. We could work really hard to provide cheap, reliable energy, at the lowest cost possible to the widest number of people worldwide. And the emergent consequence of that would be the whole planet would clean itself up. So that
the way we're gonna solve climate change by getting everybody money, and that'll fix it. This is fucking wild, dude.
The old throw money at it to fix it.
I can't believe you've never seen this. This is legendary.
That's like some HOA level thought process.
Dude, my guy,
let's just throw money at this.
This is certified mentally ill Karen behavior.
I can't believe for all the things that he says that sounds intellectual, what dumb.
Here's the thing. If you play almost anything that he says to me, I will do this to it.
That'd be great, because we could make our goal the eradication of absolute poverty, which we actually done pretty good at eliminating over the last...
Also, we got to kill the homeless. We've done really good at eliminating poverty. Also, why are all these homeless so lazy?
Oh my gosh.
Oh god, just the dualities are amazing. That's why he wears two suits at once.
15 years, but we could really make that a goal. And then one of the consequences, inevitable consequences, would be a greener and healthier planet. And then you think, well, why aren't we doing that? And that's a question.
Oh, that's a real question. The question was, are we fucking with the climate? We haven't gotten there yet. I think in a roundabout way he said yes, because if we have more money, we'd stop fucking up the climate.
Clearly.
So there is an admission there that we can address the climate, because if we get X, Y, and Z, those conditions will affect the climate. So unless
not only address it, but we can fix it in 2 decades.
Unless the theory is, if we get everybody wealthy, then God will fix the weather. I'm not sure where we are yet.
Right. And I think part of the reason is...
You still haven't heard the best part.
I've been trying to understand the driving ideas underneath this globalist utopian tyranny that seems to be developing from the top down. And I think it's driven, at least in part, by this religious vision that I already described.
My favorite thing is how religious people call everything but what they're in religious. This is the religion of politics. This leftist woke religion. This climate religion. I think maybe it's the religious people that are religious. Just like when the politicians tell me the doctors and the scientists are being political, as if politics is a bad thing when you're a politician.
Yeah, Britain Street culture itself, especially industrial culture, as the
irony is palpable.
raping and pillaging everything in its way, which is unbelievably dangerous way to think, too one-sided. And the idea that you have to impose limits to growth on people in order to have a sustainable planet. And that's allied with a view that probably stems all the way back to people like Paul Ehrlich in the 1960s, who really believe, truly, that maybe the planet should only have 500 million people.
You know there's real climate scientists, right?
Not some wackadoo from the 70s?
Jesus fucking Christ.
Or a billion, you know, in relative poverty, or 2 billion barely scraping by, because otherwise they're going to be wrecking everything, and, you know, controlled by some top-down authority that makes bloody well sure that no one's consuming too much. And so when I look at ideas like that, that first assumption, you know, the planet has too many people on it, it's like, I don't like to hear people say that, because when I hear that, I think, okay, buddy, who exactly are you thinking about getting rid of?
Well, because it definitely sounds kind of Thanos-ish.
Well, okay.
To be like,
so this,
oh, there's too many people. But again, he's talking about a wackadoo guy
Yes.
from the 70s.
Yes.
So his example, it's like, yeah, you're saying things that make sense, but you're talking about someone who is clearly irrational anyway.
Yes.
Okay, buddy.
He's creating the framework of the dumbest conversation in history.
Oh, well, it's not like that. It's like, yeah, it's like that.
It has to be like that.
It is absolutely like
See?
that.
I told you. The next thing Joe Rogan said is, yeah, it has to be that.
When I hear that, I think,
it's the pattern.
Okay, buddy, who exactly are you thinking about getting rid of? Oh, well, it's not like that. It's like, yeah, it's like that.
It has to be like that.
It is absolutely
go.
like that. So, you know, it's easy to get all paranoid conspiracy theorist about the WEF, say, and maybe there's some utility in that, but, you know, I don't think anybody's sitting at Davos going, well, we got to scrap 7 billion people. But if the underlying narrative is the one I just described, you know, virginal planet, tyrannical patriarchy, and rapacious individual, and you believe, well, we're overpopulated, like Paul Ehrlich has believed since really literally the mid-1960s, then how is it not going to be that the policies that you craft stemming from that narrative are colored by the belief that there's far too many people? Like, I've really felt
it's a pretty broad brushstroke to think that a lunatic's perspective is creating influence for politicians to base policies on. Come on, man. You don't have to be but half high and half sober to say that don't make any sense.
Then how come he's not discredited? How come people still ignore this stuff? Because they hear stuff they like.
Yeah, it's easier to turn my brain off and just auto-assume everything than it is to actually critically think about the things that are being said to me.
But the problem is people build a life ideology around intentional ignorance.
And I think some of that's based on trust. If I trust this person, what they're saying, then I'm just going to auto-assume everything they're saying is right.
But then how many times of seeing them lie does that go away? It never goes away. That's the problem.
Yeah, and a lot of times they just have rose-colored glasses on. They're not going to see the counterpoint unless you break it down like we do.
But even if
which I hope some people watching this show get that type of information out of this, because I'd like to think that we're all a little uninformed, and what we try to do in this show is show you exactly what we're doing right now, breaking it down. Well, wait, how does that make sense? Well, wait, who's he talking about? Well, wait, because like if you don't stop and do this yourself, or you just kind of someone who likes to think about it after the video plays through, you might miss some of the things they do, because they're real shifty how they can hit you with truth and then pivot to bullshit. It's kind of like a thing.
Because there's no such thing as climate.
Okay, here, this was the one I wanted. This one's even better. Ready?
Okay.
That
well,
one,
that's because there's no such thing as climate, right? Climate and everything are the same word. And that's what bothers me about the climate change types. It's like, this is something that bothers me about it technically. It's like, well, climate is about everything. So, okay. But your models
Meanwhile, don't forget Jordan Peterson just said if we give everybody money, it'll fix the climate.
In 20 years.
So, I mean, just remember, it's the same guy.
In 2 decades.
Different penguin suit. Maybe different benzos. I don't know. I don't know.
Boy.
Based on everything. Your models are based on a set number of variables.
Yeah.
So that means you reduce the variables, which are everything, to that set. Well, how did you decide which set of variables to include in the equation if it's about everything? And that's not just a criticism. That's like, if it's about everything, your models aren't right. Because your models do not and cannot model everything.
So climate is everything. I know jack shit about the climate. Okay? But
climate is it? Why is he using a fucking what do you call it? A tripod for his microphone? What is that thing? It's a camera tripod. That is so weird looking, dude. That is so weird looking. Okay. I don't know if you've seen this one, but this is the best one. I don't think I spelled it right.
I have essentially been banned from Twitter as a consequence, unless I delete the hateful tweet in question. And I would rather die than do that. And hopefully...
These are his actual words, by the way.
It will not come to that. Although who the hell knows in these increasingly strange days? If I'm required to acknowledge that my tweet violated the Twitter rules. What rules, you sons of bitches? Remember when pride was a sin? Were those male breasts or female breasts?
An Indiana family is dealing with an unimaginable tragedy after their 10-year-old son died by suicide. Sammy Toish was found dead in his bedroom last weekend, and his family says it came after repeated physical and emotional bullying at school. So now they are working to keep his memory alive. NewsNation anchor Natasha Zuves is here. And Natasha, they want to fight against the bullying that is so prevalent in so many schools.
Absolutely, Nicole. And as you said, it is unimaginable. This little boy, just 10 years old, just a fourth grader. And I spoke with Sammy's father today. He says his son was bullied relentlessly over his teeth and glasses right up until the night before he died by suicide. They just laid him to rest yesterday. Nicole, they are shattered by this. They say they contacted the school more than 20 times to report their son was being emotionally and physically bullied. So Father Sam Toish says it was an unremarkable Sunday. He was making eggs and pancakes for the kids. He says it happened so quickly. He found his son unresponsive in his bedroom.
I took him from where he was. He was still warm and, you know, was not breathing. I started doing CPR. I breathed into him. I talked to him. I kept thinking, if you just hear my voice, you're not going to leave me.
And his family telling News Nation he had the most loving heart. He was the kind of little boy who used his birthday money to buy presents for his parents and siblings rather than for himself. That he was the target of bullies. He was attacked on the school bus, his iPad stolen and used to hit him in the head. He returned home with his glasses broken, a bruised eye, scratches on his face and neck. And just last week, he was attacked again, this time in the bathroom. The father telling News Nation the school was aware of this problem. The parents contacted staff and teachers more than 20 times about the bullying, and that the school itself would call the father, telling him Sammy was afraid, hiding in the closet or hiding under the desk. desk. And now other parents from the same school district are coming forward exclusively to News Nation. The Olsons say they discovered their son, Braylon, was also planning to take his own life at just 11 years old after being bullied for his weight and speech impediment in gym class. The graphic details of his plan constantly replay in his mother's mind.
Sorry, it's just hard. When me and Cameron was in the kitchen doing dinner, he was gonna wait until we had our back turned, act like he comes in and gets a drink and gets a knife and go to the bedroom and slit his throat open until he bled to death.
And the family says that they have made every change, therapy, medication. Braylon's mom quit her job working for the state, so he's never left alone. But they say, meanwhile, no changes have happened at the school. The bully is still in his class, and Braylon is still tormented regularly. And when it happens, Braylon is the one asked to leave class. So the Olsons are afraid a tragedy will happen in their community again. And Sammy's father telling News Nation he is only now learning that just the night before his son died, threats were made specifically that Sammy would be attacked when he went back to school on Monday in the bathroom. Of course, this haunts him now. We have reached out to the school district. No response as of now. Nicole.
All right. Yeah, such absolute tragedy. Natasha, thank you. We do want to remind you, if you or anyone you know is struggling with mental health, help is available 24 hours a day. You can call or text the National Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. The number is 988. You will speak with a trained counselor.
Upstairs. Simmons, get your out.
Check out. Come on, go that way. Go that way. Sound good? Yeah. Anybody got restraints on? We have leg irons. Moody, come on. Leave him there till we get leg irons. Leave him there till we get leg irons. Come here, who there? Caldwell. Hey, breathe. I'm not sure. Get leg irons.
Check Simmons out, face.
Caldwell, checked out. You didn't get checked. How you feeling, man? We'll bring him down to you.
We'll bring him down to you, Don. We'll bring him down to you.
That's 28.
That's 28 cents.
Merle, you give me a single cell?
See a single cell, some leg iron. Some leg iron. No, 55. I'm telling you what's out.
You good?
What's the last thing, man?
I just had a couple things to say. Thank you. Oh, no more no happy birthdays, but thank you. How you doing, Cassidy? Man, this has to be the most, I don't know, man. I don't want to say nothing bad about him. I mean, he's cussed me out and stuff. I'm just not a mean-spirited person like that. I do enjoy trolling. Everybody knows I'm known for trolling. But my God, man, when you dedicate almost a whole chat stream and also profit off of it, no, that's he's out of line, man. Over me saying it's my birthday. What do y'all think? If I'm in the wrong, man, I'll go straight apologize to him, and I'll stop my shenanigans. He really, I don't want to say nothing bad about him, man, but he's so wrong on some stuff. I mean, it's just like when he was describing what was going on, he lied so much about what he was saying, and it was like, I mean, I'll be the first. I did ask him for an interview. I joined his guild, and I did ask him 2 or 3 times. He gave me the saying he was under contract and stuff like that from his, which is fine. That's fine. Other people I've asked to interview, they've said no, and I've went away. But what really kind of grind my gears, man, was me just saying it's my birthday, and it flipped his mods out. I said it maybe once or twice during the stream, and it flips them out. I don't know, man. I don't want to say nothing bad about Tommy. I know he likes it. He's like fucking short bus, and he's weird and stuff like that. But he don't. It's like, can we set the record straight? Are you mad at Tommy? No, I'm not. No, I'm not mad at Tommy at all. It's not about the interview. It's nothing about the interview. There's many other catchers that's turned me down, and I'll still ask them every now and then. You can ask anybody about the interview stuff. Anybody I've reached out to out there. Any secrets of behind the scenes you need to clear up? Well, the only thing is, I asked Alex, I asked Boots, and Jay, and actually, I think you even had brought up the getting a panel together, and I asked Tommy, I said, and he said something about me and Alex being best friends. We're not best friends, but I love Alex, man. We've talked here and there. I'm not saying we're best friends. I never said that. And Alex has nothing to do with this. I've talked to him, and it's well kind of known that me and Alex supposed to go on the camper. I'm supposed to meet with Alex on the camper. I don't know when it is. And I've even told him I'm not even know if I'm able to go. And it's not about that. It was about bring the community together. And he wants to make it about whatever else. I don't know. Any secrets behind the scenes? Only thing is Janie, man. She's something weird about her too. It was just like, I went in, I didn't say much. I said who I was. I've been very transparent. And she says, didn't like me saying it's my birthday. And everybody in here knows I said it's my birthday once or twice per stream. How much is Rumble? Just my regular troll stuff, nothing outlandish. I never said Tommy was a cokehead or, I never doxed nobody or nothing. I'm trying to think. I don't know, man. He took this stuff like overboard. And when after they, it did kind of piss me off when they banned me or whatever, and saying, was like timing me out and stuff. So I did donate to him during his while he was smoking and checking other cash apps. He was over there smoking a cigarette. You can see it and you hear it ring. He wasn't, he was standing waiting. If he was like up, like talking to the guy, I wouldn't, but why wouldn't turn their phone off? That's another question. Why didn't he have his phone turned off or something? Wait till after the stream. But that's on him. I don't tell him how to catch. He's a catcher. I don't know. It's just something's a little off, man. I don't know. I'm not going to say nothing bad about him, but to me, he's a little weird. He takes stuff to a different level that I'm not used to going. Let's go back here. What did they fix that? I'm not a drama channel. I've tried to not be like a drama channel. I'm more, I like getting interviews with catchers and stuff. I'm nobody special. I'm special by riding the short bus. And how long I can tell you, like, whoever come up with the first short bus, the first, it's my birthday. It was Shell Bones. Big shout out to her. I haven't saw her in a while. But she even said, oh, it's my birthday during one of an Alex streams. And I started, just, it's my birthday. And people laugh at it and, wish me happy birthday. Nothing big. And that's with Alex's streams. But you go over to Tommy's or CPP and they don't like having a good time in chat.
I now recognizes Ms. McLean from Michigan for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And before I start with my line of questioning, I just want to make two comments. First, to Professor Gerhardt, I love the analogy that you used about the speeding ticket with Hunter Biden. Let me also see if you would agree with this analogy. If a criminal pulls a trigger for a murder, he's guilty, right? And we can prove it. But don't you also agree with me if somebody ordered that hit, we would charge him too? It's interesting that you don't use that analogy. That's number one. Number
I have
two,
a reason for not using it, but yeah.
Yeah, because it doesn't fit the narrative is the reason.
No, because
number
there's no
two,
evidence
I'm amazed at, and I love the fact that Trump lives rent-free in the Democrats' heads every day. That is a beautiful thing, even though we're here talking about the impeachment inquiry of Joe Biden. With that said, I want to talk about the damning evidence of Joe Biden's role in his family's business schemes in Romania. While Joe Biden was president, he was directly involved in the United States policy and anti-corruption efforts in Romania. That's a fact. On May 21st, 2014, the then Vice President Biden delivered an anti-corruption speech in Romania, right? On September 28th, 2015, the president visited with the then Vice President Biden, the Romanian president visited with the then Vice President Biden at the White House to discuss anti-corruption efforts, right? Got a theme of corruption, anti-corruption, right? Gabriel Popovich, a corrupt Romanian oligarch, is the subject of a criminal probe. He's a subject of a criminal probe and prosecution for corruption and bribery in Romania. This committee has reviewed transactions showing that the Biden family received money from a foreign company run by this Russian oligarch, corrupt Gabriel Popovich. 5 weeks after the Romanian president visited with Vice President Biden, Popovich begins paying Hunter Biden and his associates, Rob Walker, through his company, Bladen Enterprises. The money from Bladen Enterprises is deposited directly into Robinson Walker LLC. Now, this LLC is directly operated by Hunter's known business partner, Rob Walker. These are all facts, right, that we found through the investigation. In November 2015 and again in March 2016, Hunter Biden, who is not registered as a foreign agent under FARA, meets with the U.S. ambassador to Romania. Red flag. Then, coincidentally, over $1 million flows to the Bidens. I'm not much for coincidences, and I don't think the American people are either. Let's run through the numbers together. Between November 2015 and May 2017, Bladen Enterprises deposited over $3 million into Robinson Walker's LLC business account. But then the Biden family accounts received more than $1 million from Robinson Walker's accounts after these deposits were made. Ironically, 16 of those 17 payments occurred while Joe Biden was vice president. Now, I think most Americans would find it suspicious that, ironically, these payments ended shortly after Joe Biden left office. Another coincidence. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the Oversight Committee's May 10, 2023 Second Bank Records Memorandum showing Joe Biden's involvement in his family's business schemes in Romania.
Without objection, so ordered.
I see three problems here. One, while Joe Biden is touting anti-corruption efforts in Romania, Hunter Biden is employed by a corrupt Romanian oligarch. Interesting. In direct violation of FARA, Hunter Biden meets with the U.S. ambassador to Romania while being paid by Gabriel Popovich. What was Hunter Biden selling to the Romanian oligarchs for millions of dollars? I'd still like to see a contract of that. Professor Turley, I know I'm almost out of time, but you've previously said that Hunter Biden could be charged under the Foreign Agent Registration Act. Can you explain why?
Gentlelady's time's expired, but please feel free to answer the question, Mr. Turley.
Much of the conduct described in these disclosures does seem to fit what we saw with the charges of Paul Manafort in terms of being a foreign agent. Some of this does appear to be that type of lobbying on the part of Hunter Biden. The failure to register as an agent, of course, helped conceal that, but that's not necessarily the motivation behind it. The question is, should he have registered as a foreign agent during the course of this conduct? And it just seems to me, looking at the Paul Manafort indictment, that there's considerable overlap in terms of the type of actions taken.
Perhaps there's a two-tier justice system. With
Mr.
that,
Chairman,
I yield back.
may I ask unanimous consent to enter Ms. McLean's chart into the record?
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Words mean things, or at least they should. Here's Joe Biden's words from August 28, 2019. First of all, I have never discussed with my son or my brother or anyone else anything to do with their business. From September of the same year, I have never spoken to my son about his overseas business dealings. October, same year, quote, I don't discuss business with my son. Were Joe Biden's words true? No, they were false. So why did he lie repeatedly? In an interview back in 2019 with The New Yorker, even Hunter admitted that he talked to his dad about business, specifically Burisma. Many of Hunter Biden's business associates have testified Joe Biden met with them. Two of the ones closest to Hunter, Rob Walker and Devin Archer, were among them. So they not only spoke to him, they took, a lot of the business associates took photos with him. They played golf with him. Joe Biden gave them White House tours. He wrote letters of recommendation for their children and shared fancy dinners as well. So let's also talk about patterns. Yuri Luzkov and Yelena Baturina. They are Russian. They're married. They were married. Russian oligarch billionaires. Michael McFaul, the U.S. ambassador to Russia, ID'd Luzkov as being corrupt. Yelena Baturina wires $3.5 million to Hunter Biden. Soon thereafter, who does she have dinner with? Then Vice President Joe Biden. Kenez Rakishev, and Karim Mazimov, Kazakhstani nationals. Mazimov used to be the prime minister. He's now in prison. Rakishev wires $142,300 to Hunter Biden. The very next day, Hunter Biden buys a Porsche for $142,300. And then soon after, who do you think Kenez Rakishev has dinner with? Say it with me. Then Vice President Joe Biden, Adam Pazarski and Mykola Zolchevsky, the CEO and CFO of Burisma. U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine, Jeffrey Pyatt, calls Zolchevsky a poster child of corruption. Those two fellas paid Hunter Biden's shell companies a total of $3.3 million. And who do you think Vadim Pazarski had dinner with? Again, say it with me all at once. Then Vice President Joe Biden. So here's a pattern. You have crooked foreigners that deliver pallets of cash to the Bidens, and then they have dinner with Joe. And apparently Joe Biden is one hell of an expensive dinner date. And if that's not selling political access, I don't know what is. My Democratic colleagues report ad nauseum when they talk to the media that there's no direct evidence linking Joe Biden to his son's crimes. Really? This is a FD 1023, which is used by the FBI when confidential informants give them information. This 1023 is only as good as the source. It could be garbage or it could be gold. The FBI describes this source as somebody that is highly reliable and very trustworthy. In fact, they've worked with him for over a decade and paid him well over $100,000. What he has given to them is always checked out. This, ladies and gentlemen, is gold. Consider this with weight and gravity. So what does this say? I don't know what the confidential informant's name is, so I'm going to call him Ivan. Ivan is not his real name, but Ivan describes Vadim Pazarski directly admitting to him in a confidential conversation that they hired a not-so-smart Hunter Biden to protect us, quote, through his dad from all kinds of problems. Then Ivan speaks directly to CEO Zolchevsky, and Zolchevsky confides that Hunter Biden will take care of those corruption issues through his dad. Zolchevsky is being investigated by Viktor Shokin, a Ukrainian prosecutor. Joe Biden suddenly begins to call for Shokin's removal. Now, Ivan is also told by Zolchevsky that it cost him $5 million to pay one Biden and $5 million to pay the other. This is direct evidence of naked corruption and bribery. Zolchevsky also admitted to Ivan that both Bidens pushed him to pay them and to keep Hunter Biden on the board. Please keep in mind, these were confidential conversations. Also interesting that Zolchevsky referred to Biden as the big guy, and I doubt he knows Tony Bobulinski. Shokin seized 2 homes, land, and a Rolls-Royce from Zolchevsky. When he was fired, the Ukrainian president admitted in a phone call to none other than Joe Biden that Shokin didn't do anything wrong, but at your behest, we fired him. And then $1 billion of aid that was being withheld was given to Ukraine. And lastly, after Shokin was fired, Hunter Biden and the other members of the Burisma board wrote a letter to the new prosecutor demanding that Zolchevsky, the investigation into Zolchevsky ended. And you know what? Shockingly, it did. The message was sent and the Bidens delivered. Mr. Dubinsky, in your experience in financial investigations, you follow, quote unquote, you follow the money. If you were investigating this and looking at $5 million payment from Burisma to Joe Biden, what kinds of information or patterns would you be looking for?
Well, I'd want to know who, what, when, where, and why. What's going on? Why is the money moving? What's it for? What's the substance behind it? And talk to people. Look at documents and talk to people. That's what we do in investigations. I would venture to say everybody in this chamber, if they were the CEO of a company and they saw money moving like that within their own company, they'd want to get to the truth. They'd want to find out, why is that money moving? Why is somebody paying that money out? Those are the questions that need to be asked and get to the bottom of.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Chairman, I have another unanimous consent request.
When I say there you are, there's no doubt about it either. Do you ever want to say, out of my sight, you leering fools?
Oh, no.
No.
Well, I mean, no, I mean,
I just said that.
no, I really can't feel that way because, I mean, you have to expect that if you're going to throw, if the studio's going to throw a big premiere and you accept that premise that there are going to be all these people there and you can't then sneer at them.
I think everybody wants to be liked.
Sure.
And no one gets tired of fans.
No, I
How
mean...
can you put down somebody
Really,
that loves you?
you know what? Somebody said, listen, here are all these people, and they pulled me this way, and they said, say hello, and I started to pull up my hand like that, and somebody else grabbed me this way, and I said, hey, wait a minute, would you leave? And it was like that, and the next thing I know, I was being lifted and carried like this, into the theater, and I said, well, you could have let me wave, but by that time, it was too late. I mean, it's really ridiculous, because I think that...
I get the same thing at concerts. The kids come up close,
Yeah.
and they just want to dance, and I've cops clubbing them away, and I said, no, man, they're friends of mine,
Yeah.
But they
I
don't
mean,
understand.
I don't,
Jason, if you're here, obviously, I need to have a conversation with you in public. We need to talk about some things because I feel like it's kind of fucked up what you put on me and expected me to hold and told only me for some unknown reason. I feel like it was to start shit, which it shouldn't have and it didn't because it wasn't anything bad. But you tried to make it seem like it was bad, I felt. Everyone wants to say all this shit about this being a setup, what you did, whatever. Well, all I can say is that you did do some foul ass, fuck ass, hoe ass shit when you went to meet Tommy. And you can tell everybody, or I can tell everybody. So I'll post the link. You can tell everyone, or I can tell them. I just think it's fucked up because as a friend, I would want other friends. No, link's not for Telly, link's for Jason. He's a grown man. He can come up here. I don't think you should do hoe ass, grimy ass shit to people. And you did. And then to have to know about it and not know what to do because I don't want shit to pop off. So I keep it to myself and try to figure it out. And then just to see the way you fucking strutted around YouTube talking about I don't lie. Yes, you do. You do worse than lie. And this is between me and you, not between me, you, and other people. It's me and you. Is that you?
Yeah.
Okay. Jason.
What's up?
Let's keep it 100, okay? I don't know,
So
Kevin, a bunch of fuck shit. I don't know, Kevin.
I'm going to answer, but I don't want to be on camera all night.
Yeah, that's
so
fine.
Go ahead, get me a little caught up.
No, I
Because
said...
I didn't hear the first part.
I said I really didn't like knowing what was being done. It was a lot for me to have to hold in when I'm a true friend. I don't keep secrets from my friends. And I've been way down
Unless
heavy.
you're sabotaging a fight, right?
Sabotaging a fight?
I'm just giving you shit. Go on.
I was about
Go
to
on.
say, don't do that. You sound like a man right now. Don't do that. So I would like you to tell everybody what you did. I don't want to have to tell everybody.
Oh, yeah, clearly. I was actually going to put out the... So you got to let me answer, though, because I don't want to get muted halfway through. And
I'm not going to mute you.
So as you guys know, I've probably met Tommy a half dozen times. And after each time I've met him, well, it wasn't until after the first 5 or 6, he'll always reference our meetings. Oh, you said this, you did that, or oh, this happened. And a lot of it just isn't true. So when I met him last time, I'm like, fuck, I'm too old to be doing the he said, she said thing. And I fucking recorded the meeting. And he said a bunch of shit that was really interesting. And I don't really care. I would do it again. Because there's always these questions about the he said, she said. So yeah, I went there and we drank. And part of it too is I didn't want him to be telling everybody I backed down when I didn't. So I made sure that was clear that I didn't on the recording, as well as some things he said and I said. I mean, he didn't really talk too much shit, just said a couple things here and there. And I'm sure I did too. I did miss an hour of the recording. Sadly, my phone fucked up. But it was like the first 45 minutes and the last maybe hour and 10. And yeah, so that was to protect me. That was to cover my ass because because when Tommy says something, his followers take it as gospel, and then you have no chance to redeem yourself. So that's why I just fucking recorded that shit. That way there was no question. Call it grimy. Don't really care. That's all I gotta say. I'm gonna get back to my video games. Peace.
Okay, but that's not what you told me, Jason. That's a lie, actually. So if you want to come back and tell the truth, that'd be cool as well. Because that's not what you told me. Because what you told me was, let me just make sure, hang on.
Am I up?
Yeah.
Hey, I don't think it was grimy. I don't think it was grimy at all. This is
Well,
why.
he's lying. That's not what he said he did it for.
Well, I'm saying him recording, I don't think was grimy. The recording, I don't think was grimy because I've heard
You're
things,
breaking up,
and, you know, I've said things, but I don't think it was Jason that did that. But this is what bothers me is Jason actually sent me a message. Hey, can I tell Nunya I don't want to be attacked? Can I tell, there was one other one, Jason, can I tell Cap I don't want to be attacked? And so the grimy thing I did is, even when I talk shit, you guys, I wish the whole conversation would come out, because I told him, and Jason, tell me if I'm wrong. I'm like, listen, man, if you post me, because he wanted to take a picture, he's like, slap the shit out of me, slap the shit out of me. We can put that up. He's like, it's like a UFC, or what'd you say, WWE? It's funny. I'm the bad guy and blah, blah, blah. I didn't want to do it. I said, dude, if we hug and take a picture and you put it up, you're going to get attacked from, well, we'll call it the Edvidians, which is, this is not what I mean, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I said, but if you're going to go on this side, you're going to get attacked by them. Jason, do you feel that I ever talked shit about Nunya and PHI? Do you feel like I was disrespectful to them at all? Like, I'm just asking you. I know you're missing an hour, and you know, we were there for almost what, 2 hours, maybe hour 45 minutes or something.
Right. But he's lying, for one, about, maybe that is some of the reason why, but that's not the full reason. That's not what he told me.
No. You're right. I'm just wondering from his perspective, like.
He already left. He jumped down.
He did?
Yeah, he came up here, said that, and took off.
Oh man, I'm not even gonna talk shit, because I thought we cleared things up. He did say, Nunya, and I didn't tell you this, maybe I forgot, or it didn't come up, but he's like, listen, man, the one thing I'm worried about is I don't want people to think that I'm a punk and I punked out. And I said, dude, you didn't punk out. Like, and he didn't. You guys, we both showed up to the same restaurant. Like, we had beers, and I thought it was a very good thing. We talked about. I saw 9 or 10 pictures of his child. He was so proud. Like, he was super proud. Like a dad would be. I saw a different side of him. You know, he admitted he fucked up on Decoin. I admitted I fucked up on Decoin. I thought it was good. Like, and I didn't record, but I do see if he genuinely, Nunya, went there to record because he thought I was going to. Okay, I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
I don't believe that either.
I believe he was influenced. He did tell me that Sam, and I might be wrong, I hope he comes back up, but Sam called him and said, hey, do you want to meet up for lunch or dinner or whatever? And I think he even told me Sam cash apped him to go drink with you know, I can't say the name.
Yeah.
And so, like, that part to me, again, I'm not saying it was a setup. I'm the one who talked shit, but I do think there was, you know,
there was something.
Yeah, and it sucks.
Out of the whole recording that he did, to hit me of all people up, because me and Jason aren't even tight like that. Really, to hit me up and say, hey, I want you to listen to this because it could be bad, it could be not.
Is that what he said?
Yeah. He said,
but he like insinuated that I talked shit, right?
Kinda, because he told me some bullshit about he couldn't send the full video, the full recording. All he could send was 3 clips of it.
Yeah.
And
I wish the whole recording was up.
What? And then like it was so noticeable that he was recording, and it's just, to me, to tell me that and then not want to lie about it now, that's heavy for somebody to have to hold.
You know what's weird to me too? He did make a comment. He's like, "Listen, man, I'll fight anybody in this bar right now." Like, you know, he did
that's part of the recording.
But he was like, "Listen, man." He's like, "The only thing I'm worried about." He said it. He's like, he even told me. We watched the video of him like saying Tommy's a coward. He goes, "Bro, it's like that." He said WWE or WWF or whatever. He's like, "Dude, it was fun. Let's get the crowd into it." And like, it was cool. Everything was fine. Like, I even turned my phone on Nunya and like was like, you know, decoying at the time. We talked about his kid, his ex. Like, I'm not going to get into that shit because it's not YouTube's business.
Right.
But I didn't record, and he might have thought I was going to record because I normally do, right? But like, I thought, because he sent me a message Saturday night that was like, "Hey man, let's show some can you put it up real quick? And so it was so cool. It was like, dude, let's prove to both sides that we can have like a, what do you call it? Read it for yourself. And he's like, but I don't want to be the punk. And I'm like, fuck that shit, dude. I will say I'm the punk. I don't care. Jason drove and showed up, right? He drove all the way from New Mexico to meet me. Like, I'm not saying he's a punk. I never said that. But I just think it's crazy. Like, he was waiting for me to talk shit. Did I ever talk? I don't think I did. I might have.
No.
Like, I let it go.
That I
You
heard
guys,
of. No,
you know, I
didn't
never
either.
told anybody we were going to lunch. I was going
Right.
to take that one because I felt like it was mine to take. I never, because I was the one that called him out. I was the one that went crazy. So obviously it's not a setup. I'm the one that went crazy. I
Well,
think it was an opportunist
right.
thing to happen. And then, you know, he goes and hangs out with, you know, JT Colfax, and I think things were put in his head. But like, we hung out, we had a good time. Like, I genuinely, like, at the end, he tried to shake my hand. Like, I give the dude a hug. Like, I thought, like, fuck, man, like he decoyed, you know, a lot of catches for me. Showed me pictures of his daughter. He was so proud. Like, I thought it was a man to man, like, good moment. You know what I
Right.
mean? Like, I don't know. He
Didn't
offered
hear that it
he
was-
offered to pay for some of the drinks. Even though he told me, you know, hey, I let's do something cheap. Like, he offered. Like, I'm not even bashing this man, but like, put the whole video out. Why put a little bit? I think it was to stir me and you up. Thank you for being an adult. Like, I'm and then even I had to deal with that this morning with PHI, you know, and I'm sorry if I said anything. She's like, dude, I heard it, and no, you didn't talk shit. So put the whole thing out where I did talk shit, because I didn't, you guys. I don't talk shit on people I like. What I told him is, like, if you're gonna play both sides back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, right? Like, that's gonna be a problem.
Here's a screenshot, right?
I don't know. What is this thing? Like as fuck. Let me know when we can talk. It'd be cool. Yeah. And so I thought that was like the good thing to do. You know what I mean? Like, I thought it was good. I didn't tell anybody. This is the first time I sent that just to you. You're the only person that I've sent that to. And it's like, what the fuck? And this was that night when I was getting attacked by Kelly, you know, half deserved, not, and Sam. So it's like, I'm not out there to get people. Like, I'm not. I made a mistake. He even said it. He's like, bro, you were probably a couple claws into it, and you know, blah blah blah. And he told me the shit I said, and I remember what I said. But like, I was bashing him on some pretty hardcore, like, low below the belt shit. I don't like doing that shit.
No.
You know.
No, and I just want to say that, like, to me, it was weird the excuses that I heard from him about the full why because he kept having problems sending it to me or something, and he was like, we can get in Zoom or something, and I can show you all of it. And I was like, no, just send it to me if you will, so I can listen. And then he just sent it. I was like, you can email it, because I didn't really want to Zoom with him. And so
No,
he
it
was like,
hurt
"Oh,
you though. It did.
making excuses." Yeah. Well, at first when I was listening, it's hard to hear.
Is it that
Because
hard
there's
to
so
hear?
much background noise, kind of. But then when you like, I ran it through this program to get closed captions on it, and it makes sense. But no, you didn't say anything bad. But if somebody that's hot-headed, that doesn't slow down and pay attention and just reacts really quickly, if they would have listened to it, they'd be like, "Oh, they're talking shit." But you weren't talking shit. You were just stating factual shit that
Well, I
me and
kind of
you and
said
Joe
something that I do
are
like.
here.
I will apologize for, like, and I remember back, it was like, what I was trying to tell him is like, listen, bro, if you keep bouncing from, you know, quote, side to side, they're going to go for your throat. And that's what I said. But I know I said, I'm like, because I like you guys, you and PHI. I'm like, they're good fucking people. I don't know how I said it, but I'm like, they're good fucking people. So, but again, I might have said they're all right people or whatever, but I meant to say good people. Like, it wasn't
bad.
We had a good time, man. And if he could tell you, like, he drank twice the amount of beer I did. I offered to buy him beer. I don't remember what it was, you know, but I felt like, you know, I'm the one who called him out. He showed up, I showed up, but I wish he would have waited to see that I attacked him, because I didn't want to. I felt he was man enough to be the way he was. I appreciated that. I don't know why he jumped off. I'm not here to talk shit, you guys.
No, he jumped off. He didn't even want to hear anything I had to say. Obviously, he has a chip on his shoulder, or he's feeling some kind of way.
Well,
He
because
knew
he's been
this
dumped on
was
so
about to
many
happen
panels,
anyways.
right?
He got intel from it, so it don't even matter.
But I do know that he, you know, had spent some time with JT Colfax and whatever. I don't know if this is all on him. You know, Nanya, I'm naive as fuck. I trust everybody. I believe him for their word.
Same.
But he might have thought I was recording. I don't think it was him. But either way, it is what it is. But why'd you miss the hour and, what do you say, 20 minutes?
Yeah, an hour and something.
Because that's when we were talking about, you know, his you know, beautiful child and his relationship with her, and he's doing everything he needs to do, and he really is, like, from what he told me.
Yeah.
Jason, come up here, bro.
It's
I am not. I'm not here to out you or talk shit. Just come up, man. I just want to know if he really believes I talk shit about you guys. I think that was straight up a foul move. That was
I think that was
fucked
a
up.
whole ass move. Yeah, for
And
sure.
I do think, like, not Telly think where it's set up like drawn out, but I think it was an opportunist, like
Yeah.
you know, like the person you catch that wasn't looking for the 13-year-old, you know. And I do think that's what happened, but that does suck. And I didn't even think about recording. I didn't even think about it.
Right.
Because of that message you saw. I thought that was pretty respectful.
Yeah.
And you guys, he called me. We talked on the phone. He's like, dude, let's just fight in your backyard. Your wife can be the referee. And then he told me, he's like,
the referee.
that's what he said. He's like, I'm just going to put you in this little chokehold. I wasn't even going to like fuck you up. I was just going to get you in. I forget what he called it. Like he was like, dude, it's going to be good for the community. It's going to be fun. Let's entertain this. Let's make it popular. Like he 100%. He's like, dude, if you want to fight right now, we can fight these people in the bar. Like he's like, I'd love to fight, you know. And he wasn't talking about me. He's like, me and him, we could just, you know, destroy the bar and stuff. So, but it was so civil, and it was. I thought it was good. I did.
Right. I thought it sounded like it was good, and he even said he had fun, but just the way you mixed in, and I'm sorry, I'm only human. I'm only going to add in all the factors of hanging out with JT Colfax, then turning around and going and fucking, going and meeting you, and then trying to meet with Locke and Sabby. And
well,
then,
I guess Locke turned him down, which, you know, shout out to Locke. I think Locke didn't want to be a part of the bullshit. You know what I mean? But I think Sam in the other one, we're really trying to use him like a manipulation, right? Like, and I don't know if Jason saw that, or maybe he just believes it, but he wanted to do a Colorado tour, you know, and I just told him, don't put the picture up. Do I have your permission? I said, I don't think it's going to look good for you, bro. I'm looking up for you, and you care about your daughter. You're going through this battle, you know, whatever battle it is. It's his business. But like, this is crazy. And then you were like kind of ignoring me for a couple of days. I know, not on purpose, and we figured that out.
We
but
figured what that was.
yeah, but I thought, you know, and not right in this situation at all, at all. But I do feel that was like I tried to do right and show discourse on both sides of the community, and I feel like I got burned. But it is what it is.
And I just felt bad knowing and not knowing what to do and not wanting to start shit.
Well, you thought I was talking shit about you, and I feel so terrible because I might have. I know I did say, like, dude, they'll fucking go for your throat. But what I missed,
that's not talking shit to me, though.
But I was talking shit. It was like trying to tell him, like, both sides, bro. You're fighting pit bull versus pit bull. Nobody's gonna like you. What do you want to do in this community?
Right.
And he's like, I want to protect kids. I want my daughter to be safe. And I'm like, all right, perfect.
That's what the goal should be. I want my kids protected too. I want your kids protected, their kids protected. Pat Concha.
Dude, I would love to protect Ed's kids, right? Like, I would be proud of that. You know what I mean? Like, I'm shocked he jumped down. That sucks. But I know, again, you talk shit about Nunya, Tommy, you know, there's a few others. You get some love.
Did it because A, I thought Tommy was recording because he said he always records, and B, it was concerning what I thought he was saying about someone I considered a friend. Or, I mean, I'm still fine with Nunya. I'm not upset about it. I know it's emotional. And you know, Kat keeps asking why I don't play it now, and I did not record for any other reason than my own pride in terms of the fight. You know,
here's a Kat. Hang on, let me jump in. Kat, if you go and ask Tommy if it's okay for Jason to replay the whole fucking conversation. That's the answer to this. Jason isn't going to fucking play it because he knows that it was for his fucking use.
Just ask Tommy. He'll tell you.
Go and ask fucking Tommy to play it, or ask permission for fucking, you know.
No.
Go and ask Tommy if he gives Jason permission to play it.
Tommy should just explain it himself without the recording because he wouldn't lie about it, I don't think. So he should just say what happened. He should just say it.
But it's not it's not up to Jason to fucking play it. He's holding it, you know, confidential. Fucking Nunya's the one that's made it a fucking issue, not Jason. He's kept it confidential. You go and ask fucking Nunya why she's made it fucking public that there was a recording. The only reason she's done that is to smear fucking Jason. And if you're trying to fucking defend Tommy by saying, oh fuck, someone dared record a conversation against fucking Tommy, it's like, nah. It's like Tommy records fucking conversations. That's why he didn't go up when he went up on Nunya's. He didn't go and attack Jason because it's not an unexpected thing. He uses the same fucking tactics. And the other reason that Jason did it, and I actually went and had a listen to this after, is because Tommy fucking tells little fucking, he distorts things.
Just to see the way you fucking strutted around YouTube talking about, I don't lie. Yes, you do.
Trotted around, and I still haven't seen what you've lied about. There's no lie here. He's recorded a conversation, but there's no fucking lying on you.
And this is between me and you, not between me, you, and other people. It's me and you.
So it's between me and you, but you know that Tommy's sitting in the wings waiting to come up. And Batman, the reason that he didn't want to fucking hang around is because he knows the way that fucking Tommy operates. He jumps up, he overtalks you, he fucking won't listen, he never fucking shuts up. So I refuse to engage with the fucker anymore. We pointed out his tactics the other day. Okay, so basically what you're saying is you wanted to have a record. Part of it was due to the fight situation, that you wanted evidence that you didn't back out of it, because that's important to you.
That was the absolute main thing, because even before I got to Colorado, I probably had 24 tags and this and that, or whatever you call it on Facebook when they highlight your name and comments. Oh, you're bitching out of the fire, blah, 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 blah. You did a conspiracy and all that stuff. And it was like, hold up. Nuh-uh, not me. So I just wanted to make sure, because like I told Kat Reed, I and she doesn't believe me, but I really do take pride in that stuff. There was a time in my life that I wanted to be, I wanted to do that for a living. And so if someone calls me out, I'll never, even if I get my ass whooped, I'm still going to show up and take my whooping. I'm not going to just create a conspiracy to get out of it.
The second thing seemed to be that you don't trust Tommy to actually give an accurate record of what happened. That he could potentially just start saying, oh, well, Jason told me this when we had our meeting. He wanted some sort of backup evidence towards that.
And I want to highlight that doesn't necessarily mean Tommy is purposely lying to not give an accurate background. But if everything happens from a different perspective, right? Like just like when Nunya said those things that I told Nunya, I don't understand the context. To me, it sounded differently than what Tommy said. So Tommy might not necessarily be maliciously going out of his way to condemn me to the depths of YouTube comments, but he could say something that his followers take it in the wrong way. And if I don't have if I don't have some proof, then I'm fucked. I'm cooked. My reputation is done. When I could have just, I wish I could go back in time and record the first 5 or 6 times I met Tommy, because it would help me with some other things. And just like Tommy said, there's a reason for 2 or 3 or 4 years he recorded all the calls.
And then what? So you're saying that you wanted to record it basically just to, if Tommy fucking went out of line, to have something that you can fall back on. It's like you didn't have any intentions in giving it to anyone. The only reason that you told Nunya with one small segment of it was because Tommy said some pretty fucking.
So he said some things that made me question. Okay, so the way I was looking at it is Nunya will support Tommy, like, at all costs, right? And
yep. And he wasn't reciprocating that. Was what,
and it didn't look like he was reciprocating it. So Nunya, who is, I guess, probably not anymore, but I don't know. That's up to her. My friend at the time, and I thought that he was not reciprocating, and maybe he didn't care as much about Nunya as she does him. And I wanted her to be aware that this is what's kind of going on. And I really, like I said, I really didn't think I should send it, but through the guidance of a good friend, a mutual friend of both of us, he thought that maybe I should, because, and he was on the fence about it too, but he was like, it's better. Could you imagine if I didn't tell Nunya anything and then something bad happened between them and I knew this whole time? I would feel bad. So that's.
So you basically, from your perspective, you were protecting a friend by telling them what somebody else really thought about them.
That was my intention, but it didn't seem to end up that way.
Well, it's certainly not. It's spun around.
And so the grimy thing I did is, even when I talk shit, you guys, I wish the whole conversation would come out, because I told him, and Jason, tell me if I'm wrong. I'm like,
You fucking heard him say that there again. I wish the whole conversation would come out.
listen, man, if you post me because he wanted to take a picture, he's like, slap the shit out of me, slap the shit out of me. We can put that up. He's like, it's like a UFC, or what'd you say, WWE? It's funny. It's,
I never said anything like that.
Okay, so here you go again.
The only time I brought up slap the shit out of me is when I was quoting him, because that's what, on the panel that he was drinking and he called me out, he said that he would slap the shit out of me and I wouldn't do anything about it. And the only time I said that is like at that meeting, I was like, you got to realize if you say that to me, it's not something I'm going to let go. And I didn't say anything about him slapping me. And I mean, we're at a parking lot in the Buffalo Wild Wings, at a Buffalo Wild Wings. So,
but what I'm getting out of this again is another reason why you want to record fucking conversations when you're having with this fucker, because he just starts going up on panels and throwing shit out there, and it sounds like, to me, the implication is that you've been doing something fucking wrong here, Jason. That's what it sort of leaves the doubt in my mind, and it's like, you can't fucking respond. He's the one with all the fucking clout, if you want to put it that way. And the only response that you've got is if you go, I didn't fucking say that, and then it's a he said, she said thing, unless you've got a fucking recording. All right, I'll keep going.
That guy and blah, blah, blah. I didn't want to do it. I said, dude, if we hug and take a picture and you put it up, you're going to get attacked from, well, we'll call it the Advidians, which is, this is not what I mean. But
That's not what I mean. We're going to get attacked by the Advidians, but that's not what I mean. So he's trying to save your fucking ass. It's like, fuck.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I said, but if you're going to go on this side, you're going to get attacked by them. Jason, do you feel that I ever talked shit about Nunya and PHI? Do you feel like I was disrespectful to them at all? Like, I'm just asking.
Okay. Do you want to answer that question he asked you?
I feel like what I heard was questionable, and it made me wonder, which is why I reached out to people close to Nunya, because I was worried about things.
So let me paraphrase that. You thought that Tommy said things to you that were disrespectful to Nunya and PHI, right? And then you clipped, after umming and ahhing about it, you took the clip of that conversation and sent it to fucking Nunya so that she could make her own mind up about whether this Tommy was being disrespectful, right?
Because what was said could have been taken in a way that is not good at all, that it could have had larger implications. I didn't necessarily think it would. That's why I asked for advice from somebody very close to Nunya beforehand, because I didn't know if I was making a big deal out of it, or if I was like, ooh, should I tell her? Because like I said, if something did happen in 2 weeks, 2 months, 2 years, and I knew about it this whole time, that would make me feel like shit.
All right. So, I mean, you're still a fucking out. You're still the adult though, aren't you? It's like you're recording, so it's your decision whether or not you tell Nunya. But what I'm getting from this is that, again, it's like, I don't understand why Nunya would say that you're doing grimy shit, because you've just sent a clip of something that Tommy said about her, which was, you thought was possibly disrespectful. But she's trying to make you out to be the fucking, the hoe-ass fucking bitch or whatever it is. And that's what I just don't understand about this, is how is this spun into a thing that you fucking
if
done
she
something
didn't
wrong?
If she didn't say that, there wouldn't be people with, torches and pitchforks saying, you did something terrible, you're a bad guy, condemn you to hell, mister. All those people would just be like, oh yeah, I kind of see the point or whatever. And maybe not, but there's a reason that if you put a narrative on something like that before you say it, it's because you're trying to push people in a certain direction. Would you agree?
Yeah, I agree.
Like,
so
if I said,
did PHI, did you let PHI know? Does she know?
No.
Or did you just gave it to Nunya?
Yeah, and I kind of assumed that she would tell PHI, I guess, because I don't really talk to PHI. I don't have anything wrong with her. I've never really talked to her, so I don't know her.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even know how to get a hold of her. I've never seen her Instagram or anything.
So, well, it'll be interesting, PHI, whether Nunya's told you what Tommy was saying.
Well, I mean, it's like, it's all for narrative, right? Like, if I went up to someone and said, hey, have you talked to Jeff lately? It's a lot different than, hey, have you talked to that fucking lying, low-life scumbag piece of shit? Like,
yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? It's a whole different it means a whole different thing. And if you know, and I don't know why Nunya did that. I really don't. So
I'll just keep playing. I was listening to this a little bit and ahead of the game, and there's a classic example of why you want to record a conversation that you have with fucking Tommy. I think it's coming up.
I know you're missing an hour, and we were there for almost 2 hours, maybe hour 45 minutes or something.
Right. But he's lying for one about, maybe that is some of the reason why, but that's not the full reason. That's not what he's
Well, no. You're right. I'm just.
So you're lying about the reason. I think that's what she's saying. You're lying about the reason that you recorded the conversation, I think, or. But you're a liar, Jason, but I'm not sure what you're lying about. I think she's trying to put it that you're lying about the reason that you recorded the fucking phone call. Is that you said it was I think it's because you said that you were using it so that you could validate that it wasn't you that backed down out of the fight, when another reason that you recorded it is because Tommy can't be fucking trusted to fucking tell the truth, so you want a record. So there's 2 points. But, I'd suggest that,
But then later on, they say I only did it because of Sam and JT. So they can't
Yeah.
decide why I did it.
Yeah. But this is where it gets fucking, okay, if there's any doubt why you need to record a fucking conversation when you're having one with Thomas Fellows, this is why.
From his perspective,
Hang on,
He
just
left. He
let
jumped
this go.
down.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, he came up here, said,
Sorry, what was that, Jason?
I was just saying, you better be careful if you say that, because you're going to get hit with the 3
Oh, look,
Ds.
I know that next it'll be me. I was over in Ed's chat and palling it up with Ed. They've fucking done that already. And then it'll be all sorts of smear shit, I'll fucking get CP or whatever. And then someone will probably dox me. And it's like, that's one of the reasons why I'm having these conversations, is because I'm expecting to get doxed soon. So I just want to be able to point people to some of these videos that I've got up here on my channel and say, go and have a listen to this. This is why I'm getting doxed, is because I'm saying fucking uncomfortable things about these fucking people. I mean, I've got absolutely nothing to hide. The only thing that bothers me is people just fucking hassling my kids and my fucking ex-wife. There's nothing that you're going to find that, if anything, it just fucking makes me look better if you go and find my fucking history or my fucking LinkedIn. So, I'm not going to say go for it because I don't want it to happen, but I've got nothing to fucking hide. Sorry, I'll go on with this. I'm getting fucking wound up now.
and took off.
Oh man, I'm not even gonna touch it because I thought we cleared things up. He did say, Nanya, and I didn't tell you this. Maybe I forgot. Or he's like, listen, man, the one thing I'm worried about is I don't want people to think that I'm a punk and I punked out. And I said, you didn't punk out, and he didn't. You guys, we both showed up to the same restaurant. We had beers, and I thought it was a very good thing. We talked about. I saw 9 or 10 pictures of his child. He was so proud. He was super proud. Like a dad would be. I saw a different side of him.
I saw a different side of him. Yeah, it's a bit, okay, what's the normal side of him? Is the normal side is that he's a liar? Is that what you're suggesting there, Tommy? Or is it, maybe I'm fucking misreading that.
Admitted he fucked up on Decoin. I admitted I fucked up on Decoin. I thought it was good. And I didn't record, but I do see if he genuinely, Nanya, went there to record because he thought I was going to, okay, I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
I don't believe that either.
I believe.
Okay. If he genuinely went there to record because he thought I was going to record, so it was like a tit for tat sort of thing, I don't believe that. I don't know that. I really don't understand that point, to tell you the truth, but I mean, it's an expectation. If there's an expectation that Tommy's going to fucking record things, considering he records all these fucking telephone calls, I think it's a reasonable assumption that he's likely to be recording a meeting.
I mean, the only person who's told me that Tommy records is Tommy. Well, he didn't tell me, but told the panels. And
Yeah.
I'm not saying that. No, I'm not saying that in a mean way. I recorded him. That was tactical because I figured it was mutual.
Yeah.
And I still wonder if he did or not, and I hope he did. I don't care. Not much. It's not even worth
No.
play on.
But the point is that you thought it was fucking necessary and you recorded it. And the only reason that it's come out, it's not like you fucking played it in public. It's Nunya that's gone public with the fact that you did it. Anyway, let's get going.
He was influenced. He did tell me that
this
Sam.
is the fucking bit. This is fucking. Everybody fucking listen to this. Is Cat Reed, are you still fucking in here? Because you need to hear this. And any of you Tommy supporters, which is fine, you're Tommy supporters, but just listen to the way he operates, okay?
He fucked up on Decoin. I admitted I fucked up on Decoin. I thought it was good. And I didn't record, but I do see if he genuinely Daniel went there to record because he thought I was going to. Okay, I don't believe that. I don't believe that either. I believe he was influenced. He did tell me that.
I believe he was influenced. So here comes the fucking damn conspiracy. This fucking weak man is influenced, okay? Because
Sam, and I might be wrong. I hope he comes back up. But Sam called him and said, "Hey."
Because Sam, all right, has he got your attention now? Sam, everybody. Oh, fuck, here we go. Sam, he's up to no good. Sam's fucking on the case here. Jason's been fucking influenced by Sam. But he fucking puts a caveat in there with, I might be wrong. After he's brought up Sam, I might be wrong.
You want to meet up for lunch or dinner or whatever. And I think he record, but I do see if he genuinely Daniel went there to record because he thought I was going to. Okay, I don't believe that. I don't believe that either. I believe he was influenced. He did tell me that Sam, and I'm.
He did tell me that Sam. It's like, okay, here's the facts. No, he didn't fucking say that Sam. Okay, this is why he fucking recorded the conversation with Tommy. We'll just play this through. Sorry for fucking interrupt anymore.
I'd be wrong. I hope he comes back up. But Sam called him and said, "Hey, do you want to meet up for lunch or dinner or whatever?" And I think he even told me Sam Cat.
I think he even told me. Okay, well, we can fucking play the recording and then we'll know for fucking sure, won't we?
Yeah, Tim, to go drink with.
That Sam cashed out him.
I don't believe that. I believe he was influenced. He did tell me that Sam, and I might be wrong. I hope he comes back up. But Sam called him and said, "Hey, do you want to meet up for lunch or dinner or whatever?" And I think he even told me Sam cashed out him to go drink with
JT. All right. So here he's saying that Sam called you and said you want to meet up for lunch or dinner. Is that a fact?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. So how that played out is the day after Tommy called me out to the fight, I was hearing rumors that he was saying that there was some kind of conspiracy. So I immediately went live to dispel that and said, "There's no conspiracy. I'm showing up to fight, period. That's it. If he thinks that someone is going to do a conspiracy in Weld County, he can pick the county 10 minutes before I get there, so I don't have time to set anything up. There's no conspiracy." And JT Colfax was in my chat, and he said, "Oh, you're going to be in Colorado? I'd love to get lunch." And I have no idea how to get a hold of JT Colfax, or at the time I didn't. And I messaged Sam Clinton, and I said, "Hey, do you know how to get a hold of JT?" Or no, I didn't say that. I said, "Here's my phone number," and I texted him my number, "Send it to JT." I didn't hear anything for another day or two, or up until I literally crossed through the Colorado border after I took my corny video, got through Colorado Springs, and was just south of Denver, or just getting into Denver, and I got a call. I thought it was Tommy at first because I don't have his number saved. I answered, and it was JT. He was asking how the drive was, and I was like, "Well, I don't know what to do, blah, blah, blah. I don't know if the fight's happening." And he's like, "Well, what are your plans?" And I was like, "Nothing. I'm just driving." And he was like, "You want a drink?" And I was like, "Fuck yeah, I'll get some beer, dude." And he asked if I could pick him up cigarettes on the way, and I'll give you cash when you get here. And I was like, all right, cool. I'm 45 minutes out. That was it. There was no plan. There was nothing. I didn't talk to Sam. I did talk to Sam on the phone since then. Just he asked, how it was to hang out with JT and stuff.
Did Sam cash app you anything?
I don't have a cash app. I don't even have a bank account. I only operate with cash because I like my money to be not known by
All right.
everything I buy
this is why he needs to he wanted to record the conversation with Tommy. People. It's like, because Tommy does shit like this. He'll go up and he'll fucking throw things out there in public to his somewhere between 2,000 and 200,000 fucking followers and fucking make statements like this that are fucking just about impossible to fucking reverse.
How can I reverse them if I have 200 followers and he has 200,000? It's impossible. That's why it's absolutely a necessity.
And he knows, and he fucking knows full fucking well that if you look at the chat which has been happening in here, from fucking that automatically people come in and start defending and attacking and started attacking Jason. And there was Kat and Becky and fucking Wog, and fucking, immediately going into the fucking defense. And Tommy's okay because we trust Tommy, and there's no fucking, it's just a blind fucking following. And it's the same with the fucking Matt C situation from fucking last week. And you don't call your fucking mods into account. And I'll mention those cunts again. The ones that start spreading fucking rumours and, that, Jason would be over in, or Telly was over in fucking knocking it up with a fucking CP fucking suspect. And they all go into fucking action. I'm not saying that fucking Nunya's kicking that off. I'm not saying that fucking Tommy is kicking it off. But his inside fucking circle will jump into defence mode. And I'm suggesting that both of them fucking know that that's the fucking way the game's played. They don't have to fucking necessarily get their hands dirty. They just have to fucking throw an accusation out there without any fucking facts, and that their fucking inner circle or some fucking, rabid fucking zealot is going to go after that person.
And now Nunya is, disparaging what used to be good friends to her, or tried to be, left and right. Just why?
This is the thing that's bizarre to me, is why the fuck is she so fucking invested in protecting Tommy's fucking ass? It's like, it's pretty fucking obvious when he does this sort of shit. And this situation is like, you've given her a bit of information in fucking confidence because you think that somebody that she trusts and believes in and supports doesn't fucking trust or believe in her. So you try to be the fucking friend to her, and she's managed to spin it in her fucking head that you were the fucking enemy somehow. I don't fucking understand it. I don't understand why she's throwing you under the bus to fucking support Tommy when there was no fucking issue anyway. If there wasn't an issue, there wasn't an issue. Just Tommy's come up himself and said, "Oh, I don't fucking mind." He knows that that a clip of that conversation has been given to Nunya. He didn't give a fuck. Why the fuck does she? And I'm going to get called here as being a clout chaser and just being out looking for fucking likes and so on. It's like, well, okay, I could, quite cynically throw that same comment back across the fence and say, I can't see any other reason why there's this fucking relationship that she's got with Tommy in that sense. I mean, so you support the guy, that's fine, but don't throw other people under the fence that you think are attacking him or a danger to him. Because the only fucking thing I've thought about, why is it? And the only thing I can come up with in my mind, honestly, is that it's purely for fucking, maybe it's because this guy used to have 400,000 fucking followers, and you're trying to tap into that fucking market. That's what a cynic would say. There could be another explanation that I haven't thought of, but it's certainly a fucking
I
valid.
guarantee you, it never crossed anybody's mind to come talk to me in private about this. It was meant to be done in public for the same reason Laura accused me of, for I don't know if it was for attention or content or what. I mean, either way, that's why we're all here. I'm not too upset from that, but it's it's just interesting, man. It really is. I genuinely wonder if people's minds have, I don't want to say changed, because I'm not here to change anybody's mind. I'm just here to give my side of the story. And I have to do it in this manner, because if I were to have done it on her panel, last time I was on her panel, when I asked about Jason Fellows, or Tommy told me to look up, boom, I was ganged up on 4-1, muted, I couldn't even talk, you know, and so you have to do it in a position that you can actually say things without getting talked over, because I can't talk over people. I'm not good at it. I don't behave that way. I would have got smacked for that shit growing up, so I just don't do it.
So this backstabbing stuff, it's like, I'll tell you, that's what effectively Tommy accused Nunya of, as I understand it. Was that accurate? Or it certainly came across that way, or could be taken that way. Tommy effectively accused Nunya of being Nunya and PHI of being fucking backstabbers.
So I don't want to. He didn't use the word backstabber. He said that that I better watch who I hang out with, because they'll be your friend now and attack you later. And I didn't know if he meant you as in you in general, you as in just you. And that's almost the exact quote. I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but to the tune of, they'll be your friend now and they'll attack you later. And I didn't know what that meant. I didn't know if that meant I didn't know what it meant. It sounded bizarre. That's why I asked, a good friend to go over it, because I didn't know. It made me worry. Is Nunya planning on attacking me later? Turns out she did. Or is PHI planning on being because PHI had been nice to me the couple times we talked. I didn't know, are people planning on attacking me? Or was it in general that there's a history of Nunya being friends now and attacking later? I didn't know what it meant. I genuinely didn't.
Yeah. The thing, it's like, I don't know, fucking Nunya backstabbing. It's like, I just don't understand why she fucking supports. She's twisted this into a thing that Jason is evil because he has passed on the message to her that someone that she trusts doesn't speak as highly about her, and is prepared to have that conversation with other people. You know, he said that to a third party, Nunya.
And maybe Tommy was trying to be really cool with me. He probably was, just to give me a heads up, because he knows how the community operates. I honestly didn't know what the fuck any of it meant. I have a guy that I'm meeting up for a fight, and then I have Nunya. So I was just like, you know what? Like I said, if something bad would have happened and I knew about it all this time, and Nunya was supposedly my friend at that point, I would have felt bad. I would have felt horrible but you know, and then maybe Tommy just didn't mean me and he just meant people. I don't know. I didn't know. It was a very odd, elusive statement to understand, and that's why.
But whether it was targeted at you as a warning to you specifically, or comment was that Nunya isn't to be trusted, right? Or am I missing?
That I would get attacked. I would get attacked later. So I would.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
But by Nunya and PHI, was that what he was saying?
It was either Nunya and PHI, or it was two girls that I'm close to, he said. And but I think he thought I was close to PHI, and I haven't really talked to PHI. So I don't know if he meant PHI or if he meant someone else. I don't want to drag into it, but Nunya was definitely the main one. Because Nunya was the only other girl that I even talked to as a friend and stuff. I mean, there's a few, but that Tommy would know.
Okay, so but on that then, is it possible that you're misinterpreting? You're putting names to those females that aren't necessarily the right names?
Oh, it could be. It could be. There's three people, and I know there's three people it could be, and I know Nunya is one for sure, and I think PHI is the other one, but it could be somebody else. And that, like I said, it was confusing and elusive to me. That's why I asked a good friend of mine who knows them better than I do if I should say anything about it. And
Okay,
I'll never say his name because
I think that's sort of important to the thing is whether or not those people were specifically named. But I can't think of why some random person that you're close to, you know, there aren't that many fucking women that are in a position to be able to fucking hurt you. I mean, the only ones that I can think of that have got any sort of influence around here to be able to do that sort of shit would be Nunya, PHI, Bobby Joe.
What the hell was Telly talking about this morning about backstabbing?
He had
If I
Jason
back
up there trying to fucking say what Jason did wasn't him trying to be fucking shady, and I called him out on it, and he didn't like what I had to say, so.
Yeah, well, you know, it can be seen as shady. I mean, Jason's a fucking liar, obviously. That's all he does. So, you know, they can both just keep my name out of their mouth and leave me be, because I don't have shit to do with either of them. So, how about that?
Well, okay, and you know that I haven't even heard whatever recording he sent you. You haven't seen much of me at all.
Nope.
Am I right or am I wrong? I haven't been to Zoom. I haven't done shit.
Oh, you ain't seen it? I didn't even know if you knew about it or not.
My point was him secretly recording and then running to you going, look what Tommy said, look what Tommy said, look what Tommy said, was him trying to fucking make a big deal out of something that wasn't a big deal.
I agree.
That was my point. A, don't be shady and fucking secretly record shit. And B, if you were confused on what was being said, then there's no point in fucking bringing it up to anybody.
Right. Exactly. It was just to purely start shit. He thought I was going to pop off, and I didn't.
Yeah, that was my point. And Telly's like, no. I said, no, that's exactly what he was doing. He said, you get Nunya to play the clips for you. I said, Jason's got them. Jason can play the fucking clips. And he was like, no. Jason said, I have that for my own protection. And unless Tommy or Nunya says that they can be played or whatever. And I'm like, what the fuck ever? You're fucking dodging. He's dodging the fucking questions I was asking. Is exactly what he was doing.
Well, we told him that night that he came up there, said what he said with his bitch ass attitude, and then dipped, and then he never came back, and we didn't even get to say anything to him. Tommy came up to talk to him, and he didn't come back, but he had time to go get on fucking Locke's panel with all the bullshit. But whatever. Honestly, it's not even a big deal to me. I just wanted people to know that he's a fucking snake and he records shit without them knowing, and that's what he done. So, and he lied about the reason why he done it. So he can fuck off. He's a liar in my book. He's a piece of shit.
And his point.
I've played the fool so many times. Never had nobody I could call mine. Left my heart on the table. Was lied to by fables. And now you come along and say that I should give you a try. But I see your true colors, baby. I see them shining through. And I won't wait around for you to make me blue. I'm not waiting on you. No, waiting on Just moments before, you told me that I was your world. Why do you lie? And after all those times you said, I'm not like those other guys. Well, I just gotta shake my head. Darling, how can I be surprised? 'Cause I see your true colors, baby. I see them shining through. All those little white lights are gonna catch up with you. Oh, I see your true colors, baby. Gallads. Gallads beats. Gallads. Gallads beats. Gallads. Gallads beats. Gallads.
Hypocrisy is one of my biggest pet peeves, which is why I can't stand the left.
Are you voting for Trump? Yep. White supremacist. How? How can you say that? How can I say if you vote for Donald Trump, you're a white supremacist? How? How? Because you support that man in office.
That's not an argument. I'm gonna need proof that that makes me a white supremacist. You're gonna have to break down the argument.
That's not my job to say that.
You just accused me of being a white supremacist. You should
Are
be
you
able to
voting for
back that
Donald
up.
Trump? Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I sure am.
That's my proof.
Are you voting for Joe Biden?
Yes, I am.
Then you're a pedophile.
No.
Yes, you
Trump's
are.
a pedophile.
You're a pedophile.
How?
You like to sniff kids.
This is a Thorium Energy Alliance conference, so it has thorium in the name, and you would think that we would be talking about thorium all the time. But think about all the talks that have been here. It's mostly about uranium, right? That suck. We should be talking about thorium because thorium can do something unique and special that uranium cannot do. And I've been pissed off by so many conferences that call it like advanced reactors or whatever when it's not. It's like light water reactors. And I really think we should try to have a conference, for example, this one, where we sort of look into the future and not into the past. And so part of my talk today is about why I think thorium is special. And I know many of you know this already, but I hope some of my slides will give you courage to talk differently to your neighbors and friends and colleagues. So I think many of us got excited about an image like this, where the ball, the size of the golf ball, can supply you with all the energy you need for your entire life. Not just electricity, but everything, transportation, all the products you need, all your share of all the public, like roads and houses and hospitals, everything. It's amazing that you can get all that energy out of this little ball. And it costs only less than $100. So if you live for 100 years, it's $1 per year. That is amazing. And that's why I think most of the people in this room are here. But the problem is we don't have the machine that can take the energy out of that ball And that's what we're trying to build, and I know a few others who are trying the same. And hopefully, within a few years, it will happen. And I think we should all celebrate that like crazy. We've been at this for quite a while now. So thorium, not only does it have unique properties in terms of being able to produce a huge amount of energy, but there's also lots of thorium. And a lot of times when you talk to uranium people, they say, there's 3 or 4 times more thorium than there is uranium, which is technically true, but all the uranium reactors I know, they run on uranium-235. And you know that little sliver, that orange little sliver there? That's uranium-235. It's very rare, and you can't really use it. You have to enrich it and everything. So in reality, there's 1,000 times more thorium than there is uranium available to us. I mean, you can always debate about uranium and seawater and all that, but thorium is just a lot easier to get to. One thing that proves that is we already do mining for other materials, and we get thorium out of the ground when we do mining for rare earth and gold and copper and shit. And that thorium alone that we already get out of the ground today would be enough to power the entire electricity of the whole planet. We don't need to open one additional mine. So that is also amazing, and you can't say that about uranium. I mean, now they said at COP28 we need 3 times more uranium, and everybody's scratching their head. Where's that going to come from? And what about enrichment facilities and what is it called, like fuel production and everything? And of course, the uranium price already went up just because they start talking about it. A lot of times when you talk to sort of the people from the general public, they will tell you that nuclear, it's too expensive, it takes too long to build, it has this awful waste, and it's dangerous. I hope some of my slides today can sort of help you tell them what you think. I agree that classical nuclear is too expensive and too slow, no doubt about it, it sucks. But I think we should try to sort of rethink what can we do about that? How can we solve that problem that it's too slow and too expensive? I offer some ideas today, and I hope we can have more discussions over a beer later. Then people say it's dangerous. That's definitely a hoax. I mean, nuclear is not dangerous. I'll get back to that in some of my slides later. And then they say, there's all this awful waste. Yeah, it is not the best waste, I agree, but maybe we can do something about it. I mean, let's try to look at it in a positive light. Then there's these guys that says, there's these new reactors, small modular reactors, advanced modular reactors, generation 4. There's even people talking about generation 5 now. Molten salt reactors, high temperature reactors, all this crap. It doesn't change anything. It's still the old stuff that we've had for, 7 decades. So please, when you talk to your neighbor or your colleague about Copenhagen Atomics, please don't call us a small modular reactor or an advanced reactor, or generation 4 or 5 or whatever. We are something completely different from all these other. Okay, so I'll try to sort of give you some ideas of how you can talk about the difference between uranium and thorium. So here is a list of properties, you could say, for solid fuel reactors. It's sort of, I want you to go home. Don't trust me. Go home and look this up for yourself. This is sort of the average numbers for a solid fuel reactor. You know, those designs, they last for 60 years, maybe with extensions. You can look up the uranium price on the web. Right now, it's at 4,500 for 5% enriched uranium. In those type of reactors, you can get 1 to 2 gigawatt hours out of every kilogram of fuel. Some reactor designs are a little bit better than others, but that's sort of the average for solid fuel reactors. And you know that most of them take between 4 and 15 years to build. I mean, maybe one is a little bit faster and definitely some are a little bit slower, but that's sort of the average. And the price of electricity from solid fuel reactors are between $60 and $120 per megawatt hour electric. So how does that compare to thorium, do you think? Do you think thorium is the same, sort of roughly the same ballgame? A few people are shaking their head. Most of you are just holding your breath. So I had to compare it to Copenhagen Atomics. And again, some of these numbers you cannot look up, but let's talk about it. So our design is also sort of 50-year lifetime, plus maybe extensions. The price for thorium is $50 per kilogram. We've already ordered tons of thorium, so I know this price because that's what we paid for it. Of course, just like uranium, the price might go up or down, but since there's so much thorium in the world, I think it's more likely to go down than to go up in the future. If 1 kilogram of thorium, you can get 22 gigawatt hours of energy out of that, thermal energy. And then how fast can we build this? Well, I've also been at some of the previous conferences, and the goal for Copenhagen Atomics is to build 1 reactor every day. But of course, we also need to deploy them, and deployment is a little bit more difficult. So I would expect that in the beginning, for a 1 gigawatt power plant, it would take 18 months to deploy that. And later on, when we sort of get things up to speed, we should be able to deploy in 6 months a 1 gigawatt power plant, because it's not built on site. It's truly modular. It arrives on trucks. And then the price of energy for these type of reactors is between $20 and $40 per megawatt hour. So again, completely different ballgame. And I've made sort of a column with the differences so you don't have to do the calculation in your head. You can see on most of these things, we are an order of magnitude better than solid fuel reactors. And so I don't think we should compare ourselves to all the old reactors. I believe that our reactor is like a jet airplane, and the old reactors is like a horse carriage. It's not the same thing. Yeah, so we want to mass manufacture these reactors, and we planned this through the whole development of our reactor, the way we planned the whole company. We want to make 1 reactor every day. You know that car factories, they can easily make 1,000 cars every day. Our reactors have less components than a modern car. So of course we can easily assemble 1 reactor every day. We don't start in the morning and finish in the evening. We have sort of an assembly line, and the reactors move down the assembly line, and then they come out at the end. 1 comes out every day. The problem is not so much to mass manufacture these. The problem is to deploy 1 reactor every day. That's a difficult challenge to get approvals to deploy 1 reactor every day. And we're working on that. I'd love to spend some more time on that, but I've limited time, so I've decided to do that some other year. But there's one more thing I want to point to is you guys have done physical labor where you dig a hole in the ground or move some things, and you're sweating and you're working really hard. And then you know that you're not as strong as a horse, so you're not doing 1 horsepower. Actually, on average, like an adult man that works really hard, he can do 150 watts of work with our muscles. And you can't work, you can't work 24 hours. You have to sleep and eat and stuff as well. So if you try to calculate this type of reactor, this reactor can produce 42 megawatts of electric energy 24/7. So if you try to calculate how many people it would take to do the same amount of work, it's actually amazing. It's more than 1 million people to do the same work. Of course, we don't do that. We buy electrical motors and have them do pumping or whatever. And robots are coming. That's what they say, at least. And those robots will also need electrical energy to work. But think about it. I think this could change the future of how we live and play on this planet, because if we make 1 of these reactors every day, some country, let's say some island state somewhere, they call Copenhagen Atomics and say, we want to buy 300 of your reactors. We say, yeah, okay, let's make an agreement, and then we deliver 300 reactors to them. That's the same as having 300 million workers added to your country. That's more than there is workers in the entire United States. So I think this idea of deployment can really change a lot of countries, let's see what will happen. All right, I announced that I would talk more about danger and nuclear energy. I heard at least several talks today where they say, "Ooh, this is safer nuclear," and I call bullshit on that. So let's talk about the numbers the way I see the numbers. I mean, you don't have to agree, but I think at least we can have a little bit of fun talking about the numbers in a different view. So I'm sure all of you have seen this before. Coal-fired power plants are the most dangerous type of power plants we have. They kill the most people. I think many of us believe that roughly 1 million people die every year from coal-fired power plants. It's not only from air pollution, it's also from mining and from shipping all that coal and everything. So 1 million people, right? And coal-fired power plant has been going on for many decades. So if you sort of go all the way back to the Second World War and calculate how many people died, it's probably more people than died in the Second World War from coal-fired power plants. So I don't know if you think it's dangerous. So if you have something that can slow down the growth of coal-fired power plants, how can that be dangerous? And nuclear energy, if we look at nuclear energy, it's not very dangerous, like 1,000 times less dangerous than coal-fired power plants. And if you look at those numbers for nuclear energy, then they also include the death from mining. And you know that it's really, really difficult to get a reactor approved because the reactor have to be super duper standard, like really safe. But you know how much time we spend on making it safe to mine uranium? Not so much. What about when there's an accident? I mean, if you build thousands of something, eventually there is going to be an accident, right? We can't really make 0 accidents. So when there is an accident, and we've had a few accidents, Chernobyl and Fukushima, how many people actually die? I don't know, a few people. A few people, in Fukushima, 1 guy. But then when an accident happens, then there are some humans that come in and say, oh, we should do something. Like, for example, in Fukushima, they wanted to have evacuation. More people died from that evacuation than from the reactor itself. So it's not the reactor that is dangerous, it's the people that are dangerous, the people that make wrong decisions. In Chernobyl, it was even worse. You know, when there's an accident and there's iodine, you're supposed to get iodine tablets. And they had the iodine tablets. But there was a guy who decided that they shouldn't give the iodine tablets to the people because it might scare them. And that's the thing that killed the most people in Chernobyl. It's a stupid mistake by 1 guy. Is there any really big regulations around that to avoid that stupid people make stupid mistakes? No, not at all. So the whole, like, trying to make nuclear more safe, it's a hoax. And it's just it's a hoax by, I don't know, anti-nuclear people to try to hold nuclear energy back. And I think we should just stop this. And honestly, when I hear some of you saying that new nuclear or molten salt reactors or small modular reactors is more safe, I think you're doing a disservice to the industry, because what you're really saying is, I want to slow down nuclear and I want to make it more expensive. That's what you're saying. And that's not what we need. And then also, well, I should go to the next slide for that. So there's also this misunderstanding of radioactivity. We hear this again and again, especially if some of us are interviewed by the media. They say, oh, but is your reactor radioactive? Yeah, it is. Oh, then it must be dangerous. Okay, like, what are you talking about? Of course, most of you know electricity, and you probably know that this 1.5 volt battery is not dangerous. And I don't know if you know where you learned that, but I assume that all of you know that 1.5 volt batteries are not dangerous. I also assume that all of you know that high voltage power lines like 1,000 volt or 10,000 volt is dangerous. I mean, if you touch 1,000 volt, you might die. You're not guaranteed to die, but you might die. And it's a little bit similar if there's the kilometers per hour. If you drive 1,000 kilometers an hour in some crazy car, you might die. It's dangerous. But if you drive 100 kilometers an hour, I'm sure many of you have done that, even within the last week. And I don't think you feel it's super dangerous, but I also think you know that it's not risk-free. And of course, it's the same with with radiation, I mean, there's levels of radiation that are super dangerous, and there's also levels of radiation that is not dangerous. And so, of course, I should say that there is no physics that makes a connection between voltage and kilometers per hour and radiation. I mean, I made this comparison, but the way I made that comparison is at what level do people die? And when you look at radioactivity, 1 sievert might kill you. It's not super likely, but you might die from 1 sievert. If you get 10 sieverts, it's not good, right? It's like 10,000 kilovolts or whatever. It's not a good idea. But if you get 20 millisieverts, which is the limit for radiation workers, nobody has ever died from that. We don't know any evidence that anybody has ever died from that. So that's the same as a 1.5 volt battery. And, you know, I've never seen anybody spend millions of dollars on making 1.5 volt battery safe. But I've seen people spend millions of dollars on trying to make 20 millisieverts safer. And every time you guys talk about ALARA or LNT or whatever, what you're really talking about is how can we kill more people from coal-fired power plants. Every time there's a meeting about ALARA or LNT or whatever, you know, that delays and makes nuclear energy more expensive. So it's a disservice to the people of this world to try to make nuclear even safer. I mean, there's actually people who live in areas of the world where there's 100 millisieverts. You get 100 millisieverts per year in your house. So they live in that house for their whole life. And there's no statistical evidence that they get more cancer than the rest of us. So 100 millisieverts is a little bit like driving 100 kilometers an hour. I mean, we know that, you know, every now and then there might be a problem, but most of the time it's not dangerous. So yeah, I hope you can use that scale for something. Then I want to talk a little bit about the the development plan of Copenhagen's atomics. We've divided our development into these 6 milestones. We started 10 years ago, and the most time we've spent on developing the technology for the first 10 years. We have developed unique pumps for molten salt reactors. We have developed a unique molten salt reactor core. It's called the onion core. It has unparalleled efficiency compared to any other reactor we've ever seen. So that's one of the things we developed. I'll talk about it a little bit later. We've also developed a method to purify salt, because if you purify the salt and get rid of moisture and oxygen and everything, you get less corrosion. And some people say, oh, corrosion is a big problem for molten salt reactors. I think we've solved that. We don't bother to run with expensive materials. We can use stainless steel 316 and run that for many years, no problems with corrosion. So we've spent a lot of time on doing basic development of technology for molten salt reactors. And we're also sharing that with the industry. We're selling some of the technology to other players in the industry. All right, and then the second milestone there is we're developing non-fission prototypes. So we've already built 2 reactors, full-scale reactors, the same size as our commercial reactor, and we're running those with non-radioactive materials, so basically FLINAC salt, in our workshop in Copenhagen. So we heat it up with electricity and we pump the salt around, and we do all kinds of tests with thermal expansion and thermal cycling and heat exchangers and all these things we need to test before we can go to a real reactor. And the first real reactors for our development plan is a 1 megawatt test reactor that we plan to run in 2026. So very similar to ACU, what ACU is doing. But the difference is that our reactor has the onion core and it's using thorium as a blanket. So it will be the first thorium molten salt reactor in the world, I think. Let's see. That first test reactor, we're going to run it for 1 month, and we're going to run it at 1 megawatt. So it's basically just a test. And the reason why we run it for a short amount of time and small power is then we can transport the things around on the roads afterwards. We would really like to be able to move it around, especially the fuel. So that's the reason for that. But like I said, it's a full-scale reactor. It's the same reactor design as the commercial reactor. We've just not run it at full power. So as soon as we have that up and running, we will move towards the first commercial reactors. And once we have proven that the commercial reactors are working and they're providing energy and selling energy and they can run for a number of years, then we will start the mass manufacturing sort of in the early 2030s. And I think we will go just directly to making one reactor every day. And of course, right now we're trying to get our heads around how do we actually deploy all those reactors. And that's a whole talk by itself. So you will have to wait till maybe next year to hear about that. And then finally, the really, really, really big goal is milestone number 6, where we want to make a thorium breeder reactor in thermal spectrum. That's gonna be cool when we do that. That's 2035. A little bit about our reactor design. So it's I talked about in the beginning that we have this ball out of thorium, and we want to make a machine that can convert it into energy very, very efficiently. And this is sort of a cartoon drawing of what it would look like. If you look inside in the middle there, we have the schematics of an onion core, sort of cut through in the section view. And then right next to that, there's an insulation wall. And that's because inside the 40-foot shipping container, there's a cold region and a hot region. The cold region is sort of blue and it's room temperature. The hot region is a little bit orange and it's usually 600 degrees. And then you have a number of heat exchangers that takes the heat and get the heat that is produced from the hot salt out to the customer. And the heavy water we use as a moderator needs to be cooled all the time. Roughly 5% of the energy that is produced by the reactor goes into heat in the water, and we need to take that out. So there's a number of heat exchangers sending the water out for cooling. And then you could see at the bottom there's a number of tanks. So when we shut down the reactor, all of the liquid up in these heat exchangers and the reactor core will drain into the tanks at the bottom. And basically we do that just by stopping the pumps. As soon as we stop the pumps, everything will drain down into the tanks. And then when we start the pumps again, it will start running. So basically to shut down this reactor, you just cut the power to the box, then it will stop. So it's a very simple mechanism. And you also see the thick line around that, sort of the thick gray line around it. That is the third barrier. So we need 3 barriers between the radioactive salt and people outside. And the third barrier is sort of a very, very thick wall of steel. So 0.5 meter thick steel wall to protect the reactor from what's coming from outside. But also if something happened inside the reactor, it will protect people outside. And 0.5 meter thick wall of steel is very doable. A little bit about the onion core. So it's roughly 2.3 meters in diameter, and it's mostly full of water. It's of course heavy water. Heavy water is a really, really good moderator. And then you have a thorium blanket, and you see how the blanket is constructed so that it encapsulates the whole reactor core. And that's really important because this way we optimize or minimize the leakage neutrons. Most reactors, especially fast reactors, they have neutrons flying out of the core. Like some fast reactor designs have half of the neutrons flying out of the core. And neutron economy is really, really important if you want to have a great fuel economy in a nuclear reactor. So how can it be great if half the neutrons are just lost out? With this kind of thorium blanket, we can get neutron leakage down to 2%. No reactor has ever been this efficient. And of course, in the blanket, we breed uranium-233 from thorium. Some people say, oh, you extract protactinium. No, we don't extract protactinium. We extract all the different uranium species in the blanket, and then we put them into the fuel salt. And the fuel salt, of course, being the orange colored channel in the middle, that is where the heat is produced. And of course, the heavy water is there to moderate or slow down the neutrons. So how can you have 600 degrees hot salt right next to cold water? Well, you need a little bit of insulation. We have roughly 1 inch of insulation between them. And that's enough because the majority of the heat in the water doesn't come from heat radiating from the hot channels to the cold channels. The vast majority, more than 90% of the heat in the water comes from slowing down the neutrons. So I mean, we need to cool the water anyway. So we only need a little bit of insulation, like roughly 1 inch, to make sure that the water doesn't boil. And of course, we have to cool the water all the time. So our reactor, if you look at a 1 gigawatt power plant, it would look something like this with an array of reactors in these cocoons. In this case, we would need 25 reactors for a 1 gigawatt plant and then some additional empty cocoons so that we can swap things around. And the whole idea with this power plant is that no humans go inside this building for 50 years. It's running for 50 years. Of course, you can go in there if you want to, but we don't want to have humans mess up things. So everything in there is remote controlled, like remote controlled cranes, remote controlled forklifts, and then somebody from the you could say operation room controls what's going on in there. That building produces heat, and then we transfer the heat through some pipes over to some buffer tanks, and then you can see there's a line of steam generators. So if you want to make steam, you can run a steam turbine or use the steam for some industrial process. So I said in the beginning, how can we construct a machine that can convert thorium into energy? And I think we are closer than ever to make that happen. This is one of our test reactors that are now running in Copenhagen. When I say running, it's heated by electricity and it's pumping the salt around. It's not fission going on or chain reaction going on yet, but we're getting close to that point. Here's a picture from inside where you see the onion core and some of the pipes and the heat exchangers and the heaters and other things, pumps. So that was a lot of information, and I don't expect you to remember all of it. Of course, it will be available on video, so you can always watch this video or other videos on our YouTube channel. We try to come out with videos sort of every month or something, so there's a little bit new things. But I hope that you can at least remember these 3 things when you talk to your neighbor or your colleague next week. So because we've developed thorium energy to a new level, we can produce energy at a lower price than any other energy technology, including fusion or wind and solar, or oil and gas. So we are not afraid of competition. We can beat anyone on price. We also know that nuclear energy, for the longest time, it has been financed and operated by governments, at least financed for the most part, or secured by governments. But we think this is going to change. We think that in the future, the nuclear industry should become a commercial industry. We don't want taxpayer money to run our reactors. Copenhagen Atomics will finance, build, own, and operate the reactors at a customer site. And we believe most of our customers will be customers that make commodities, such as ammonia, aluminum, other things, hydrogen. And then we will operate our plant at their facility, but we will finance it, the capex up front, the capital cost of building it, and we will run it, and then we sell the heat to the customer on a long-term contract. And then the final thing I want to note is that the Copenhagen Atomics reactor is also capable of running on spent nuclear fuel. Unfortunately, it's a little bit difficult to get approvals to get some spent nuclear fuel and show that you can run on that. So we have postponed that a little bit into the 2030s to get up and running with that. We are really happy to see that Curio, for example, spoke earlier today, is working on that. In our reactor design, if you take spent fuel from a classical nuclear reactors, we can get 10 times more energy out of that fuel than what came out of it in the old reactor. So it's a significant higher, say, burn up or value coming out of spent fuel than first time it was used. And then we will store the fission products for the first, say, 50 or 100 years, so that the 90% of the radioactivity from the fission products has decayed away before we give the fission product back to the government or the state where the energy was produced. So we still want to take the the fission products and give it back to the country in which we're operating. And of course, they have to accept that. That's part of the deal. But I think it's much easier for a country to get fission products that are already 100 years old and have very little radioactivity left in them. And fission products only needs to be stored above ground for maybe 300 years in total before you don't have to protect them anymore. So it's a very different way of looking at nuclear waste than how we look at it today from spent nuclear fuel. So that concludes my talk. I hope some of you have some questions.
What are you saying? Said there's another and look right in my eyes. My first love broke my heart for the first time, and I was like, baby, 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 oh. Well, she's got a smile that'll cut you like a knife. All the boys know she's a trouble and strife. She'll make you feel like you're her king, but in the end, she'll take everything. Oh yeah, she's a super cunt. She's super shady and super blunt. She's got a tongue like a razor blade. Homie, don't be fooled, don't get played. She don't mess around with no fools. Mind like a snake, she breaks all the rules. Got a taste for cash and luxury cars. Definitely doesn't care whose heart she scars. Oh yeah, she's a super cunt. She's super shady and super blunt. She's got a tongue like a razor blade. Homie, don't be a fool, don't get played. Once she has you in her grip, she'll train your homie, that's her trip. But don't you ever get it twisted, she'll leave you burned and blistered. She's a super, oh yeah, she's super shady and super blunt. She's got a tongue like a razor blade. Homie, don't be a fool, don't get played.
Can I ask a question? Why would this upset Lisa, this AKA Lisa? Why would she get upset if someone called her out as this person here? Huh. Who is this Lisa Morel? So if it's not Brenda, which I think it is, but it's got a lot of characteristics of Brenda, then who is this person here? Maybe I need to check into who this person is. And the rest of the email goes to tell me that when you were called out by this name, you lost your freaking mind and came at them hard and heavy. I think I'll check into it and see who it is. I see you did another post. That's okay. I have nothing but time on my hands. So Nicola busted you for being fake. I wonder who Nicola thinks you are. But who's this Lisa Morel of Bridgeport, Connecticut? Maybe it's time to check into that person. Yeah. Okay. And everything's got to be sexual with you. Everything's got to be disgusting with you, right? So we know you're a sick-minded idiot. And being Aaron's friend, I can understand. But yeah, Lisa, you're nothing but a piece of little mindless minion who does videos to gratify yourself for some reason or another. I don't know. But I'm going to check into this person because it seemed to tick you off that they called you that. Yeah, there you go. Can I ask a question?
Holy crap. The Clovinator's got a question about a certain YouTuber. She's on the trail of unmasking certain YouTubers for her task force. But it's kind of been a bust, like when she tried to unveil Tams. That didn't really work, but her lawyer was going to Google to get that information. Right? It sounds like Clovis has got questions because the person that sent her this, well, are probably pissed off that Lisa Lake makes videos on them too, making them look stupid. Is that why you gotta look up Miss Lisa Lake to see who she is? Because they made a video about you on a video production platform where you're not a journalist, Clovis? All right, hope that answers some question.
Why would this upset Lisa, this AKA Lisa? Why would she get upset if someone called her out? Is this person here?
I think the person that sent you that is pissed off that they made it into Lisa Lake videos and they're trying to gaslight you up. Lube you up there, Clovis, to come at her. I think that's what it is. Did Skink Trolla send you this? Because they don't dox, right? Fellow Dork and Skink Trolla, they don't dox, right?
Huh.
Uh-huh.
Who is this Lisa Morel?
She's not a journalist, but can crank out the journalism way better than you can. See what I'm saying? The social media drama news that well, Clovis tries to do, all right, Lisa Lake can do 1,000 times better because Clovis is not a journalist.
So if it's not Brenda, which I think it is, but
Wow.
it's got a lot of characteristics of Brenda.
Yeah.
And who is this person here? Maybe I need to check into who this person is.
Huh.
Huh.
Maybe you need to rewind and check into, keep on figuring out who Tams is, unless she did get her task force and Google to dox Tams, and that's maybe why Tams went quiet. I mean, I don't know. Could be. But why is it so important looking up YouTubers? Because you get a video made about you on a video production platform because you meat shielded your kids. To call people pedos, to hide behind your kids when they start attacking back at you. Just saying. Oh yeah, you like to talk about this sick shit too there, Clovis. In front of your children. I don't think Lisa Lake's doing that. Screaming pedo, pedo, pedo all day long in front of kids, toddlers, like Flathead Corruption Watch. In front of his toddler. In front of your kids, screaming pedo all day. I don't think that's good for them at such a young age. Just saying. So you want to call people, other people, being sick or associated with me, but you're the one that's bringing up the P word the most in the gross stuff. Just saying.
And the rest of the email goes to tell me that when you were called out by this name, you lost your freaking mind and came at them hard and heavy.
I think that the person that sent you that, maybe like Skink Trolla or your buddy Fellow Dork, okay, they sent it to you and said that to you so you would go heavy into the paint for them. They all got to clump up and team up when they're being put on blast. It's kind of like when the Titanic sunk. All the rats went to the bow as it sank. Just saying.
Huh. I think I'll check into it and see who it is. I see you did another post. That's okay. I have nothing but time on my hands.
Oh, for your word
So
crimes.
Nicola busted you for being fake.
Wow. Wow, I think then we're all fakes on here. Maybe more fake if you don't have any content on your channel and you claim you're not a journalist, but you need to look people up with your task force from, what is it, Illinois? Huh. I would say Skank Troll and Felomon are the fakes and frauds that got no real content, just their mouth holes. The people that are here to make videos and content, I mean, they could be LARPers, but I don't see how people could be fake. Because they're making videos showing your word crimes and Mally Duder's case numbers and her calling in for welfare checks on people and ex parte and helping get kids taken away. Huh, Cloven? Oh, that's right. I forgot Mally Duder and Clovis and poor Dirt Farmer and the main supporter of the rodent and Eric Shilkerson. They're all together. I forgot about that. Oh, man.
I wonder who Nicola thinks you are. But who's this Lisa Morrell of Bridgeport, Connecticut? Maybe it's time to check into that person.
Oh,
Yeah.
man. You know what, you guys? Nicola and Fellow Dork and Finding Benchwarmers and a lot of these idiots that, Anton and, even zombies, right? I can lead them right in to help destroy another person that I have beef with. Because as soon as I put up a video on somebody that I got a beef with, they go running right to them. But all of a sudden, that person kind of just goes away, like zombies, right? Mr. Zombies. There's been a lot there. All I got to do is put somebody on blast, or maybe even Lisa Lake, put somebody on blast, and their enemies are going to join forces together, and then eventually they'll figure out how Jewy they all are. Jewy and Chewy, like the slow vids all up in there with your CP suspect Predward. You guys will just destroy each other. Because liars, that's what liars have to do. And fakes. They destroy each other. When we get them to join forces.
Okay. And everything's got to be sexual with you. Everything's got to be disgusting with you, right?
Hey, Clovis, are you pissed that people call you out for your meat shielding and sick shit that you do to people? Are you old grannies pissed? So you gotta double reverse it. So when you old grannies like Mally Duder get put on blast for the sick shit and the word crimes you do, all of a sudden there's somebody there more sicker than you are that's putting you on blast. And they're all friends, right? Right?
So we know you're a sick-minded idiot.
Uh-huh.
And being Aaron's friend, I can understand.
There's that understanding, like you're at a Freemason lodge meeting and she's part of the burlesque show about to start. Break out the margaritas in the burlesque show. Clovinator's about to come out and with her freaking... I could say a lot right there. This got to be a burlesque show for freaking seniors where they got orangutan titty, okay? Hanging down to your knees. That's comedy. So when you talk about your sick shit and comedy, that's okay. But when you get called back out on your sick shit, then people are friends and associates and doing sick shit. You shouldn't have meat shielded your daughters while you were calling people pedos, Clovis, like Monograph, and you started an internet pedo war. But it looks like you're with them, and you all were play fighting to start the pedo narrative and agenda on the YT platform. You helped start that ball rolling of people calling each other sickos and pedos. But you're the one that was with Mark Connors in the beginning. You're the one that was up in doing some pred catching, in the locksmith arena 20 years ago with no arrests, no convictions. But all of a sudden, she ends up with sicko Mark Connors. That also Scotty Cuccarati was working with. Isn't that just bizarre? Now they're all friends. Except Connors, well, they don't want to talk about him for some reason.
Yeah, Lisa, you're nothing but a piece of little mindless minion who does videos to gratify yourself for some reason or another. I don't know.
I gotta correct that right there. Lisa Lake makes videos that give me the best ab workout of any other creator online. I can put a video on of hers, 8 or 9 minutes, and get my daily workout twice, 3 times a day for my abs. I got great abs, everyone. That's what she does. She brings laughter and joy to people. You bring word crimes and sick accusations and saying that you're going to help Predward sue anybody that puts him on blast for his sick shit. And there's sick shit there going on. Same with you, and now you get to control the narrative now that Kim is deceased on what happened there with that case between you and Kim. Exactly. Because you exactly won't come out with what happened there, and for some reason no one's pulling up the court case record on that. Because it's been buried. Just like your little boy, your little internet boy, Predward, his shit's been buried through the Attorney General's office. Polk County got it, though. Huh, Clovinator? Polk County got it. The Attorney General's office contacted Polk County and had them lead a raid for them. Isn't that interesting? Let's keep going. Talk about some friend stuff there, huh? Loose connections?
But
No.
I'm going to check into this person because it seemed to tick you off that they called you that.
She doesn't care. She's admitted it. Dumbass.
Surprise!
Welcome, replay watchers. Welcome, push watchers. Of course, welcome, hate watchers. Welcome them all.
You didn't pay attention
I love this shirt. Hi, Chicken Winner. I guess what I would like is for your input. What do you guys think? Because they're both over there because they're tag teaming and they're both saying whatever the hell they want to, whether it's accurate.
Checkmate.
Jeez, guys, it's so not true. Don't do that.
Puppet on a string. You think you're in control, but you don't know anything.
Huge hypocrite.
Could've made
This is
your
what I
life a living hell, but I know better than I fuck with the devil himself.
Like, the nerve.
It goes around and comes back around. Karma's a bitch, she bites back. Better prepare, cause she won't hold back. Make your life a little game and play like a pawn.
People that work on the ride. I feel like I'm
Checkmate. Danger. It's nature. Comes in a right back. Harder than ever. It's dangerous, dangerous. What you're playing with, playing with.
Okay, here we go. Wait, hold on. I don't own the following crying. Where? Audio collaboration. I should have like complained for the very silent thing to find out anyway. I didn't know that she was having one issues. If all she would have told me, I would have dropped it for her, but I don't do that over here. That's just nothing. I just never did that. That's other channels do, where they drop the Cash App for the person.
I didn't want to post any of this information at all.
Sergeant? Long screwdriver, orange handle. Come on!
This call is from a correction facility and is subject to monitoring and recording. Thank you for using Global Tellink. Who's this? Hello.
Hey, baby.
Hey.
Hi. Are you okay?
Yeah. Hi.
Hi.
Who's this? Who's this? I took the phone from her. How are you?
No, it's okay. I'm okay.
Okay.
They didn't take me to court today, so
Okay.
probably sometime next week. Okay?
Mhm.
Are you okay? What's wrong? Rough day?
No.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I miss you. I'm sorry.
Okay.
What are you guys doing?
We were just organizing, cleaning, eating some oatmeal.
Did you guys just get up?
No, no. So,
I miss you.
yeah. So I don't know what I'm gonna do about work. So,
Rania, I can't tell you what to do, but I think what you should do is just, it's only going to be this weekend. Let Amira go with my mom this weekend. It will be okay on weekend. It's only this weekend. I will be home next week for sure. Amira told me. So, just don't be silly. You can't miss work. They know what time it is. You can't say you're sick. Just let her go to my mom's. She'll be fine this weekend and go to work. Okay? That's what I believe you should do. I know you have your own beliefs, but you got to trust me. I'll talk to mom. I'll make sure that she doesn't do anything stupid. It's only 2 days. We should be okay. Amira should be fine. It's too cold for a pool anyways. You know, there should be no issues. So, I'll talk to mom after I get off the phone with you. I'll get in line again and I'll call mom and I'll make sure everything's okay.
they can't feed her pork, Jeremy.
I'll make sure they don't feed her pork, Havinci. I promise, okay?
You can eat beef hot dogs. You can eat beef hamburgers. You can eat beef meatballs. But she cannot eat ham and crab. It's really gonna upset her stomach because she doesn't eat it anyways. So once she eats it, it's just gonna make her sick.
I can almost assure you from the bottom of my heart that they're not feeding Amira pork. I can almost assure you. My mom has been in tears telling me that they've never done that. So I promise you, I'll double check, I'll double talk to her, but I promise you, our daughter's Muslim. They know that. She knows we're Muslim. I will talk to her, and I will make sure everything's safe. It's only this weekend. Just don't jeopardize your job. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. So.
It's my daughter. It's worth everything.
Listen to me. She'll be safe no matter what. I promise you. And I will make sure that there's no pool, there's no pork. I'll make sure, okay? I'll talk to her. I promise you, okay?
She can watch TV. I mean, we've been over this 10,000 times. Sorry. I know. I really have to go to work. And if they're acting crazy and stupid and they do something that I can't help, that's not gonna be my fault. So.
Right. What? Have you talked to Mom today or no?
No.
Okay, because Mom said you were going to talk to her today and tell her for sure if you were going to work or not. So, when I get off the phone with you, take a few minutes, make your decision. But I really think you should go, and I will then call Mom later today and make sure that there's no problems. Okay?
Yeah, it's not only that I just don't want to leave the house. I just feel it's not safe to.
Yeah. Do any of the cameras work, or did they shoot all the cameras out?
Yeah, they work. Anyways, I don't really like to talk about anything personal on the phone with you.
Okay. Just trust me, go to work. I'll make sure she's safe tomorrow and Sunday, I promise. You have my word. I'll be home next week, inshallah, and it will just be this weekend, I promise. Okay? How's everything else? How are the dogs?
They're okay.
Good.
I don't know. So.
Just breathe, honey. Just breathe.
They're just being themselves.
I know. She sounds like she's talking over there. What is she reading? She's like blah 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 blah. Hi.
She's talking a lot, yeah.
Yeah. Hi. Amira. Hi baby. Hi baby.
Amira. Talk.
Hi baby. Hi baby. Hi my little girl. Hi pumpkin.
Amira, who's this?
Say hi daddy. Say hi baba. وحشتني أوي حبيبتي. Bye. Hi. Hi baby.
Amira.
It's okay.
Okay, get up. I mean, Amazon is like always here and delivering. If it's not for us, it's for the neighbors, and then the dogs get all right. So.
Amazon's delivering there at the house or at the neighbors?
They delivered something yesterday for us, and they delivered today for the neighbors.
Did you get the Splenda?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes, tons of it.
Say again? Tons.
It's not in a Splenda box. It's like they open a couple of Splenda boxes and dump it in like a
giant box.
A giant box, and then they just shipped it.
Yeah.
That's what they do. But it's a lot.
Yeah, I know. But it's funny because for 500 packets, it's the same price that I paid for 2,000 packets. It's like, what the fuck?
Always on Amazon, okay? Once we feel like we're too low, we'll order it on Amazon. We'll save money, okay? How much did you pay?
It was $29.
That's $30.
Yeah, but $30 only gets you like at the store 250 packets is $15.
Yeah.
So, Yeah.
So
So
that's
250
double.
packets
It's
times
the
2
same. Then
is $30. So I
it's
paid.
the same.
I paid the same for 2,000. Yeah, instead of 500. So.
Oh, so we got 10,000. We got
2,000.
2,000. I'm here
I
with
got-
2 fingers.
Yeah, it's 2,000 packets for the same price that you get only for 500 at the store. So.
Okay, so I'm gonna go to the store and I'm gonna compare the price. And if this is the deal, we just need to order it.
Yeah. Remember, in my wallet is the credit card for the food. You know, you can take that. So, the
Yeah.
card that I use for the food. And then, you know.
Not today. I'm just going to pick up a couple of things. That's
Okay.
it.
All right.
So I will use it when I'm going to like a whole shopping thing.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Hopefully, I'll be home by then. You know. So.
We'll see.
Inshallah.
So come on, Amira, crawl up. Come on. Yeah.
Has she taken a nap yet?
Not yet. Not yet. Where are you going, honey? Make a decision, sweetheart. Yeah. She keeps going and finding her chocolate, and she doesn't know how to open the thing. I'm trying to teach her how to open it on her own.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We gotta find a cheap double mattress.
Hershey's, she will be able to open it.
If it was a Hershey.
Yeah.
Yeah. If it was chocolate, she'd know how to do it in 30 seconds. Anyways. I miss you, Anya. I'm so sorry. The judge that saw me today for the initial appearance, it was Judge Adams. She's the judge that I've had before on some of the impersonating. And she was like, "Where's the mirror?" And I was like, "Oh, he's at court today." And she's like, "Oh, okay, well," she's like, "I really want to let you go home." She's like, "But I can't because another judge signed this." Because she read it, and even she could see that it was bullshit. And she was like, "I really wanted to let you go home, but I can't because another judge signed it. So you have to go in front of that judge." And I was like, "I understand." She's like, "I just wanted you to know." So, this is bullshit. This is bullshit. This is bullshit. I wasn't doing anything else. They had to do this bullshit with you. Anyways. I miss you. I miss you so much, and I can't wait to come home.
Come on, Amira, I want you.
What?
Let's go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just finish your oatmeal, and then I'm gonna get ready, and we can go bye-bye, okay? What is this? Where did this came from? Come on. Oh, you found the other one? Oh. It's almost
Do you know what time it is?
It's almost 1 o'clock. Why?
Just asking. It's almost 1. It's like 1:50.
Do you want to take one more spoon? No. Yes, that's it. That's it. You're done. Yes. Let me wipe down your lap, and then you're done. Good job. Good job, baby. Okay? So,
I love you so much. I'll try to call you later today, okay? But it might be that it might not be free later. So, I'm trying to have Mom add money, or you take one of my cards and add money, okay?
yeah.
Okay. I love you.
I love you, bye.
I'll talk to you later, baby. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you for using Global Telling. Please hold. Hello, this is a free call from an inmate at the Orange County Corrections. To accept this free call, press 0. To refuse this free call, This call is from a correction facility and is subject to monitoring and recording. Thank you for using Global Tellink.
Hello?
Hey.
Hey. It's free, so I figured I'd give you another call, you know?
Sure.
So.
Did you get a hold of Rania?
I did. She's fine. She's just stressed out. She's saying that people are driving by her house like it's on the fucking Hollywood map, you know? They're getting out of the car and they're taking pictures of themselves on the front lawn. And
Serious?
yeah, that's what she's saying. She's like, they'll get out of the car and pose in front of the house and take pictures. They're driving by. She said one time there was like 10 cars in a row back to back. She's going around the loop and taking pictures. Like we're on a tourist map.
Did you tell her just to come, if she's not going to go to work, still come over to the house this weekend? So
I told her. So, but I would, if I was you, call her again tomorrow and just talk to her.
I'm going to. I'm going to find out if she's going to go to work. That's really the first thing she really needs to do. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, but then after that, you know, if she's not, then I'm going to say, well, Rania, why don't you come to the house?
Right.
And
Sunday or something.
yeah.
Will you do me a huge favor? Not asking already, but like tomorrow, if I don't go home, if you can order me a coffee pack and put a few dollars on your phone and a few dollars on her phone, and we'll try to keep it low, you know. But
yeah, when would they get it to you, though?
well, if I don't leave tomorrow, that means I'm going to be here all weekend, and I'm probably not going to be anywhere. I don't know when I'm going to see court, you know. So
I mean,
I don't know how that
mind.
works.
It's not that. It's just like, yeah. I mean, if it doesn't show delivery to next Thursday, you know, that's, you know. I mean, but yeah, they did refund that one time, but you can't be trusting for sure that they will refund you.
Well, if you're
they
out,
don't,
they will refund. If you're out, you know, because they can't deliver it to me, and they can't say that it was delivered to me if I'm out. So, but yeah, if you could just order that, just the coffee one, just one, one, or I don't even remember how much they are. So I think they were.
Well, coffee one's on the cheaper side because it's coffee.
Yeah.
And a few biscuits, you know.
Or was it the coffee one that you got, or what? I don't remember what it was.
Oh God, I don't.
It's been 2 years, so.
I can't remember what I had for breakfast yesterday.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I can barely remember how to spell my name, so you're lucky I can fucking remember things. But coffee
deluxe. I should be glad that you remember my phone number.
Hey, you know, gotta remember the important things.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Your wife was not happy when I mentioned that I had paid Amir that money. She was like, you know, she kind of acts like, you know, she doesn't realize how much I pay for stuff.
Yeah. I know, Mom. It's I don't know what it is. I don't really understand. I've never bullshitted her. I've never told her you're stealing or anything like that. It's just I don't know. You know, I will say that, you know, the whole car sales and her not knowing how much the car sold for and the equipment in them, it makes her upset, you know.
Okay, well, she wouldn't have known about the equipment if you didn't bitch.
No, I told her that recently. You know what I'm saying? Because she heard me talking to you guys about it. But you know, it's just. It's whatever.
You know, it is what it is. You left it in our hands, and we had to make decisions. You know.
Yeah.
And the first person that showed up, and that's who we sold it to. You know, and you agreed on the price, so. Anyways, we don't need to go over
we don't need to go
that.
especially over the phone. So, anyways, but yeah, so it is what it is, you know. But
all right, well, we're in Walmart getting some groceries.
Oh yeah.
So, yeah, we eat, you know.
Yeah, but it's
we make our own lunches, and I know we packed up fall, and you know, so.
You packed up fall? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, packed up fall.
Yeah. Well, all right. Well, I mean, like I said, if tomorrow I don't leave, if I can get a call hold of you, I'll call you again. But if not, Because after
Well,
tomorrow,
I mean, if you get to leave, can she come pick you up?
if I get to leave, I'll walk home. Trust me.
All right.
Or I'll walk to your house or something. I'll figure it out.
All right.
But yeah, because
I mean, I don't get off till like 4. You know.
well, you know, the train station's not too far from here, but I don't have my wallet, so I don't know. Yeah, that's a dumb statement. I don't even have my wallet. We'll figure it out.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, if I get out, she'll come get me, I'm sure. So.
All right.
All I can ask is, you know, if I don't, you know, just add some money to the phones, because by tomorrow, or by like 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon tomorrow, they'll move me to the other side where the phones aren't free anymore, you know?
Right.
So.
Okay. So around 5. So, all right. Well, I'll wait till 5 before I do anything.
Okay.
If I don't hear from you, and if you do, you know, call Rania and she picks you up, please just text me that you know you're out, so I don't waste your
I'll
time.
let you know.
Okay.
I'll let you
All right.
All right. I love you.
All right. Love you. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you for using Global Tel-Link.
That's what I said.
Sergeant?
He jumped out of the vehicle and he said, "You guys step behind that line or it's going to be interference." And he said, "What line? What line? What line?" They went like this. And he got jumped. Jumped him. So that's what happened.
Hey, again. You want to walk your car now?
No, I'm good. Thank you. I mean, yeah, if you want to walk me to the edge, you can see. I'm just like right there.
You're over in the apartment complex?
I'm just like right there. Like you can see the top of my car right now.
All right.
No, I'm glad you don't take anything personal what we say.
I've been out here doing this too long.
I know. But we're not here to be bad or malicious. We're just trying to weed out, you know what we're trying to do. Right. Oh, I guess I'm gonna have to go around. I think there's a ditch right there. I gotta go around. I'm good. I'm just right there. I'm good.
I know. I'm asking you, are you going to your car?
Yeah.
Are you staying out here?
No, I'm going to my car. There's nothing else.
Oh, is there a drop off?
No, you see it right there? There's my car. But there's a ditch.
There's a path right here.
Oh. Is there? Okay. Oh, nice. See, it's good. Thanks, guys.
Have a good night, man.
You too. I thought that was water in there. Wow, fuck. Well, here we go again. Okay, I'm gonna start making my phone calls, guys. Wow, I can't believe it. They arrested him again. Arrested again. No, he doesn't care about me, George. I was just trying to be nice, and then I was gonna, just get some information. I'm not stupid. Does he care about me? No, he just wanted to see if anybody else was with me and what I was driving. In Spanish, we say, "No soy una pendeja." Meaning, no, we're not that stupid. It's a good trick, though. Harvey uses it a lot, too. Sometimes they tell you stuff like this guy right here, I have it on video. That he arrested him for free speech. He didn't get arrested for, this is a good lawsuit. This one's a really good one. But now he's got 2 other bonds, so that means it's gonna go up again. I think they better let him out. Sometimes they can be unarrested. People can be unarrested. Okay, guys, thanks for coming in. We gotta do a fundraiser. Well. All I did was that. I gotta get off and I'll get the video together. Thanks guys for coming in. I appreciate y'all. Keebler. Okay. Actors. We're gonna act back. Retaliatory plate running. Do you not call the Fort Worth Police Department non-emergency? Yep. Thank you, 702, for putting that up there. Frank Pants was in here. George is in here. Mushroom Manny. Car Thief was supposed to go with us tonight. Car Thief was down here. Okay, George. Thanks for coming in, everybody. I appreciate y'all. Okay, Jinkin Day. Karma's a bitch. Yeah. He's going to be in big trouble because Karma's a bitch. Hi, Farlap. Yeah. Yes, that's right. Keebler. Oh, Keebler, you haven't. Okay, so Keebler found this place. Go ahead. If you can put the link up, that was the best link I've clicked on in a long time. If you can find it, we're going to stay on until Keebler can find the link. She found a place like they're doing like a it's like a national depository of information about these cops that are bad, and you can put in what you want to put in and explain what happened and stuff. So yeah, I'll keep it. If you can find that link was badass. If you still save your messages to me. Oh, there's a couple in here. No. Yeah. So that is like a really good thing to put complaints and everything in there. So that like if somebody else has a problem with that officer, instead of having to go get the, to find it and to FOIA request it, you just got some information right away up front, like from other people just printing it on there, stories about them and stuff. Because these cops, when they're messing with us badly, we're not the first ones they've messed with badly. There's other people. My English is bad right now. That was the most unfair field sobriety test that I've ever seen in my life. You can see how my pigs are. The puzzle box. Oh, okay. All right, guys. Thanks for coming in. I appreciate y'all.
Who's here? It's Fish, the one and only, and my son Ryan. Ryan, West, say aloha.
Aloha, aloha, aloha infused community.
So what we're going to be doing today is going to be a little different because we have Fish, right, who is rarely on the channel. He's a tough man to corner, but we got him for a few minutes. But Ryan's going to be moderating the live today. So if you have a question that you'd like to ask Fish, put it in the comments, and Ryan is going to pick the best questions. And once I'm done asking a few questions of Fish myself, he's going to pick a few that are good.
Yeah, relevant ones.
Relevant, and he'll feed them to Fish. So anyway, for those of you that are new to the channel, my name is Eric West, coming to you live from the beautiful island of Maui, Hawaii. We're here at Ka'anapali Beach during one of our beautiful nightly sunsets at the beginning of the Sabbath. Mm-hmm. Is that right?
Beautiful. And we got waves.
And there's a south swell right now, so this is the ultimate sacrifice, Fish, that we're not surfing right now. Right? You know this.
Oh yeah, I've seen them out there.
I can't surf either.
That's right. Ryan recently fell on a skateboard, so that's what he gets for skateboarding. But the title of this video is, what do Joe Rogan, Tulsi Gabbard, and Fish have in common? And what do you think they have in common? Absolutely nothing, especially when it comes to knowing what's going on Maui. And there's a scripture that comes to my mind, maybe you can share it. It comes from Corinthians and has something to do with confounding the wise. How are the wise confounded?
They're confounded by the simple.
The simple. The simple confound the wise. So here we have Joe Rogan with the biggest microphone in the world, with Tulsi Gabbard representing Hawaii and what's supposedly going on here. And she's not aware. One of the questions that came up in the interview was, oh, Joe Rogan said something like, yeah, I heard that people that are in Hawaii that own a home, that they still have to make their mortgage payment. Is that true? Is that true that they lost their house and their insurance wasn't enough to cover, but they still have to make their mortgage payment? And her answer was, you know, I haven't heard that. I'm not aware of that. And that's just baseline knowledge, right? Like anybody from this community, anybody from Maui, anyone from Lahaina, the west side knows that everybody that lost their home still has to make their mortgage payment.
That's right.
And if it's a condo, you still have to make your HOA payment.
Right.
That's just common knowledge. So to have Joe Rogan with the biggest microphone in the world ask Tulsi Gabbard a very baseline knowledge question, and to answer it incorrectly doesn't shine the light of truth on the plight of the people in Lahaina. It creates more, not necessarily confusion, but lack of true empathy for what's going on here. And it's just not accurate. So my call to action is, Joe Rogan, if the real answers to what's going on in Maui, what you ought to do is, instead of going for some fancy person, fancy political person, you ought to get someone like Fish, because you're going to get the truth from Fish. Just like Fish is the guy that, through God's perfect timing, put him on this channel a few days after the fire at the end of a live, where you were able to, you know, tell everyone that you're okay, but you also shared the fact that people were being blocked from leaving Front Street. And the way you shared that, I think, opened up everyone's eyes early to what happened and what's, you know, changed the entire narrative. Soon thereafter, where's your phone case at? Where'd it go? Soon thereafter, and he's been carrying around this phone case forever, it says InfoWars on it, right? Because Fish has been on my channel for years. By the way, if you don't know who Fish is, he's the guy that was down on Front Street next to Mama's Fish House, Ground Zero, Cheeseburger in Paradise, Ground Zero basically for Lahaina Town, Lahaina Luna Road, and Front Street. For how many years?
About 16 years.
16 years. And he had an InfoWars phone case. And who was it that called me right after my interview with you? Was Alex Jones himself. And I was on that show the next day after you broke the story. And he wanted to have you on the show, but of course you're a hard man to corner. Yeah. But I think that you should make yourself available to Joe Rogan and Alex Jones so they can hear it straight from the horse's mouth on what's going on here on Maui. So without any further ado, if you have a question for Fish, shoot it in the comments. Ryan's going to pick the best ones, but I'm going to give you the microphone for a little bit, Fish, and you can tell the world what's going on here, what you've experienced since the fire, and any bombshell information that you have. We're all ears, man, because we want the world to know what's actually happening on Maui right now.
Well, yesterday I received a green slip from Mr. Green, the governor.
You mean Mr. Greenbaum?
Mr. Greenbaum.
That's his original name, right?
I believe that's his original name. I know that he changed it, so.
So obviously Fish is a fire survivor and has been living at the Hyatt, is that right?
Yes, I've been at the Hyatt for almost 9 months. They've been spending $550 a night, not counting the food, which comes out to about $150,000, and along with
$150,000 for you.
Just me alone.
Just you alone.
And at the beginning, there was they say about 1,500 fire survivors left the island, so rounded off at 6.
And how many people are at the Hyatt right now, would you estimate?
I know, there's 300.
300?
There's 1,800 at all the hotels altogether.
1,800 total are still in hotels.
Yeah.
And this green slip that you have, as you call it, basically tells them on June 10th, it's over.
June 10th, it's over, no extensions. 1,800 people are going to get thrown out of the hotels and on the streets.
And you noticed that recently FEMA has got some heavily armed security guards that just recently showed up?
Yeah, I know at the Hyatt, I don't know about the other hotels, but when they came back to the Hyatt 2 weeks ago from the Civic Center, they have two armed security guards packing great big heat, and a couple of them that are 24/7 on the premises right now.
And you think that's an anticipation of possible trouble or keeping trouble
Well, I've been
patted
in
down,
FEMA there where some people have gotten pretty upset because of being told this, that, and the other. And
So tell your story real quick. You mentioned it to me that you had 2 or 3 different places that you were promised by FEMA, apartments that you were approved for, and then at the last minute, something fails in the system, they don't keep their appointment, they tell you to get back in line. How many hours would you say you have spent personally on the phone or in person trying to find your next place to stay?
Oh boy. I'll just say many.
And how many people would you say are in the exact same situation as you?
Right now there's 1,800.
1,800.
In all the hotels. There's 300 of them at the Hyatt. And I've been given an apartment 3 times, starting January 28th. And the first time they called me and said they had an apartment for me. And I said, oh, I have an appointment with FEMA today. They go, oh, they're probably going to tell you about the apartment. So I went down, I had to wait a few hours because there was a lot of people. And I asked them, and they said they didn't know nothing about it. So when I got back up to my room, I called up the number, and they said, oh, since you didn't get back to us, we already gave the apartment to someone else. And then about...
So as of right now, you don't have a place to stay come June 10th?
Come June 10th?
Nothing has solidified yet?
Nothing, and along with 1,999 more people, so...
Right. So what do you predict is going to happen on June 10th, or 11th, I should say?
Well, according to this, we're on our own. It's they're saying there's no extensions, but they give warm regards.
Wow. They give warm regards to their no extensions.
Yeah.
So there could be 1,800 people that go homeless overnight, essentially.
Exactly.
Rick has a question. Do you still sell your handmade goods?
I haven't for the last 9 months because I don't have a place set up. You know, like I did, I don't have permission from a place or the time and means of getting to another place. And I've been in limbo with all this waiting, you know, to get a place first and then to go and do that.
So even 9 months later, you still aren't able to act out your passions and
No,
what you want to do?
I mean, Cheeseburger was great, you know, everything,
Yeah, the traffic
anyone
down
knows
there.
the traffic, it's location, location, location.
Yep.
So I haven't been able to think or find another place that has the traffic or the location or the permission.
You have to have permission because you had special favor there, I think, with the owners.
Well, not only that, but I went to court 17 times.
Did you really?
Paid all my fines, and they finally left me alone. So
Wow.
that was...
You got grandfathered.
Yeah, Grant. Well, I think someday they're going to put a statue of you right there. I really do believe that, with a little neon light that's going to be shining.
Well, that'll make me feel like Hachiko. In Japan, in Shibuya, there was a dog there that his master died, and he stayed there forever. He wouldn't leave the spot, waiting for his master to come back. So they put a, statue of the dog there.
So if you guys think they should put a statue of Fish at Cheeseburger in Paradise at Lahaina Luna Road and Front Street someday, hit us in the comments and let us know. We want to know if you thumb up that one. Matter of fact, on that note, if you're watching this, the shadow ban is real. Thumb up, share, subscribe, because we want to get the message out of what's going on with Fish and what's going on with Lahaina, and certainly what's going on with these 1,800 fire survivors come June 11th. And by the way, in case you guys, June 10th, right? Okay. Well, yeah, the 11th is the first day they're homeless.
I stand corrected.
We are setting up a way to support Fish. We haven't made the official announcement yet. It'll come probably early June, but we're doing a project for Lahaina to help people like Fish. We've got about 30 families somewhere in there that have already joined us, and Fish is going to be the next one. So we'll have more details for that coming to you in the future, but there is a way that you can help specifically support Fish in the future financially. And I'm not talking about donations. I'm talking about a legitimate business operation that we're going to be endeavoring to set up for the people of Lahaina and the fire survivors. So more details on that to come in the future. So we're excited for you. We think you have a very bright future.
Thank you.
Andrew asks, how are you doing after the traumatic event of the fire?
Well, I'm doing fine, but every time I make a complaint or say I don't understand or say I'm frustrated, FEMA always recommends mental health counseling. And I tell them, no, I'm not that kind of guy. I don't need...
That probably leads to some psychiatry and then a
Right.
prescription
Oh,
for
but
a
it's
drug,
confidential.
right?
It's confidential.
And some kind of prescription drugs, probably?
And I bite my tongue and say yes, depending on whether you're level 1, 2, 3, or 4 in the system, you know, so... But they always bring that up, and they have it plastered all over the place about mental health, you know, thing. It's free, it's confidential. So,
Have people, I know you kind of blew up and went viral early on, and people were blowing up your phone and calling you and texting you. Has that kind of slowed down quite a bit?
oh, incredibly slow. It's non-existent now. This is a non-issue anymore.
It's been
so-
forgotten.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like everything happens. So.
Like you've been forgotten, essentially.
Well, look at Las Vegas. That's been forgotten.
Right.
As big as that was.
Right.
So.
But
And there's a character that was involved with that event that was involved in this
Oh, that's
event
just
as well.
coincidence. I happened to bring his assistant sheriff along with him, you know.
Right.
And is it also kind of weird that after Vegas shooting, they came up with Vegas Strong?
Yes.
And then here we have Lahaina Strong.
Oh.
Have you heard of anybody personally? You've been living with these fire survivors. Have you heard of anyone that's gotten money from Lahaina Strong?
No, I haven't.
Have you gotten any money from Lahaina Strong?
No.
Are you
Lahaina Strong.
are you stronger as a result of Lahaina Strong? I didn't think so.
The name kind of bothers me. You
I
know, 'cause
agree.
It reminds me of Boston Strong.
Yeah,
you
there's
know.
something going on there.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to shut down a whole megalopolis looking for two guys. You know, they never did that before.
It kind of just makes the fire seem like another event, another statistic. You
Yeah.
know, like things are happening all over the world, but this was a real serious fire that killed many people with very many anomalies. So.
Oh yeah, and the idea is that if it happened here, it's going to happen in your neighborhood. It's going to happen in your backyard. It's coming to It's coming to a town near you. So that's why we need to bring awareness to this. Because if we don't take a stand now here, then it's just going to happen again.
Isn't it strange that it happened in Paradise and then it happened here? And before it happened here, Mountain Dew came out with a product called Maui Dew.
Wow.
Yep. The Mountain Dew.
Yeah,
Maui Blast.
Yeah, they had Maui Dew. That's what it was called.
So after all this time, you've had time to think and listen. I know you research every night on your phone. I know you're up till the wee hours in the morning. Any theories on what happened here, or are you solid on what happened here? Do you have?
Oh, I mean, first, quit calling it a wildfire. It's not
Amen.
a wildfire.
Hey, no.
You know, throw that. It's not. It's not organic. It's
That's propaganda, calling it a wildfire.
It's propaganda, and you can't get your insurance, you know, because of that. The same when I lived in Indiana, people that lived near the river because they were in a flood zone. You know, they couldn't get insurance for it.
Yeah.
So it's the same with a wildfire, from my understanding. But the bottom line is this: it's microwave and it's laser, because microwaves cook from the inside out. And so, how is it you have cars melting, but the asphalt is still intact?
Right.
You know, you got heat that's 30 times more than what would melt asphalt, yet the asphalt stays intact.
Perfectly fine. Or you have trees that are hollowed out from the
Hollowed
inside
out or not burned at all.
You have a town that's still in lockdown. You can't go in there unless you have a pass. And even if you have a pass, you have to be escorted. And if you're escorted, it's still just for 35 or 40 minutes.
And then what about all those blue cars that were parked on the side of the road, the Nissans or whatever? Those were federal marshals, I found out.
Really?
Yeah, so they had to ship the cars into here, and they're there 24/7, you know, and there's no free passage on top of that.
Wow.
So it's just, it's ridiculous, so calling it a wildfire. And during the time that it happened, there were 2 Chinese satellites that passed over at the same time that the fires happened.
Yep.
And we also have a Space Force office here on Maui. you know.
Right.
So it's laser microwave. You know, I say microwave because it's cooked from the inside, lasers. Now, what's it say in Revelations in the last days? That the beast would cause fire to come out down from the sky. You know? So what we have here is an imitation of what happened in Scripture, because you had the fire that came down with Abraham when he was making his sacrifice. You had the fire come down when Elijah was on the mountain there, and they said, you know, man of God, come down from the mountain. If I be a man of God, then let fire come down from the heavens and consume you. You know, it happened twice, and the third group went, please, you know. So all this is it's there in Revelations. You know, it doesn't take, you know, any scientific know-how or nothing. It says that fire will come down from the sky, you know, to consume people.
So who do you think is behind it? Do you have any theories? Do you know?
Yes, I do.
I'm sure you know about Zionism, right?
Yes, you just took the words right out of my mouth.
Really?
Yes, it's a Zionist. So, but it goes beyond Zionist. So it's the same with Miyamoto Musashi, who was the greatest swordsman in the world. He wrote a book called The Five Circles. So instead of thinking things in a pyramid like they do, it's all to do with circles. So each circle, you know, you don't know who the middle circle is. The outer circle or the middle circle are the Zionists, you know. But the central circle, the one that's involved in all this, it was told to us in Scripture who it was. You know, I don't like to blame Jews because there's a lot of innocent ones. And then there's a lot of Zionist Jews. There's so many different sects of Jews, the same as Christians. But the bottom line is, the enemy is SOS, the synagogue of Satan. The Master said it himself. He called themselves Jews, but they are of the synagogue of Satan. So all the people blaming Jews, don't do that.
I think the only thing that unites them is the language, right? That's the only thing that they have.
Well, no, because there's two sets of Jews. You have the Ashkenaz Nazis, and you have the Semitic Jews, and the Sephardites. So one is the bloodline, the other is not. What's happening in Palestine, there's a lot of Christians in Palestine too that are getting massacred, you know, so, but Netanyahu comes out and says, oh, we are of the light and they are of the darkness. Excuse me, Israel, it's the most friendly gay capital of the world is in Tel Aviv. On a holy festival, they were having a rave with all the gays and everything that got attacked there. And they're trying to say they're of the light? No, it's not, you know. All these people, oh, those who bless Israel, the Lord will bless those who bless Israel and curse those who don't. I went, go back in your scriptures, it's in Numbers. Those who bless Abraham, I will bless. And those who don't, I will curse. It doesn't say Israel. Israel isn't for 2 more generations when Jacob was born. So it's been
twisted.
Been twisted.
Yeah.
And that's what they do all the time. You know, it's so,
wow.
The enemy is the synagogue of Satan. And the outer ring from that are the Zionists. You know, because, you know, they're saying they're fighting Amalek, but the bottom line is they are Amalek. That is the inversion that has happened. They claim to be the saviors, but they are the enemy.
So how does someone like Governor Josh, I'm just joshing, Greenbaum fit into that?
Well, he's part of the, in this case, it would be the globalist, because they're into the climate, blaming climate change for everything. They're trying to tell us that carbon dioxide is bad for us. No, carbon monoxide is bad for us. Go back to science class. We can't live without carbon dioxide. It's the perfect circle of life. Life is a circle. The beginning is the end, and the end is the beginning. We breathe out carbon dioxide. The trees breathe it in and produce oxygen. We breathe in the oxygen and produce carbon dioxide. That's the circle of life. It's called a symbiotic relationship.
Yeah.
And they're trying to tell us that it's bad, you know? So they're cutting down all the trees, they're blaming cow farts and all kinds of ridiculous things. And the country has been dumbed down so much in the educational system that people will actually believe it. Extinction Rebellion and all these other little things. And it's all funded by Soros and, you know, Bill Gates and all this, but they're in the third circle.
Right.
You know?
They're just
the
the
third
puppets.
circle.
They're just put in
Right.
for the bread and circus, but there's
Right.
people behind that are concealed.
Right.
change their names, their family
If you go
names.
back to everything, it all goes back to Rockefeller. Rockefeller is the one that started the rapture. Why do I say that? Because he funded the Schofield Bible to have it put in free in all the churches. He changed the homeopathic medicine over into synthetic and petroleum-based medicine.
That's right.
He changed the music frequencies from one up to a different one. You know, I mean, I could go on and on, but it all traces back to Rockefeller. But he's straw man. You know, he's the one that's given all the money, and he supposedly made all this money. And you know, they started putting fluoride in our water and right after the war. And so it's a slow kill, it's a silent gun. We've been weakened down to the point that, you know, we've become apathetic.
Well, a lot of us have been crystallized or sealed.
Yeah, so all the people got the shots, they got the biotechnology in there, the frequencies from the 5G. You know, this isn't all conspiracy theory, it's a fact.
Yes.
You know?
So why do so many people not believe it, you think? What's your theory on that? You've been living with fire survivors here for the last 8 months. What is the average person living with you as a fire survivor? What do they believe? What's the pulse? I mean, obviously you're special because you have a lot of understanding. But what is the average Joe that's living in one of these hotels? What do they think?
Well, to be truthful, a lot of them aren't thinking. They're getting their 3 meals a day and a cot. And
a cot.
So it's just like prison. I call it Hyatt trash, you know. So
I'd like to say something real quick.
Yeah, please.
So I have a friend named Tim Weldon, and he wrote a book all on Zionism and technocracy. So if you want that book, I will give it to you. Actually, I'll check with him first because maybe he wants people to purchase it. But there's a whole book that you can get educated on that actually source this information in a good way that normal people can understand and not get all freaked out and think that it's a conspiracy, because if you do your research, you can actually really see through the BS.
And what's the name of the book?
It's called Zionism, Technocracy, and
the name of the author again?
His name's Tim Weldon. Thank
Weldon.
you, Tim. I've been communicating with him on Instagram, and he's been very adamant about getting this book out because it really reveals the truth about what they've hidden from us for years.
Thank you for sharing that. Any other questions from the audience, Ryan, that you think is worthy of... I know it's kind of getting dark out here, guys, but you got the beautiful sunset, and you have the silhouette of Fish's famous hat. Did you weave that hat yourself?
Yes.
Of course you did.
So, Fish, Tim Brooks wants to know, what is your secret to keeping a positive attitude?
My faith.
Your faith.
Yes, the more faith you have, the less fear you have. You know, the more fear you have, the less faith you have. So my whole concept is, thy will be done, you know? So a lot of things I don't like, I don't understand. It's just the same as I wanted to get back with Eric for a really long time, but things kept preventing me. But I've learned from reading the first father's works that sometimes when things aren't going your way, there's a good reason for that, because something will come up that it turns out better that didn't happen.
Yeah.
And so I go by that belief.
All prayer is answered, right? Yes, no, or not right now.
Yeah.
So, Fish, when did you first awaken, and what's your story?
Ooh.
When did you turn from NPC to intelligent, conscious being?
NPC is non-player character, right?
Yeah. Well, probably in the mid-90s, after I got back from Japan. And
so pre-9/11.
Yes, pre-9/11. Started with, I believe, TWA getting shot down in New York, and there was a lot of things happening about that. And I also happened to run into the Book of Enoch, which just blew my mind. I just kept reading it. First time I read it, I just had an epiphany. And starting from then, I started piecing things together. I'd spend sometimes not sleep for 2 or 3 days just studying all these anomalies because it just didn't make sense. And,
can you turn your light on your phone?
Yeah.
Yeah, we get a little light on you. We're just going to try to get, it was a very low, there we go. A little bit of light on your face just so we can see. We see you when you're talking. There we go. All right. There we go. As the sun's going down here, we want to make sure everyone can see Fish's face. There we go. While you're chatting. Okay, there we go. All right, thanks,
I
Fish.
don't want to blast your face with light.
Yeah, well, not too much light, but anyway, continue on. When you woke up, TWA flight.
Yeah, and also I was involved in a $40 billion lawsuit with Louisiana Pacific, and I had 2 attempts made on my life. I found out a lot of stuff. I could go on for hours about it, but I don't even think about it anymore. But I found out the truth of what was going on there, and doors, One World Building, Prince Charles. I experienced all this firsthand. It wasn't just from what I was reading, but what I was involved with. And in order to get into that system there, I did a few things that I regret, but it was the only way of opening the door. And so I know by experience, not by reading and things, about what the whole truth is about all these perverts, these child molesters. These were all lawyers who lost their license for child molesting and everything. They were all involved on that. Trading wives, just all this stuff. It's for real. It's for real. But for the everyday person who's not involved in it, you don't see it.
Yeah.
It's not there. You might read about this or that or the other.
So besides praying, receiving Jesus in your heart, reading the Bible, the Word of God, the most important thing I think you can do. I think you were joking earlier that Joe Rogan said something like, what did you say? He said, I wish there was a book.
Yeah, a few months ago, there was a short clip about Joe Rogan saying, well, I don't understand why God didn't put a book out, that told us about what to do and what not to do. And I was just aghast, like, how can someone be so naive,
So besides that, right, that's the key, right? The key is ask Jesus to come into your heart, right, number 1. Number 2, ask the Holy Spirit to come on you. Number 3, get your Bible and start learning some scriptures, reading some scriptures. But what other resources besides those 3, which I think are the most important, right? Because people cannot, what was it? Jesus taught in parables, right?
Yes.
And for those that have ears to hear, let them hear. Those that have eyes to see, let them see. So I believe that comes from the discernment that you get from the Holy Spirit. So you can have all the resources in the world, but you don't understand, you can't see because you don't have that wisdom. But what kind of resources would you point people to if they want to learn more and come into an enlightenment state to get a handle on what's going on? Because I believe there is an awakening happening, and I don't believe that anyone watching this video right now is watching it by mistake.
No.
I believe God has got a plan, and He wants some people that are watching this right now to learn something and to become aware and become awake. What direction would you point them?
A lot of you people who call yourself Christians and you think you're really good, but you're still watching pornography, you're still lying, you're doing all these other things, but you think you're a good person. Well, I was guilty of the same thing. I would recommend that you cast out your own demons. It's the first thing to do to enlightenment is to cast out your own demons, not to let somebody else do it, because then you'll think that they're holier than thou, But casting out your own demons.
In your own house kind of thing.
And realize you're not really a good person. You got these demons in you got to get rid of. And the more demons, the worse ones you get rid of, the more enlightened that you'll become. But even still, after casting out demons, I know I still got a few lurking around in me somewhere. I'm on a search and destroy mission. So.
What about the Book of Enoch? Do you know anything about the Book of Enoch?
I've read Enoch over 100 times.
You recommend that Christians look into that book?
People say, oh, it's not scripture. Well, I say, excuse me, was Jude an apostle? Why would one of the apostles be quoting the first chapter of Enoch if it wasn't scripture?
Yeah, and
they had to be away.
Who deemed it uncanonical?
Yeah, well, the Catholic Church did.
Church did. We know how holy they are.
But well, yes, in the first 200 years, most Christians were in agreement. I would prefer to call them believers. I don't like the word Christian because you got Christian Scientists and than all these other ones I
Right.
don't want to mention so I don't offend anybody.
Right.
But I prefer being called believers. In the first 200 years, they all agreed. There's 6,000 years in the timeline for man.
Right.
So what really confused me was going by the Hebrew calendar, we're in the year 58.
5784.
Thank you.
5284.
Good job, Ryan.
But when I went back after studying the Dead Sea Scrolls 25 years ago and nothing else being released, I finally came across something that was released, and that's the Dead Sea Scroll calendar. We are now in the year 5949. Next year is the Jubilee. Every 49 years is a Jubilee. The Jubilee is on the
And the
50th year.
Shemitah?
The Shemitah is every week. Okay?
Okay.
Yes, so we're on the same level there.
Yeah, I've
And-
been brushing up a little bit about that, but
So I always wondered, well, if there's almost 200 years left to go and you extrapolate that everything that's happening now, it can't last that long. But when I came across the Dead Sea Scrolls on the calendar there, it all made sense. We're in the last Jubilee. And it says if the time wasn't shortened, no flesh could be saved. So we know there's less than 50 years. We have 50 years now that we know until it's 6,000 years. And this is from Eusebius, Irenaeus, and all the other of the first fathers. In the about 300 years after the church, this is when it started getting corrupted. This is when you had the Marianites. The first Bible was just Luke and Paul and all this. And this is where the church, the fathers started wearing clothes and rings and everything else that Peter taught against. And they became very corrupt. And they all started their own different sects and their own different teachings. So by the time Constantine came in, and then the First Council of Nicene, where they put the Bible together, in the first Bible, they didn't allow Revelations and James. Why? Because it didn't agree with Paul. But after the second council, it was put in. So, and then people go, oh, well, people have had almost 1,500 to 2,000 years to read the Bible. No. The only people allowed to have the Bible after it was made were the priests. The common people could not have it.
It wasn't until the Germans started duplicating it on the printing press, right?
It was only when the printing press, but before that, Tyndale, he translated the Bible into English and they burned him at the stake.
Wow.
So they didn't allow, and even up until I think it was 1853, the Catholic Church, they would come to your house, and if you had a copy of the Bible in the house, they would excommunicate you.
Wow.
And not to mention that a lot of like Gnostic Christians were all killed in the
because the
first,
word of
second century.
because the word of God is the most powerful thing
It
at our
is.
disposal. That's why
And they keep Enoch out because it tells about the Watchers and coming down, and they miscegenated with the women, and they created 3 different groups of giants. And this is where all this is happening now, all of this gene sequencing and everything else. That's what was done back then. They have kept the secret of the giants and the feeling from us.
The Nephilim?
Nephilim. Yes, there were 3 different types that came out. So you read about that in Jubilees, chapter 7. So, and it's the Book of the Giants. I mean, there's a lot of ancient books that are there, just the same as the Catholic Church didn't ban, but they called it non-canonical, like Enoch, the Shepherd of Hermas, Jubilees. I could go on and on, and the Clementines, the recognitions, that's almost 600 pages. So if you were to put all these together in one book, it would be like the Talmud, which is what the Zionists follow, or even the Urantia, which is 8,000 to 10,000 pages.
Wow.
There's lots of mention about the Anunnaki, Jesuits.
Yes, the
Do you want to
Jesuits.
touch on what the Anunnaki is?
Well, the Anunnaki is supposedly the creation of aliens that came, to here. And it's also mentioned in Gilgamesh, you have all that's happening. But with the Jesuits, our Pope now is a Jesuit. So they weren't allowed to be popes by then. They were just for the army of the Christians at that time. But the Jesuits took over the Masons. And then a lot of these people were blaming the Masons. No, you got to take it another step. The Zionists are in control of the Masons. They're just the fall guy and stuff.
Yeah.
You know, because I mean, you think about look at Notre Dame. Look at all these beautiful buildings that were built back then. How did they need those stones?
Yeah,
Where do you not get to
right.
some place that shows how they built it? It was only 300-400 years ago, but there's nothing to explain how they built these things.
Yeah.
Something's wrong.
Not to mention, there's also a lot of photos. I believe it was a certain time period, but there's a lot of photos that you can find of big cities like Moscow and Stockholm and all around Europe and Asia, and they're these huge cities, but there's no people. There's no people there, and there was someone there that was taking that photo and had intention behind that photo.
Yeah, the ghost cities.
So yeah, there's definitely a big hole in history that has been left, and there's resources out there that you can find that explain it very well, but I'm sure people in the comments know what I'm talking about. I can't remember the exact years, but it was when photography was
usually around about 1850 was the time of photography. So
okay.
But,
So any more questions in the comments? I want to make sure we're paying attention to the audience. It's very interesting, by the way. I could listen to Fish forever. By the way, every time I'd see Fish on Front Street, of course, I'd tell people to come by and whatever he's charging, give him double. But then afterwards we'd chat and we'd go deep on all kinds of topics, and I was like, man, this guy is like an encyclopedia of information. So you've been given a lot of insight and wisdom.
We got a big question.
Oh,
here.
big question. Okay.
Big controversial one. Ask Fish if he believes we live on a spinning ball hurling through space.
No.
Now, I think we should first establish that nobody truly can say for sure, personally, unless you meet the man that supposedly went on the moon. What was his name?
Armstrong. Well, I don't even believe that happened because
I don't either.
Well, here's why. You know, I'm
believe it
I'm the nerd that had the microscopes, telescope, chemistry set, mineralogy set when I was 6, 7, 8 years old. According to my parents, I've been able to read and write since I was 3. I don't remember. I know I could read a newspaper when I was 5, and I memorized all the countries and capitals of the world on the globe. But long story short, my older brother is 3 years older than me, ex-CIA if there's such a thing. He never talked about it, so I didn't learn nothing from him. I would do his homework. You know, I would read his books, his textbooks and stuff. And I remember in the science book, it said that we couldn't travel into space because of the Van Allen belt. Well, they changed text all the time. We got the new science book coming in. So I wanted to read more on the Van Allen belt. So unlike most other students, I used the appendix and things like this to look up. There was no mention of the Van Allen belt. And it's gone.
And what is that?
The Van Allen belt.
Is that like having to do with the firmament?
You can only go so high, right?
You can only go so high, and then the X-rays, solar rays, ultraviolet rays, and everything else will blast you. You know, that's why we couldn't go to the moon, because you'd need incredibly thick metal and all this.
So why do you think the space race happened? I mean, what was the government's true intention behind trying to convince everybody that we landed on the moon in 1969?
Well, just to show how stupid we are. Because it was there in the textbook.
At us, right?
Well, first, there's no stars. None of them show any stars. They show the Earth as the size of the moon, where the Earth is 4 times bigger than the moon. And every time it was on North America. And no stars. And we're taught in class that in the sun, it was a few hundred degrees, and in the shade, it was 100 and something minus. But they're walking in and out of the sun and into the shade. What kind of space suits can do that?
Right.
It's ridiculous. And then the rover, where did that fit on the lunar module? You know, I mean, just simple things like this. But none of my I lost friends and classmates getting mad at me because I told them, I asked these questions they couldn't answer. And what happens when they can't answer? They get mad at you.
That's right. Well,
They're in denial.
Well, where did the towers go? Pancake theory? Or what? Where is that? Why are the towers stacked up like a pancake that got demolished? Why did it get pulverized?
Well-
Where's the airplane at the Pentagon? I mean,
Yeah.
And you
But-
can see the symbolism all around.
But if
yeah,
you-
it was on calendars and
really-
albums. And
yeah, you really just have to investigate
you
personally.
take a $20 bill and you can fold it and see
Exactly.
911.
The symbolism is everywhere, so I think we need to wake people up to. I mean, I think everybody in this chat is pretty awake, but we need to wake people up to the symbolism that is everywhere that has to do with Satanism and
What's his basic thing? Divide and conquer. So you figure out what happened with 9/11, and other people are going, "Ah, no way," are going, "No, it wouldn't happen." I'm like,
Right.
"Oh, wait, come on, you know. I'm
Good.
privileged enough that when I lived on Oahu, when I was a taxi driver there was a hotel that they did a controlled demolition on, and I was standing there about 4 blocks away from the hotel, and I asked the guy, "Is it safe here?" He goes, "Yes." Well, this is back in the 80s, and so then when it happened, I heard this pop, 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 and the whole thing just pancaked down like that, and then it came like a mushroom cloud. So this was indelibly inscribed in my mind. So as soon as I saw 911, that's the first thing that hit me was it's the same thing, except it's 100 stories up instead of about 10 or 15.
Right.
It's the same thing.
it's a ritual, right? It's done on a certain date to fit in with the code of.
Well, look, in the Lusitania, 3,000 people died. Pearl Harbor, 3,000 people died. 911, 3,000 people died.
333.
Yeah, you have 3,000. It's a ritual, and this is what's required, you know, from Satan in order to give him more power. It's like human sacrifice and stuff like that.
Wow.
It's a ritual,
Wow.
or that's just coincidence. But I remember reading James Bond. I remember one of the books was, first chapter was happenstance, second one was coincidence, third one was enemy action.
Enemy action.
And
Yeah.
the Lahaina fire, not to mention, happened on 8/08. Very strange.
Yeah.
8/08/24. So if you're into numerology, you can do the numbers on that. But
So yeah, if you're interested, there's a great book called Where Did the Towers Go? And the same organization that did the report is Underwriter Laboratories. And guess who's doing the report for Lahaina? Underwriter Laboratories, exact same organization investigating it. But if you want to read a book, it's called Where Did the Towers Go? And it says the report that the towers fell in the exact same amount of time it would take a cue ball to be dropped from the top to the bottom. Now you just think about that logically. If there's
There it
8-foot
is.
ceilings, the amount of time it would take for the first ceiling to drop to the second ceiling to drop to the next ceiling to drop to the next ceiling, there's no way the towers could collapse in the same period of time it would take a cue ball to drop from the top to the bottom. And you would have a big pile of pancaked rubble, which of course there wasn't. It was pulverized.
Yeah.
And it has a lot of similarities to
And
what
it
happened.
turned to dust.
Turned to dust. So
Just
do you
like here.
So was that a weapon?
It's the same thing.
Same thing.
Yep. One thing I've learned in Japan, I was a proofreader. I didn't do the research and development, but the ones who did, all the scientists that I worked for, they made the Seito Ohashi, the world's longest extension bridge. I even did it on one person who had an hourglass, and they could predict which way the sand was going to fall. Each piece of sand was going to fall. I mean, you have to think at least 20 years in advance. So what they have is 20 years ahead of what we're aware of.
Wow.
And that's just the way it's always been. Information's worth more than money. Information's worth more in your life. So
we got a lot of questions.
Okay.
From Steven, please ask Fish about stolen technology or Stargate or red matter.
yeah, well, I can talk about Project Bluebeam as opposed to...
That's a popular topic right now, isn't it?
Yes, because what was his name? The rocket scientist. I've got videos of where he says that they're going to do Project Bluebeam in 2024. And then his assistant who said back in the 80s that they were going to be an alien invasion, but it would be a hoax. You know, it's,
Yep.
That's what all the barium in the sky is for, because it helps on communications and can also make like a great big silver screen of a movie, you know. So you can see what they've been doing around the world with holograms. There's one in Japan of this 80-foot cat or something on top of a building, and it looks real. And I think it was one of the Super Bowls or one of the football games. They had one of the mascots that was great, big, and huge, and jumping across through the stadium and stuff. You can't tell it's not real.
Wow.
You know? And
So they're preparing that for something.
Yes, it's all.
Right. It's a technology that's coming.
Preemptive programming.
The next part of the show, so to speak.
Yes.
Right.
So.
Next question, right?
Has he ever heard the theory that Jesus already refined for 1,000 years, and now we live in the short season? That's why all the Capitol buildings are the same no matter what country they're in?
I'm not aware of any of that about.
Okay. We can go to another one. Let's see. By the way, everybody's in agreement in the group chat about the moon landing. And,
that's good. We're preaching the choir here, but that's okay. That's all right. NASA, not a space agency. So I think it's just a big
well, you
money.
know what NASA means in Hebrew?
What?
Reception.
Yeah, and it's got the serpent's tongue in the symbol too.
You
Yeah.
know what Meta means in Hebrew?
What?
Death. It's right in your face. It's right in your face.
Wow.
And that's why you can't see it, or you don't want to see it.
So do you think it's just a big money-making scam?
No, it's a power grab.
Slavery, isn't it?
It's
the whole NASA thing.
Yeah, it's the same as Nimrod. You know, it's to make you slaves, make you stupid. You know, gives them superiority. They feel they are gods. Because even in the scripture, in Psalms, it says, "Don't you know that ye are gods?" Of course, it's a little g.
Right.
Judges were called gods because they had the power of life and death over you. And that's what they want. They want that, and they're seeking the same thing that believers do, and that's eternal life. If they had to upload themselves or become silicon, are you aware that silicon, water is the most, some say water, some say land is the most constant thing in the world. The second most common thing is silicon. It's in the sand and everything. And if you get a piece of silicon, you take two pieces of silicon, you hit them together, bing, it gives out resonance and frequency. So just as in Enoch, it says that people are going to be killing each other, brother against brother and all this. Well, the same thing happened in Scripture. The angel of death, he had to, you know, first they had the giants attack each other. And then one time when Jerusalem was being attacked, they attacked each other. That's what they're going to do to us. We've got the frequency with all these microwave towers. There's a frequency that makes you feel good. There's a frequency that makes you feel bad. There's a frequency that makes you feel sexual. There's a frequency that makes you angry. There's a frequency that makes you want to kill. And that's what they've discovered. And so with all the nanotoxin and everything in our body, and they hit that 5G, they hit those frequencies, it's going to drive everyone stark, raving mad.
Are you serious?
I'm serious. I just heard, you know, even though I've been saying this for years, it was confirmed in a House hearing that was just a couple days ago, with someone saying the same thing that I did, that the technology they have now can drive everybody crazy.
Wow. So is that why you get so many people that just seem to be on edge lately? Everyone just seems to, like, I can kind of feel it peak sometimes during the day.
Yeah, try and talk to a demonstrator there, you know, for the Palestine. You got gays out there, you know, if you're doing that in Palestine, you're a gay, they throw you off the building, you know, but they're in league with, I mean, that's how stupid it is, you know, that they're supporting something that would kill them. You know, that's how stupid they are. I mean, you can't get any dumber than that.
Yeah.
And
any more questions, Roy? Let's see. We'll take one more. One or two. And then we got to wrap it up because I know.
Any more questions, guys? I'm looking through the chat. I saw one question that said, so how can we relate this live to the title of what you titled this video?
Well, thank you. Yeah, I'm glad you guys asked that question. So the reason I put that in there is what does Joe Rogan, Tulsi Gabbard, and Fish have in common? And the answer is nothing. But recently, Joe Rogan, if you haven't seen it yet, had Tulsi Gabbard on his show. And Joe Rogan's the biggest microphone in the world right now. And Tulsi Gabbard obviously represented what's going on here in Hawaii. And the question was asked, do the people of Lahaina that lost their home, are they still having to make their mortgage payments? And I heard they don't have enough insurance, is what the question that Joe Rogan loosely asked Tulsi. And Tulsi's answer was, I haven't heard about that. I don't know. I mean, so a very basic question about the struggle of the average person in Lahaina, she did not know the answer. And so the reason I have Fish on is Fish has got answers, not just on what's going on here on the street. He's been living with the Lahaina fire survivors for the last 8 months, but also, as you can tell from this interview, that he has a lot of in-depth knowledge in terms of what's just going on in the world and how what happened in Lahaina might fit into that overall world events. And we're sort of the tip of the spear in a way. So to wrap things up, my biggest question for you, Fish, is this. Besides surrendering to God's will, right, which I understand, you're a surrendered believer and you are doing your best to be a good servant. And the reason you call yourself Fish is because you're a fisherman, and the Great Commission, right, I believe is on your heart to save people and to lead them to the Lord and teach them what you know about what's going on and save their soul and give them a little piece of you. And that's what you did on Front Street. You handed people, your creations, and that was an opportunity. You had a little what did it say on your little piece of paper that you had hanging from your table? What did it say?
I said, any child who comes up to me and says fish, I will give a free angel fish. And Yeshua is coming.
And Yeshua is coming. So in light of everything that's happened, and you're sort of at ground zero, and you broke open the whole story on how the police were like trapping people in town, and you changed the narrative that they were trying to throw out to the world about what happened here, because there was no press that was allowed here, there was no internet, there was no communications, but somehow God put you on this channel at that moment, and here we are 9 months later. Where do you see the road leading? What do you want to tell the people in terms of what's the next step for the people of Lahaina, for the people watching this, and how can we disrupt it? How can we fall? What is God's plan taking this in your mind, in your heart?
One of the problems about knowing more than others is when you finally relay it to the other person, the first thing they want to know is, what are we going to do about it?
What are we going to do about it?
And fear kicks in, huh?
And fear kicks in.
And then denial kicks in.
Then denial.
They want to stay in their comfy little bubble.
And then if you don't have a master plan of how to defeat it, they get mad at you. And so all I can say is, pray. Thy will be done.
And with that note, someone said, can we say a protection prayer for Fish?
Yes.
Because you obviously have very in-depth knowledge of these topics. And this is esoterica right here. This is not what you'll find on the news. So maybe we should say a little protection prayer for you.
And for the 1,800 people getting kicked out on the streets.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going to happen when that happens. It's not good,
Yeah.
So that's a lot of people, a lot of tents, a lot of anger and frustration.
Right.
We've seen that already.
My prayer is that the people would wake up. The people of this island would wake up. Yes. The people that are leading this island would no longer lead this island, and we'd have a new leadership come in, because I believe the people that were in charge during that fire shouldn't be in charge anymore, because they demonstrated their inept abilities. As a matter of fact, I heard recently that there was a text message exchange that went out between Andaya, the emergency management director, and his assistant, and they were joking and scoffing during the fire. So there needs to be a complete turnover of the people that were in charge during that period of time, so that we have a chance to rebuild this town with some integrity and with some honor and with some godliness. But I don't believe the current regime is going to do that.
The current regime has got us surrounded.
We're surrounded.
Yeah.
So do we need to start marching around the city and playing instruments and screaming like
the college students?
No. What was it? The Israelites, right? What was it?
That was Jericho.
Yeah, Jericho. I was going to say Nineveh, but no. It's like the walls of Jericho. We need the walls of Jericho to come down, right?
Yeah. But like I say, they got us surrounded. You get rid of the ones that were in charge, they're going to have people put in there even twice as worse. We're not the ones that assign them into those places. It's all been fixed,
The fix is in.
The fix is in. That's my Maui fix, what I always call.
You're funny.
Fish is a blessed apostle, a fisher of men, following in the footsteps of Yeshua. Can we ask him about Admiral Byrd? Do you know anything about Admiral Byrd?
Yes, he went to the South Pole right after the war, and because there was a lot of German ships and everything going there. And he wrote a letter to his son about what he experienced there, that his plane was taken over by some technology, and he was led into like a big cave, and in there was beautiful country and stuff, and it landed the plane, and he talked to some people there. There was one that was called the Master, and he talked to the government about it, and they told him to shut up, but his son found the diary. That's what he found in the diary about what happened on that. And another thing was the ship, another time, it was attacked by these spears. They would go in the water and out. A lot of the crew members were burnt and everything else, but again, you can find more information in Russia about this than you can in the U.S.
Wow. Wow, that's crazy. Well, I think we should probably wrap things up.
Yeah, we could go all night.
We could go all night
with
long,
this conversation because we're obviously going down the rabbit hole. But I think this is amazing that we have 264 people united here that are all in consensus with the fact that our history has been greatly deviated and contorted, and people like Fish are just individuals through circumstance in life have noticed that everything is not what it seems, and that truth is stranger than fiction in a world of lies. And I'm pretty sure Napoleon said that. Don't quote me on it.
Well, let's end with a prayer. My call to action for everybody is, number one, if you haven't received Jesus into your heart, do so. Number two, ask the Holy Spirit to come on you, fill you with His Spirit and understanding and wisdom. Read your Word, and then some of these additional resources.
Cast out your own demons.
Cast out your own demons, right? We're summarizing the plan of action. I'm an action taker, obviously. And don't forget about Maui. Share the video. If you know Joe Rogan, have him bring Fish to Austin and let Fish be on the show, because he likes interesting people, and I don't think there's any more interesting person I've met in my life than you, Fish. So I think Joe should get the real story.
Any journalists watching this have to spread the word. This is truth, and it's being covered by the people in power. It's been the Zucks and the Gates of the world.
That's right.
So please share, thumbs up, and screen record, because this video could be taken down for all we know.
That's right. So we need to band together and follow the direction from God. I mean, that's who we should all be listening to, because He's in charge of this whole affair down here. Yep. And if He wants to take these people out and bring in a new age, which I personally believe we're going to see, a new dawn for mankind,
we have 1,000 years of peace waiting for the elect.
Right.
And then the judgment. So.
Right. Well, let's just say a prayer. Do you want to lead the prayer? Or do you want me to lead the prayer?
Yes, I only pray in my closet.
You only pray in the closet, all right. All right, well, let's pray. Hands, boys, gentlemen. All right. In Jesus' name, we thank You for this opportunity to come together and to interview Fish, and also for these people that have been on this live, for watching, and the future people that are going to watch it as recording. We ask, Lord, that You would speak into their hearts and to their minds, and that You would give them enlightenment, that they'd have ears to hear and eyes to see, and that Your will would be done. We pray a special prayer of protection over Fish. We thank You, Lord, for providing above and beyond all he could think or ask. We thank You, Lord, that You will give him long days, that You will heal anything in his body, that by Your stripes, Lord, he is healed. And we thank You, Lord, that You will provide a place for him to live, and that and he will just be absolutely 100% stoked doing whatever it is that he wants to do. Because, Lord, You make our dreams come true, even the ones that we forgot about. And we thank You, Lord, for making all of Fish's dreams come true. He's been a faithful servant, and he had broke open the story here on Maui. We ask, Lord, that You would continue to break open so that people can do Your will, and that Jesus will reign, and this island will come to its full glory and its full beauty, will be restored from the ashes. Beauty for ashes. Let the weak say, I am strong, and that the simple shall confound the wise. We thank You, Lord, and we just ask for a beautiful evening and a beautiful weekend for everybody watching this. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
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 And also, for all those asking about Tim Weldon's book, I will contact him, and I'll make sure. I don't know if he wants to give it out for free or if he wants people to purchase it, but we will stay updated on that.
All right. Thank you so much, guys. It's pitch black dark here on Maui. We appreciate you for hanging out. Eric West, I shall return. I don't know where, I don't know when, but I can promise you one thing. It will be from the most beautiful place on planet Earth. And we'll have fish again, don't you worry. And stay tuned for the ways that we are going to help support people like Fish in the future financially. And we're so excited for that coming down the pike. Until next time, Eric West out. And don't worry, Maui Dan, I haven't forgot about you, man. Where's the button? If you hung in there this long. I know you did, though. Thank you, Fish. You're the man. I appreciate you, and I love you. Thank you.
OJ Juan Kenobi video. She made it like a conspiracy theory.
Yeah. I find it funny that some of the people that don't like me use my video links for my videos.
Well, I think he likes you. That guy likes you. He gave you a shout out, you know.
Oh, OG likes. Oh, yeah, he gave me a shout out. Hey, shout out OG.
AKA Pussy Boy. Gravitate towards all the creeps. It's fucking perfect.
Told you so.
He wants to let her know his love is strong. In the old days, he'd send flowers or a perfume telegram. But that was before Twitter came along. Tweet about it, how you really feel about it, what you gonna say about it. Everybody read about it, grab your telephone and publicly confess. Hey, Wardy, here's a sweet suggestion for your next tweet. Pop the question. Ask Liz for her email address. We don't want
Yeah, I know that. I know the type. Oh yeah, there's recent tweets about some people. All right, so there's the Douglas Stewart, right? Douglas Matthew Stewart, who some people were saying was Lisa Lake. Lisa says not Lake, or is it Heather? It was Lisa. It's Heather's Lisa.
Hashtag Taco Twitter Critter.
Oh, speaking of which, this is a 420 friendly stream. And it's not for children, so take your children away, okay? Go play with them and find something more constructive to do, because this is not it. Meow. Milk. Meow.
Let me ask you something. When you hear the username Sugar Taco, do you think sweet pussy too, or is it just me?
Duh. I'm a trained pussy killer. Duh.
Tweet about it, how you really feel about it, what you gonna say about it. Everybody read about it, grab your telephone and share it with the world. Yeah. Cause one day you'll be dead and they'll take you down the hill. And Revelation said that there'll be 12 there as well. But the only person you're allowed to follow is yourself.
And then what if it was sweet tacos for you too? Sweet pussy for you too? Doesn't that sound like she's just a whore?
Rip it and cut it, Stewie.
Twitter pig in love.
Do it. I want you to.
You guys are so wicked, stupid. Oh, I must be zoomed in. Didn't realize that. Doing it 2 different ways is always better. Clovis, you're lying, by the way. You lied through your teeth over there. Jilly Fisher. That'd be a dumb move of you to just believe somebody else about me. Don't talk on me if you don't got the facts.
Did she get
Secret. I didn't, and I was trying to tell you that. Oh, don't worry, I will listen to it now that I know that it's like so freaking top secret.
Well, she did say that Clovis is looking into her children. How does that make you feel?
I don't give a fuck what she does, and I don't give a fuck about her either.
So you don't give a fuck when people are looking into her children? That's not disturbing?
No, I don't care.
So it's not disturbing when people look into Blazon's children?
I
You
do not
promote
care
it?
what they do to each other. I just don't care. It's not my
Do you promote people looking into Blazon's children?
her
Is that
children.
something?
What are you talking about? They're all grown and out of the house. I mean, do you
Is
not
that something? Is that something? Is that something?
Are your family members all grown and out of the house? So that means they're fair game, Nicola? Is that your warped, drunken, hateful, spiteful mind?
Something you
Oh
promote.
God, Becky
You
is
promote-
like she's
you
like
promote-
nearing
you
60.
promote people
Okay, her
looking into
children
her
are
children.
out of the house.
Is that
Yeah.
something you promote? Is that
Her
something you
children
promote?
are grown ass adults.
Is that something you promote?
56, honey. 56. I don't hide who I am. But you got the wrong docs. And I can tell you've been talking to Clovis and Colleen and them on the back channels, right? Oh, by the way, Lark Busters, how's Bellamon doing? Saw you over there in Denise's chat room. How's that working out for you? Tell me how I'm not allowed to see my grandchildren. I see them practically every single freaking Sunday. Man, the lies are unflippin' real with you people. Unreal.
Promote.
This is Nicola from Toronto, Canada.
Her
Are you
children
happy?
are adults.
Are you happy about it that Clovis
She
is
doesn't
looking?
have young children.
Are you happy that Clovis is looking into
She
him?
doesn't.
Are
Becky
you
does not
happy
have
about
young
it?
children.
Does it make you feel good?
Even Becky's
Does
own
it give
kids
you a good
doesn't want
feeling
her
that
around the
Clovis
grandkids.
is looking into Blazon's children? Does it make you feel special?
Blazon is not allowed
Is
around
she
her
proof?
grandchildren.
Hold on. Did she get proof of that?
Blazon is not allowed around her grandchildren.
I don't know. Did she?
Really? That's news to me. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying, how did you find out about that?
I'll tell you somewhere else. I'm not gonna say anything in front of this little fucking screwhead.
Oh, talking private. Oh.
Yeah, well, I mean, I can find some other avenue. It doesn't have to be on here. Yeah, she like they don't want her around the grandkids. Okay. You don't even. Her children are fully grown. You get that, right, Shizzle?
Yeah, but you promote people looking into her children.
I don't promote it, but what I'm saying is that I'm ambivalent towards
Did I ask what their fucking age was? Did I ask what their age was?
I don't care.
Okay. I don't know if there's anything more, so I'll have to check. How wrong you are. How wrong you are. As Diana calls you, Nicola. Nicola. I like the way she talks. Whoever you've been talking to is feeding you a line of crap. Actually, I have an extremely good relationship with all my children and my grandchildren and the spouses. Extremely. I've not went 1 week in my entire life without contact or not be on speaking terms. I don't think I've ever went more than an afternoon where the kids were mad at me, even when they were little. To this day, I almost get daily updates of my grandchildren. I definitely talk to my children at least 5 times a week. And I see them, like I said, almost every single Sunday or Monday, but usually Sunday. You have not a clue what you speak of. You're just a drunk, hateful woman who's been talking to people who think they can lie, which really sounds like you tried to talk to Clovis. You and Philemon went behind the scenes. Because she's been lying through her teeth about me. She's lying saying I've doxed her whole family, and she can't. I haven't. She's lying saying I said she doxed my property when she didn't. And now you're lying about not having, and then she gets a picture that I know Colleen had and plays that on Edwards tonight. And again, puts me down for having to explain that I have a stroke because of my slurring, because she's advertising that I have no teeth when you can clearly see I have teeth. And now you're saying I have no contact with my grandchildren.
I'm not gonna.
Becky was doxing my family members and shit.
Oh really? Why? Why was she doxing your family members?
That's why.
Why, Scott?
Why does she?
I didn't do it to her. I didn't do it.
She dox Scorpio.
Scott spread the narrative of my son and the false dox of my husband and my son by Edward Stairs. It's all on my channel. If anybody would care to look, Jilly, jerk off, Clovis, quit lying. Edward, quit lying. So it looks like, along with Pamela Thrasher now here. Oh, hi Pamela. It looks like you guys are running with a narrative and you're back in back channels. And I'm just sitting here by myself with nobody else. Way to go, Clovis. Thank you for the information. Thank you for the information, Nicola. You've been a big help.
Let me take care of something here real quick, guys. Okay. Okay. Let's see what it's saying. All right. Okay. So we'll do this. Okay. Let's see if it'll submit it now. No. Okay. All right. Get up here. All right. Now, did I email the sheriff's department? Let me get this straight here. Hold on. All right. I'm going to let something run for a minute. I'm not going to stop and let it talk, stop and let it talk. I mean, stop and talk, stop and talk. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to let it run. Okay?
Bum. And all I gotta do is act naturally. Da 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 dum. Might win an Oscar, you can never tell. Da la 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 dee da 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 dun dun. 'Cause I can play the part so well. They're gonna put me in the movies. They're gonna make a big star out of me. Okay. Oh my goodness. I don't know. I think maybe I need a protection order against the algorithm. It sent me some stuff from
I will answer and rebuttal her after I run it. It's about 21 minutes long. But I'm going to let it run because I need the copy.
the cloven ass. Yes, that one. She, first of all, I mean, I can't criticize a retarded person for being retarded. I mean, I'm sorry. She can't help it, okay? She is what she is. I wish that she would just kick the bucket already because she keeps saying she's about to, and I just wish she would get it over with. God, she's a horrible, horrible person. But I'm not going to get into all that. She's put out that I'm stalking her and I'm recruiting. I have a few thumbnails where I post, so it's a black and white text, dark thumbnail with a very bizarre, if you read it, you're going to scratch your head. Okay. It's a quotation from an email, or it was actually an advertisement that was posted at one time by one of the people who have been arrested and charged in connection with the extortion ring that's somewhat related to QAnon and Cicada and Sewertown. Yes, there are arrests going on. There's been several. They're not listed as being related to that. Each one is for individual unique crimes. The person who wrote the text in the thumbnail that I placed on some of my videos just to kind of get people scratching their heads and let people who know what's going on, let them look at it and laugh. I believe that guy was charged with a variety of hacking charges, something to do with financial hacking, okay? It doesn't appear that he's related to anything. It's only people who know who he is and that he was active in Clovis's Twitter circles. And she doesn't really do Twitter so much, but back when she was more involved with these people were sending her material about the Saudi Arabians, and she was doing the Las Vegas political stuff. Yeah, it was one of those people that was sending her stuff. That was arrested. Then there was a recent arrest of somebody for more than a dozen horrific felony child sex abuse charges. He's cooling his heels in a cell now. I don't think he was bailed out. He was extradited from Michigan to Minnesota. Um, there was an arrest in Canada of somebody who hacked oh yeah, that one got pretty close to Clovis. That one involved some of Clovis's people. The guy in Canada who was arrested for hacking into the Freedom Convoy truck drivers fundraising. He, I don't remember quite what happened to him. You know, with those financial crimes, they make a big headline and then they kind of fade away. They don't make for dramatic courtroom coverage like a good murder trial, you know. And I don't know if he cut a deal or what, but that guy was arrested for that. Of course, Clovis, as we know, was heavily involved with this guy, not Patrick Moran, the artist, now, not him at all, but a different Patrick who was a truck driver. And there was question of her presenting her children to this truck driver. I don't know if it was the same one, if it was a different one, but somebody she had never met in real life. And she did a whole live stream about it, meeting with this guy in a motel, telling her children to call him uncle. And this guy, Patrick, was threatening me. The truck driver, Pat, was threatening me, calling himself a member of her family. And I thought he really was like presenting himself as an actual relative, but it turns out it was like, you know, we're all family kind of thing. And of course, she was running the marketing of information related to COVID test kit transportation cargo. And I suggested that either she was setting up hijack or she was selling information to potential hijackers. And she was working with somebody who was, they were both, her and these other people were finding ways to buy up COVID not test kits, but the other stuff, the masks, the protection gear, mostly the masks. Try to buy them, get them off the market, put them in eBay, make money off them. Gouging in an emergency. You know, this was all back in the very beginning of the pandemic when there was reasonable fear of what was going on. And it really only took a few weeks to figure it out. And then, of course, what happened after that, a lot of it was unnecessary, but just the point. Okay, that's all Clovis's territory. So now here's what she does. Okay, this is the kind of criminal I'm dealing with. I don't go after this woman just because she's an idiot. There's too many idiots in the world. I mean, nobody has time for them all. But she's a special kind of special. She's a criminal. And unfortunately, she's probably going to die at home instead of in prison where she belongs. But she's kind of feuding and fighting with somebody else named Rebecca Dean. And Rebecca Dean makes videos on a channel called Rancid YouTubers. And Clovis makes a video about me. First of all, claiming that the paragraph is me recruiting people. The paragraph that I just read to you, that I just not read, but I described it to you. It's in the thumbnails of some of my other videos. And it's obviously a programmer's code related recruitment ad, which is obviously put there to make people go, what the F is this? I'm not recruiting programmers and code writers, you know. I'm not Bill Gates. I'm sorry. You need a job, go somewhere else. But so Clovis is first of all putting out that I'm recruiting people, that's my ad. Then she, in describing me and going on about me, she says, now I'm going to show you how this woman, Denise Mateau, and she names me, has been after her for years and years and years. And of course, with her, everything is personal. She doesn't recognize that you're on goddamn television. That the other people you're talking about are personalities with TV shows. Rebecca Dean, for example, she had a whole true crime network, not network, but a channel called The Dean Machine, and she did an actual professional level documentary on a cold case in Ohio. Okay, the 1980s murder case. So whatever's going on with her as far as fighting and feuding with these people, it doesn't matter. She's obviously another. It's a public. These are public discussions. Okay, these are not private family, private, friendship on the back porch discussions. And unfortunately, Clovis Harmon is, in fact, mentally ill, terribly mentally ill woman. It isn't just that she can't speak English and she's makes a fool of herself trying to present herself that way. She really doesn't even understand the difference between an individual personal relationship in your private life and putting yourself out there on television. Okay, television's an old-fashioned word. It doesn't really, people don't use it anymore for the internet, but it's the same thing. In fact, a lot of people on the internet are reaching more people than old-time TV shows on television used to reach. I found that out when what's his name, Bill Riley, moved from he quit his job with NBC or whoever it was he worked for. I think it was NBC, and he started up a YouTube channel, and I had more subscribers than he did. I remember that. It was funny. But anyway, she has this thing. She says, I've been after her for all these years. And because I have been after this gang, and she claims that I accused her of killing my daughter. That piece of pure crap. I never said that about her. I said that she's obviously a member of that gang. She has called members of my family and members of my daughter's friendship circle. She's even gone all the way back to my ex-husband, whom I divorced in 1979. And she harassed my nephew's family until he died. He died of his illness, stress-related, in 2022. That's 2 years ago, Clovis. You think it is an eye for an eye and blood for blood? I'm not joking. I'm not acting. I'm not LARPing. So she puts this thing going on about Rebecca Dean. And Lisa Lake, take it away. Do what you want with any of this, God damn it. I am so disgusted with these people. She puts it on, she says, this is Denise Matto coming after me. And then she shows screen after nephew's family until he died. He died of his illness, stress-related, in 2022. That's to my ex-husband, whom I divorced in 1979. And she harassed my nephew's family until he died. Members of my family and members of my daughter's friendship circle. She's even gone all the way back to my ex-husband, whom I divorced in 1979. And she harassed my nephew's family until he died. He died of his illness, stress related, in 2022. That's 2 years ago, Clovis. You think it is an eye for an eye and blood for blood? I'm not joking. I'm not acting. I'm not LARPing. So she puts this thing on, going on about Rebecca Dean. And Lisa Lake, take it away. Do what you want with any of this, God damn it. I am so disgusted with these people. She puts it on, she says, this is Denise Matto coming after me. And then she shows screen after screen of Rebecca Dean's rancid YouTuber channel with all
Hello, 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 my friend. Hello. Alright, check it out. So, my other microphone isn't working. A few minutes ago, we heard some little casino sounds there in the background. It seems as though that Miss Clovis might be the same type of gambling junkie as Not So Crazy Lady. So when they say they've got important things to take care of while this plays, and then all of a sudden the casino sounds start in the background, we got a couple of like Not So Crazy Ladies, a couple of gambling junkies. And they're gambling junkies because guess why? Well, the casinos ain't paying out, that's for shit sure, on their damn slot machines because of the CV-19er, and corporations like casinos just mopping it up now. Wow. So when Clovinator says she's got important things that she's got going on, she'll be back after this is done, right? I mean, she's sitting there playing slot machines. That's her important life right there. Get the hell out of her way so she can get her gambling addiction out online, gambling with other people's lives and bank accounts instead of hers. And properties. Holy crap, you guys.
the various videos in which Rebecca Dean is duking it out with her, while Clovis herself has 5 or 6 different channels, besides all the different places she goes on to other people's channels, attacking Rebecca Dean and everybody else. And in this last one, she had her husband, she was in the car when she was streaming this one. And then she does that. She puts up rancid YouTubers and tells people that is Denise Matto. And this is a message for her husband, okay? You're probably going to survive the bitch. You think we don't know what she did to your teenage daughter? Besides the fact that you and her both pornographically sell your daughter as child porn on the internet, redescribing Mr. Harmon, redescribing your girlfriend, Tamara Wolf's production of child pornography, describing what she says you did to that girl. Then you had your wife, that girl's grandmother, who stole her from her mother, explain to the world that the two of you have designated that that teenage girl has got the responsibility of making the pull the plug decision when Clovis is finally ready to kick the goddamn bucket. And you have turned your child into a public pornographic object of sales for your wife's channel, and you think you're going to carry it on after your wife finally goddamn does die, which we wish she would do right quick? Are you going to force your teenage daughter, granddaughter, into performing as well? Have you got her brainwashed into your satanic cult? Because we also know that the two of you, Mr. Harmon and Clovis Harmon, you handed that girl over to Sheriff Brandon DeLay every Sunday morning. His own secretary admitted it when I called that office to check and said, do you know what Clovis Harmon is saying about the close relationship that Sheriff Brandon DeLay has with your family and what she's doing to attack my family and to defend the people who did murder my daughter, people who are from Massachusetts, not from Missouri, but who do belong to the gang for which you, Mr. Harmon, are trafficking your own grandchild? You think you're not part of what Clovis Harmon is doing? Hey, I want to tell you something. You go ahead and laugh at me. People who are more intelligent than either one of you goddamn Missouri Hicks, goddamn flyover country brain beds, people more intelligent than you know exactly what that thumbnail is. And they know exactly who I'm talking about when I talk about these arrests. It started in Boston and New York last September, Mr. Harmon. The people much more closely related to the murders of Faith Jackson, Myron Wicks, and Thomas White. And we may as well add Joseph Burke to it, because Clovis Harmon was making those phone calls, harassing the heck out of my nephew's family after using all of that video footage, all of that blackmail. Mr. Harmon, you ain't innocent. And you go ahead and ride off Clovis's pity party crap. You're as guilty as she is. Just have a look at what they do. It's disgusting. And I'm sorry I let it emotionally trigger me. But God damn it, can you imagine making a teenage girl in your family be the one who's going to make the life-death decision when you finally are breathing your last, struggling for oxygen, and the doctors say, we can't do any more for her. Shall we pull the plug? And that man, oh, he's not a man, he's a goddamn pervert. And he probably did do exactly what he was accused of doing because he's okay with them talking about it. He's in.
See what you started, Rebecca Dean? Because I got 3 videos of Tamara admitting she made that story up. See what you started? Yeah.
In the car with his wife talking about this crap. So don't say for 1 minute that man, Mr. Harmon, is not part of the trafficking ring that's trafficking that grandchild that he helped that bitch steal from her natural mother. That's all I have to say about it. Oh. But seriously, let her rip. I mean, we're coming down. Like I said to a friend of mine recently, I said, look, they did the arrests in Boston and New York where they got the whorehouses with the lists of the corporate levels, the Steve Hassan level, the Kushner family levels. Yeah, they're going after Donald Trump, but the evil stuff, it's in the water around him. And while the television people are going after the big show trial, the Soviet era style show trial of putting Donald Trump out there and trying to make him the ball guy for everything, there are some real people going after all these little rancid, to borrow a term, rancid interneters. There were those arrests that happened last September, New York and Boston. Then, quickly following that, the extradition from Michigan to Minnesota. And there were also the 2 arrests, the Canadian that's attached to the Harm. Oh, by the way, the Harmons, take another look at them. Okay, they have a very suspicious bankruptcy history. They're involved with an extortion ring that goes after real estate. And it just so happens that Clovis Harmon was laughing because a deputy, one of Brandon DeLay's deputies, was very upset about one of her attacks on my daughter. And he tried to facilitate getting something done about that. And guess what happened? He ended up in the news being accused of some kind of, I don't know what to call it, questionable behavior related to bankruptcies. In other words, they blackmailed the guy. And they blackmailed him in the same line of theft that Brandon DeLay, Clovis Harmon, Mr. Harmon, and possibly now her granddaughter as well. The kid's still a teenager, but she is a designated satanic sacrifice. She's been told to make the satanic sacrifice. That's what it is. I mean, normally it's just an unfortunate decision that has to be made at some point, simply because we have the medical equipment to keep people going long past the point of natural death. We have to make a decision to just let natural death happen. That's not a sacrifice. But when a witch, a true practicing black magic, filthy, child abusing, porn producing, child porn distributing, pedophile ring protecting witch and her husband, it's a family business, a goddamn cult family business. And they put this girl, who was 14 at the time that she made the announcement, which wasn't that long ago, they're giving her the responsibility to make that decision, not caring about the fact that no matter what kind of psychopath that girl must be, simply because she's related to Clovis Harmon and being raised in that filthy satanic household, it's still putting a heavy weight of trauma on her, because that piece of crap that calls himself a husband isn't man enough to take that decision on himself. And there are no other adults around. They've got to abuse the children, continuously abuse the children. Clovis Harmon can't die slowly enough and painfully enough for me. I hope she suffers every second left to her. Sorry, disgusting, pointless life. Over and out.
Well, now. Wow. Oh, man. When you think Denise can't stoop any lower, she goes low. So let's see here. I'm keeping her picture up because that way I'm talking directly to her. She's watching my show. I know she is. Okay. Me and my husband never talked about anything in a car or live streamed anything in a car. Talked about children in a car and put it public. Never did anything like that. We don't even live stream outside. This is it. I live stream in my home. This is it. My child is old enough to drive. And if anything happens to me and my husband cannot, he's incapacitated, let's say a car wreck or something, Denise, and she has to stand in. And thanks to the COVID situation, kids now at 13 can give their opinion as far as their medical. So therefore, legally, she can make sure that the things that I don't want done, they will not do. I don't want to be put on a respirator. She's going to make sure they don't put me on one. See, you don't get it. You make everything dirty. And you got Lisa and them up in the chat room because I could hear you talking to them. They're laughing and you're getting mad because they're laughing at you. Next thing. Okay. Next thing. Where do I start? She's not going to be Satan sacrificed or whatever the hell you call it. It's not going to happen. Denise, I emailed your show to the sheriff's department because you're lying your ass off. No deputy, no secretary, nobody. I took my children out of the church. It was Sunday. They were going to Sunday school, guys, at the Nazarene church. And I took them out of the church and backed off away and pulled my family away from anything to do with the sheriff. So this lousy person here cannot keep slandering the sheriff, which has been sheriff here for years. No one ever runs up against him. He's a Christian man. And this woman here is going to lie her ass off. Sheriff's department thinks you're wackadoodle. But of course, those that hate me, like Lisa and Becky and all them, they're going to come collect your stuff and they're going to get excited because you're beating me up mentally when everyone knows you're nothing but an old woman who lives alone, who's lonely. And you're going, of course, smack around on me. You're going to try to degrade me. As far as COVID, I was running a show live and truckers were tuning in because I was trying to find them places to get showers because we were during a lockdown and find food to eat while they were still on the road, making sure you had food coming to your grocery store. But you lied about that too. How me and this other YouTuber, Angela, was going to set up truck drivers. See, your imagination is way beyond fantasy. It's now went to cray cray. And then you're smacking around on my husband, which, woman, you would never, ever know a man like him. Never. I didn't call all your family members. I talked in Messenger to the person that started the tribute page for your daughter, friend of hers. One time. And the ex-husband one time, because you were accusing me of killing your daughter. Now you're accusing me of having something to do with your nephew dying. Wow. And you talk very filthy in the title of your show. So if anyone's sexing my daughter, it's you. Sicko. I'm going to stand my ground against you people because you're sick. You're sick-minded and ignorant. And you don't know how to leave people alone because that's all you have in life to do. And you're sick of people? Bring all the proof that you're accusing me of this. Bring it all. Because you have none. You have none. So here it is. She makes a vile and disgusting video and puts it out as fact, but has no proof to prove it fact. But Lisa's over there grabbing it up, gonna use it because Lisa is Brenda Becker. And you're too stupid, Denise, to know who it is. You and the rest of you idiots. So this is what you do. You're going to climb up here and you're going to slander the Lawrence County Sheriff's Department. You're going to slander my husband, my child, me. You're going to accuse Pat and his wife were friends of me and my husband's. We were family friends. You know what friends are. Oh, that's right. You wouldn't know what friends are, Denise, because you have none. You wouldn't know nothing about that. And I didn't steal these children. I took them to keep them safe, and God only knows if I'd known that there were people like you and Rebecca Dean and Tams out on the internet, I wouldn't have never came on YouTube. And you know what's really a kicker in all this? These girls are growing up to be something good, morally minded. Not like all of you people. And that's my payback to you. I have a relationship with my children, my sons, my daughters. You don't. I have grandchildren that love their grandma and come and see me and hug me. You don't. So therefore, you got to tear down anything else that has to do with it because you lack having it. I am disgusted that a news channel would aid and abet a woman to tell my story. And I've already told the reporter that. I am angry that these people continue to attack and attack. And yet, karma hasn't smacked them in the face yet, but it's coming. Sometimes karma needs a little push. I have said here and listened since 2016, Brenda Becker, and I don't care who's a friend of yours. They weren't around then. The attacks in which you brung on me ever since 2016. And now I hear that there was a live stream you had, Brenda, with Tams on your panel, and Becky Dean was in the chat room with a wrench. You can't make this up. So I'm supposed to just go quietly into the dark and let you guys sit there and slander the hell out of my family and put targets on our backs. And Lisa, let me tell you something. You ain't Lisa. You're Brenda. Everybody says you're Brenda. All the conversations I've had with everyone, they're calling you Brenda. You, too much of her is in that at what you do. But here, Truth Convoy sits up and tells one hellacious lie. And yet, she acts like she's 16 in a 90-year-old body. But you call me retarded, which you bashed down on Becky Dean and called her retarded several times. Called her slow. You make fun of Becky Dean a lot. And now you're climbing right up there. Who else has the power to bring all the enemies together and let them be friendlies to go after one woman? That's sad. When I have asked you all to stop and you don't. And it shows by everyone jumping in everyone's chat rooms. In which clearly, at the start of this show, that Truth Convoy did, or Denise Matteau did, clearly, she more or less says, she brought up me in the show I did to the reporter. And yes, Rebecca, I'm in contact with the reporter. You stole my story. You stole what was happening to me. When we all know Brenda Becker did not want to kill you. And so here, Truth Convoy wants to be retarded. Tell you what, got some guts to you, woman. Put down a sheriff. Well-decorated sheriff. Got some guts to you, woman. You sure do. I'm going to chalk it as it's election time and you're trying to damage his election, but see, ain't no one run up against him again. No one runs up against him. Because he's well-decorated, he's a Christian man, and he's a good man, and you're slandering his name. And I pulled my children out of that church. So we would not be associated with him. So you'd shut up and everybody would shut up and leave the man alone. But evidently it's not going to work. Denise, only you and God can settle out what you are and what you're about. But everything you mentioned in this video was a lie. And you did tell them over at Ryan's you were looking for help to take this BITCH out, and that was me. Yes, you did. Can't make this stuff up. I mean, you told some hellacious lies. Now I'm the reason why your nephew died, because I stressed him out. Wow. Is that the one that had anything to do with Atlantic 7? Because maybe that stressed him out. It had nothing to do with me. I don't have that power to kill people by stressing them out. I want to be left alone, but that's not going to happen. And as far as me dying COPD, pretty chances are it's probably going to be a heart attack, because mostly COPD people die of heart attacks. It has nothing to do with suffocating, you idiot. Why don't you read something? Get off the internet and read about COPD. And wishing me a horrible death is not going to happen. Like, that's really going to bother me, you saying that. No, it's not. Just shows your mentality level. It shows what you are about. I don't have to say nothing, and you pretty well have put yourself on a poster child for insanity. Yeah, tagging LEO on Twitter isn't the smartest thing to do either. You sure ain't. Denise, you wish me a slow and horrible death. And you hope I die terribly. Okay, Denise. That's fine. You're entitled to that. You're entitled to want that, Denise. Come on the panel, Denise. Let's have a chatty do, shall we? You can ask me anything you want. How come it is when I invite these people on the panel, they don't come? But they can sit on their live streams and chat their little business off. You expect people to plead their stupidity, because the stupidity is at a very high level. Very, very high level. So I'm waiting, Denise. I put it in the comment section. I mean, in the chat. Click on it. Come on up, Denise. And hurry up, because I ain't got time. I got to get off here and help my daughter get ready for a dance. At school, Denise. For God's sake. I'm glad there's no children around you, Denise. I'm glad you don't have grandchildren. Thank God you don't have any kids around you or any grandchildren. But the rest of the women, I fear the kids around them. Come on, Denise, you're watching you're watching this, aren't you? TV, right? This is TV. Ain't that what you call it now? I have a right to face my accuser and ask questions. So come on up. Come on, Denise, I'll give you a few minutes. Denise is not going to come up here. So So this is what I'm going to say to you, Denise. If you're not willing to hop up here on this panel and handle your business, then you need to shut up. You guys have talked as vulgar and nasty about kids as you can. I'm done.
I'm a troll, but I don't need to fake shit like y'all need to fake shit. You're all a bunch of fucking chomo protected motherfuckers who you supported D710 for how many fucking years, Trollop? You backed them up, you stacked them for how many fucking years? Exactly. You'll try backpedaling that now, and you'll try saying like you know a little bit more about the story, or you never supported him. Clearly, you supported him in Tracy's fucking comments for the last fucking 18 months. Clearly, you have.
Glenda, you ignorant little, methed up faggot. Trollop stands by every word said about Decone. Trollop supported Decone only to the extent that no actual proof was ever presented. It was Tiffany who first came to Tracy and Trollop and tried to sell the Decone story. Trollop immediately said the information provided was extremely suspicious and looked fabricated. Also, if any of these claims were true, Decone would have been arrested and charged. So, why is he walking free?
And before those 18 months, you sent private emails to people claiming that you knew you were in the know. You knew exactly what the story was with D710. And your words were you were going to stay out of it. And then you decided to side with him. Right, Charlotte? Right? We have your private fucking emails.
Glenda, why are you making up these lies? You do not have any Trollop emails about Decone. Now, you have to prove your claims and produce copies of these emails. Post them today. You won't, 'cause you can't.
Why?
That is the thing, Constance. You're exactly right. I'm not saying it's ridiculous because I don't think it is, but
Do you see the problem that creates, though?
Well, it depends
Well, yeah,
on
I
if it's
see
real
the-
life or not. It's just like with the Rick Crude and everything. I don't know who this dude is. Everybody, even people said I know who he is. So far, all I know is some old wrestler or something like that. I don't know who Rick Crude is, and I don't give a damn about who Rick Crude is. People like that, and this is what makes me laugh my ass off. Is people put up a front and they see a personality or a character, and they see him all sweaty, and his hair looking all rough, and he's acting like a badass. Well, let me just tell you about what real badasses in life are. Real badasses.
Yeah, let's show you what real badasses are. What's up, Andrea? My other microphone just took a crap. I gotta find a new cable. Let's see here. I think we do. Got something to show Andrea here, since she's interested. I believe that's it right there. We keep this one on hand, everybody. That's either one who got away that is maybe tacos, which is also for you to watch. For you to WO. Take screenshots and link the video. Tweet at the FBI that ship has sailed right there in the middle. And that might be Tacos talking to herself with one who went full gay. That was a long time ago. That was probably back in 2017. Right before I got swatted. That's no bullshit. About a week after. And then we had cops that sat about 30 feet away from my driveway where I was living at that time. He was out there for about a week, and then about a week, went by, and I went out and offered him some structured water, and he left and never came back. But there you go, if you're interested in some of these subversive pieces of shit. Like the Edward Clown, that guy right there likes to make. He likes to talk about sucking D, and people that like to suck D as he's the one there sucking D schleps in the background and being a liar, piece of shit, with his buddy Dorkbot right there. Here's another one who went full gay, hoping that I get pulled over and shot and tased and put in shackles. These clowns right here with Duckbot. Isn't that a blast right there? One who went full gay, probably, maybe. Just maybe also tacos too. Wow. Tacador self. Sitting there, tacador self.
Just keep their mouths shut. They don't go around saying, hey, I'm a man, so I'm going to do this. They don't do that shit. And for him to go ahead and threaten and do whatever the hell he did, oh my God. That just gives him away who he is. Because I don't give a fuck to walk up and smack his fucking brains out his head, grab him by his moppy ass head, use his mop for a butt, his head for a broom or some shit, and all across wherever the fuck. And that's just simple as that. Everybody talks about these fights. You go to the ground, you're going to the ground. No, you grab somebody's fucking eyeballs out and stick your fingers all the way down to the damn skull, then you lead them like a fucking puppy across wherever the fuck you're at. I guarantee you won't have no more problems out of them. So whoever the fuck Rick Rude is, that's my point about that. You want some, come get some.
All right, Ernie. I don't want to be
interesting enough that Ernie cries like the bitch he is to the cops, and they don't even listen to him. Isn't that amazing?
Involved in that. I don't really want to talk about him on my channel. I don't want anything to do with that guy. So, yeah, that's. I warned him. I said, don't, So I don't want to, Please just respect that. I don't want anything to do with that guy. I'm not in that. I don't want anything to do with that. Okay, but let's get back to the topic.
A pussy, but I do respect your service, but as a man, you're a pussy. And that's my take on it. I'm getting out of here. I've got a few percentage left. I've got a lot of shit to do. And yes, Airborne Vet, you're a pussy.
Wait, Ernie.
Goodbye. Yeah.
How do you think I'm a bully? I want to get this squared away.
Earlier, literally just.
You just voted to do it.
I did it first, so you
voted to do it.
Order.
Congress is this place in D.C. Some of you have seen videos of it. It is basically just a circus of useless people arguing about nonsense all day. But every now and again, they call each other racist. That's kind of fun, so enjoy.
Do you know what we're here for?
You know we're here about
just
AG.
I don't think you know what you're here for.
Well, you the one talking about.
I think your fake eyelashes are messing up.
No, ain't nothing.
Hold on.
Listen.
Order.
Mr. Chairman, would you please engage the order of your committee?
I do have a point of order, and I would like to move to take down Ms. Green's words. That is absolutely unacceptable. How dare you attack the physical appearance of another person?
Are your feelings hurt?
Her words down.
Aw.
Oh, girl, baby girl.
Oh, really?
Don't even play.
Baby girl? I don't think
we are going to move, and we're going to take your words down.
I second that motion.
I'm just curious, just to better understand your ruling. If someone on this committee then starts talking about somebody's bleach blonde, bad built butch body, that would not be engaging in personalities, correct?
A what now?
Chairman, I make a motion to strike those words.
I don't think that's
Hold
a
on.
part of
I'm
the.
trying to find clarification on what quality.
Chairman, motion to strike
I had no
those
idea
words.
what you just said.
We're not gonna do this. Look, you guys earlier literally just said
You just voted to do
Y'all did
it.
it first, so you know what the fuck-
voted to do it.
Order.
I'm trying to get clarification.
Look at, calm down. Calm down.
No, because this
I
is
would
what
like to
y'all
get
do.
through proceedings.
So I'm trying
Hey,
to get
Miss
clarification.
Crockett, you're not
You don't wanna
recognized.
play
Miss
games.
I can't hear
Crockett.
you with your
And
yelling.
you don't want me
Calm
to
down.
Be,
Can
no,
you please calm
don't
down?
tell me to calm down.
Calm down.
Because y'all
Please
talk
calm
noise,
down.
and then you
You're
can't
out of
take
control.
Because if I
Look,
come,
Chairman,
if I
can
come
we
and
send
talk about
break
her,
for 5
y'all gonna have a
Mr.
problem.
Chairman, Mr.
Order.
Chairman.
These people are supposed to be in charge of something. You know what I mean? It's just so ridiculous.
I want everybody to remember the first time I talked about Montegraph was when Jim, Mr. Medicare, asked me to come on his show and talk about Montegraph losing a defamation lawsuit against someone calling him a pedophile. Because Montegraph wasn't able to intelligibly defend himself from being called a pedophile. And so he lost the case. The guy who called Montegraph a pedophile won the case. And so when Jim introduces me to this guy, it's like, by the way, here's this guy. He just lost a lawsuit for defamation claiming people were calling him a pedophile and it was defamatory. He's like, no! And I'm like, gross. I don't know why I would believe it. Who knows?
Oh, here's the exhibit. In Exhibit 1 DVD, defendant, with his face and voice, accuses the plaintiff of being a pedophile. The live stream broadcast occurred on April 6, 2019, from the defendant's Blackstone Intelligence Network YouTube channel. The defendant falsely accused the plaintiff of pedophilia a number of times during that live stream. Over 4,500 people heard and saw the video, which triggered this very lawsuit. So this is his follow-up, I guess, because the first one made no sense, and he's trying to. This is more specific. Is that specific enough?
No, I mean, it's not going to be specific enough to overcome the jurisdiction problems, because he would have to prove that he had directed the acts towards Colorado. If he really wanted to sue him, he would have to sue him in federal court or in state court in North Carolina or wherever the defendant actually is, where they'd have jurisdiction over him. That's the biggest hurdle he's got. What page were you reading that on? 6, you said?
Oh, yeah. So it's the 11-page document, the response. It's the second page, plaintiff's answer. It says Exhibit 1 DVD.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's from the paragraph where it says, see quest response to Morphonius motion. And then the second page of that. It's just that one little paragraph.
There we go. Yeah. No. And it wasn't... he's addressing other parts of the motion, but I got dismissed on jurisdictional grounds, so they didn't even get to this other stuff. Yeah, he would have had to amend his pleadings rather than just answering in the motion. He could have requested that to the court. But I mean, this is why you get a lawyer, right? The interesting thing is he raises kind of a good argument on page 3. There's one where it talks about he is a journalist with the standard of journalistic integrity. This is actually part of a defamation cause of action. Where is it? Where you argue that basically they
Oh, is it the third paragraph? The defendant's introduction to this very lawsuit explicitly points out what a professional independent journalist the defendant is.
Right, yes.
Coupled with his investigational skills.
I literally believe and affirm everything I've ever said about Montegraph. There you go. Belief doesn't make it true. Poor man's gold PMG. It's not about what makes something true. It's about whether or not you reasonably would know it to be false.
Let me talk to you about P. Diddy. You know, you watch rap and you listen to any contemporary music. I don't care if it's white or black, and it's you know, when I was growing up and my parents were like, "You're not listening to Afternoon Delight, please." But now you listen to stuff, and I swear to you, 20% of the songs are something about something going into somebody's butt, it seems. It has been so dark for so long, and now you read about P. Diddy, and what the hell is that guy's life all about?
Well, I mean, he has been seduced by money and fame and attention and just greed. And the music industry has a long history of just flat out demonic energy, and we've never seen anything like what's going on in rap music and what has been going on in rap music. Rap music is lyrical pornography, and we've mainstreamed. We've mainstreamed all of these guys, and not that physical pornography is any better, but I just don't remember Hugh Hefner and Larry Flint being invited to the White House, the Oval Office. I don't remember, hey, let's make them the halftime performers of the Super Bowl. This mainstreaming, normalizing, and treating rappers with such respect when they're just lyrical pornographers that promote a level of nihilism that that's just unprecedented in any other art form. And again, people, well, what about rap music and Ozzy Osbourne or this person or that person, Marilyn Manson or what? Nothing is on the level. And I'm not saying those other genres aren't bad, because all music has turned very nihilistic.
But it's not mainstream like rap is. Rap is everywhere.
Look, they've made it, they've melded it into sports. And so what's the strongest force on television? It's live sporting events, and that's why they've baked this music into live sporting events. And we wonder why our young people are so depraved and so just violent and have no control of their emotions, no control of their sexuality, just sexually fluid and sexually promiscuous. The music promotes it, and music influences people in a way that other art forms just don't. You remember every lyric of your favorite song. You never remember every word of a movie you saw or even a TV show you saw. Music is a very powerful form of communication that touches your soul in a way that other art forms don't. And so I'm not shocked. Diddy and his depraved behavior, from the video beating up the woman to the accusations of sex trafficking, it goes right along with rap music. It's peanut butter and jelly.
I have to tell you, I just read this morning. I think I can't remember what it was called, but there's 4% of the population that has this disorder, and music does not move them. That means 96% of human beings on Earth, it moves them spiritually and it moves them internally. Music has tremendous power to it that I think we're seeing the results of now. So, you know what comes to mind when I'm reading the stuff about P. Diddy is Epstein. And I absolutely am convinced Epstein was an agent of our government or a government. And it's why he got away with so much. I think he was an agent for our government. P. Diddy had cameras in every room. Everybody came over and doing all kinds of stuff. He has dirt on everybody. Do you think he was an agent?
Yes, I think a CIA agent would be my guess, and I think that a lot of the people in the rap music industry are. And I'll say this as someone.
Wait.
Yeah.
You think a lot are?
Yes, because Glenn, look at. I mean, again, there's no reason for you to know all these details. Rap probably hasn't been your thing, but it has been mine ever since I was a kid. And so I've followed the rap music industry. Right now, there's so little talent, actual talent, that in rap music, and so it doesn't require some level of skill, and so these people are clearly selected. A Sexy Red or Cardi B or a bunch of these very popular rappers now, they have no talent. So how do they get picked? How does everybody fit the profile of someone who, if they weren't a rapper, there's nothing else on the planet that they're capable of really doing other than being a rap music celebrity? And so, yeah, I think all of these people are picked, they're groomed, and then they're giving talk. The music industry gives them rapping points or talking points or things they have to support and believe in what the music has to be. I think, again, the people that want to bring down America and the freedoms that we have taken for granted here in America, they're using this particular art form or music form to help accomplish those goals. And that's why, I mean, it's run by a very, very criminal element, not just the artists, but the people in charge of the record labels. It's a band of criminals, and I think the government has dirt on all of them. Kanye West has said in an interview, hey, look, they can't pressure me the way they pressure some of these other artists because I've never committed murder. He said that, and he said it as a way of saying they have dirt on these other artists so they can control them. They don't have that kind of dirt on me. That's why I'm harder to control.
I will tell you, I just talked to somebody who works in Hollywood and is a good guy and is just disgusted and is just dying to leave. But he's in a position to where he sees it all. And we were talking, and I couldn't believe, because he said it just dead straight. He said, Glenn, you know, you read about the sex things and you're seeing these documentaries on. He said, you have no idea. It is full out, almost devil worship. He said, it is so dark in Hollywood and the things that go on. If people knew that these documentaries are just scratching the surface of what really happens, that's terrifying. Just terrifying. Jason Whitlock is who we're talking to. He's a longtime sports writer, TV personality from ESPN. If you ever watch ESPN, you know who he is. He's the guy who started the Undefeated for ESPN and steered Fox Sports 1 studio show, Speak for Yourself. But he's also, and I just have to point this out because I find it amazing with people with different opinions actually winning things. While he was at the Kansas City Star, he won the Scripps Howard National Journalism Award for commentary in 2007, which is a really big deal. He is the only sports writer to ever win that award. Quite an accomplishment. Jason, we only have a few minutes. I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. Just want a quick answer from you because I want to get into something a little deeper. Last question on P. Diddy. You know, the videotape is out. He was taping people in his house. Is he done? Is he Louis C.K. at least for a little while?
Yeah, I think he's Russell Simmons. He was Russell Simmons, another rap mogul who got Me Too'd and I think now lives in Bali and basically had to leave the country for peace. And I think that's where Diddy's going to end up if there are no criminal charges. I think he just ends up moving out of the country and existing from afar.
Erase it now, jackass. Erase it now. That's legal notice. Erase it now. The Earth is flat. It's not round. We don't have an atmosphere. We have an atmo flat.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Hi. Oh my God. You okay?
Oh, yeah.
I feel bad starting the fucking shit out of you.
Yeah, sorry, I'm like work mode still.
You got like 30 seconds. My dog thought you were really cute. He wanted me to go up to you. And he's going to be really disappointed if I don't say hi. You know?
Say hi to your dog.
He's very adamant. You have a boyfriend? But are you going to marry your boyfriend?
Yes.
Oh, fuck. You were supposed to say no. But is your boyfriend a flat earther?
No.
How can you take a guy seriously then if he's not a flat earther? That means he believes all the mainstream conspiracies.
I don't think he believes in any conspiracy. I'm a conspiracy theorist.
You need like a nice flat earther in your life. Someone who's going to tell you what is flat and what is round.
One question for you. Are you Swedish?
No.
You look so fucking Swedish. Puerto Rican? Boricua, right?
Sí, Boricua.
My ex was actually from Puerto Rico.
Oh, which part?
San Juan.
Oh.
But she grew up in Virginia.
Oh, nice.
She was like half crazy. Just
think
kidding,
we
just
all
kidding.
are.
Yeah, you guys. Boricua is mucho, like
Yeah,
way too much.
it's just like strong energy.
What is wrong with you, huh? What is wrong with your genes?
Blood. I don't know. We got all three, so.
Like, how was your passion then?
Huh?
How was your passion? How was your fire?
It's. If you piss me off, you'll see it. But if you're kind, it's like.
Maybe I'll try to just piss you off a little bit because I like a little bit of fire. Yeah. See, I like two things in the world. I like the fire in girls, and I also like that the Earth is flat.
Oh, you're a flat earther.
Yeah, I'm a flat earther. The Earth is flat. It's not round.
Oh.
We don't have an atmosphere. We have an atmo flat.
Oh wow.
Yes.
Is it like a pool? Like
Yeah. The firmament is like the one which is moving. We are stable, and like the firmament is
That's interesting.
Yes,
Yeah.
it goes around and around.
Yeah.
That's why you don't get dizzy because you take some Dramamine.
Yeah.
And then you don't feel dizzy at all because you're still moving. You
Right.
know?
That's awesome. So what's your name?
Nitin.
Nitin, nice to meet you. You have Instagram?
Yes. I'll also take your number.
Hit me up.
Definitely. Oh, what is going on?
You're not showing up? You got a fake account?
It's because the Earth is flat. We are waiting for the network to come.
Right.
If it was round, then the network would be here. It will be successfully connecting. What's my name?
I'm the worst at names.
Liar.
Sorry.
Mentirosa. Fucking Boricua and you.
What's your name again?
Nitin.
Nitin.
Yeah.
Nitin,
like knitting a sweater. Yeah. Knitting a sweater.
DMV getting my fucking car registered.
And that's
So
the
I-
problem.
and then he said he wanted to have the
shouldn't be
LARP
driving.
fight. I drove right home and he didn't answer the fucking call. His voicemail got played and he's getting all butthurt. And Anton didn't even have his number until Aaron gave Anton my numbers, and then I gave Aaron's number to Anton. But he gave my number to Anton first. So that's all. And he doesn't want to tell the story right.
But
so
do
that's
you
the real
see the
story.
part where you sound like a bunch of middle school girls, and then you
Yes,
drag
I get
women
that. But I
into
don't.
it,
I
and
never.
you target
Becky's shit
women?
is outside my realm of my
All of
wheelhouse.
you
I
are
don't know
childless
any.
creeps. You're all
She's going
childless.
back to shit from fucking
Your
years and years before I even knew
is
her.
that you have no children.
Or not
that
years
we
and
can
years,
dox.
but a couple years
Because
before
if
I
I
knew
could
her.
dox your kids and
is
your unborn
the
fetuses,
origin, the
I'd have a
genesis
dox
of
lottery
these
every Friday
rope
night.
LARPing. I was just in
Well,
the middle
we
of
could put
some
a
shit shows
5150 out on
where
one
I
of
didn't
the
even know what the
moms or
fuck was
dads.
happening until it
I don't
was
give
too
a
late.
fuck.
I got granny fluid up to my throat. Fucking these
No,
people
no
are yelling
fluids.
all this crazy shit about shit that happened 7 years ago, and I'm on panel all confused. I'm a
You need a
victim
well
of this
check.
drama.
What do you think
and
about
I'm
people
just trying to
using
figure it out.
children, Scott?
I'm along for the ride with you, Andrea, on the
Scott,
granny fluid
about
train.
bullying
We're on
using
like
I'm
the
not a
raging
grandma.
rapids of granny fluid right here. We got
At
Denise
least
in the
I'm
chat.
able to procreate.
This is some serious fucking
You can't
masterful granny
procreate.
fluid.
Number one, you'd have to
Well,
not have wrist
that's not really the issue.
You're a loser,
The issue is the
Scotty.
logistics of timing.
I wanna know
Oh,
why
Denise
all of
made
you
it! We are fucking fully granny fluid championship level.
Who are
I'll
you
mute
calling
out
a
for
granny,
Denise.
bitch? You're
Well,
not that much
you.
younger than me, faggot. I'll slap the taste
How
out
old?
of your
Well, I
YouTube
heard
mouth,
you said your kids
motherfucker.
were grown.
Sorry
You
for
said you had
cussing
grown
this.
kids. You
Stupid
said your
thing.
kids were grown by your own admission.
You don't need to
assumed you
worry
were.
about my kids. That's the point. I might have.
I'm
grown
just
ones
going off
and
what you
non-grown
said.
ones.
You said you got grown kids, so you're a granny.
Is this okay for Colleen to do? To use people's family members? This is a school play.
I'm just trying to level the playing field that you're lying about me. And also, I would like to hear the Tretch story, too.
I'm gonna level
'Cause
the
I
playing
think you're
field
lying
by
about
sending
that, too.
your mom a big black double-sided dildo.
Pauline, do you
and some peanut butter.
Well, that's sounds like something right up your alley.
Well, you don't have any
The
kids,
streets
so
of
who
Philly.
can I attack? I'll
You're
go
one
after
of
your mommy.
the Philly's
I'll go
finest,
for
aren't
your
you?
mommy. If I
Kensington's
can't get
finest.
her, I'll get your girlfriend. I'll have her fired from her job. Keep talking shit, Scott.
I
No,
don't
I'm
think
serious.
I don't
Keep
think you're
attacking people's
able.
kids,
I don't
and I
think
will
you're able
dox
to.
the unborn fetuses of your nieces and nephews. I don't give a fuck.
There you go.
Lord, yeah.
I don't know who this
is, but goodbye.
I'm very outraged. Yes.
I'm trying to give you some outrage.
Yeah, that's Andrea Denise, and she is very Philadelphia. But I was born in Philadelphia before I moved to New England.
You were
so
not. No, you weren't.
Yeah, I was. Or I
No,
was
you
born
were
in.
born in Scranton, you fucking liar. You lie about
Technically, I was
everything.
born in Bristol.
Yeah,
you know
you're
where that is?
nowhere close to Philly. You would never survive.
Bristol's
in
pretty
Philly.
close to Philly.
It's closer
It
to
is,
Scranton.
but then I moved closer when I was 2. I lived in technically Yardley for 2 years, but I was born in Bristol, and then I moved to Bucks County when I was 2. Technically, that's how
I'm
that
from
works.
Delaware County, and you're more than welcome to come by anytime.
In Delaware County. Now, oh, you're inviting me over for tea and biscuits now?
I mean,
Are
yeah,
we
you
gonna
want
have?
a cheesesteak? Stromboli?
I do like cheesesteak. I do like Italian food. So
Hey,
that's
his house.
what, Becky? I can't hear you.
Just go over to Anton's page because your house is on there.
I think
Sorry,
I've
I
seen
was
it.
just LARPing as a doxer. That lady Denise took me seriously, but I was just LARPing as a mean
I know.
bad doxer. I don't dox people. I don't have to. I'm too good at this. I don't have to dox or target people's family that aren't offline.
And it's my own panel, and I'm not just going to let Scotty talk to have a show.
What do you mean? You're part of the show. I'm part of the show.
Several questions.
I'm along for the ride, and I'm just trying to get some clarity. What
now
happened
you're
with
talking.
Tretch?
Right
Do you
now
want to
you're
explain
talking.
what happened with Tretch?
Right now you're talking. I
Okay.
asked you, was it okay what Colleen's doing, having Brenda's kids over there?
I have no idea about that. When did that
I
happen?
just showed it to you. Rewind this.
Here's the problem with this. This is like Tracy and Tiffany and Katie. They're like, well, she doxed my family. And they're like, well, she doxed my family. And then they have all doxed each other's families. So it's
No,
like,
you're deflecting
which
by bringing
came
up other
first, the
people's
chicken? So I
situations.
don't know what I'm saying is
Answer,
I don't
Scotty.
know who was where's the origin of the who did it
He's on a
first, but they've
hamster
all
wheel.
kind of done
Who did
it.
it first? I've never seen Brenda or Nora.
And what I'm saying is they all have
without
dirt on each other, and
Colleen's
it's very
kids.
convoluted because it
Her
goes
kids
back
are
before
adults,
my
by the
time.
way, and they still have
So
not.
here's the deal. I only try to go for the
I'm
shit
listening.
that I've been around and the shit. So if it goes before my time, I try to stand down to that. Like,
Thank you anyway, but I refuse to have someone come over and bully me on my panel and overtalk. Just because you can talk more does not mean you win. He can take the whole box of W's and leave for that matter, you know. That's pathetic to have no manners whatsoever.
Yeah, he's like that. That's why I popped up, just to kind of give him a run for his money a little.
Yeah.
I don't care for Scotty.
Neither do I at all. He thinks it's funny what he's doing.
Well, because it's a game to him. He's not good at boxing. He's not good at wrestling. He's not good at having sex, procreation, relationships. So what he does is he's created this persona of this Eagle Fang, Cobra Kai bad guy. And really what he's found out over the years is that the only thing that he can do to trigger people is just watch people get upset about stuff affecting their children because he doesn't have any. You see, he's insensitive. So sometimes I just use nasty words with him for fun. Sorry about that.
No apologies from me. He gets what he gets. That is the thing. He doesn't have any kids, so he thinks it's fine and dandy for other people to use people's children. He thinks it's funny to dox people's family members.
Yeah. I mean, he basically wakes up and makes a free will decision when his little paws hit the floor to be a piece of shit every single day. And for watch hours and attention, because Scotty's so attention starved and is always like, he's like a little pick me girl. Pick me. Like, tell us you were the last one picked for dodgeball without telling us, Scotty.
Exactly. He's the queen. He's the queen for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody goes over to his channel anymore because they've had enough of it, of him.
Well, the misfits and the rejects and just people that want to chat will go there because they're bored, but because, he keeps his net out in the water all day long. I mean, it's kind of a sad existence. Like sometimes my empathy kicks in, my persona takes a back seat, and I actually feel sorry for him. That's my weakness, but fuck him. He's too invested, if you ask me.
Way too invested. And he's teaching his girlfriend that this is a game. He thinks you have to level up because he's a troll and a LARPer, and he's just going to the higher levels. He says I can never reach his level. Well,
I don't really believe that's his girlfriend, to be honest. No woman in their right mind would put up with that kind of behavior.
She can't be normal. The baby talking does and stuff. Yeah, she's not a normal. Put up with that.
Well, think about the type of lady that you would have to be to, first of all, even go on a date with a guy like Scotty.
Right.
Okay. Think about that, and then think about how long she's been supposedly dealing with him. So she's either not his girlfriend at all, and he's a couch hopper or something, or she's his fag hag. Sorry, people. Or, I don't know, she's just a complete retard. Sorry, not sorry.
Well, he definitely isn't his equal or even right below him because he went and got truly for himself.
I have a narrative. He's holding her hostage. He abducted her from next to the pool.
Doesn't even remember her. Goes home. I bought 2 for me, but I forgot. But if you want one, have it. But I really want both. That's like
really, because he's not feeding her. He's like got her locked in a hold like Buffalo Bill, and he just lets her climb. He puts like a rope ladder down the hole to let her up to, talk on YouTube every once in a while. That's why it sounds like that.
Right. Anton straight up. True comment. I don't know who that is. Whatever that troll's name is. Well, that's the thing. They put this narrative out. I think she is. I think that's the only way he survived. He's got her in there for the financial support.
I think maybe he gets a crazy check.
He might.
I do. I think that he gets one of those crazy checks that the people get when they're Looney Tunes, and he's just always looking for something to supplement. He's got too much time on his hands, clearly. And then he's worried about what everybody else is doing with their time and their family and stuff like that. Like, where's your family? Like, who is his only accessory on YouTube? This lady in the hole.
He likes to pay part, like he splits bills. Like, my man would just never do these type of things with me. And then he hangs over there with that. Have you ever heard of that JT Colfax?
I've heard the name, but I don't know of them. If I have, I don't know them by name.
He has a lifelong protection order for trying to burn down John Benet Ramsey's parents' home.
Oh, it's a news name. Okay, that's why.
Yeah, and he got in trouble for messing around with dead people at the funeral home, taking their pictures and putting, and putting jokes in their boxes and stuff. Like, these are the type of people who would want their loved one to go to a funeral home and then come to find out that the dude's messing with dead bodies, doing sick sexual stuff with them, and putting jokes in their boxes and taking pictures of their bodies in weird positions and all of this.
That's sick.
Yeah. Yes, Denise, correct. That JT. And that JT Colfax is the dude who grabbed his crotch on Clovis. But then Clovis tried to set up Hoax Wars and say it was Hoax Wars panel guests that did it. And then Clovis said she's going to get sexual charges, that he sexually molested her and it was molested.
The cyber molestation.
Yes.
Hey, lady, that's probably the most action you've had in years, number one. Number two, if you feel so violated and molested, don't go online. I mean, sorry to say it, but it's just the truth. Like, if you're going to come into troll communities and talk shit, you got to have some kind of a thick skin.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
That's why I left. And when I came back, I didn't make the channel until after I saw how it was going to go. I went on, I've explained it before. I went on Taco's channel, no problems. Went on Scotty's, no problems, except for after I left. He's like, man, Becky's fake being nice. Then I went on Gomez's, and Scotty was over there attacking me about my niece who committed suicide. Coming
Well, that's
at
what he does. He chases off truthers. That's Scotty's job.
Yeah.
And that's how it's always been. I've noticed a pattern with Scotty for a very, very long time. That's all he is. He's the Joker. He's not the Joker like the comic book, like the court jester.
Right, exactly.
You know, so miss me with your shit, Scotty, and all of your little narratives and spin, wine cooler public relations.
Exactly. Well, I thank you for coming up. I appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
You are welcome over here anytime, lady. It was good to see you.
It was a pleasure. Bye.
Bye. You guys all take care in the chat. And Clovis, you didn't contact the news station. You're lying to all of your chatters. You're lying to Jesse. You're lying to Colleen. You're lying to Jolly. You're lying to Lee. You're lying. Again, just like Colleen and the rest of them, you're lying. Oh, bull crap if you do, backstage people. And I don't need to duck. Your little gaslighting words don't help, because all you do is play games and talk over, where no one, even on another panel, you have no respect. I asked you if you saw where I called you out and that you're a liar about suicide trolling my niece. You've been doing it, and you knew what you were doing. Hi, Denise. Scott's backstage, but I'm not going to add him.
Oh, I don't mind. I don't have any fights with him. Hello, Becky. Good to see you lately. You've been really strong and sounding good.
Well, thank you.
I've been enjoying your channel. Good title on it too, because it is rancid out there.
It is. Clovis can't pronounce it. It's rancid.
You know what she did? Did you see what she did? She's talking about me. She says, now I'm going to show you how Denise Matteau has been stalking me for all these years. And here she is. And then she pulls up your channel. Rancid, it says right across it, Rancid YouTubers. And she's got your whole video list. And she's continuing to say that that's me.
Yeah, that's what she does.
It's like, my God. She must have got her meds confused or something.
Maybe she's just not illiterate. Maybe there's more to it.
Well, no, I don't understand. You know, I mean, I know that she's a special kind of special, okay? And I don't, there's a lot of stuff that goes on, and I used to get into a lot of tussles with different people, and, you know, finally I discerned which ones need addressing, and she's one that needs addressing. I mean, she thinks that she can make videos talking about having these phone conversations with people. Like she made a video directly talking about conversations with my nephew's family in the year before he died. And I didn't say anything
Unreal
when he
what
died.
they did to you with that. Everywhere
Well,
I see what they're doing with that.
Yeah. The thing is, I ignore the people that are just jumping on because it looks like a crazy place to be and they want to be cool. I don't care about them. For a while, I was going after them too because I was still trying to sort it out. But as I say, there are a couple of people who are truly ringleaders, truly active. They're financial. the law doesn't care about people bullying each other. It only gets involved when the crimes have a certain amount of financial and physical presence, and like the whole cyber molesting thing, that's real. And she thinks that by making replies that they don't know the rest of it. Like when I said what I said about that deputy, I mean, she thinks that there's no history of communication with that man, and that she remembers herself doing the video back when I said, this was like 3 years ago, it was a while back, a couple of years ago, when she made a video about my daughter, and it was horrific. And it was about the manner in which my daughter died. And I sent that video to the sheriff's department. And I said in my own video, I said I had spoken to a sheriff. Well, the person I had spoken to was a deputy. Now, she got involved enough to discover exactly who it was and made a video laughing that I had only spoken to a deputy and he had no authority. The fact is, of course, he has authority. He has the right as a deputy to talk to his own law enforcement about whether they should look into something or whether they should refer it up channel to the FBI or whatever they tried to do. He told me he was going to see what he could do. And then it turns out nothing happened. She starts making videos laughing about it. She thinks none of that is there. She thinks that the record of who that guy was isn't there. I don't care how many lies she tells. Let her tell them.
And they do have record of it because they have record when she's contacted my department too. I know you've kept record. I've kept record and kept the videos. Like I have the video of her claiming this stuff. I have the video where she showed your daughter's memorial page and said she contacted people. I have all the videos on her.
Well, the thing is, she said things in her conversation to prove that she really did contact these people because she said things that were not ever published anywhere.
Right.
And I know what happened inside my family around my nephew. I know my own family business. I'm not putting it out on the internet. But I know what happened.
But she said things that only you and yours would know.
Right. So, I mean, obviously, that contact is there. Plus, as I said, there are arrests going on. There have been these arrests that what they're doing is it started with, the fact that as much as people want to laugh at Thomas Schoenberger and call him names and everything, the fact is he had the position of what he was doing and everything that happened with him and DeFanco and all that other crap that entered several federal civil cases that involve real investigators. And together, he and I did manage to get the right eyes on the thing as an extortion ring and start making connections. Clovis is one of the connected pins to a lot of the finances. She thinks she can lie about the truck driver stuff. I mean, that was a matter of record because I made reports at the time on the fact that they were putting up a request that people learn the names of the different parts of a COVID test kit so that when you're helping the truck drivers get their lunch and everything she says they were trying to help them do, you're supposed to get into conversations and know these words. And I only asked one question. Give me one good reason why, if you're just bringing a hungry trucker a lunch, you need to talk about the various parts of a COVID test kit. Why would you need to have that conversation?
And it was supposedly just to get them some hot food or get them lunch. Yes.
Yeah. So, I mean, obviously, she was setting up lot lizards to collect information on which trucks were carrying which cargo. And she had Angela G post a list of the words because they were not listed on the cargo as test kits. They were posting the different words that would show up on the manifest. so that they could either get a chance, do the lot lizard thing of cozying up to the guy in the cabin and look at his paperwork or ask him to talk, whatever they were doing. The thing is that video was sent to several different agencies related to transportation. Angela G herself was reported to transportation for her part in it. And she is also the admin on several Discord chats where she manages for Tretch Renfro and a few other activists, where she gets all the IP information on all the poor suckers they lure into their Discord chats. Because when you're an admin in Discord, see in YouTube, if you give someone a wrench, they can't see anything except who's in the chat, right? They can't see their private passwords or their IP addresses. But if you give an admin level to a Discord server, you can see the admins see all that stuff.
Yep, sure can.
And then they set them up for being hacked, and they set up the impersonation accounts and all that other crap.
Extremely. That is way back to the leftover days. That's why they wanted people to go into the server all the time. So, yeah. And I wanted you to, if you do talk to Thomas, it's getting spread around by Terry, Joyce, Clovis, Colleen, and Jesse that I'm a Thomas mindless minion. I'm sure he's used to it, but apologize. I don't want no heat from nobody.
I know they're just stupid. I mean, the whole thing now they're trying to start a whole bunch of stuff that's just plain stupid. And it's like I said, the biggest problem with Thomas is that he's been an asshole, and so is a lot of people, and that in and of itself is not a crime. And the people who are making the accusations, when you start looking at them, it's like, why are they trying to throw so much shade at that guy? It's ridiculous.
Well, they're spreading a virus. They've made him in. Hey, Shiz. Hey, Tetro. They've made him into the big bad wolf, and they need to have drama and discourse, so they use him as the outlet. Because
and they've invested a lot into that whole thing. They've invested into making him be the guy who's going to be blamed for everything, and it's not happening. And I'm getting some pretty weird emails, privately from people that I just keep an eye on because they're so creepy, but they send me this stuff, and I can see the panic spreading because with this arrest of this William Amick guy, the guy that was making the actual child porn videos, actually producing them with the kids in his room.
Yes.
He was the one who was extradited from Michigan to Minnesota. Well, that chat room is one of the hubs that these Discord people around Terry, Joyce, and some of these others have been using. That's why there's panic spreading. And they can't do anything about it because the law knows who was in that chat room and who wasn't. And they're spreading rumors about people who were never in that chat room, while people who were in that chat room, one of them has fled the country. Another one several are making panic-stricken videos accusing each other of stuff. They're all getting into these fights with David Schurter, who basically, Schurter is just going to keep saying the same thing over and over again because he's a mental case. And so they're trying to use him now because Thomas is being quiet. So now they're going to try to use David Schurter to hide. But the law doesn't care. It's not going after these guys. It's going after the ones who were in the chat where William Amick and his porn crap was going on. And that
Terry Joyce, who's playing Terry Joyce is playing a guessing game with people's lives. You're the an Anon account, and you are, and putting up polls and tagging people. That's harassment. And then she turns around and cries that she's being harassed, but she is the harasser.
Absolutely. And that's why I don't care what she says. I mean, it's stupid. I don't give a damn. I don't know who Anon is. All that person does, whoever it is they put up images that they know she's going to be triggered by, and they put music on them. And that's enough to get her going, because she has, I think, you know about this thing called histrionic personality disorder?
Yes.
I think she has that. I think when I'm watching her, I'd say that's the problem right there.
I would definitely agree. There's no way, in my opinion, she's ever going to make it as a journalist. The way already she doesn't do any research. Like you said, she plays guessing game. What? That's not journalism. I mean, I just don't get it. And then
did you see what happened when she did check?
I tried to help her out on Colleen. That has Colleen written all over it. That account has Colleen written all over it. I mean, I am very
probably out of that same group. They all do the same kind of comedy, and that's why I say I don't care about the ones who are just being stupid, because I'm after the actual criminal part of the gang, which is going down, and they can laugh all they want, but it's happening. I mean, I'm counting 3 arrests outside of those raids that happened in Boston and New York last September, where they busted 3 cat houses in New York, and not in New York, but in Boston. I forget what happened in New York, but it was around the same time. They were all like Ghislaine Maxwell, Epstein level little black books full of corporate executives and politicians. And they didn't put the names of these guys out, but they got the names. And then now they're going down through the internet black web networks. They're going into the Hollywood networks. A lot of it attaches back to Isaac Cappy, because the whole thing that happened with him was he got sucked into the trafficking cult that was called Famalam. That was all involved with a lot of these people that we see running around YouTube. And he got sucked into actually inviting youngsters there, thinking he was putting them in touch with actual counselors. Then he discovered that it was people like that William Amick character that were in there. And there was another one in there who actually started grooming some of the young kids. And when Isaac Cappy discovered what he had done, that's why he called himself a Judas, because he didn't realize they were using him. And it was not Thomas using him. Thomas is getting blamed by the ones who were using him, who were in that chat room and still are in some of those chat rooms. And of course they want...
Sorry.
Hello?
I was never around that. Don't know. Everything I've learned after the fact. But I do remember the Voice to Skull LARP with the witch, Alicia,
that was with the Phoenix Enigma and Alicia the Witch people. That's the thing. The law doesn't care about that, but it's looking at that chat room. The Famalam and that is where the real trafficking was going on. And the thing is, they were able to take advantage of Thomas Schoenberger to a certain degree because of his own disorder. But when he realized what was going on, he walked away from it. And that's when the attacks on him went crazy, because when you set up that kind of trafficking ring, you have to have designated fall guys that are going to be sacrificed when the heat gets turned up.
Right.
And they thought they could. And that's why they're upset, because when Thomas basically went to the law himself and got involved with trying to figure out what was going on himself, they couldn't use him that way anymore, and they couldn't find any replacements for him. So
but I
that's
don't
why.
get how they can allow this, how Corey gets such a free pass when he LARPed it up. I mean, he got so much money LARPing it up and playing off that. And I mean, how stupid was that Voice to Skull? And to screw with Cappy's head that way? Yeah.
So far. They got the free pass so far. Like I say,
Good point.
I know that there's a big mop-up operation going on. And the thing is, when you're dealing with these people that go this high up, way up there in politics, it's not like you can just run out and start arresting people because, you know, these law enforcement people are not that high in the power chain. They can lose their jobs if they try to arrest the wrong people. So they have to set it up so that by the time they go out and arrest these people, the ones that are higher up the ladder are afraid to retaliate because, you know, it's like a giant chess game.
Exactly. Well, we'll keep on plugging on. I'm glad we got a chance to talk. I think this is the first time you and I've ever chatted together like this.
Yeah, I think so. And like I say, I think a lot of it is just, you know, putting some water under the bridge and getting strong enough to look around and say, hey, wait a minute, you know, I got to pick my battles. Is this person intentionally doing something? And number two, is what they're doing that important, you know? And the thing is, somebody can be real nasty, but some of these people that show up in chats, for example, they can be real nasty, but they're just flexing their muscles. They don't even know what they're participating in. And then the ones who do know, the ones who are the conduits, Clovis has been a major conduit. She's been a major connector with the stuff with Ed Stairs, and people are beginning to figure it out that whole case with Ed Stairs was connected to the Texas Attorney General's office. Yes. And that connects back into the same trafficking ring. I mean, Texas is a major border state, which is a major issue. If you're looking at international sex trafficking of children, you're looking at the border states. And Texas is trying to really physically seal off the border to get control of it. So that's why they hate us. And the war, it's real war. It's a genuine civil war. And all of the trafficking has to shift over to California because they're keeping the border open.
Yeah, nuts. It's just crazy. You made excellent points, though, on me in your video, I want to say. Like, I did have to learn to get over just the snarky commenters. And, you know, like, to not take it personally. I had to wait. Like, I tried before. I wasn't strong enough. I still bit. You know what I mean? And when you contacted, and I want to say this while you're here, because I've spoken to my police department, you didn't say anything negative about me when you contacted the cold case unit on.
No, I didn't.
No, you didn't.
I was talking about Brenda Becker.
Yeah, you did not say anything negative to the police department, the authorities here, in regards to my cousin, my husband's cousin's nephew. So.
Yeah, and the thing is, these people that were playing around the fringes, they were trying to gaslight you on that. And I just said, hey, you know, I just have to stand aside. She'll figure it out eventually. Because I myself, it was a long time before I figured a lot of this stuff out. And a lot of the reason is we're all trained by our own culture to be personal. If you look at how we're raised, and the only reason I was raised different was that I was raised in a very different situation where from a very early age, I was in with union organizers. My uncle, my dad and my uncles were heavy duty union organizers, and they were all about strategy. So I, as a child, was exposed to the idea that you have these strategic things of taking, you know, action on something. And I learned, you know, once you step away from the family, nothing's personal. But when I'm looking around at people and I'm saying, hey, you know, this is not personal. Look at what's going on. It was real hard to get people to do that.
You would get so mad because I would go back in and I would talk to Clovis again, or I'd talk to Tacos again, and you're like, why? And then you're like,
I was trying to micromanage, and I had to break myself of that habit. I was trying to say, okay, this is, you know, you can't do this with this. It's a bad strategy. But I was going into my old union steward thing where we would have strategies. because that's how you handle a strike. That's how you know, I mean, we won, we shut down a company, and within 10 minutes, we got a machine pulled away that was blocking a fire exit. And this was back in 1972, when they were burning us out. I mean, they were burning our town down. They were burning down mills that were 3 shifts running, live mills. We didn't have, you know, there was a whole war in New England that has been wiped from the history books. But that's the kind of thing. I grew up in a different world, really. And I'm 70 years old. And a lot of the stuff that I know today, I really didn't learn till I was 60. So if you guys are learning it now, you're way ahead of me.
I took a long, hard road to get here, but yeah, I came back for this very purpose. They stomped all over me. They enjoyed it. They chewed me up and spit me out. And yeah, it's not going to happen this time around. That's for sure. But I do appreciate you coming on, Denise, and that we got this opportunity to talk. And you did a killer stream today. You hit the nail on the head.
Thank you. I got a lot off my chest. It felt good.
I bet it did. Did you hear her video where she doxes her whole family, tells you what the name of the family?
And on top of it, she spills the beans on the whole situation with you and the interview on, what was it, CBS? She says
it was on Fox.
It was about her. And I said, you know, I remember that interview. I saw it when it happened, and it was about you and the threat from the horse dagger video. That's all it was. Yeah. And then it went on about general discussion of internet bullying in general. She's so narcissistic that she's actually furious that she wasn't in the middle of that. It's
right?
Stupid.
Exactly. I can't believe that her husband does not know what she's doing to her family out here and how she brings them out here on the interwebs like this.
He was on, she had if you go into that channel, she has a whole bunch of little 2-3 minute videos, one after the other, that were done like 3 days and 2 days ago.
Yeah,
and they're driving around, and his voice is there. He's talking to her while she's streaming. And that's what I meant. That's what triggered me to go in and say, hey, he is not innocent.
She even
because
says
she's had people believing that he's not in the house when she's doing her thing and he doesn't know and that. He was there in the car talking to her while she was trash talking you and me and the whole, you know, telling all her lies. He was right there.
Yes,
he's 100% part of it.
Yes, he was.
And what I said about her deputy and that thing, that's a matter of law. The guy lost his job over some kind of public accusation that was in their newspapers. And now she's bragging that her sheriff, when he runs for office, nobody ever challenges him. Well, that's a red flag right there. You got a real crooked county when nobody wants to challenge whoever's in office.
Well, you know, you saw, and that there was, I think, 2 videos put out on that cyber stalking channel, the news channel back then. And one of them was a state representative out of Greene County. And he had trouble with cyber stalkers. And he was trying to get money to get a list for like convicted cyber stalkers, or not convicted or something. But if you got a protection order or some kind of a court order, to put them on a list. And Colleen has stalked him galore, saying that he was getting money because of me. And she stalked him galore. Then they stalked this news reporter galore. And yeah, I spoke with him today, and she hadn't heard from her since several years ago when she talked to me about the interview, and I warned her about her and others. So yeah, that's how much of a liar she is.
Well, you know, it's taken a few years for the whole thing to kind of get to the point where they could pick out the structure and ignore the add-ons. And now it's at the point where they can see who has been at this for all these years doing certain things and showing up at certain times. And, you know, it's really, it's a whole, basically it's a new level of social activity that we've had to learn, and the law itself has had to catch up with. But there, in the last few years, they've been, for one thing, it's only in the last 3 or 4 years that most police departments now have access to software, so that it's no longer a big deal. If you call them up and say, hey, this cyber stalking thing is going on, blah, 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 they can plug a couple of names that you give them right into their software, and they can pull up all the activity and say, yes, this is the real deal, or no, lady, you just gotta, you know, settle your difference with this person. It don't matter. They can see all the activity.
Correct.
Including all the things like bankruptcies that go sideways and get weird and stuff like that, and put that together with the people doing lien searches on real estate. See, that's one of the reasons why I decided to take on this fight and go for it, because they can't touch me because I don't have any real estate. And if I had $1 million, I would simply pay the rent ahead of time and say, I don't want real estate because you can't touch me. I mean, not you personally, but people.
I know what you mean.
You know.
Well, it's the stupidity level goes like same thing like with Colleen, that there was a Sheriff Deputy Yates, Yates, if you want to look him up here in Clark County, who was gunned down in the line of duty, killed.
Oh.
And wonderful man. He was one of the men that came here during the time I was having trouble. And Colleen like mocked his death. Now that's not illegal. But what?
No, but it is psychologically significant. It shows the patterns that mean something when the law's looking at this stuff.
Yes, and what happens when you turn a cop maybe the wrong way? I'm not saying this is happening. I don't know, but I've seen it. Like if you like flip a cop off and they can't do something about it, they might not be able to do something to you then. But do you think the next time you go through town, they're going to be watching you, trying to get you for any little thing they can? Well, that's what they're doing to her, in my opinion.
You don't want to make enemies. You don't want enemies with badges. You really don't.
Exactly. Mocking
See, that's what Winter Moon did with the police down here. They really weren't interested in helping with anything. But she called them up and bitched them out for not doing what she wanted them to do. And she was pretending she had police authority. And, you know, I don't know if she was calling herself a detective or what she was saying. But she basically tried to tell them how to do their job. And she made it personal. And it was like, that's when they contacted me and said, hey, tell us what you know about this Tammy Mathis person. We're going to arrest her if she shows up down here. She made it personal. It's like, I said, oh, good.
Yeah, none of that had anything to do with me other than he came here and got a report and was nice. And that was enough for her to attack. And it just never ends.
And then that just proved my point to the cold case was not, because the first question they asked is, well, what did you witness? And I said, as far as that case is concerned, I don't know anything about it, but I do know that I'm being attacked about my deceased daughter by the same people that you're getting the protection order against. So I think you need to ask, why are these people so focused on these deaths? And actually, it was in looking at that it's when Thomas and I started talking, because we put together and realized of about 6 or 7 people who were being attacked by the same little cluster, every single one had a homicide or suspicious suicide in the family.
That's
every single one.
I'm starting to notice a pattern right there.
And the other thing is Wheatree Bonsai, who died, she was always in the chats with these people. I saw her in a chat telling people how they were being advocates for the victims, because I was starting to cause trouble at the time, and so people were talking about what was going on. And she was saying how, well, they're trying to be advocates, and one of the things they do, and she learned this from Lori, was to use the websites like Parents of Murdered Children, and you find the families. So she basically laid out there, and she was an elderly woman who probably had no clue what she was actually doing. They had her getting contact with people through that website and others, and giving the private information to Lori's crew. Now, Lori's crew is attached backdoor to Terry Joyce because we've tracked her through producers in Oxygen Network that were producing a series of shows on deadly cults and homicides that are attached to cults. That's why they focused on me, because I started talking about that kind of thing, but I wasn't talking about them. I was just talking about my family's situation. And it's a multi-million-dollar media production series that involved Oxygen Network and Sony and some major Hollywood production. And that's where you get people like Isaac Cappy, and you get these other people that are in these chat rooms trying to maneuver their way. And the whole thing with Thomas Schoenberger was there was an actual contract with Sony Corporation where they were going to do a series about Cicada, but they were gaslighting Thomas Schoenberger, making it out that it was going to be about him being a great musician with Cicada, when in fact they were doing a deadly cult thing and trying to turn, they don't care if a death was actually attached to that cult. They'll find something that looks good and make it part of the storyline. Like my daughter's death, yes, cult related, but when I say a gang killed my daughter, I'm speaking specifically about some people in Massachusetts who, in fact, one of them showed up with Tammy Mathis in my chat, a man I recognized from Massachusetts. And that's how I got involved in all this. I was just following the thread from Massachusetts and all these other people. It turned out that it is connected to turning life stories into multi-million-dollar media production. And basically, the whole true crime world, you go to all these channels where they'll go after these families, and the families can't even go to the police anymore with a victim in their family because they're going to have a bunch of true crime idiots with bullhorns out on the front lawn because these people are making money off it.
I do want to publicly say I haven't seen anything from Lori in a few months now, or had any issues or trouble. And I haven't had any issues or trouble from Brenda.
No, it's not about her activity in YouTube. The whole thing with the production, she did have a contract. She sent me part of it because she was trying to persuade me without telling me what was really going on. Same thing they were doing to Schoenberger, telling them they were doing something else than what they were doing. And they did the same to me. And then when we compared notes, we saw what was going on. Lori had a contract, and I don't give a damn where she is now. We're following the trail of the producers and who else was on that making money, because they did do a number of things, and the Florida case is still open, and it's looking dirtier and dirtier. It really is.
It's unreal. Come out here so innocent, telling all about yourself, exposing all, not knowing of the crud out here, and then you realize, oh my gosh, I got to go lock everything down after it's kind of too late.
Yeah, it always happens after it's too late, because how else do you find out? And that's the sad part of it.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of people now, seeing what happened to people like you and me, they don't have to step in it themselves. They can avoid it now.
Right, most definitely. Well, thank you, Denise. I'm going to go ahead and have a few last
I gotta go
before I close out.
Thank you too. I'm going to take off now, but thank you very much. Bye-bye.
All right. Have a good one. Okay, guys. Yeah. Colleen, your pattern is very clear. maybe Terry Joyce will get a clue about you. You're saying that I'm trying to get her to attack you. No, I'm trying to get her to open up her eyes about you. I don't know how she's ever going to become a journalist the way she guesses and she does polls. Colleen, you know you did all those votes over there on her community tab page with all of your accounts. And because you have it out for NTM, that's what you're doing. You can't leave that guy alone. You can't. And I have experience with that, with you. I have experience with having to change numbers because you want to Google call people. I have the experience of all this. I've shown where you still have up somebody else's grandchild splattered all over your internet archives and their family. And those were sent to you when you guys were friends. Those were sent on good terms. And you've done, to me, the Let's Take a Peek video where you showed my underage daughter with her friends at the zoo. It's not crying for years about the same old thing. It's making you be held accountable for something that you're continuing to do to this day. Remember the account with one of my grandson's name on it? Yeah. Busted out as you. Make sure you remember that when you change a channel name, a sock account name, that it changes on the homepage first. And that you don't just type it with my grandson's name on it to where when I can, in the comment section, to where I can click on it and it take me back to the homepage and show that it was your sock account. Because you just get busted that way. It's little things like that that you're going to be held accountable for. Same way with you, Clovis Harmon. You never contacted any news reporter. You're pulling people's strings. The thing is you're not good at being a puppet master. Maybe the only thing you could puppet master is Tom. But nobody else is falling for it. Shiz, I'm sorry that's happened. I've had trouble too with Denise. But you had a right to say what you wanted to say. This was the first time we've ever spoke on friendly terms. And I'm sure we still have plenty of disagreements. But the fact is there are some things she gets right on this. And this pattern of these people being all in together is one of them. It's definitely one of them. Every single one of them go into that group Sewer Town page. And I'm not talking to you now, Sis. I'm talking in general to everyone. All of you guys go into that Sewer Town page. You sure do. And you think it's fun and games to play and mock. It's fun and games to make those cartoons, isn't it? Keep on doing it. Keep on doing it. Because your time's coming. Yeah, Colleen, just wait for it. Just wait for it, Clovis. Because your lies are getting ready to come back and bite you in your ass. They truly are. They truly are. Same way with you, Scott, and same way with you, Nicola. Yeah, I do have my list. I have my list, and the ones I name, you're on it. Not for any death threat, but to be held accountable legally. Yes. And it won't be by me taking you in a court of law. It sure won't. It sure won't. Take that however you want. I'll be going live on it in a couple of days. Peace out, all.
Can't escape from these walls, it's calling to let go. Falling in love again. I keep falling in love again. Falling in love again. I keep falling in love again. Take me for a ride down the old road. Let's see which path will take the heavy load. On the street light, I can't see hope. There's too much to hold to just to let go. Falling in love again. I keep falling in love again. Falling in love again. I keep falling in love again. When I hold you close, take you for a ride. I've been holding on, I've been holding back. What's the use in that? What's the fuse to that? Will I hold on my fire? They back in fire. Oh, I ain't used to this, but I'ma get used to it. Am I calling out? No, I'm not holding out. I'm falling fast. No, it's no disaster. We don't start again and work it out till we whole again, 'cause I keep falling in love again. I keep falling in love again. Falling in love again. I keep falling in love again.
Alright, let's see how this shows up. So this is from the other day. Wish my regular microphone was working. Jeez. There you go. Little teaser. Just uploaded. It's called Some Purple Haze on the Water. Looks a little different when it's... I'll release it. I'll release this soon. There you go.
Could you please just calm down and just watch the show and shut your mouth for now? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, Judge Detbert, I want to continue on this line of questioning. In your court, what matters more? The rights of individuals or your political ideology?
I apply the law to the facts.
I asked a question, which matters more?
My political ideology doesn't matter at all.
Okay, so I don't believe you. And I think this case demonstrates that you are willing to subjugate the rights of individuals to satisfy your political ideology. This case involves a male defendant who raped a 9-year-old boy. Was he guilty of that?
Yes, the petitioner pled guilty to that.
Okay, so he raped a 9-year-old boy. He also raped a 17-year-old girl. Was he guilty of that?
He pled guilty. The petitioner pled guilty to that crime as well.
So was he guilty?
I hope so, because she pled guilty to it.
He was a he when he did this.
That's correct.
And also criminal deviant conduct, which the record doesn't disclose what that was exactly. Then, after serving in prison, Mr. McLean was released for parole, but then violated the terms of parole by having internet and was sent back to prison. 1 year after being released again, he was convicted of having child pornography. Is that correct?
I'm unclear on exactly the time frame that you're at, but the petitioner was convicted of distributing child pornography.
Child pornography that was images of adults violently raping children.
Abhorrent conduct.
Okay.
For which there are real victims.
And this individual, 6'2", biologically a man. A minute ago, you said that when this man decided that he was a she, you said this individual was, quote, I wrote it down, sober and entirely a female. That phrase struck me as remarkable. Did this individual have male genitalia?
I think what I said, or at least what
that is a verbatim quote, entirely a female.
Sorry, what I meant to say was hormonally a female.
Okay, but that's not entirely. Did this individual have male genitalia?
Yes.
So you took a 6'2" serial rapist, serial child rapist with male genitalia, and he said, you know, I'd like to be in a women's prison. And your answer was, that sounds great to me. Let me ask you something. The other women in that prison, do they have any rights?
Is that a question you're
yes,
asking me?
The other women in that prison, do they have any rights?
Of course.
Do they have the right not to have a 6'2" man who is a repeat serial rapist put in as their cellmate?
Senator Cruz, I considered the facts presented to me, and I reached a decision.
I asked you a question. I asked you a question. Do they have a right not to have a 6'2" man who is a serial rapist put in as their cellmate? Do those women have a right to that?
Every person who's incarcerated has the right to be safe in their space.
But you didn't think so. You didn't think so. And in fact, I'm going to give some quotes from your order because Senator Kennedy is right. This is not a judge's order. This is a political activist. By the way, the beginning of your order says, at birth, people are typically assigned a gender. I got to say that would astonish a lot of Americans. A lot of Americans think you go to the hospital, a baby is born, and congratulations, you have a little boy, a little girl. The assigned a gender, I know you went to Brown, but it sounds like it's in a college faculty lounge with no bearing on reality. The Bureau of Prison argued what I'm saying right now, that if you put this person in a female prison, there will be a risk of sexual assault to the women. And you know what you did? You said you didn't care about the women. I'm going to quote what you wrote. You wrote, quote, the Bureau of Prisons claim penological interest in protecting female prisoners from sexual violence and trauma. This interest is legitimate. That's kind of you to say. But there are no signs that petitioner is at risk of reoffending. The record is devoid of evidence of incidents of violence or assault during petitioner's incarceration when she was the perpetrator, only the victim. A theoretical risk of sexual assault by the prisoner without more cannot support the BOP's position. No evidence, theoretical. Have you dealt In what universe is someone who is a serial repeat child rapist not at a risk of reoffending?
Senator, as I do in every case.
Okay, I know you've been told to repeat the line, I follow the law. I asked a question. In what universe is someone who is a serial repeat child rapist not at risk of reoffending?
Sir, I looked at the facts that were before me in this case. All of the evidence, including the statements of every warden who had supervised this petitioner.
You also wrote, the BOP also posits that permitting petitioner to live among women will be traumatizing and possibly dangerous to them. This concern is overblown. I have to say, if I were the father of one of those women, and you decided that my daughter's cellmate was going to be a 6'2" man who over and over and over again committed violent sexual assault, I would say the entire justice system is absurd, and it is clear on your record your political ideology matters a heck of a lot more than the rights of those women that you endangered. I think you're a radical, and I think you have no business being a judge.
Judge Netburn, there was an opportunity during your exchange with Senator Cruz that you were attempting to offer a response relative to the conditions under which this petitioner was unsafe in the facilities in which she was being held. I'd like to offer you the opportunity to finish that response.
So the facts that were presented to me and what I relied on to make my decision were that the petitioner had engaged in no violence, no physical violence, no acts of sexual violence whatsoever while in custody. All three wardens who supervised the petitioner requested that she be transferred to a women's facility because of her serious medical needs. In addition, the Bureau of Prisons' longtime medical provider testified at a 2-day hearing in my courtroom and recommended that the petitioner be transferred because of her serious medical needs. And the last thing I'll say is that the Transgender Executive Council, which is the body that makes decisions on behalf of transgender transfer requests within the Bureau of Prisons, never said that the petitioner could not be transferred, and never, ever said that she couldn't be transferred because of any risk of violence. What the Transgender Executive Council repeatedly said in denying the request was simply that she needed to maintain her hormone levels. That was the repeated justification for the denial of transfer. But the petitioner had reached full female hormone levels before even being incarcerated. At the time, the district judge in Indiana who sentenced the petitioner requested that she be placed in a women's facility. Her hormones were entirely female at that point. And so the decision by the Transgender Executive Council to deny the transfer request based on this idea that it was only because her hormones needed to be consistent and stabilized, I found was a pretext, but they never once said she cannot be transferred because of violence. It was always based on this idea that our hormones had to be.
Thank you, Judge Netburn. Senator Padilla.
That's directly contrary to what your report
you all
said.
have
That is
had
direct-
No. We're going to
You're going to follow up, and that's how it works.
There is not.
That is exactly how it works.
Look,
If you follow up, you didn't get extra time, and she just directly contradicted her own report. I'm just going to read her own words because it's exactly the opposite of what she said. Your own report.
Senators, I gave both of you more time to finish your line of questioning. I allowed the witness to finish her. I allowed the witness to finish her response. I allowed the witness to finish her response. That is.
I understand that you're scared of the facts.
I have
Senator Padilla. Madam Chair, she has an obligation to explain why she directly contradicted what she wrote in her report. She says in her report The Bureau of Prisons' claimed penological interest is in protecting female prisoners from sexual violence and trauma. She just told you the Bureau of Prisons didn't say there was a concern about sexual violence and trauma. Those are directly contradictory, and why are you contradicting what you wrote in your report?
And what are you trying to add?
No, wait, point of order.
Senator Padilla.
Are you going to let her answer that question?
Senator
or you
Padilla.
don't want her to answer that question?
Senator
You're
Padilla.
afraid?
Very much, Madam Chair.
Are you afraid of the answer to
This
that
is
question?
no cover-up.
Are you
Senator
afraid
Padilla.
of the answer to that question?
Senator Padilla.
So yes, you are afraid of the answer to that question.
Senator Padilla.
Clearly, you're afraid of the answer to that question.
This is
Thank you.
absurd.
Two of the nominees before us, appreciate your patience and your dignity.
Baby, something's wrong. There's something on your mind, but I don't know just what I'm going to do. I'm so afraid of losing you. You're not the same girl I once used to know. You're very strange and so very cold. Baby, something's wrong. Don't you tell me just what's on your mind. I don't wanna be the one who's left behind. Baby, please don't go. Don't leave me on my own. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What more can I say? But please don't go.
I dedicate that song to all the criers out there to give them something to cry about. How about that? Cry about that cry song right there. Okay. Thanks for tuning in. That's, I think pretty much end of our show today. Might have something else that I got bonus material or something. I gotta talk through this microphone because the other one broke down. More at the beginning of the show. All of a sudden, it's done. It's done. So I gotta talk through this microphone now. That's why we're done today. Done. Everybody leave. Make like a tree and leave. Okay, because we got the twoof. Because we're all twoofing. Twoofing. Oh, man. Alright, maybe I got some bonus material or something we'll try to figure out since there are people here. What are you doing? This place is done. We've been burnt, crispified, lied about, told you stupid. Oh, my gosh. Anyway. Let me find some bonus material here. Yeah, what'd you think of that, huh? The original looks good of this. And I got so many variations of this right here. It's like, I got many colors, many different colors throughout the evening there come through. Just let it bleed in right into the film there. It's perfect lighting. Look at that. We'll make it into a music video down the road. What's up, Honest Abe? Oh my gosh. Like I said, my microphone went down earlier today. I keep on stepping on the cord, and all of a sudden earlier, it's just a pop! Pulls right out. I'm like, oh, I bet you that's done. I plug it in, try it out, and I'm talking to myself. It's great. I love this stuff. Hey, at least the internet issues are finally getting, like, worked out in here in Podunkville. Oh my gosh. I'm always trying to operate.
Did not move for a stay.
That was a good meltdown right there. I'm always trying to operate out of Podunkville. There you go. Little extra bonus material right there.
Oh yeah, we're being attacked by the Arizona black alligator here. Hey, sir, you're in my shot, actually. You should go get him. Go bite. There's a shark out there. I'm telling you, he's in the water. Go get him. Go in the water. Go get him. Go get that shark. Seriously. You don't believe me? There's giraffes too. They're all over the place. Hurry, go check it out.
Another great spot in Arizona. With all that greenery, right?
Fucking nuts. Spin that narrative. You look a fool believing Edward and Angela because I've already owned you several times. You've had to take the L, and you're taking the L again today. You're in their finger fucking the chat. You're so triggered.
Oh my gosh. Becky speaks the truth sometimes. She knows what's going on. Well, I can disagree on a few things, but can't we all? Jeez.
Let's talk
I try
about
to go
Cass Sunstein
fishing.
here, okay? You got to know this, all right? This guy was the administrator of the Office of Information and Regulatory Affairs for Barry Soetoro, otherwise known as Barack Hussein Obama. All right, so here he is on Wikipedia. Cass Sunstein is an American scholar, particularly in the fields of constitutional law, administrative law, environmental law, and behavioral economics, who was the administrator of the White House Office of Information and Regulatory Affairs in the Obama administration. Okay, for 27 years, he taught at the University of Chicago. Sunstein is the Robert Walmsley University professor and Felix Frankfurter Professor of Law at Harvard Law School, coming right out of the New World Order think tanks. A study of legal publications between 2009 and 2013 found Sunstein to be most frequently cited American scholar by a wide margin, followed by Erwin Chemerinsky and Richard A. Epstein. So this is the part that is really important. Now, Wikipedia is not going to be the place to go to learn all there is to learn about Cass Sunstein, but we'll take a look at this here first, and then we'll get much deeper into it. Okay, so Sunstein co-authored a 2008 paper. I'm going to make this bigger. All right, there we go. Okay. So Sunstein co-authored a 2008 paper with Adrian Vermeule titled Conspiracy Theories, dealing with the risks and possible government responses to conspiracy theories resulting from cascades of faulty information within groups that may ultimately lead to violence. In the article, he wrote, the existence of both domestic and foreign conspiracy theories, we suggest, is no trivial matter, posing real risks to the government's anti-terrorism policies, whatever they may be. They go on to propose that the best response consists of cognitive infiltration of extremist groups. Now, you know that when they talk about extremist groups and radicalization and all that, they are talking about us. When David Cameron gives his speech and he says, we know who they are, we know who these are the people that believe that 7/7 or 9/11 was a Jewish plot, 7/7 was an inside job. We have been on their radar forever, ever since we've had the strength to stand up and expose what's going on. And that's exactly what's happening right now. It's exactly what is happening right now. right at this moment. All right, so the best response consists in cognitive infiltration of extremist groups, where they suggest, among other tactics, listen closely, government agents and their allies might enter chat rooms, online social networks, or even real space groups and attempt to undermine percolating conspiracy theories by raising doubts about their factual premises, cause, logic, or implications for political action. They refer several times to groups that promote the view that U.S. government was responsible or complicit in 9/11 attacks as extremist groups, and this is what they've been doing to the 9/11 truth movement for forever, ever since it's been around. That's why there are all these ridiculous competing theories where it's like energy weapons or nukes or all these different things, because it's all part of how to make the truth movement look like idiots. That's why you have people putting up videos saying they're UFOs and shit like that, right? It never ends, because it's all about infiltrating and just sabotaging, making everyone look like retards. Okay, so let's look at this. The authors declare that there are 5 responses a government can take towards conspiracy theories. We can readily imagine, okay, here we go, a series of possible responses. 1, government might ban conspiracy theorizing. Let us not tolerate outlandish or ridiculous conspiracy theories, right? George W. Bush, right after 9/11, right? 2, the government might impose some kind of tax, financial or otherwise, on those who disseminate such theories. This is Cass Sunstein. 3, the government might engage in counter-speech, marshaling arguments to discredit conspiracy theories. 4, the government might formally hire, and these aren't might, this is what they do. All right, I'm going to show you 100%. The government might formally hire credible private parties to engage in counter-speech. Plenty possible, right? 5, the government might engage in informal communication with such parties, encouraging them to help. However, the authors advocate that each instrument has distinctive set of potential effects or costs and benefits, and each will have a place under imaginable conditions. However, our main policy idea is that the government should engage in cognitive infiltration of the groups that produce conspiracy theories, which involves a mix of all of them pretty much. Okay, let's continue on. Sunstein and Vermeulen also analyzed the practice of recruiting non-governmental officials. They suggest that government can supply these independent experts with information and perhaps prod them into action from behind the scenes, further warning that too close a connection will be self-defeating if it is exposed. So that's why they have their middlemen that they're going to hire, you know, people like John LeBon and stuff to come in and, you know, do this stuff, right? Because if it was direct connections to the government and that got out, then, you know, it would be exposed perhaps. You know, of course, I don't think they're too worried about themselves being exposed. Sunstein and Vermeulen argue that the practice of enlisting non-government officials might ensure credible independent experts offer the rebuttal rather than government officials themselves. There is a trade-off between credibility and control, however. The price of credibility is that the government cannot be seen to control the independent experts. They don't want to have that connection. This position has been criticized by some commentators who argue that would violate prohibitions on government propaganda aimed at domestic citizens. Sunstein and Vermeulen's proposed infiltrations have also been met by sharply critical scholarly critiques. Okay, so you got all that. That's Cass Sunstein. Okay. He wrote the book essentially on how they were going to deal with conspiracy theories in the internet, the modern internet. And it's very important for everyone to understand this person and his name and what he was all about. So we have to show you more dealing with this, okay? So here's his book that, he's written many, but this is his book specifically on conspiracy theories. As you see the title, Conspiracy Theories and Other Dangerous Ideas. Okay, and as you see right? The Illuminati symbol, right? Of course. You're being told that anybody that talks about these symbols that you see, these ubiquitous symbols that are everywhere, that are on your money, that are, on buildings and, movies and children's shows and everything, that, that is none of your business, and that's just retarded, crazy stuff, right? Essentially. Okay, so this is, this is what they do, right? This is how they counteract. Now let's look at the abstract from the book here. Make this bigger. This is written by Cass Sunstein himself. Many millions of people hold conspiracy theories. They believe that powerful people have worked together in order to withhold the truth about important practice or some terrible event. A recent example is the belief widespread in some parts of the world that the attacks of 9/11 were not carried out by Al-Qaeda, but by Israel or the United States. Those who subscribe to conspiracy theories may create serious risk, including risk of violence, and the existence of such conspiracy theories raises significant challenges for policy and law. The first challenge is to understand the mechanisms by which conspiracy theories prosper. The second challenge is to understand how such theories might be undermined. Such theories typically spread as a result of an identifiable cognitive blunders operating in conjunction with informational and reputational influences. A distinct feature of conspiracy theories is their self-sealing quality. Conspiracy theorists are not likely to be persuaded by an attempt to dispel their theories. They may even characterize that very attempt as further proof of the conspiracy. Because those who hold conspiracy theories typically suffer from crippled epistemology, in accordance with which it is rational to hold such theories. The best response consists of cognitive infiltration of extremist groups. This is in his, right? Various policy dilemmas, such as the question whether it's better for the government to rebuke conspiracies or ignore them, are explored in this light. All right, so their number one thing is to infiltrate and to try to sabotage and destroy conspiracies. In fact, even Salon wrote about this. Obama confident, spine-chilling proposal. Cass Sunstein wants government to cognitively infiltrate anti-government groups. So Cass Sunstein has long been one of Barack Obama's closest confidants, often mentioned...
Wait, hold on. We gotta jump in there real quick. Holy cow, he's going quick with that. We've got something to add to all that right there. We got, well, not really a word from our sponsors, but we got a word from HQ. We're gonna have to bust in here real quick.
He's got diesel in his type. You know he never wipes. Always gets to a stop on time before he removes his time. Call him the diaper viper. You know he's getting hyper. Diaper viper. Diaper viper. Diaper viper. Diaper viper. He keeps a diaper in his diaper, so he can keep the diaper viper. Yeah, he's a diaper striker on his bike. He's a diaper biker. The viper bites for the diaper. This diaper gets your body hyper.
That, who's that?
You know he's not a wiper. Keeps the crust, he's a diaper lifer. They call him the diaper fire. He fights dirty like a diaper tiger. Setting fires, he's a diaper lighter. Always make sure to keep his diaper fiber. Diaper fiber. Diaper fiber. Diaper fiber. Diaper fiber. Diaper fiber. Diaper fiber.
Oh my gosh, that's hilarious! Okay, I wish my regular microphone worked, but it doesn't right now. Okay.
Let's try.
I don't know if what you were saying there, 502, but these documents he's reading about Cass Sunstein, this is real shit. Jeff C., the guy that's reading this, the narrator, actually lost his life in a tragic RV explosion. And I believe he was here in America, but he was Canadian. But he went for Jeff C., the truther, one of the first ones to bust out Cass Sunstein. Well, Cass Sunstein. He is a sus bastard. But no, seriously, he was like one of the first ones besides WeAreChange.org was really digging up in his shit too, and a few others. But Jeff C. was there, like, kind of, doing backup online, covering this stuff. And, I mean, I know you don't take me seriously because of the voice changer thing right now, but my other freaking microphone cable went kaput earlier, alright? So, seriously, this is serious stuff. Dangerous ideas, everyone. Seriously, I mean.
To sabotage.
It does. It explains the Predvidians to a T. How else are you going to infiltrate the internet with some sickos, some diaper vipers, grooming their audience for anybody that's new to come in, like earlier we did in the broadcast. That an influencer admitted it. Anybody that's new, they get the shit groomed out of them. And that's what the Predvidians do with their drama news. It's no shit, man. And this guy's over the target, how they had to cognitively infiltrate the internet. Okay? I mean, it's a serious, real deal. I mean, there's a tragic RV explosion that no one wants to talk about. With Jeff C. Seriously.
Destroy conspiracies. In fact, even Salon wrote about this. Obama confident spine-chilling proposal. Cass Sunstein wants government to cognitively infiltrate anti-government groups. So Cass Sunstein has long been one of Barack Obama's closest confidants, often mentioning as a likely Obama nominee to the Supreme Court.
This is not a lark show.
Because all the meth you do there, PDF.
Lee Pleatherman. See, like, that's it. An avatar like this, and the demon horns and everything. It's childish to me. Lee Pleatherman.
I like this character.
My word. Sunstein is currently Obama's head of office of information and regulatory affairs, where, among other things, he is responsible for overseeing policies relating to privacy, information quality, and statistical programs. In 2008, while at Harvard Law School, Sunstein co-wrote the pernicious paper proposing that the U.S. government employ teams of covert agents and pseudo-independent advocates to cognitively infiltrate online groups and websites, as well as other activist groups which advocate views that Sunstein deems false conspiracy theories about the government. This would be designed to increase citizens' faith in the government officials and undermine the credibility of conspiracies or conspiracists. The paper's abstract can be read and the full paper can be downloaded here. Sunstein advocates that the government's stealth infiltration should be accomplished by sending covert agents into chat rooms, online social networks, even real space groups. Does that sound familiar? Isn't it funny how the chat is disabled tonight? So the Tim Osmonds and Caliber Shitters and Monographs can't come in and do their thing. The John LeBons, right? All the characters that you see with all the multiple accounts that are fucking with your mind and trying to destroy any sort of legitimate truth that is out there, that are pushing absolute absurdities like Alex Jones is Bill Hicks, or Mark Dice is River Phoenix, or, what are the other ones? I mean, they're so ridiculous. Everybody's, got a doppelganger, essentially, right? Or Flat Earth, the nukes hoax, right? Sound familiar? Of course it does, because that's exactly what's been going on. The Flat Earth psyop, and we tried to expose this, and of course the way that they do it is like this. They know that there's a big problem with conspiracy theorists. There is a big problem. There's a lot of lack of critical thought, essentially. It's like the absolute morons who couldn't figure out that the window below the woman that was hanging from the windowsill had bars in them and that her feet were on it. They know that people are dumb. A lot of people are dumb in conspiracy movements, and they know that they can use that to infiltrate and play against people, right? So they can push false conspiracies and then turn people against legitimate sources of information, legitimate channels like my own. To turn you against people like me because I don't believe they're bullshit conspiracy, essentially. And then they have the perfect ground, which is YouTube, which they can have hundreds, thousands of accounts, tens of thousands. There's no limit to what they can have. They can build up an audience overnight of all kinds of sock puppet accounts, everyone giving tremendous accolades and saying things like, yeah, Jeff C is the real shill, John LeBon is the real truther, things like that, which is what they do. They do it all the time. So it's very important to recognize the John LeBons, the Caliber Shitters, all the real shills that are in this movement. Tim Osmond, they all work together, by the way. You'll see John LeBon all over Tim Osmond's videos, saying how awesome they are, and Tim Osmond will go around saying John LeBon is the best truther out there. Because he's the best practitioner of the Delphi technique, which is what John LeBon uses to control arguments, control podcasts, essentially, where he, gets you to come in and discuss with him. Usually he'll butter you up by giving you compliments, and then he'll put you into his Delphi technique by only making you answer what he wants you to answer, which would be absurdities like flat Earth, right? Or the nukes hoax, or dinosaurs are a hoax, stuff like that. What they want to do, essentially, they hire people like John LeBon to come in and push things like the dinosaur hoax, right? Which is so absurd. It's so dumb. It's the dumbest thing ever. It's the dumbest thing ever. That's like saying all the paleontologists that ever exist were all liars, and all the universities and all the labs and everything that they do is bullshit. That these bones don't really exist, that you can never find a bone, or you can never find anything. It's all fake. And it's a perfect method, because they come in, and what happens is the average person comes in, they go, oh my God, these people think 9/11 was an inside job, and they think dinosaurs are a hoax. They think the earth is flat, dinosaurs are a hoax, nukes don't exist, right? Transasia was a fake, all these things. That's how it works. That's how they infiltrate groups. So it's very important to recognize the John LeBons. Very, very important. Everyone needs to recognize these people because they are the worst thing. They're the furthest thing on the planet from truthers. People like John LeBon are the scum of the earth because they work for governments to spread disinfo. And they prey upon people with weak minds. There's a lot of weak-minded people in the truth movement that want to think that everything that is done is a lie. Science is a lie. Evolution is a lie. Everything's a lie. Nothing's real. The only thing that's real is what you can see with your eyes, right? That you can't see over the horizon, so it must be flat, right? Things like that, right? So let's continue on here. He proposes that the government make secret payments to so-called independent, credible voices to bolster the government's messaging on the ground that those who don't believe government sources will be more inclined to listen to those who appear independent while secretly acting on behalf of the government. This program, right, they're made to look like they're really truthers, but of course they're working for the government. This program would target those advocating false conspiracy theories, which they define to mean an attempt to explain an event or practice by reference of machinations of powerful people who have also managed to conceal their role. Sunstein's 2008 paper was flagged by this blogger and then amplified in an excellent report by Ross Story's Daniel Tensor. And these people aren't conspiracy theories that theorists that, expose this shit. It's just against, rights, the rights of human beings. The right for a human being to question any event, the right of freedom of speech, the right of being able to voice your own opinion. That's what it is. I mean, basically what Cass Sunstein is doing is saying that you don't have a right to question anything that we put out. And then if you do, we have a right to target you. And they show all these methods, which are unbelievable. They're jaw-dropping, but there's much worse methods that they don't even discuss. Like how they'll try to ruin people's lives by, doxing and putting all their personal information everywhere and stalking them and harassing them and calling them on their phones and calling their bosses and trying to, get them fired from their work and trying to infiltrate their family to find, sending emails and stuff. We saw this with Sandy Hook. When Sandy Hook, Cass Sunstein agents came in, anything that they could find on people, they would use. They would call up people who are Sandy Hook truthers, call up their home, send emails to their family members and stuff, try to find any weak link that they can. And it's just the tip of the iceberg. There's so much more that they do in order to get in that that's their methods, okay? That's their methods. So let's watch this video by We Are Change here, Luke Radowski, confronting Cass Sunstein on this very book that he wrote and his policy for the Obama administration. Listen very carefully.
What I think the most telling one about you is the 2008 one called Conspiracy Theories, where you openly advocated government agents infiltrate activist groups that don't love the truth and also stifle dissent online. I was wondering, why do you think it's the government's job, or why do you think the government should go after family members who have questions about 9/11, responders who are lied to about their survivors whose testimony permits, and also government whistleblowers that were gagged because they released information that contradicts their business. Why do you think the government should do that?
I think as Ricky said, Rick's verdict was I remember some of others. That one I don't remember very well.
That one he doesn't remember very well. That was his function. How could he possibly not remember that very well? It's because he is being called out. This guy is smiling, this Jewish guy here is smiling away because they know this is what they do, right? This is how they do it. They know how wrong it is. This guy he's a fucking scumbag. They know how wrong and how immoral it is what they're doing because they are protecting the top of the pyramid. They are protecting the puppet masters who are running our governments and creating these massive psyops like the one in Paris, the one in Ottawa, the one in Boston, the one in Sandy Hook, the one, all over, right? And they are going to do everything they can to try to destroy us. And they have been constantly adapting.
I hope I didn't say that.
I hope I didn't say that.
Whatever was said in that article, my role in government is to oversee federal rulemaking in a way that is wholly disconnected from the vast majority of my academic writing,
No, I'm just asking because you may be the next Supreme Court justice. Obama would point to. And you didn't write those things, and that's why I want to bring them up.
That's going to be your next Supreme Court member, essentially. Right? He's going to write the laws of your country, essentially. And that's what his view is on freedom of speech.
All I can say is that there are a lot of things that I've written, I guess, and there are even more things I've said to have written. And, I agree with some of the things focus on what the gospel is going
I just want to know, is it safe to say that you retract saying that conspiracy theorists should be banned or taxed for having an opinion online? Is it safe to say that?
I don't remember the article very well, so. I hope I didn't say either of those things.
But you did, and it's written. Do you retract them?
I'm focused on my job.
So you're not retracting that. Do you still believe that? Do you still believe that there's no, people shouldn't have freedom of speech?
I'm happy to talk about it.
So
I can go on the record.
he's the man who wrote about it. So Cass, do you still believe in the Joseph Goebbels approach?
He's gone.
I'm asking a question. You're asking a question. No. That's exactly what journalists ask. Okay, I'll get your book.
Which is more.
I'm sorry, I gotta ask him again. I have to. I kind of have to. Yeah. So Cass, you don't. Do you repudiate those statements or not? Cass, do you still stand by them? And why do you think conspiracy theories are so dangerous? It's a very serious question. I mean, we're talking about undermining freedom of speech and critical thinking about questioning the government. We just want to know your opinion, and you don't seem like you want to retract those statements, but they're very serious. They're very similar to Joseph Goebbels. That's what people compare you to. Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
All right, there you go. Thank you, Luke Brodowski, for that excellent.
Baby, something's wrong. There's something on your mind, but I don't know just what I'm going to do. I'm so afraid of losing you. I once used to know you're very strange and so very cold. Baby, something's wrong. Don't you tell me just what's on your mind. I don't wanna be the one who's left behind. Baby, please don't go. Don't
kind of back here again. By the way, Darlene, that's not my girlfriend. Okay, that was just up on the screen. These chicks that come up on the screen are part of that channel that plays that music. But I mean, if we want to LARP it up, they could be part of the Sister Wives Club. Alright. Since I guess we're broadcasting out of, what was it? Colorado City, Arizona, or Utah, or something like that. But we're not. Out of the, polygamy capital of the world. Something like that. But anyways. That's not what's going on here. Anyways, if you got a booming system, this one's a banger. Thanks for joining in, everybody. Peace out.
Aaron B. Cox is someone who needs very close scrutiny. Aaron B. Cox is someone who needs very close scrutiny.